In this world, the profession of Beast Tamer has always been considered mediocre, but young Su Luo's career change this time has granted him a god-level talent that can break through the ceiling. At the bustling sports field of Jiangxing No. 1 High School in the Dragon Country, it was a pivotal moment for the senior students as they underwent their career awakening. Su Luo stood among the crowd, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. 3 years ago, his sister had successfully enrolled in Yindu University with an impressive level 17 achievement. Now, with his parents gone, he studied alone in Jiangxing. At this moment, he longed to awaken into a main combat profession, the only way to fulfill his dream of joining Yindu University and reuniting with his sister. The career change ceremony officially began, with students taking the stage one by one to face their fate. Chen Daniu, warrior; Zhang Daiyu, blacksmith; Yi Han, farmer. Those who awakened main combat professions were beaming, while those who ended up with life professions appeared downcast. Finally, it was Su Luo's turn. As he stepped onto the stage, all eyes were on him. Being the second highest humanities student in the school, people were buzzing with speculation about what profession he might awaken to. Su Luo sells snacks in the dorm to make ends meet and still manages to stay in the top 5. That's impressive. At that moment, the conversation between school beauty Zhou Wanwan and her companions drifted into his ears. I heard you and Su Luo are a perfect match? What's that got to do with me? I'm not interested in dating right now. A hint of displeasure flashed in Zhou Wanwan's eyes. In her view, even if Su Luo awakened a main combat profession, his lack of background would make great achievements difficult. On the career change platform, fate delivered an unexpected answer. Su Luo, Beast Tamer. The crowd was in an uproar. People showed expressions of pity, as Beast Tamer was notoriously known as a weak profession, with a pet level cap of only level 20. Homeroom teacher Jose patted Su Luo on the shoulder, offering comfort. Being a Beast Tamer isn't bad. You can earn a lot by training pets. Su Luo forced a smile and walked off the stage, holding the whip that symbolized his new identity. His good-natured deskmate, Zhou Taisheng, immediately approached him and said in a thick accent, Su Luo, don't be discouraged. Even if you're just a Beast Tamer, I still consider you my brother-in-law. When Su Luo checked his attribute panel, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He discovered that he had obtained the god-level talent Master of Beasts, which not only broke the limits on the number and level of pets, but also allowed them to undergo bloodline reversion and species evolution. Coupled with his max-level potion-making skill, the dream of Yindu University didn't seem so far-fetched after all. Zhou Wanwan then took the stage and awakened as a wood elemental mage, drawing admiration and praise from the crowd. The homeroom teacher also expressed his satisfaction. Elemental mages level up quickly. You'll definitely have many people wanting to team up with you in the future. After the career change ceremony, Jose led the students to the city center of Jiangxing to participate in the dungeon trials. At the entrance of the dungeon, the chief examiner solemnly announced, the admission threshold for the 4 major academies this year is level 15. The upcoming 7-day dungeon trial is crucial. While other Beast Tamers were frowning with worry, Su Luo was full of confidence. Why should he panic? With his max-level potion-making skill, he was ready to soar to new heights. A shimmering barrier enveloped the entire Beast Master camp, and in an instant, Su Luo and the others were transported to a vast grassland. Before them lay a vibrant scene teeming with life. Flowers, grasses, and trees of every kind, with various beasts lurking among them. A man was the first to speak. Everyone. We Beast Masters can't directly kill the creatures. Let's tame some pets first. No sooner had he finished speaking than he approached a wild goat leisurely grazing nearby, claiming it as his own. The other Beast Masters quickly scattered to seek out their desired companions. However, Su Luo didn't rush into action. His gaze was drawn to a lush green herb, his eyes lighting up. Yulin grass. The key ingredient for refining beast spirit pills. I didn't expect to find it so easily. As a master-level alchemist, Su Luo had an encyclopedic knowledge of herbs. In this seemingly ordinary meadow, he could instantly identify the use of every plant. Su Luo already had a plan. Ordinary wild creatures were easy to tame but had almost no combat power. Using conventional methods, victory in the dungeon would be impossible. But if he could feed them a large amount of beast spirit pills right after taming, accelerating their level up, the situation would be entirely different. With his master-level alchemy skills, Su Luo didn't need any auxiliary equipment to concoct simple potions. He had no interest in the likes of wild goats, gray wolves, or small rabbits, which had limited potential. His top priority now was to swiftly gather herbs while scouting for a suitable pet. Not far away, 2 beast masters working together to tame a pet noticed Su Luo's actions. They exchanged puzzled glances and whispered to each other. Do you think that guy's had a breakdown? Why is he gathering herbs instead of taming a pet? How much money can you make from herbs anyway? It's better to tame pets like us and sell them once they're trained. He's probably in denial, mentally checked out. In a few hours, the tough monsters will show up. We need to capture as many pets as possible and exit the dungeon. As the others gradually disappeared from view, Su Luo suddenly stopped, staring curiously at a blue creature in the grass. A wild little water turtle? Tameable. Su Luo thought excitedly. By ancestral bloodline, this little guy is a descendant of the mythical Xuanwu. He immediately used his taming skill on the little turtle, and a white light enveloped the wild creature. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed a wild little water turtle. The palm-sized turtle raised its innocent little head, looking at Su Luo with a puzzled expression, as if searching for milk. Su Luo was momentarily flustered. Could it still be nursing? Feeling the turtle's odd gaze, he quickly retrieved herbs from his backpack to start making beast spirit pills. If I don't feed it soon, it might crawl onto my chest looking for milk. Meanwhile, in Jiang City's Central Square, a massive crowd was intently watching a giant electronic screen displaying the candidates' names and current levels. Johan, the berserker from Jiang City No. 2 High School, held the top spot, while Jiang City No. 1 High School's Zhou Wanwen barely squeezed into ninth place. Zhou Zhe surveyed the leaderboard, looking slightly uneasy as he instinctively searched for Su Luo's name. Just then, a wizened voice spoke up. Stop looking. That kid is up to something. Who knows what? Zhou Zhe turned and exclaimed, Principal Zhao, what brings you here? Zhao Tianan explained, this year, Yindu University's Songlong Academy is open for admissions, but there's only one spot. I'm here to see if there's a suitable candidate. As a level 53 fire mage known for his fiery temper, Zhao Tianan's face flushed with anger upon seeing a name at the bottom of the Beast Master leaderboard. Principal, Su Luo's usually very diligent. Maybe his expectations were too high, and reality hit him hard. Jose tried to explain. Zhao Tianan fumed. When that kid gets out, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Being knocked down by switching to Beast Master. What kind of man is that? Despite his high hopes for Su Luo, Zhao Tianan was practically fuming, though he could do nothing since the boy was still in the dungeon. Just then, the scene became chaotic, with people breaking into frenzied shouts. Zhao Tianan, sipping tea in his exclusive seat, was oblivious to the leaderboard's changes. What's all the commotion about? Zhao Tianan asked in confusion. Someone said Su Luo's cheating in the dungeon. Jose said incredulously, staring at the Beast Master leaderboard. Su Luo, who had been at level 0, suddenly shot up to level 2. Not only that, but his experience bar continued to climb at a pace surpassing even the first-ranked contender. Cheating, my foot. Zhao Tianan spat out his tea leaves. This is reality, not some novel. He looked up at the Beast Master leaderboard. Where's Su Luo? Jose cautiously pointed out. Principal Zhao, look at the top of the Beast Master leaderboard. When Zhao Tianan saw Su Luo's level soar by 3 levels in just 2 minutes, disbelief was written all over his face. His eyes widened, and his mouth hung slightly open, as if he had witnessed something incredible. Leveling up in seconds? That's just not scientific. Zhao Tianan muttered to himself, his brows furrowed. The principals from other high schools also noticed this unusual situation and cast skeptical glances. A burly principal was the first to speak, his tone filled with dissatisfaction and accusation. Old Zhao, what kind of tricks are you pulling at No. 1 high school? If you want to boost your graduation rates, don't resort to such underhanded methods. Another principal, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sneered and squinted. Come on. How many beast spirit pills did that kid bring in? This kid must have used some trick to smuggle beast spirit pills in. His profession should be annulled, and he should be expelled. An elderly white-haired principal angrily pounded the table. It's a strict rule that no consumables are allowed in the exam trial dungeon. The chief examiner sternly reminded, frowning. Seeing Su Luo, a low-combat beast master, level up twice, the other principals were immediately incensed. Zhao Tianan's face turned from pale to flushed as his pent-up anger erupted. He shot to his feet, pointing at the other principals and bellowed, That's nonsense. You guys are in charge of the dungeon transmission. Are you telling me you couldn't even detect a 0-level beast master? If any of you dare admit you missed something, I'll personally drag Su Luo out of there. At these words, the principals fell silent. As prominent figures with at least level 40 combat professions, admitting such a mistake would ruin their reputations in the community. Seeing the tension, the chief examiner cleared his throat to break the awkward silence. In that case, let's wait until he comes out. If he can't provide a reasonable explanation, his profession will be annulled, and he'll be expelled. The room quieted down, though doubt and dissatisfaction remained in their eyes. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Su Luo was fully focused on nurturing his little water turtle. He carefully fed the last beast spirit pill into the turtle's mouth, watching as the system notifications popped up. Pet consumed beast spirit pill. Experience 500. You received experience feedback. Experience 500. With each pill he fed, Su Luo gained 500 experience points. He hadn't fought a single monster yet, and already leveled up twice along with the turtle, which thrilled him. This feels amazing. Su Luo couldn't help but whisper excitedly. After 4 beast spirit pills, the little water turtle grew noticeably larger, and its attributes changed significantly. Little water turtle, level 2. Attack, 10. Defense, 30. Skills, water ball, water shield. Passive skill, treasure hunt. The 2 skills, one offensive and one defensive, were quite common. However, the passive skill caught Su Luo's attention. Treasure hunt. Can locate ordinary herbs within a 100-meter radius. The skill's effect increases with level. Reading the skill description, Su Luo's breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Clenching his fist, he thought to himself, with the treasure hunt passive skill, my speed in finding herbs will increase at least tenfold. In the rankings of the Beastmaster faction, Su Luo, who recently ascended to level 2, found his experience bar suddenly frozen at 80%. This peculiar situation lasted for a full 2 hours, leaving everyone monitoring the leaderboard utterly baffled. The erratic fluctuations in his experience points were akin to a roller coaster ride, sometimes soaring, sometimes stationary, and utterly unpredictable. The chief examiner, a battle-hardened level 60 archer, personally oversaw every aspect of the trial dungeon, including the teleportation process. With his passive skill, visionary spirit, and exceptional prowess, he was absolutely certain that Su Luo hadn't brought any external items into the dungeon. Yet, Su Luo's unusual experience bar only deepened his confusion and irritation. His gloomy gaze frequently darted toward Zhao Tiannan, as if silently questioning him. Zhao Tiannan, under this scrutiny, felt increasingly uncomfortable, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he dared not speak up. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Su Luo sat leisurely under a lush green tree, surrounded by various herbs, enough to concoct over 30 beast spirit pills. Looking at the adorable little turtle beside him, he couldn't help but sigh. Ah, I envy those who can level up just by fighting. Then, Su Luo began crafting the beast spirit pills. With his maxed out alchemy skill, he simply combined 3 herbs with his hands to complete the process effortlessly, as if casually kneading dough. The rich aroma of the pills filled the air, exciting the little turtle to no end. Go ahead and eat. I hope you grow into a Xuanwu, or else I'll make turtle soup out of you, Su Luo joked, tossing a freshly made pill to the turtle before returning to his production line of pill crafting. System notifications flashed continuously. Pet consumed beast spirit pill. Experience 500. Pet consumed beast spirit pill. Experience 500. Half an hour later, all the herbs were exhausted. Su Luo had reached level 7, while the little turtle had jumped to level 10, transforming into a massive blackwater turtle. It was as tall as an adult, with an incredibly hard shell and skin etched with glowing black patterns, exuding an imposing aura. Su Luo examined the blackwater turtle's attributes with satisfaction. Blackwater turtle, level 10. Attack, 80. Defense, 145. Skills, Ice Pillar Impact, Ice Shield. Passive skills, Treasure Hunting, Damage Reflection 5100. With such a formidable pet, Su Luo planned to have the blackwater turtle help him farm experience. He then opened his own attribute panel. Name, Su Luo. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, 7. Strength, 60. Agility, 25. Spirit, 90. Constitution, 80. Equipment, Taming Whip. Pet, Blackwater Turtle Unlimited Quantity. Skills, Whip Attack, Tame. Copyable Quantity, 1. Passive Skill, Maxed Alchemy. Divine Talent, Master of Beasts. The newly acquired Whip Attack skill didn't particularly excite Su Luo. He considered it too embarrassing to use openly, preferring to copy the Ice Shield skill instead, as relying on a whip to farm experience seemed ludicrous. After obtaining the Ice Shield skill, Su Luo transformed into a herb-gathering fanatic, embarking on a new round of adventures. With the Blackwater Turtle's assistance, they swept through various wild creatures, occasionally augmented by Su Luo's whip attack. The exam lasted 7 days, with only 8 hours of dungeon time each day. As the notification sounded, all candidates were transported back to Jiang City Central Plaza. Everyone rushed to the leaderboard to check their rankings. As soon as Su Luo appeared, he was surrounded by fellow candidates, all praising his performance. Despite the flattery, Su Luo maintained a humble smile, responding to each compliment. After the pleasantries, Su Luo finally had the chance to check the leaderboard. First, Zhou Han, Berserker, level 9. Second, Li Mu, Knight, level 9. Third, Su Luo, Beastmaster, level 8. 10th, Zhou Wenwen, Mage, level 6. Su Luo was quite satisfied with his ranking. He calculated that with the Blackwater Turtle's help, his chances of leveling up faster and getting into Yindu University were looking promising. However, the audience and officials on the platform eyed Su Luo with suspicion. For a Beastmaster to reach level 7 in 8 hours seemed implausible, and many suspected Su Luo of cheating. After the trial dungeon closed, the chief examiner fixed a sharp gaze on Su Luo, coldly questioning, "Su, what is your Beastmaster talent?" The question plunged the scene into silence. Those previously unaware now stared in shock at Su Luo's level 8 Beastmaster title. On the platform, Zhao Tiannan and Zhou Zhe looked increasingly solemn. They hoped Su Luo's success was due to exceptional talent, not cheating. "My talent is experience sharing," Su Luo replied without hesitation. He understood that his rapid leveling as a Beastmaster was extraordinary, so the examiner's suspicion was not unexpected. The chief examiner's expression darkened further, pressing, "How did you reach level 7 without a team?" Other university presidents on the platform looked on with schadenfreude, as Su Luo's potential cheating could be advantageous for them. Su Luo calmly explained, "I crafted a large number of beast spirit pills for my pet, then used shared experience to level up." He wasn't worried about exposing his talent, as experience sharing was a common ability among Beastmasters, varying only in degree. His words left the crowd in stunned silence. "A Beastmaster can craft pills? Could you come up with a more absurd excuse?" Several presidents whispered gleefully. Zhao Tiannan and Jose closed their eyes in resignation, fearing they might not be able to protect Su Luo if things went awry. The chief examiner, looking increasingly grim, coldly ordered, "Then craft a beast spirit pill right here." With a wave of his hand, the area around the dungeon's teleportation array distorted. 3 herbs used for crafting the pills appeared, suspended before Su Luo. A level 60 powerhouse's anger whipped up fierce winds in the plaza. Everyone held their breath, speculating whether Su Luo truly possessed the ability to craft beast spirit pills. Zhao Tiannan silently urged Su Luo to proceed, signaling with his eyes and communicating telepathically, "Hurry, Su Luo, prove yourself, and the chief examiner won't trouble you. Don't worry, even if you can't craft, I'll protect you." "Does it really have to come to this today?" Su Luo sighed inwardly, feeling the mocking eyes around him and the scrutinizing gaze of the chief examiner. He had planned to keep a low profile, but since things had come to this, he might as well lay all his cards on the table. Su Luo slowly reached out and took the 3 herbs, gently rubbing them between his fingers. To outsiders, this action seemed rather strange. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Su Luo, the examiner asked you to make a pill, not juice the herbs." The crowd burst into laughter. On the podium, apart from Zhao Tiannan and Zhou Zhe who remained silent, everyone else wore expressions of schadenfreude. The chief examiner's face turned livid, eyes blazing with anger, as if he wanted to tear Su Luo apart. How dare this kid ruin his herbs? Su Luo remained calm, his peripheral vision taking in the reactions of the bigwigs on the podium. Seeing that they weren't shocked, he felt relieved. As long as they were unaware of his true capabilities, he could go all out. As Su Luo fully embraced his abilities, a faint glow emerged from his hand. The entire square fell silent. "Look, the pill in his hand. It really seems to be a beast spirit pill," someone exclaimed. "I often watch my dad make beast spirit pills, but Su Luo's technique is different. A dual profession of beast master and alchemist is rare, but unfortunately, it doesn't have a high ceiling. Awakening 2 lucrative professions at once, he might have a promising future. Can he stop using his hands like that? It makes it seem like anyone could do it." The crowd buzzed with discussions, while the expressions on the podium varied. The chief examiner's anger lessened, as he waved the pill from Su Luo's hand into his own for inspection. The previously gloating school chancellors fell silent, all eyes on the pill in the chief examiner's hand. About the size of a thumb, with a light yellow hue, smooth all around, and emitting a faint exotic fragrance. The chief examiner's brow relaxed, and he looked approvingly at Su Luo. 10 times more effective than a standard beast elixir. This kid must have talent. Zhao Tiannan beamed, taking the opportunity to flatter, "The chief examiner is indeed impressive. Unlike some who see a promising talent and assume it's cheating." An old man scoffed, "It's just making a pill. What's there to brag about? If he's so great, let him fight the otherworldly demons at the border. This kid's potential is limited. Even if he gets into the big 4 academies, there's no future." Zhao Tiannan immediately retorted, "What? Are you not convinced?" The two began to argue while the other chancellors remained silent. Below the stage, many pharmaceutical companies began extending offers to Su Luo. Zhou Tianhai stood at the crowd's edge with Zhou Wanwan, waiting for a chance to speak with Su Luo. "Wanwan, you're in the same class as Su Luo. Do you think you can make him our family's son-in-law?" Zhou Tianhai asked in a low voice. Zhou Wanwan replied confidently, "If I want, he could become my admirer in no time." She quickly pushed through the crowd to reach Su Luo. "Su Luo, congratulations on making it to the top 3 on the all professions ranking as a Beastmaster," Zhou Wanwan said with a bright smile. "Thank you," Su Luo replied politely and then, without hesitation, walked towards the exam lineup, leaving Zhou Wanwan standing there in shock. "Darn it, I went out of my way to talk to you, and you just brushed me off." Zhou Wenwen stomped her foot in frustration and reluctantly followed. Su Luo thought to himself that he had once had a good impression of Zhou Wenwen, but only as a classmate. Once, she inexplicably declared she didn't want to date, as if he were pursuing her. It was best to keep his distance from such a woman. Soon, the various college teams gathered. The chief examiner stepped onto the stage to speak. Students, today marks the first day of your college entrance exams. Over the next 6 days, you will have 8 hours each day to enter the trial dungeons. You may enter the dungeons at any time. As the speech concluded, the crowd in the city center gradually dispersed. Su Luo returned home and immediately performed a summoning spell to call forth the Xian Shui turtle. A flash of blue light appeared, and a blue turtle materialized in the room. The Xian Shui turtle now looked adorably innocent, a stark contrast to its fierce demeanor in the dungeon. Ice shield. Su Luo commanded. The Xian Shui turtle remained the same size, but a blue protective layer formed over its shell. Ice pillar impact. With the second command, the Xian Shui turtle began to swell, prompting Su Luo to quickly call it off. If it had unleashed the ice pillar impact, the entire room might have been destroyed. Frowning in thought, Su Luo delved into research and concluded that this creature had 2 forms. Once it entered attack mode, it would transform. A pet with dual forms had tremendous potential, but required an enormous amount of resources to cultivate. Fortunately, Su Luo had a plan to address the resource issue. Chirp chirp. The Xian Shui turtle reverted to its cute and innocent form, nuzzling Su Luo's pant leg. Not a chance. Su Luo nudged the turtle away with his foot, preventing it from getting a spirit beast pill, and returned to his bedroom to check his phone. The blank message list made him sigh silently. 3 years ago, his sister, Su Bingxue, had been admitted to Yindu University. Initially, they often talked, but then the messages became infrequent, and now there had been no contact for over 2 years. Throughout his high school years, his sister's whereabouts were his only concern. He resolved that once he reached Yindu University, his first priority would be to find her. As usual, he sent a text to Su Bingxue, and then went to rest. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse struggle against storms. To cultivate talent capable of confronting demonic threats, the Gaokao trial rules in Longwo were straightforward and harsh. No consumables allowed, no lethal force permitted, and anything else goes. The next day, the situation in the dungeon changed suddenly. Candidates from various professions gathered in one place, creating a chaotic mix. Faction building was rampant, and nearly every area suitable for monster farming was occupied by different small groups. In such a scenario, solo farming required venturing deep into the dungeon. The deeper one went, the more formidable the monsters became. After a brief pause, Su Luo headed towards the depths of the dungeon. In its battle form, the Xian Shui turtle transformed into a blue tower, waddling along and occasionally reminding him to gather herbs. Brother Su, mind hooking us up with some berserk potions? In a valley, Su Luo, who was collecting herbs, was blocked by about 10 people. This group had a complete professional lineup, including support, mages, warriors, and assassins, each boasting at least level 6 strength. Such a combination was a formidable monster farming tool, leaving chaos in their wake. However, Su Luo didn't take them seriously. Despite their levels and coordination, they were only at level 6. Meanwhile, the Xian Shui turtle had already reached level 10. Are you sure you want to rob me of berserk potions? Su Luo squinted, exuding a chilling aura. At that moment, another group of about 20 descended from the other side of the valley. Leading them was none other than the usually mild-mannered Zhou Taisheng, now brandishing a level 7 knight title with a menacing expression. Are you all blind or something? Daring to mess with my brother-in-law? The older brother's words made the younger one feel wronged, his eyes turning red as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Su Luo was taken aback by this scene. Just then, Zhou Taisheng strode over with a smile on his face and said, Brother-in-law, these are my little brothers. You want to get into Yindu University, right? Whatever herbs you need, we'll get them for you. As he spoke, he thumped his chest, producing a loud thump-thump sound. Su Luo felt a bit speechless after hearing this. I can get into Yindu University on my own, he thought to himself, wondering how the usually honest Zhou Taisheng suddenly had so many followers. Zhou Taisheng, however, didn't mind and jovially patted Su Luo on the shoulder, saying, no need to be polite, we're all family here. Then, he frowned and sternly addressed the group of followers. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and greet your brother-in-law. Hello, brother-in-law. Over 20 people shouted in unison, their voices loud and clear. Su Luo was momentarily at a loss for words, but eventually declined Zhou Taisheng's offer. He thought to himself that for now, all he needed was to nurture his Xian Shui turtle, taking down enemies while refining beast spirit pills at just the right pace for leveling up. Advancing too quickly could attract unnecessary trouble. The real freedom would come once he entered university. After parting ways, Su Luo continued deeper into the dense forest. It wasn't long before he stopped. A massive ghost tiger blocked his path, its eyes glowing with blue flames, and its body constantly shifting and distorting. Ghost Tiger, Level 10 Elite. Attack, 150 Defense, 80 Health, 1500. Skills, Claw Tier, Spirit Flame Impact. Passive, Bloodthirst increases attack power and recovery ability based on injury level. Seeing these attributes, Su Luo was tempted. Capturing the Ghost Tiger would significantly boost his combat power. With two powerful pets, leveling up would become effortless, possibly without needing to refine beast spirit pills. After weighing his options, Su Luo decided to give it a try. He summoned the Xian Shui turtle and, as a precaution, gave it a berserk potion. Roar. After consuming the berserk potion, the Xian Shui turtle's eyes turned red, and it went wild, but instead of charging at the Ghost Tiger, it turned towards Su Luo. Attack it. Why are you looking at me? Su Luo shouted angrily, delivering a hard kick to send the turtle towards the Ghost Tiger. He inwardly cursed, wishing he could just cook the stupid turtle into soup that very night. After the kick, the Xian Shui turtle finally found its target and charged at the Ghost Tiger. Before getting close, it used its skill. A massive ice pillar fell from above, crashing down onto the Ghost Tiger. The ice pillar's impact instantly knocked off 600 health points from the Ghost Tiger, roughly half of its life. However, the Ghost Tiger wasn't easy prey and immediately counterattacked, its claws cutting through the air towards the Xian Shui turtle. The turtle and the tiger quickly became locked in a fierce battle. Although the Xian Shui turtle had strong defenses and passive damage reflection, the Ghost Tiger's attacks were equally ferocious. Su Luo stood by, occasionally whipping the Ghost Tiger. However, due to the speed of the two beasts, the whip sometimes hit the Xian Shui turtle instead. Whenever this happened, the Xian Shui turtle would glance at Su Luo with a resentful look, as if to say, "Are you helping or making things worse?" In the end, Su Luo decided to stop interfering and watched from the sidelines. He realized that helping the Xian Shui turtle was more trouble than it was worth. Occasionally, his whip would hit the turtle's hard shell, which wouldn't cause any backlash but might damage the whip. Seeing Su Luo worrying about his whip, the Xian Shui turtle became even more furious, attacking the Ghost Tiger with renewed vigor. The battle reached a fever pitch, with both sides giving it their all. Su Luo occasionally tossed a healing potion, spurring the Xian Shui turtle to fight even harder. Finally, the badly wounded Ghost Tiger collapsed, barely clinging to life. Su Luo seized the opportunity and used his beast taming skill to attempt domestication. Taming failed. Taming failed. A series of failed attempts almost made Su Luo question his abilities. He began to ponder. Could it be that a beast tamer can't tame creatures of a higher level than themselves? Or perhaps the lower the health, the higher the chance of successful taming. This reminded Su Luo of a digital pet catching game. He decided to try something similar and punched the Ghost Tiger on the head. Without using any equipment, this punch only dealt 13 damage. Ghost Tiger? Xian Shui turtle? Ignoring their bewildered expressions, Su Luo put down his whip and started pounding on the Ghost Tiger's head with his fists. With his ice shield protecting him, he wasn't afraid of the Ghost Tiger's retaliation. Plus, with the Xian Shui turtle standing guard, his safety was assured. Thud, 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 thud. After more than 10 punches, the Ghost Tiger slumped to the ground like a pile of mush. The Phantom Tiger lay on the ground, its eyes flickering with a glow of humiliation. As the king of beasts, it was being overpowered by a mere human. What was even more unbearable was that it couldn't even die to escape this disgrace. Seeing the opportunity, Su Luo attempted to use his taming skill once more. However, the system notifications flashed repeatedly. Taming failed. Taming failed. Could it be that my level isn't high enough? Su Luo frowned in thought, then opened his system inventory to check. Along his journey, he had collected enough ingredients for at least 40 beast spirit pills. By refining these into pills and feeding them to the Xian Shui turtle, he should be able to reach level 10. Quickly, Su Luo took out the ingredients: jade spirit grass, 100 flavor fruit, and mountain root, over 20 of each. He knew that each time he refined, he could randomly produce 1 to 3 beast spirit pills. Without hesitation, he activated his divine level alchemy skill. In the blink of an eye, 2 beast spirit pills exuding a rich aroma appeared in Su Luo's hand. The scent was irresistible, especially to spirit beasts. The Xian Shui turtle drooled, and even the ghostly tiger, which was barely clinging to life on the ground, sprang up, only to be slapped back down by the turtle. Su Luo dangled a beast spirit pill in front of the phantom tiger's nose, tempting it. Submit to me, and you can eat this every day. The tiger's eyes flickered with hesitation, but it quickly caved to the temptation of the delicious aroma. It nodded frantically like a foolish dog. All right, I agree. The dignity of a tiger, the pride of the king of beasts, meant nothing before a beast spirit pill, especially when submission meant no more beatings. Su Luo tried the taming skill on the phantom tiger again, but it failed once more. Damn it! It really is because my level is too low, he muttered in frustration, putting away the pills and continuing to refine more beast spirit pills. While Su Luo focused on alchemy, the Xian Shui turtle and the phantom tiger fought 3 more times over the chance of snagging a pill. By the time all the ingredients were used up, more than 40 crystal-clear beast spirit pills were piled up before Su Luo. Without hesitation, Su Luo pushed all the pills towards the Xian Shui turtle, as if feeding a ravenous pig. The turtle feasted eagerly, while the phantom tiger drooled beside it, eyes filled with longing. As the Xian Shui turtle devoured each beast spirit pill, system notifications kept popping up. Pet consumed beast spirit pill. Pet experience 500. Experience 500. Experience 500. Despite each beast spirit pill being worth $3,000, Su Luo didn't feel the slightest regret. His eyes were fixed on the rapidly rising experience bar, filled with anticipation. Finally, as the Xian Shui turtle swallowed the last pill, Su Luo broke through to level 10. In an instant, a white light enveloped his entire body. He felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if undergoing a complete transformation, leaving him feeling incredibly refreshed and revitalized. Su Luo, a level 10 beast master, boasts 120 agility points, 60 spirit points, and 180 constitution points. Armed with a taming whip, he is accompanied by an unlimited number of Xian Shui turtles. Su Luo has mastered skills like whip attack, taming, and ice shield, and is also an expert in max-level alchemy. However, his most remarkable trait is his divine gift, the Master of Beasts. Despite his balanced growth across attributes, as a beast master, Su Luo's attack power and health are still no match for warriors and knights. His unique advantage lies in his ability to summon an infinite number of pets, giving him the confidence to overwhelm any opponent with sheer numbers. Having just reached level 10, Su Luo gained a new skill copying opportunity. He quickly noticed a pattern. Every 5 levels, he could copy a skill. As he pondered how to leverage this advantage, his gaze accidentally fell on a ghostly tiger lying weakly on the ground. Wild Ghost Tiger Tameable. Seeing this prompt, Su Luo was ecstatic and immediately used his taming skill. With successful taming, the fear in the ghost tiger's eyes faded, replaced by boundless joy. Not only did it escape its fate of being beaten, but it also got to enjoy delicious pills. Taming not only subdued the spirit beast, but also healed its previous injuries. The ghost tiger retracted its spirit flames and affectionately nuzzled Su Luo's feet. Su Luo tried to kick it away, but the tiger's massive head nearly caused him to fracture his bones, leaving him fuming. The ghost tiger began relentlessly slaying monsters, steadily increasing Su Luo's experience points. Although this pace was enough to maintain a top 5 ranking, Su Luo harbored greater ambitions. He secretly planned to tame dozens of level 10 elite monsters for future needs. In the dense forest, Su Luo and the Xian Shui turtles were busy gathering various herbs, not only for beast spirit pills, but also for rage potions, spirit beast elixirs, and more. As he lay on the back of a Xian Shui turtle, he contemplated how to collect herbs more efficiently. Suddenly, 2 towering skeletons, each 2 meters high, passed by, carrying tools resembling hoes, completely ignoring Su Luo and the turtles. This unusual behavior caught Su Luo's attention, and he immediately ordered the Xian Shui turtle to follow them quietly. Not far away, the skeletons began digging and planting, a scene that greatly surprised Su Luo. He quickly checked the skeletons' attributes and found they were skeleton servants belonging to a necromancer. Recalling information about necromancers from a book, Su Luo was thrilled. If he could tame a necromancer, it would be a significant asset. Excited, Su Luo put aside his search for herbs and decided to find the necromancer first. He commanded the Xian Shui turtle to attack one of the skeletons, and a massive ice pillar instantly shattered it. However, since the skeleton servants were neutral creatures, no experience points were gained from the kill. The remaining skeleton servant, startled by the sudden attack, emitted a series of rattling sounds. The skeletal servant immediately dropped its hoe, with a grating sound emanating from its bones as it frantically fled in the direction it came from. Su Luo, riding on the back of the Xian Shui turtle, followed closely, weaving through the forest and across valleys until they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Upon seeing the scene around the cave, Su Luo was utterly dumbfounded. The entrance was crowded with skeletons identical to the one before. Their sheer number was astonishing, at least over 100. Even more shocking was the fact that these skeletons were actually cultivating something near the cave entrance. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Su Luo muttered, "This is unbelievable. Wild monsters usually only consume spiritual herbs. I've never seen them actually planting them." At that moment, the fleeing skeletal servant had already slipped into the cave. Moments later, an earth-shaking roar echoed from within. Instantly, all the skeletons halted their tasks, their hollow eye sockets collectively fixed on Su Luo and the Xian Shui turtle. Among the creaking sound of bones, over 50 additional skeletons emerged from the cave. These new skeletons were different, with bluish bones, towering nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an eerie chill. They wielded bone swords and tattered shields, casting a daunting presence. Su Luo quickly assessed the attributes of these blue skeletons. Skeleton warriors, level 7. Attack, 80. Defense, 100. Constitution, 400. Description: warriors summoned by a necromancer, brave and fearless in battle. Just then, a tiger's roar resounded through the air. From the dense forest, a blue figure rapidly approached. It was the phantom tiger Su Luo had previously summoned. With the 14th level Xian Shui turtle and the 11th level phantom tiger, they were well equipped to handle these skeleton warriors. Suddenly, an angry voice emanated from inside the cave. Who dares to harm my subjects? Following this, a shadowy figure floated out of the cave. It was a large black cloak, concealing the entire body, with empty sleeves and hood, as if the necromancer was merely a moving garment. Su Luo swiftly checked the necromancer's attributes. Necromancer, level 18. Attack, 800. Defense, 300. Constitution, 1200. Skills: Undead Summoning, Death Curse. Passive, Frenzy. Description: obsessed with summoning various skeletal creatures, constantly researching new things to enhance itself. The higher the level, the more powerful the summoned skeletons. Upon seeing the necromancer, an idea struck Su Luo. If he could recruit this being, the pressure regarding medicinal herbs would greatly diminish. He resolved internally, in that case, let's set a small goal: first capture the necromancer. 5 days to reach level 18. It's challenging but not impossible. After finishing a fierce battle, Su Luo appeared in the city center square. He had just defeated all the skeleton warriors, which elevated his level to 11. However, the victory came at a cost. During the encounter with the necromancer, his pet, the mysterious water turtle, almost perished under a death curse. This forced Su Luo to recall the mysterious water turtle and the ghost tiger and make a hasty retreat from the dungeon. Meanwhile, the leaderboard saw some interesting shifts. Johan remained firmly at the top as a level 13 berserker, followed closely by the level 12 knightly Mu and the level 12 elemental mage Zhou Wanwen. Surprisingly, Zhou Taisheng, an 11th level knight, managed to climb to the 8th position. Although Su Luo had fallen out of the top 10, he wasn't concerned. For him, the most significant achievement of the day was taming the ghost tiger and discovering the location of the necromancer. Back home, Su Luo immediately began researching information about the necromancer. When he discovered that the necromancer was an SS-level support pet, he couldn't contain his excitement. The high school examination dungeon allowed only 1 entry per person, and missing this chance would mean it's gone forever. Fully aware of the urgency, Su Luo devised a bold plan. He would gather the herbs needed for the beast spirit pill with the mysterious water turtle, while the ghost tiger focused on defeating monsters to gain experience and search for suitable elite monsters for Su Luo to tame. In the following days, Su Luo devoted himself entirely to this plan. Each time he entered the dungeon, he raced against time to collect herbs while directing the ghost tiger to hunt monsters and search for elite creatures. Although this strategy temporarily left him lagging behind other candidates in terms of level, Su Luo was confident that it was a worthwhile investment. As the high school trial entered its penultimate day, Su Luo's ranking was far below expectations. This situation drew the attention of Principal Zhao Tiannan and teacher Zhou Zhe. They decided to intercept Su Luo at the dungeon exit to inquire about the situation. When Su Luo exited the dungeon, he was immediately confronted by Zhou Zhe and Zhao Tiannan. Zhou Zhe looked worried, while Zhao Tiannan appeared stern and displeased. The high school trial ends tomorrow. How come you're only at level 12? Zhou Zhe asked anxiously. Zhao Tiannan, with a hint of fire flickering in his palm, threatened, "You better spill the truth, kid, or I'll roast your behind." Su Luo awkwardly covered his backside and quickly assured them, "Principal Zhao, Teacher Zhou, I promise I won't be like this tomorrow." Zhou Zhe sighed and asked, "So, what have you been doing in there these past few days? Principal Zhao has high hopes for you, even considering giving you a spot for the Azure Dragon Academy entrance test." Su Luo confessed, "I've been busy collecting pets, so my leveling has been slow." Zhao Tianyan squinted, half smiling. "Collecting pets? The genius beast master from the neighboring school has already gathered 2 level 10 elite pets. How many have you collected?" "I've collected 6, Su Luo replied without hesitation. Though he had actually gathered 23 elite pets above level 10, he chose to disclose only 6 due to the typical summoning space limitations for beast masters. Zhao Tianyan widened his eyes in surprise. 6 elite pets? Show them to us. To satisfy their curiosity, Su Luo summoned 6 pets, including the now level 15 mysterious water turtle and the level 13 ghost tiger, along with 4 other level 10 elite pets. The size and presence of these pets were impressive, drawing the attention of everyone around. The examinees who had just exited the dungeon were astonished by the sight. and Su Luo's performance far exceeded their expectations, leading to a newfound respect for his abilities. These are 6 elite-level pets. Zhao Tianen exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Shaking his head, he continued, even the top-ranked berserker Zhou Han and Su Luo wouldn't stand a chance against them in an unknown fight. Zhao Tianan's outburst drew the attention of those nearby. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, then turned to Su Luo with a hint of concern in his voice. The pets are impressive, but with only 8 hours tomorrow, I'm not sure if you can reach level 15. With a sigh, Zhao Tianan turned and walked away, his expression revealing his worries about Su Luo's future. At that moment, Jose approached, giving Su Luo an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, he said. You're a Beast Master. As long as you level up well tomorrow, you can get into the top-tier Beast Master Academy. Su Luo gave a slight smile, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. I'll do my best. He didn't take their words to heart. In his mind, he thought, if I plan to take down necromancers, what is reaching a mere level 15? However, he had no intention of revealing his trump cards to anyone. Su Luo understood that in this world, aside from his parents, few truly wished him well. Not far away, Zhou Wenwen, fresh out of a dungeon, noticed the commotion. When she saw Su Luo with 6 elite-level pets, a hint of shock crossed her face. But she quickly composed herself upon realizing he was only level 12, which made her feel at ease. Zhou Wenwen felt smug, knowing she was already a level 14 elemental mage. Tomorrow, she would easily get into a top university. In comparison, Su Luo's situation seemed bleak. Even with the help of his pets, reaching level 15 in the final 8 hours of the dungeon would be challenging. She calculated that it was clear whose future was more promising. She thought Su Luo wasn't good enough for her, and even talking to someone with such a useless profession was a burden. However, the Zhou family needed his alchemy talent, so Zhou Wenwen approached him anyway. She had a plan. As soon as Su Luo signed the lifetime agreement, she would dump him immediately. Zhou Wenwen forced a smile and, pretending to be nonchalant, said, Su Luo, if you're willing to sign a lifetime agreement with our family's pharmaceutical company, I might consider giving you a chance to pursue me. Hearing this, Su Luo smirked coldly. Oh, you think I like you? His eyes carried a hint of disdain. Why couldn't this woman leave him alone? Wasn't it because of her that there were rumors about them at school? Zhou Wenwen was momentarily taken aback by Su Luo's reaction, but quickly regained her composure. Then what do you want? She asked. With a cold expression, Su Luo ignored her and returned all his pets to their pet space. He didn't want to waste another word on this arrogant and self-absorbed woman. Seeing Su Luo unmoved, Zhou Wenwen had a sudden idea and suggested, how about we make a bet? If you reach level 15 tomorrow, I'll be your girlfriend. But if you can't, you'll have to sign a lifetime agreement with my family's pharmaceutical company. This seemingly enticing bet only made Su Luo frown. He had no interest in Zhou Wenwen and just wanted to rid himself of her bizarre fantasies about him. Su Luo replied coldly, let's change the stakes. If I reach level 15, you have to avoid me from now on. With that, he turned and left the square, leaving Zhou Wenwen standing there, stunned. Su Luo's retreating figure was resolute and determined, as if he had already glimpsed tomorrow's victory. On the last day of the college entrance exam, the city center square was once again buzzing with excitement. Unlike the previous days, this time the crowd's attention was almost entirely focused on the top 10 students on the leaderboard. These exceptional talents represented the hope of transcending social classes, as they were the elite geniuses destined for the 4 prestigious universities of the Dragon Kingdom, with boundless futures ahead. In the center of the square, thousands of candidates stood ready. Among them, Su Luo stood quietly. Even though he was the highest-ranked Beast Tamer, he received little attention due to not being in the top 10. This harsh reality once again underscored the principle of strength above all. Not far away, Zhou Wenwen stood among the mage group, her eyes meeting Su Luo's by chance. She mouthed a silent reminder. Don't forget our bet? Su Luo smiled inwardly, having long dismissed the wager from his mind. At this moment, all he wanted was to enter the dungeon quickly and show everyone what true experience farming was all about. The candidates were all exhilarated, knowing the final 8 hours of the trial were crucial. As a blinding white light flashed, everyone was instantly transported into the dungeon. At the dungeon's entrance, the crowd was thick, but soon the candidates dispersed, heading to their designated monster farming areas. Zhou Taisheng lingered a moment, looking at Su Luo with concern, gripping a large iron sword of unknown origin. Brother-in-law, need any help? I've got plenty of people. Getting into Yin Capital University is a breeze for me. I can help you farm a few monsters. Su Luo smiled and shook his head. I'm confident I can reach level 15. Don't worry. With that, he headed deeper into the dungeon. Seeing this, Zhou Taisheng refrained from saying more and led his group of more than 20 people on their own monster farming journey. As he ventured further, the number of people farming monsters dwindled. Once he was sure no one was around, Su Luo summoned all his pets in one go. Surrounded by 23 formidable spirit beasts, including a Xian Shui turtle and a ghost tiger, his lineup was powerful enough to crush a small team. Su Luo quickly commanded his pets to spread out and kill monsters to level up, leaving only the Xian Shui turtle by his side. Soon, notifications of gained experience flooded in. Pet has killed a flame serpent. You gain 150 experience. Pet has killed a one-eyed black bear. You gain 400 experience. Killed a black forest tree demon. Gained 500 experience. Su Luo seized every second, directing his pets to farm while searching for materials. This time, he was specifically looking for ingredients needed to craft the Beast King's pill. This pill was over 50 times more potent than the Beast Spirit pill and typically required a master alchemist to refine, making it rare and expensive. But for Su Luo, who possessed divine-level alchemy skills, as long as he had the materials, even more potent pills were within reach. Meanwhile, back at Jiangqing City Center Square, all eyes were glued to the display showing Su Luo's name. His experience was increasing at an astonishing rate, and his ranking was climbing rapidly. Initially ranked over 300, Su Luo had already broken into the top 50, and his momentum showed no signs of slowing. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. I bet Su Luo is crafting beast spirit pills again. How long do you think he'll keep going? He might break into the top 30 at most. After all, he's just a beast tamer, and the experience from beast spirit pills decreases over time. For a beast tamer to be this fierce, it's quite an achievement. On the podium, however, there was a different atmosphere. The elders, akin to principals, watched Su Luo's rank rise with little change in their expressions. They understood that relying solely on beast spirit pills to reach level 15 was impossible. Zhou Zhe furrowed his brow in thought. What exactly is Su Luo up to? He knew Su Luo had 6 elite-level pets, but the speed of his experience gain was clearly beyond what 6 pets could achieve. Principal Zhao Tianan, tugging at his thinning hair, chuckled as he sipped his tea. I don't know why this kid is so fast, but as long as he's leveling up, who cares what he's doing? If a beast tamer from our school gets into one of the 4 great universities, that'll be something for Jiangqing High to brag about. As time ticked by, the changes in the leaderboard became slower. Yet, Su Luo's ranking continued to climb. He had risen from beyond 300 to the top 10. The entire square was in an uproar, with almost everyone fixated on Su Luo's experience bar. At this rate, he might even reach the number 1 spot. Some pharmaceutical companies that had previously underestimated Su Luo were now filled with regret. Just days ago, seeing his stagnant ranking, they had written him off as a potential talent. But now, Su Luo seemed destined for greatness. At this moment, Su Luo had successfully reached level 15. Glancing at the remaining 3 hours, he decided to attempt reaching level 18. In the dungeon, Su Luo stood not far from the cave of the necromancer, his eyes brimming with excitement. More than 20 pets, as fierce as wolves and tigers, scoured the area for monsters, making Su Luo's efficiency 10 times that of an ordinary person. Before him lay 100 beast spirit pills and 3 beast king pills, neatly arranged and glowing enticingly. At the same time, the necromancer seemed to sense the impending danger and began summoning an army of skeleton warriors, rich in experience points, en masse. These skeletal soldiers were rapidly assembling in astonishing numbers. Around Su Luo, more and more pets were arriving, heightening the tension to its peak. A colossal battle was about to erupt. Suddenly, a hollow and eerie voice echoed, "Human, what are you trying to do?" The necromancer drifted out from the cave, as if invisible eyes beneath his black robe were fixed on Su Luo. It can talk? Su Luo was taken aback, but had no time to dwell on it. He decisively ordered his pets to attack while instructing the mystic water turtle to consume the pills frantically. As his first pet, the mystic water turtle not only had high passive defense, but was also Su Luo's sole means of survival. From both an emotional and strategic standpoint, prioritizing its development was crucial. Stubborn fool. The necromancer was furious as the spirit beasts charged with overwhelming momentum and immediately commanded all skeleton warriors to counterattack. The battle erupted instantly, with the spirit beasts displaying exceptional skills, whereas the skeleton warriors, although individually weak, were overwhelming in number. Notifications like "Skeleton Warrior defeated, experience points 600, flashed continuously. Group battles were the fastest way to gain experience points, and in just 5 minutes, Su Luo's level skyrocketed to 16. However, he was still a bit away from reaching level 18. Acting swiftly, Su Luo placed the 3 precious Beast King pills before the mystic water turtle and commanded all participating pets to fight with full force. The battle intensified, and experience points surged like a tide. Meanwhile, the city center square outside was in an uproar. Most people were screaming wildly, and some even fainted from excitement. The reason was simple. A contestant named Su Luo not only secured the top spot on the all-class leaderboard, but also jumped from level 16 to 17 in just 1 minute. Is he cheating? Someone exclaimed. Could he be a reincarnated powerhouse? Did someone dilute the Mingpa soup? The crowd buzzed with speculation. On the podium, the chief examiner, Feng Li, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, staring at the leaderboard in disbelief, his eyes filled with astonishment. This is insane, he murmured to himself. Beside him, Zhao Tianin was so shocked that he spat out his tea, unable to contain his expletives, utterly stunned by the incredible scene before him. At this moment, the battle in the dungeon had come to an end. The skeleton warriors were completely annihilated, but Su Luo's side also suffered heavy losses, with 6 pets severely injured and on the brink of death. However, the privilege of being a beast master allowed these dying pets to be automatically recalled into the pet space, where they would fully recover in 24 hours. After being nourished by a large number of beast spirit pills and 3 beast king pills, the level of the Xian Shui turtle had broken through to level 20. Its attribute panel now gleamed with new brilliance. Xian Shui turtle, level 20. Attack, 430. Defense, 700. Constitution, 3200. Skills, Ice Dragon Roar, Ice Crush. Passive skills, Damage Reflection 15100, Loyal Guardian. The newly acquired passive skill, Loyal Guardian, was particularly noteworthy. It allowed Su Luo to share the Xian Shui turtle's defense and passive skills within a 30-meter range, meaning Su Luo's defense would rise along with the turtle's improvements. What exactly do you want, human? The voice of the necromancer was filled with anger and helplessness. The destruction of over 500 skeleton warriors had nearly stripped it of all combat power, leaving only a few dozen skeleton servants that were essentially useless. Su Luo glanced at the Xian Shui turtle's attribute panel before turning his attention to the necromancer. He calculated silently. There were 10 minutes left until the dungeon ended, and he was only one away from reaching level 18. Apart from the Xian Shui turtle and the ghost tiger, the other pets had been sent out to hunt monsters. Surrender to me, and I can provide you with various potions, Su Luo offered, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. The undead will never be slaves. The necromancer let out a piercing laugh and attempted to cast a summoning spell again, only to be interrupted by a pounce from the ghost tiger. As a summoning class, the necromancer was at a disadvantage in close combat. It was soon pinned to the ground by the Xian Shui turtle and the ghost tiger, unable to move. Stop! I surrender! The necromancer screamed in agony, but Su Luo ignored it and gestured for his 2 pets to increase their pressure. My teeth! Stop, stop! I am willing to submit to you. The necromancer howled in pain. Just get this turtle off me. It's crushing me. At that moment, a white light flashed, and a system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have reached level 18. Keep up the good work. Only then did Su Luo signal the Xian Shui turtle and the ghost tiger to stop. The system indicated that the necromancer could be tamed, and there were only 10 seconds left until the dungeon ended. Without hesitation, Su Luo used the taming spell on the necromancer. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the necromancer. The moment the taming succeeded, Su Luo quickly recalled all his pets and the necromancer into his pet space. Immediately, a white light enveloped him, instantly transporting him out of the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, candidates were eagerly sharing their experiences. The trial is over. It felt like today's dungeon trial went by so quickly. I wonder how many people are applying to Night University this year. I barely reached level 14. As soon as Zhou Wenwen emerged, she hurried to check the leaderboard. She had reached level 15 and was eligible for entry into Yindu University. However, when she saw the name at the top of the leaderboard, her eyes widened in disbelief. First place, Su Luo, Beast Master, level 18. Second place, Zhou Han, Berserker, level 16. Third place, Li Mu, Knight, level 15. Fourth place, Zhao Haiyun, Assassin, level 15. Seventh place, Zhou Wenwen, Mage, level 15. Eighth place, Zhou Taisheng, Knight, level 15. While Zhou Wenwen was still in shock, Su Luo walked past her and said calmly, Zhou Wenwen, our bet takes effect now. I hope you keep your word. With that, he walked towards the class lineup, leaving Zhou Wenwen standing there, pale and dazed. After the trial, university recruiters began to appear, allowing qualified candidates to apply to their desired universities. Just as Su Luo was about to apply to Yindu University, Zhou Zhe stopped him. Su Luo, don't register yet. Principal Zhao wants to see you. Zhou Zhe pointed to the podium where a group of people was gathered, engaged in a heated debate. Although Su Luo didn't recognize these unfamiliar faces, their impressive strength was evident, as their every gesture seemed to cause ripples in the space around them. Mr. Zhou, is something going on? Su Luo asked, puzzled. Zhou Zhe chuckled and replied, it's because you're so impressive, kid. The 4 major academies are all fighting over you. Zhou Zhe gently patted Su Luo's head, his expression a mix of affection and helplessness. In a low voice, he advised, the quality of the 4 academies is pretty much the same. Since your family isn't well off, just choose the one that offers the highest bid, so the principal won't be in a difficult position. With that, he led Su Luo towards the stage. Nearby, Zhou Taisheng was about to speak, but stopped in his tracks, stunned by what he overheard. Being courted by all 4 major academies indicated an extraordinary talent. On the stage, 3 unfamiliar faces were engaged in a heated debate with Chief Examiner Feng Li. Their voices rose and fell, full of urgency. This kid has to come to Longshui University. We have the top programs for Beast Tamers and Alchemists. That's nothing. Qingshan University offers free medicinal materials and a 50-50 profit share. We can supply any potion he wants to make. Zhou Zhe and Zhao Tianan could only wait quietly on the sidelines, feeling insignificant in this battle for Su Luo's future. It was then that Su Luo realized Chief Examiner Feng Li was actually from Yindu University. Sensing Su Luo's gaze, Feng Li signaled for everyone to quiet down. All right, let him choose for himself. The representatives from each school immediately presented enticing offers. Kid, Longshui University will grant you an S-level pet contract. Qingshan University will provide any medicinal materials for free. Tianmin University will let you directly become a beast taming department instructor. Su Luo was dumbfounded. Each offer was more outrageous than the last. Despite the allure of each choice, his heart was set on Yindu University, as he wanted to search for his sister, Su Bingxue, there. He looked expectantly at Feng Li, waiting for Yindu University's offer. Feng Li's face turned red. Known for his strict fairness at Yindu University, he was uncomfortable with the idea of offering bribes. The representatives from the other 3 schools seized the opportunity to mock him. Clearing his throat, Feng Li reluctantly said, the school's Dragon Institute is recruiting 1 person this year. If you can get into the Azure Dragon Institute, I can offer you an exclusive dungeon for leveling up. His words caused a stir. An exclusive leveling dungeon? That was a significant incentive. Su Luo was intrigued, as it would be perfect for his necromancer's growth. Seeing the crowd about to start arguing again, Su Luo quickly spoke up, esteemed seniors, I still want to go to Yindu University, but I would like to inquire about something in advance. 3 years ago, after entering the Qinglong Institute, Su Bingxue left with a red-sealed encrypted file, and her whereabouts became a mystery. Feng Li hinted that the key to finding Su Bingxue lay in the Qinglong Institute, but gaining entry into this elite institution was no easy feat. To enter the Qinglong Institute, you need to pass the combat power assessment, Feng Li said with a serious glint in his eyes. Only by being strong enough can you surpass the dean in status and power there. Sensing the tension, Zhao Tianan interjected, Master Feng, this young man's level is causing a stir in Jiangsheng. Surely, he has the confidence to pass the Qinglong Institute's test? Feng Li pondered for a moment before explaining. The Qinglong ranking has 150,000 people, with the highest being over level 40 and the lowest above level 15. To pass the Qinglong Institute test, you must rank in the top 300 of the Qinglong list. His words plunged everyone on the platform into silence. The Qinglong Institute, as the most elite and mysterious part of Yindu University, had members capable of handling any situation. Joining such a formidable organization was as difficult as climbing the sky. Su Luo weighed his options and asked, is entering the Qinglong Institute the only way to find out about my sister? It's the only way, the examiner replied, implying a warning to Su Luo to choose wisely. After careful consideration, Su Luo resolutely said, I'll choose the Qinglong Institute. All right, Feng Li nodded. Since you've decided, prepare yourself and be here early tomorrow morning. With that, he stepped down from the podium to oversee Yindu University's enrollment process. Back home, Su Luo lingered in the rooms of the old apartment building, filled with nostalgia. Since the passing of his parents, this place had become his only home. Once a happy family, now only he remained. Sister, I will enter the Qinglong Institute and find you. Su Luo whispered, his eyes slightly reddened. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he summoned the necromancer. The room suddenly filled with a floating cloak, and the temperature dropped sharply. The necromancer, sensing Su Luo's cold gaze, quickly changed his tone. Master, what can I do for you? Su Luo carefully examined the necromancer's attribute panel. Necromancer, level 18. Attack, 800 defense, 300 spirit, 1000 constitution, 1200. Skills, Necromancer's Summon, Death Curse. Passive, Zeal. Necromancer's Summon consumes 50 spirit points to summon a skeleton servant or 200 spirit points to summon a skeleton warrior, with no limit on summoned entities. Death Curse casts a death curse on the enemy, causing 1800 true damage per second, with a 5-second skill duration that can be extended. Can your skeleton servants farm? Su Luo asked. The necromancer quickly replied, not only farming, but they can also forge, mine, perform alchemy, and concoct potions. Then create some alchemist skeletons. I'm too low level for that. I need to reach at least level 50 to summon alchemist skeletons, the necromancer explained. But my skeleton servants can not only farm, they can also gather. Su Luo was impressed by the agility of this SS level pet and pondered how to best utilize its abilities. Although cultivating medicinal herbs was profitable, the time cost was too high. Gathering herbs seemed to be a better option. As neutral entities, the skeleton servants had no attack power and wouldn't be attacked by other creatures in the wild, making them perfect for gathering herbs. With 12 hours until dawn, Su Luo decided to prepare and then go outside the city to strengthen himself. He didn't hesitate to use the duplication skill opportunity he gained at level 18, replicating the necromancer's death summon. Su Luo's attribute panel updated as follows. Name, Su Luo. Profession, Beast Tamer. Level, 18. Strength, 750 agility, 400 spirit, 1400 constitution, 1300. Equipment, taming whip. Pets, blackwater turtle, ghost tiger, necromancer, unlimited quantity. Skills, whip attack, taming, ice shield, death summon. Copy available, 1. Passive skill, max level alchemy. Divine talent, master of beasts. As dusk fell, Su Luo donned a gray tracksuit and a baseball cap, quietly leaving the gates of Jiangxing, embarking on an unknown adventure. This time, Su Luo decided to hold off on leveling up and instead focus on using his skeletal servants to search for medicinal herbs. He contemplated the hierarchy of pet levels in his mind. From the lowest, Flevel, to the divine SS level. Most common pets are C or D level. B level is considered excellent, A level is rare, S level is even rarer, and SS level is exceedingly scarce. Besides the necromancer in Su Luo's possession, there is only one other SS level pet in the entire Long Kingdom. Su Luo's goal was clear: collect herbs, concoct advancement potions, and enhance the quality of his pets. In his pet army, the necromancer stood out at the top, followed by the Blevel Xian Shui turtle and the ghost tiger, with the rest below Blevel. He understood the importance of quality. No matter how high the level, poor quality renders a pet ineffective. He dreamed of raising all his pets to SS level, believing that even at only level 10, they could contend with opponents at level 20 or 30. The forest outside the city became Su Luo's target. Though it attracted many monster hunters, its danger level was comparable to that of a dungeon. The deeper parts of the forest grew increasingly perilous, with monster levels rising steeply, making them rarely visited by humans. Unlike dungeons, there was no teleportation safety here. Death meant a permanent farewell. Areas inhabited by level 18 monsters were particularly desolate. Su Luo promptly summoned all his pets and began assigning tasks. The Xian Shui turtle was responsible for close-range protection. The necromancer focused on summoning skeletal servants to gather herbs, while the remaining pets scoured the area to hunt down elite monsters. Su Luo was secretly frustrated that the monsters in the high school trial dungeon did not drop equipment, leaving him still wielding a crude little whip. Necromantic summon. Su Luo tentatively cast a skill. Instantly, a 2-meter tall skeleton appeared before him, carrying strange farming tools on its shoulder, its eye sockets glowing with a ghostly blue flame, awaiting Su Luo's command. This skill had a cooldown of only 10 seconds and consumed 50 points of mental energy each time. With Su Luo's mental strength, he could summon 28 times consecutively, and with the necromancer's additional 20 summons, Su Luo was surrounded by 48 skeletal servants within just 5 minutes. Master, I need to rest, the exhausted necromancer pleaded, only to find a pile of recovery potions in front of him. Keep going, no rest tonight, Su Luo commanded firmly. As an SS-level pet, the necromancer was expected to be used to its fullest potential. The next morning, Su Luo returned through the city gates with dark circles under his eyes. Despite his exhaustion, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The previous night's haul had thrilled him. The herbs collected by the skeletons were enough to brew 40 advancement potions, and combined with the equipment he acquired, it was a bountiful harvest. At this moment, Su Luo was clad in a knight's crayed black rock set. His entire body was enveloped in the gray-black gear, both stylish and impressive. This set significantly boosted his defense and constitution, stacking with Su Luo's original attributes. His constitution soared to 2,300, and his defense reached 800. Coupled with the passive skills of the Xian Shui turtle, Su Luo's health and defense had reached a formidable level. As he traveled, Su Luo pondered how to further enhance his combat abilities. He realized his greatest advantage lay in numbers. As a necromancer, he could amass a large number of skeleton warriors in the skeleton space, ready to summon at any time, making them an unbeatable force. In comparison, Su Luo decided to focus on nurturing the most aggressive ghost tiger and complement it with about 20 elite-level pets, believing that this would exponentially boost his combat power. Back home, Su Luo intended to pack a few clothes and leave, but he inexplicably found himself entering his sister's old room. The room was spotless, a result of Su Luo's monthly cleaning routine. His gaze was drawn to a small photo on the nightstand, a picture of him and Su Bingxue. This time, he decided to take the photo with him. As he removed the frame, a brown paper envelope fell from behind it. Su Luo's heart skipped a beat, instinctively knowing it was left by his sister. Eagerly, he tore open the envelope and unfolded the letter inside. The contents of the letter shocked Su Luo. His sister warned him that the world was not as it seemed on the surface, advising him not to trust anyone easily and not to attempt to find her. These words instantly overturned Su Luo's understanding, but he knew his sister would never deceive him. However, why had she foreseen all of this 3 years ago and left this letter? Su Luo was filled with questions, but had no way to find answers. After burning the letter, Su Luo left home with his belongings and a heavy heart. At the sports field of Jiangqing First High School, recruitment mentors from various colleges were busy setting up teleportation arrays. In this monster-surrounded world, teleportation arrays were the safest means of long-distance travel. By the time Su Luo arrived, Yindu University's recruitment team was almost assembled. In the group, only Zhou Taixing and Zhou Wanwan were familiar faces. Zhou Wanwan seemed to still hold a grudge over a previous bet, deliberately avoiding Su Luo's gaze. In contrast, Zhou Taixing greeted Su Luo warmly and even teased him about qualifying for the Qinglong Academy test. Half an hour later, the teleportation array was finally completed. With a command from Fengli, all the freshmen filed in. Su Luo followed the crowd into the array, feeling a surge of inexplicable excitement. Yindu University, here I come, he silently cheered to himself. The massive array emitted a dazzling white light, enveloping everyone within it. Then, a pillar of light shot skyward and vanished in an instant, taking the crowd with it. Meanwhile, in the central square of Yindu University, a large crowd had already gathered, eagerly anticipating the appearance of this year's talented freshman. Pillars of light intermittently lit up the sky above the square, signaling the return of recruitment mentors with the new students. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The freshmen from Black Iron City are here, and there are only 7 of them." Immediately, someone else scoffed. What talent can possibly come from such a backwater place? These few probably just barely made the cut. Qingshan City has once again demonstrated its ability to nurture talent. Following last year's achievement, another formidable level 17 individual has emerged this year. This news stirred quite a commotion in Yindu, igniting a sense of arrogance among some locals. Can such small places really produce talent? A local Yindu candidate sneered. We, who have been nurtured in comfort, are the true elites. As candidates from various regions began to arrive, the superiority complex among the people of Yindu grew more pronounced. Especially when they saw teams from small cities with only 1 or 2 members, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Forget it, there's nothing worth seeing. Another Yindu candidate waved dismissively. In the end, it's still we Yindu locals who are the strongest. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait, there's a mid-sized city that hasn't arrived yet. I heard it's quite remote. Are you talking about Jiangqing?" Someone nearby chimed in. "They're here, led by Master Fengli." As soon as the words were spoken, a beam of white light shot straight down onto the teleportation array on the ground. In the next moment, Fengli appeared with 18 new students from Jiangqing. Although the number of freshmen from Jiangqing wasn't the largest, it wasn't the smallest either. However, all eyes were drawn to one particular figure in the group. His title was simply too dazzling. An 18th level Beastmaster. Someone exclaimed, "How is that possible? The entire trial period is only 7 days." While Jiangqing's arrival caused a stir at the examination site, a very different conversation was unfolding in Yindu's most luxurious imperial bar. A young woman in an elegant black dress was enjoying herself with her friends when an elderly man in vintage attire appeared before her. "Miss," the old man said respectfully, "a level 18 Beastmaster talent has emerged from Jiangqing. The family suspects his abilities might be useful to us." The young woman waved dismissively, still engrossed in her champagne contest with her friends. "If he's useful, recruit him. If persuasion doesn't work, use force. Is there anything in Yindu that our family can't handle?" The old man's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of chill emanated from him. "I'm merely following the master's orders to inform you." All right, I got it," the young woman said impatiently, then turned to her bodyguard with a serious expression. "Enroll me in Yindu University immediately, and get me all his information." Yindu is the capital of the entire Dragon Kingdom. This city is dozens of times larger than Jiangqing, and its level of prosperity is beyond imagination. It exudes an aura of mystery, teeming with experts and hidden talents. Yindu is also hailed as the impregnable fortress of the Dragon Kingdom. When Su Luo first arrived here, he couldn't help but feel curious. However, the surrounding people's harsh and arrogant remarks quickly dampened his spirits. "Su Luo, this Yindu is really damn big," Zhou Taixing remarked. "I guess there are over 1,000 freshmen this year?" "Something like that," Su Luo replied nonchalantly. "But we should focus on our cultivation. Without strength, We'll be looked down upon no matter where we are. Hearing the harsh words, Zhou Taixing felt equally displeased. When I become a legendary knight, I'll make these people kneel and call me father. A moment later, Zhou Taixing's expression became serious. You've experienced little. Even if you get into the Qinglong Academy, don't trust others easily. Why do you say that? Are there many bad people? Su Luo asked, surprised at this usually honest and straightforward guy. Just trust me on this. There are things you'll understand later. With that, Zhou Taixing returned to his usual playful self and went off to reprimand his new underlings. Su Luo pondered, thinking that Zhou Taixing might not be as simple as he seemed. His words echoed the warning in the letter from Su Luo's sister. At that moment, the assignment of professions and majors began. In the end, only Su Luo was left standing alone. Why hasn't that Beast Master gone to the Beast Master Major? What's he doing standing there? I heard the Qinglong Academy is opening a spot this year, and many talents will be vying for it. A Beast Master from a small place dreaming of entering Qinglong Academy? What wishful thinking. I heard Yi Tianlin from the Yi family is already a level 19 swordsman. The spot at Qinglong Academy is probably his. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Su Luo grasped the situation. Originally, there were over 1,000 freshmen, but now only about 60 were left, all extraordinary with great strength. These people, like him, were likely here to participate in the Qinglong Academy's test. Soon, a scruffy old man walked into the center of the square. With a wine gourd at his waist, he looked no different from a street beggar. However, the moment he appeared, the place fell silent, and no one dared utter a disrespectful word. This man was none other than Wu Yong, the guardian of Yindu University and the dean of Qinglong Academy. An 83rd level fire mage, known as the drunken grandmaster Wu Yong. Even in a first-tier city like Yindu, he could easily eliminate any threat. All the freshmen participating in the trial followed Wu Yong toward Yindu University. From a distance, the landmark building of the campus, the Qinglong Tower, could be seen. Upon reaching the base of the Qinglong Tower, Wu Yong stopped. You have 1 hour to adjust yourselves, after which I will personally send you in there, he announced, waving his hand drunkenly. Instantly, a thick gray fog enveloped all 60-plus people. This was clearly to protect everyone's privacy. Su Luo immediately got to work, taking out all his herbs from his backpack and summoning his ghost tiger. He began crafting beast spirit pills, having the ghost tiger consume each batch as soon as they were ready. At the same time, he fed the ghost tiger advancement potions. System notifications kept popping up. Pet has consumed beast spirit pill. Experience 500. You have gained experience 500. Advancement potions weren't guaranteed. They had a certain chance of advancing a pet. Su Luo was crafting the most basic kind, with only a 2 success rate. Advancing from grade to a grade was relatively easy, but from a grade to grade was much harder. In later stages, even the top grade advancement potions had pitifully low success rates. Ghost Tiger used advancement potion. Advancement failed. Ghost Tiger advanced successfully. After consuming more than 20 advancement potions, the Ghost Tiger finally advanced successfully. Su Luo immediately checked its status. Ghost Tiger, level 17. Attack, 1,150. Defense, 400. Constitution, 2,400. Skills, Claw Tier, Phantom Attack. Passive, Bloodthirsty increases attack power based on damage taken, regains 20 of damage dealt per attack. The attack capability had significantly improved, with Constitution and Defense being average. The Bloodthirsty skill had transformed from merely enhancing recovery to attacks that also healed. To avoid exposing his secret, Su Luo summoned his other 5 pets and distributed the remaining advancement potions among them. Ultimately, only the Flame Rock advanced successfully, though it was only level 13, better than nothing. After recalling all his pets, Su Luo assessed his combat power. With over 20 elite-level pets and more than 100 skeletal warriors amassed by the Necromancer, this combat power should rival a team of 10. They say Beastmasters are weak, but I think it's quite an advantage, Su Luo mused with a smile. At this moment, the fog began to dissipate, signaling the end of the hour. Everyone stood in place, waiting. Wu Yong casually announced a few rules, then sealed everyone's backpack space, finally distributing necklaces with white stones to each person. Damn it, why do all tests have to seal our backpacks? Su Luo thought, relieved that he had used the advancement potions on his pets in advance. Wu Yong continued. The Qinglong Tower is the symbol of our Qinglong Academy. Rankings don't recognize levels, only combat power. Once inside, each of you will face the same monsters in separate spaces. If you feel like you're about to die, crush the teleportation stone, and I can ensure your safety. Also, well, you'll find out once you're in there. Before he finished speaking, fiery red circles appeared under everyone's feet. With a flash of fire, the people within the circles vanished instantly. Under a gray, hazy sky, an endless grassland stretched to the horizon. The dry weeds and cracked earth exuded a sense of desolation. Su Luo stood still, cautiously surveying his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. He thought to himself, is this the interior of the Azure Dragon Tower? 10 seconds later, the ground began to tremble slightly. Su Luo's gaze fixed ahead as a horned creature began to emerge from the earth. His pupils contracted in shock. Could the creature really be coming out from underground? At the same time, an inexplicable heat surged through his body, making his blood feel as if it was boiling. The scene stirred a desire within him to engage in a fierce battle. The sound of cracking was incessant, and in the blink of an eye, 10 massive creatures covered in scales emerged from the ground, resembling a herd of alien yellow bulls. The system promptly displayed their information. Silverhorn Demon Bull level 15. Attack, 650 defense, 260 spirit, 150 agility, 150 constitution, 3200. Skills. 1. Silverhorn Charge. Increases attack power by 300, guaranteed critical hit. 2. Rush. Charges at the enemy, increasing attack power by 50 for each companion. Su Luo quickly looked away and unhesitatingly summoned all his pets. Take down these big bulls, he commanded confidently, believing he could easily handle the 10 silver-horned demon bulls. As the battle unfolded, the system continuously notified him. Silverhorn Demon Bull defeated, combat power 50. The relentless notifications fueled Su Luo's excitement. To be safe, he intentionally spared one severely injured Silverhorn Demon Bull and successfully tamed it, bringing his pet count to 24. Yet, he was not satisfied. Nearby, the necromancer incessantly summoned skeleton warriors, with Su Luo joining in. Although the skeleton warriors were not high-level, they were numerous. Soon, they summoned over 50 skeleton warriors, and combined with the necromancer's previous reserves, the total surpassed 300. This time, Su Luo decided to unleash his full firepower, determined to ensure his smooth entry into the Azure Dragon Academy. Having just slain 9 Silverhorn Demon Bulls, he had already gained 450 combat power points. Just as Su Luo was basking in the joy of victory, the ground shook once more. A new wave of creatures appeared, not only greater in number but also more formidable. The level 16 Toxic Stumps. Toxic Stump level 16. Attack, 800 defense, 320 spirit, 600 agility, 120 constitution, 3800. Skills. 1. Poison Arrow. Attacks 3 times consecutively, each dealing 800 damage. 2. Root Lash. Roots emerge from the ground to strike and bind the enemy for 3 seconds. This time, 30 toxic stumps appeared, sluggishly swaying as they approached Su Luo. Seeing the skill descriptions of the toxic stumps, Su Luo immediately considered taming one. The combination of Root Lash and Poison Arrow was a perfect synergy. Sacrificing a stump's combat value for a significant boost in power was a trade too good to pass up. Su Luo was secretly delighted, thinking that if every battle were like this, he could only grow stronger with each fight. Meanwhile, outside the Azure Dragon Tower, a large crowd of students had gathered. The rankings on the tower updated in real time, akin to a high-stakes trial. The importance of the Azure Dragon Tower was undeniable, representing another chance to change one's life aside from college entrance exams. Each student had only one opportunity to enter upon enrollment. The combat power within the tower somewhat reflected a person's potential. Among the tens of thousands of students at Yindu University, the Azure Dragon Academy only accepted the top 300 in combat power. With many prodigies from Yindu participating in the Azure Dragon Academy entrance test this year, it naturally drew widespread attention within the school. After everyone entered the Azure Dragon Tower, Grandmaster Wu Yong left, scoffing at the notion of safety protection. He thought disdainfully, what nonsense about protection? Crushing the teleportation stone would instantly transport someone out, so why the need for protection? As for those fools who couldn't even crush the stone, they weren't worth saving. On the outskirts of the crowd, Zhou Wenwen stood quietly in a corner, her eyes fixed on Su Luo's rank on the leaderboard. The young man beside her, Feng Haiyang, followed her gaze and asked gently, Wenwen, didn't you say you were single? What's going on here? We're just classmates, Zhou Wenwen replied, feeling inexplicably annoyed. Watching Su Luo shine ever brighter, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Sensing her change in mood, Feng Haiyang subtly boasted about his own status. I suppose he's aiming for the Azure Dragon Academy? But it's not easy to get in. You see, the 109th spot on the power ranking was my position when I first entered last year. You could also challenge the Azure Dragon Tower within 3 days. Zhou Wenwen's gaze gradually shifted from the leaderboard to Feng Haiyang. Feng Dage is truly a prodigy, worthy of being from Qinglong Academy. In just 2 years at Yindu University, he's already reached level 37. A look of admiration gradually spread across Zhou Wenwen's face, her eyes reflecting satisfaction with this handsome man. Feng Haiyang gave a humble smile and casually remarked, it's not a big deal. Everyone in Qinglong Academy is a bit of a freak. I'm not that impressive, As he spoke, he nonchalantly put an arm around Zhou Wenwen's shoulder. Junior, how about I take you to the cafeteria for a meal first, then find a way to help you level up? Feng Haiyang suggested, his voice carrying a hint of allure. Zhou Wenwen was moved. For any aspiring professional, having a strong mentor to help level up was an opportunity not to be missed. After a brief moment of thought, she nodded in agreement, allowing this senior she had just met 3 hours ago to lead her away. Meanwhile, an inexplicable joy welled up inside her as she compared silently. How does Su Luo compare? After all, he's from a small place and can't match Feng's strength or background. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Qinglong Tower, a muscular man was drawing everyone's attention. This was Zhou Taisheng, sporting a thick gold chain around his neck and tight-fitting clothes that highlighted his robust physique. Zhou Taisheng shouted loudly, "Listen up, everyone! Su Luo, who is ranked number 403, is my good brother. From now on, when you see him, treat him like you would treat me. Got it? Got it?" Echoed the group of about 10 followers standing beside Zhou Taisheng. These were individuals he had initially subdued through force, but upon learning that Zhou Taisheng had a brother ranked around 400 on the power list, they were instantly convinced. Zhou Taisheng's booming voice quickly grabbed the attention of those around. The crowd burst into exclamations. Whoa, where did this freak come from? Ranked at 402? Hey, you got it wrong. He's now at 398. I've been focused on watching Yi Tianlin. Didn't expect this guy to sneak up into the 300s. After a brief uproar, silence fell over the crowd. Yi Tianlin, the top student in Yendu, was only in the 600s, yet this Su guy was in the 300s. What's his story? As time passed, the number of challengers inside Qinglong Tower dwindled, with those unable to continue gradually exiting. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the tower grew larger and louder. At this moment, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman appeared at the base of Qinglong Tower. She wore a black sports outfit and exuded an outstanding aura. 2 male bodyguards followed closely behind her, one of them holding a large loudspeaker. The woman stopped, and the bodyguard immediately handed her the loudspeaker. She took a deep breath and shouted exaggeratedly, "Go, hubby, go." The volume was so loud that it made the loudspeaker buzz, drawing the attention of those nearby. The 2 bodyguards were immediately embarrassed, quickly turning away to pretend they didn't know her. "Who's your hubby? Shouting like that?" A passerby began to complain but stopped abruptly upon recognizing her. Trembling, he asked, "Are you Miss Yi?" The prodigy of the Yi family, Yi Tianlin, was unmatched among the younger generation in Yendu. However, he had an even more formidable sister, Yi Lingyue, a knight of great prowess. 3 days ago, the siblings clashed, and Yi Lingyue left her genius brother with no chance to fight back. This fierce and formidable woman now stood in the square beneath the Azure Dragon Tower, loudly cheering, "Go, hubby." Her shout drew curious glances from the crowd. Yi Lingyue scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze that swept across everyone. "What are you looking at? Can't I cheer for my boyfriend here?" Her commanding presence intimidated the crowd, causing everyone to avert their eyes and look down. "Go, Su Luo. You're the best." Yi Lingyue's powerful voice echoed across the square once more. Zhou Taisheng, Su Luo's close friend, was stunned upon learning about this woman's background. He thought to himself, is this woman out of her mind? Su Luo is competing with your own brother for a major opportunity, and you're siding with him? Won't your brother be upset? Won't your parents be angry? As a level 15 knight, Zhou Taisheng wasn't afraid of a beating. But when he found out Yi Lingyue was a level 38 knight, he quickly decided it was best not to meddle in her family's affairs. Meanwhile, inside the Azure Dragon Tower, Su Luo faced the 15th wave of attacks. Giant skeletal warriors closed in from all directions, each 3 meters tall, clad in armor and wielding sharp swords. These level 20 undead soldiers possessed incredible attack power, defense, and speed, numbering over 300. Su Luo was torn, worried that quitting would allow others to surpass him, but continuing seemed unsustainable. His more than 20 pets were exhausted, and the skeleton warriors and servants summoned by his necromancer were proving ineffective. The necromancer himself had to join the fight. Fortunately, the necromancer's death curse was potent, reducing the undead soldier's health by half. With his other pets attacking fiercely, the first undead soldier finally fell. "Congratulations, you've killed an undead soldier. Combat power 600, the system prompt announced. Su Luo felt dissatisfied. Is that all? He calculated that he had accumulated only 9,800 combat power points since entering the tower, but he suspected most others had been eliminated by now. Just then, the necromancer wailed, "Master, I can't cast any more spells. I'm completely drained." It retreated to Su Luo's side. Other pets were also retreating, and those below level 15 were easily defeated and sent back to the pet space. Only the level 20 Xian Shui turtle continued to hold on, serving as the last line of defense. In a desperate move, Su Luo commanded all his pets to focus their attacks on the weakened undead soldiers. The system notifications kept coming. Congratulations, you've killed an undead soldier. Combat power 600. Finally, Su Luo crushed a teleportation stone. With a loud bang, he vanished just in time to avoid a giant bone sword from an undead soldier, which embedded deeply into the ground where he had just stood. Su Luo reappeared in the square beneath the Azure Dragon Tower, causing a stir among the crowd. Voices buzzed with excitement. Look, he's out. That's Su Luo. He's really handsome. Look shy. I bet he'd blush for a whole day if you kissed him. Haha, now I'm interested. But it seems he's already taken. These frivolous comments made Su Luo uncomfortable. He thought, I'm here for a combat test, not a beauty contest. Turning to check the combat power leaderboard, Su Luo found himself in 8th place. Yet, instead of feeling joy, he was unsettled. On the outskirts of the crowd, someone had unfurled a long banner that read, Su Luo hubby, I love you. Seeing this, Su Luo's expression froze. Zhou Taixing squeezed through the crowd to Su Luo's side, whispering, Su Luo, you're in trouble. There's a crazy woman. Though she's pretty, she seems a bit off. Su Luo replied expressionlessly, I saw it. Just get to the point. Zhou Taixing gave Su Luo a peculiar look and teased. This woman just started calling you hubby out of nowhere. Could she be an old flame? No wonder you weren't interested in my sister. Su Luo was at a loss for words. At that moment, Wu Yong descended slowly from the sky. Glancing at Su Luo's combat power, he showed no emotion and simply said, report to the Azure Dragon Academy tomorrow. With that, he turned and left. Su Luo quickly asked, Senior, where do I stay tonight? But the Grand Mage Wu Yong had already flown off. Damn, these Azure Dragon Academy folks sure have style. Su Luo muttered to himself. Just then, a sweet yet seductive voice whispered in his ear, hubby, spend the night with me. My bed is big and soft. Yi Lingyue walked towards Su Luo, and the previously crowded gathering instantly parted, creating a path for her. Trailing behind her were 2 tall and burly bodyguards and a young man with a sullen expression. Without preamble, Yi Lingyue invited Su Luo to her home for a date, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned by the sudden proposal. Su Luo, who usually prided himself on remaining composed, found himself at a loss for words in the face of this assertive woman. Before he could respond, Yi Lingyue began introducing herself. I'm Yi Lingyue. I've liked you for a long time and hope you'll give me a chance. Su Luo frowned, clearly puzzled. I think this is the first time we've met, right? Unexpectedly, Yi Lingyue's demeanor shifted dramatically. With tears in her eyes and a pitiful expression, she said, do you not want to come home with me because you think I'm unattractive? This 180-degree change left Su Luo even more bewildered. I have something to do. I need to go. Su Luo hurriedly pulled Zhou Taixing along, squeezing through the crowd to escape the unexpected situation. As the victim left, the onlookers also began to disperse. Only then did Yi Tianlin approach Yi Lingyue angrily, wanting to ask if she felt embarrassed, but fearing a reprimand. He managed only a weak, sister. What do you mean by this? Yi Lingyue shrugged it off. This is the family's idea. Did you really think your big sister has never seen a man before? This guy is a bit unusual. He hasn't won me over yet. Yeah? Yi Tianlin's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Lingyue smiled, her eyes gleaming with interest. There's something about him that others don't have, and he has the nerve to ignore me. Her expression suggested she was intrigued by Su Luo's defiant nature. Suddenly overwhelmed, Yi Tianlin burst into tears. He had hoped to enter the Qinglong Academy, but now someone had unexpectedly taken his spot. To make matters worse, his own sister seemed fascinated by the very person who had usurped his opportunity. Sister, he took my spot at Qinglong Academy. Yi Tianlin choked out. Am I going to have to call him brother-in-law in the future? After leaving Yindu University, Su Luo casually chose a modest and outside the campus to stay. He could have wandered into the nearby residential alleys to find those vulnerable women waiting for a kind-hearted person to help them, but Su Luo had never been one to meddle in others' affairs. Lying on the bed, he took a deep breath and reflected on the strange events of the day. First, the life-and-death struggle in the game instance, followed by an encounter with a mysterious woman. Su Luo recalled Zhou Tiexing's description of the power and status of the Yi family in Yindu during their walk out of the university. While he considered himself reasonably good-looking, he doubted it was enough to prompt the Yi family to pursue him so blatantly. With this puzzlement in mind, Su Luo drifted into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Su Luo headed back to Yindu University. He circled the campus 3 times before finding the inconspicuous entrance to the Qinglong Institute, a wooden door at the end of a narrow corridor. Upon entering, he found an elderly man with white hair dozing off next to a gray screen that appeared to be a teleportation device. What do you want? The old man asked groggily. Student Su Luo, reporting to Qinglong Institute, Su Luo replied. The old man squinted at him and lazily pointed to the screen beside him. Go in yourself. Passing through the screen, Su Luo found himself in a vast valley filled with various buildings. It was clear he was no longer within Yindu City. A sweet-looking girl immediately approached him and guided him to collect the items for Qinglong Institute disciples. The girl was extremely patient, spending the entire morning helping Su Luo familiarize himself with the surroundings. She explained that everyone had an individual wooden house and a sizable courtyard, along with a cafeteria open around the clock. Dormitory and living supplies could be cleaned by staff, but everything required the exchange of battle points. Apart from a monthly blood trial, the rest of the time was free to use as one wished. As for lessons, the people at Qinglong Institute were considered eccentric, so regular classes were unnecessary. In the afternoon, Su Luo sat in his courtyard, fiddling with a black bead given to him by Feng Li. It was said to be a personalized mini-instance, allowing the owner to enter it anytime, anywhere. Su Luo crafted it into a pendant and curiously uttered, "Enter." A flash of blue light later, Su Luo found himself in a different world. Under the blue sky and white clouds, amidst green mountains and flowing rivers, herds of cattle and small animals roamed freely. System prompts displayed the levels of the surrounding creatures. Level 1 Wild Rabbit, Level 3 Grazing Buffalo, Level 5 Wild Leopard. Is this my personal instance? Su Luo wondered, surveying the area. He summoned his ghostly tiger and rode it around for a patrol. While it was indeed a place to grind, the creature's levels were disappointingly low, with the strongest being the Level 5 Wild Leopard. What's the use of this instance? Su Luo exclaimed in frustration, summoning all his pets for a massive cleanup. Killed Wild Rabbit, EXP 3. Killed Buffalo, EXP 5. Killed Wild Leopard, EXP 50. Master, is this your personal space? After eliminating all the wild rabbits, the necromancer floated over to Su Luo, a hint of awe in its voice. Personal space? It's just an instance, Su Luo dismissed, then asked, if I leave here, can you stay in this space? Absolutely. The necromancer's tone was almost trembling with excitement, its hollow black robe revealing a pair of scarlet eyes looking at Su Luo with reproach. Master, don't you know about personal spaces? With the necromancer's detailed explanation, Su Luo realized that what Feng Li had given him was not just a simple personal instance, but a monumental opportunity. This space could not only spawn monsters for experience, but also serve as a portable mini-world. Here, he could build houses, farm, and even store items that couldn't fit in his backpack. Can you grow medicinal herbs here? Su Luo immediately inquired. Master, as long as you let me stay here, I promise to cultivate this space to its fullest, the necromancer replied excitedly. Its summoned skeleton servants could be used for farming, requiring no food or wages. Compared to farming in the outside world, this was cost-effective and secure, free from theft or robbery concerns. Do you have seeds? Su Luo asked, eyeing the necromancer with curiosity. He recalled their first meeting, where the necromancer was already leading skeleton servants in farming, indicating it was no ordinary being. Master, I have another talent, the necromancer said proudly. The skeleton servants I summon can carry all sorts of things for me, including herbal seeds. No doubt about it, this is truly an SS-level support pet, Su Luo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He looked around, feeling a surge of emotion as he stood in this magical space. While a necromancer might not match the combat prowess of a ghostly tiger, this space was undoubtedly unparalleled in logistics. Su Luo's thoughts raced as he began to dream about the future. As long as he could establish himself here, gathering materials for alchemy would no longer be a problem. Just as he was lost in these pleasant thoughts, a voice interrupted him. Master, you haven't named this space yet. What's the point of naming it? Su Luo asked curiously. Only after naming it will this space truly belong to you, the voice explained. Plus, if you acquire a space stone in the future, you can expand it, perhaps even turning it into a small galaxy. Su Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. That's incredible. Books don't teach this, and even online resources don't mention private dungeons. Suddenly, the letter left by his sister and words from Zhou Taixing flashed in his mind, and everything seemed to connect. Su Luo smiled in understanding. This world is indeed intriguing. Taking a deep breath, Su Luo solemnly declared, from now on, this place will be called the Realm of Divine Medicine. As soon as he spoke, an inexplicable link with the space formed in his mind. While he couldn't directly control every plant and tree in the Realm of Divine Medicine, he could distinctly sense their presence. When Su Luo left the Realm of Divine Medicine, it was nearing dusk. He sat in a chair, clutching the Realm of Divine Medicine pendant in his hand, lost in thought. It was then that he noticed a girl sitting across from him, staring at him with an odd expression. Congratulations on having your own private dungeon, Yi Lingyue said with a playful smile, glancing at the pendant in Su Luo's hand. Su Luo looked at her impassively. What do you want? Yilingwei got straight to the point. Your last name is Su. Do you know Su Bingxue? At the mention of this name, Su Luo's demeanor instantly turned sharp, and his eyes narrowed. Why? I just wanted to see if you knew her. And it seems you do. Yilingwei continued with her playful smile, twirling her long hair around her finger. Spit it out, Su Luo said, his tone tinged with impatience. Yilingwei stood up. If you're free now, I'll take you somewhere. You'll understand once we get there. With that, she turned and headed out. Su Luo watched her retreating figure, pondered for a moment, and decided to follow her. As night fell, the world was enveloped in silence. The occasional roars of beasts and the screams of humans echoed through the mountains, breaking the stillness. In the forest, flickering lights marked the positions of those tirelessly hunting monsters in teams. Su Luo followed Yilingwei out of the school, through the city of Yindu, and finally to a high mountain ridge. He looked at Yilingwei expressionlessly, waiting for her to explain the purpose of their journey. Yilingwei glanced at Su Luo and, seeing he had no objections, began to speak. Su Bingxue is your sister, right? She's a rare genius assassin and was already at level 20 when she came to Yindu. All the factions here wanted to recruit her, including my family, the Yi family. But someone didn't want us to have her, so they used her brother as leverage. She looked at Su Luo again and continued. Since then, she's disappeared from Yindu. We don't know where she went, only that she has a brother named Su Luo in Jiangxing. Honestly, I'm just an ordinary person working for my family. Chasing after you during the day was just part of my mission. Don't take it seriously. With that, Yilingwei turned and walked back towards the city. Su Luo continued to gaze quietly into the distance until she had gone, then began to survey his surroundings before heading deeper into the forest. As he pondered how his sister had managed to level up from 17 to 20 overnight, Su Luo realized he too needed to become stronger. He decided to become as formidable as Wu Yong, the Grand Mage, intimidating others with his high level. Upon arriving in Yindu, Su Luo spread his arms wide, eager to make his mark. Instantly, a host of spirit pets appeared behind him, including a phantom tiger, a Xian Shui turtle, and a blazing rock. At his command, the spirit pets dispersed in all directions, while he and the Xian Shui turtle ventured deeper into the mountains. Just as Su Luo was contemplating the opportunities in the wilderness, a whistling sound interrupted his thoughts. 2 dark arrows flew swiftly towards him, striking with a thud. 2 more arrows followed, but the Xian Shui turtle shielded him with its shell, though it still lost over 100 health points. Realizing he was ambushed, Su Luo quickly summoned a necromancer to counterattack. The Xian Shui turtle roared, unleashing an ice dragon's roar towards the source of the arrows. A woman's surprised voice echoed from the high ground. My enhanced arrow only dealt 120 damage. He's just an 18-level beastmaster. How can his defense be so high? The man beside her stood abruptly, raising a golden shield in defense, only to be knocked away by the ice dragon. Su Luo then saw that the ambushers were an 18-level knight and an archer. The necromancer swiftly cast a death curse on the man, who fell lifeless within seconds, dropping all his equipment. The female archer, witnessing this, immediately pleaded, "Please spare me. I'll do anything if you don't kill me." Su Luo looked at her impassively and made a throat-slitting gesture. The necromancer cast the death curse again, and the woman fell dead, leaving a pile of equipment behind. Su Luo examined the newly acquired gear. A green elite-grade forest bow, an elite-grade boulder armor, and elite-grade boulder leggings. Satisfied, he donned the armor and leggings, feeling the significant boost in defense and vitality. After equipping himself, Su Luo checked his attribute panel and was pleased with the new stats. He stored the bow in his backpack and rode the Xian Shui turtle deeper into the forest. Just then, the blazing rock brought crucial news. Ahead lay a golem monster tribe, including several level 20 beasts. Su Luo speculated they might drop other pieces of the boulder set. Although he couldn't activate the equipment skills, the solid defense boost was invaluable. He secretly planned that once he completed the set, combined with the Xian Shui turtle's defense, he would be unbeatable below level 20. Stacking defenses, raising pets, replicating skills. Su Luo had mapped out this straightforward yet powerful strategy while on his journey. By the time he reached the Stone Men tribe, all 31 of his pets were ready and waiting for his command. Standing atop a hill, Su Luo gazed at the Stone Men tribe in the basin below. About 100 stone figures wandered aimlessly within their limited range, resembling a scene straight out of a dungeon. Su Luo mused that perhaps real life was just one massive dungeon. The stone golems were formidable opponents, at level 15, with 500 attack, 420 defense, and 4,500 health. They possessed 2 powerful skills, Heavy Punch and Earthquake. Heavy Punch delivered 3 consecutive strikes for 300 damage, while Earthquake inflicted 800 damage and immobilized enemies. Despite facing such daunting foes, Su Luo remained unperturbed. With a command, his 31 pets charged into the fray. Through long-term coordination, the pets had developed a synergy, even capable of executing combo attacks. The battle erupted instantly. The poison stump ensnared a stone golem with its roots, followed by the mystic water turtle unleashing its ice dragon roar, while the ghost tiger tore into the enemy. The system prompt soon chimed. Congratulations, you have slain a stone golem. Experience points 850. Su Luo observed from the rear, summoning a skeleton to join the fight. However, the skeleton was swiftly shattered by a single earthquake. The pets glanced back at Su Luo helplessly before continuing their fierce assault. The battle raged on, with experience points steadily accumulating. The poison stump, critically injured, retreated automatically into the pet space. To prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, Su Luo summoned an undead sorcerer from the realm of divine medicine, directing him to focus on elite-level enemies. The undead sorcerer, confident and ghost-like, drifted into battle. Under his assault, the elite stone golem's health plummeted rapidly. Notifications of congratulations, you have slain a stone golem leader. Experience points 1200 inch appeared repeatedly. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. Footsteps resounded from afar, indicating that someone had been drawn by the noise of the fight. Swiftly, Su Luo cleared the battlefield, collecting 4 pieces of equipment: stone bracers, stone boots, a stone helmet, and a golden greatsword. The stone greatsword was an elite knight weapon with 180 attack power, a usage level of 15, and a powerful set skill. Su Luo donned his newly acquired gear, recalled all his pets, and rode the ghost tiger swiftly away from the scene. Racing through the landscape, Su Luo enjoyed the evening breeze and checked his attribute panel. To his delight, he discovered a skill reset option. He promptly reset Ice Shield, Death Summon, and Whip Attack, keeping only the Taming skill. He then chose Death Curse, Root Strike, and Flame Baptism for control, single target, and area attacks, respectively. To test his new combat prowess, Su Luo roamed the forest until dawn before heading toward the city of Yendu. At the break of day, the gates of Yendu were bustling with people heading out to level up. Stalls were everywhere, with vendors shouting their wares. Suddenly, a bruised and battered man stopped Su Luo, claiming that Brother Zhou and his group were trapped in the mountains and needed his help. Following the man to the wasteland beside the city gate, Su Luo saw the ground littered with groaning, injured people. Zhou Taixing approached Su Luo immediately, pleading for assistance and promising to split future profits from herbs and potions equally. At that moment, a young man wearing a Qinglong Academy badge spoke up. Are you Su Luo from Qinglong Academy? Before Su Luo could respond, the young man was already sizing up the fully armed level 20 Beast Tamer. The air was thick with tension, ready to erupt at any moment. A tense standoff was unfolding within 10 kilometers outside the north gate. A young man arrogantly declared, all the medicinal herbs here are under my control. Your people better not show up on my turf again. His tone was provocative, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Su Luo frowned at the arrogant figure before him and calmly asked, your turf? Who decided that? The name's Wang Mang, and I'm with Brother Hai Yang. The young man threatened, raising his chin defiantly. If your people gather herbs on my turf again, I'll beat you up every time I see you at school. Don't say I didn't give you face, Su Genius. Wang Mang wore a smile, but his eyes glinted with danger. The prominent title of an 18th level swordsman above his head silently showcased his strength. Although Su Luo's level was hidden, Wang Mang had already learned about his performance during the Qinglong Academy test. He was confident Su Luo wouldn't confront him directly within the city gate limits, where pet battles were prohibited. Seeing Wang Mang's arrogant expression, Su Luo's frown deepened. Wang Mang, noticing this, became even more smug. Scared? Huh? College isn't like high school. Outside the campus, as long as no one dies, the academy won't intervene, especially not our Qinglong Academy. He patted Su Luo on the shoulder, looking victorious. At that moment, Su Luo slowly raised his hand. To everyone's surprise, his palm hovered near Wang Mang's face as if measuring something. The next second, a crisp slap echoed around them. A clear blue handprint appeared on Wang Mang's face. He actually dared to hit Brother Mang. This kid's crazy. Get ready, guys. The crowd behind Wang Mang stirred in commotion. Zhou Taixing and his new followers were also stunned. No one expected Su Luo to strike suddenly, escalating the situation dramatically. You dare hit me? Wang Mang's face darkened as he swung a fierce punch towards Su Luo's nose. As an 18th level swordsman, his strength was formidable even without a sword. However, to everyone's shock, Su Luo effortlessly blocked the punch. Then, another loud slap resounded. I'll kill you. Slap. Screw you. Slap. How strong are you? Slap. I was wrong, really wrong. Please, stop hitting me. Slap. 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 With a series of slaps, Wang Mang's cheeks swelled rapidly. Everyone present watched in disbelief. Swordsmen were known for their balanced offense and defense, yet here one was being beaten by a beastmaster. Brother Su, master. I was wrong. It's all because of that woman. Wang Mang's face was swollen like a pig's head, blood trickling from his nose. Su Luo looked at him impassively, accepting a tissue from someone behind him to wipe the blood off his hand. Speak, he commanded curtly. Wang Mang hurriedly explained. I was with Brother Hai Yang. He recently got a girlfriend named Wanwen. She complained to him that you outshone her in Jiangxing. Brother Hai Yang said he would stand up for her when he got the chance. So you came to cause trouble for me? Su Luo narrowed his eyes, a chilling look in his gaze. Wang Mang was so frightened that his knees almost gave way. No, it's not like that. I was wrong, Brother Su. Can I follow you instead? He realized from Su Luo's icy eyes that this was someone truly capable of killing. Brother Su, I truly submit. Wang Mang quickly pledged his loyalty. Feng Haiyang is only a 37th level swordsman. For someone like you, it won't take long to catch up, and he wouldn't dare touch you while you're leveling up at school. Su Luo pondered, weighing the pros and cons. He understood that beyond school and family businesses, there were various guilds and organizations in this world. Although going solo had its advantages, sometimes there was strength in numbers. With enough power, some people might even pay to join an organization. Are these people all yours? Su Luo gestured to the followers behind Wang Mang. Their eyes lit up with hope as they looked at Su Luo. Although they had previously followed Wang Mang, it was mainly due to Feng Haiyang's influence. That guy took the benefits but rarely put in effort, pretending to be clueless when faced with tough opponents, leaving them to fend for themselves. Now, with a formidable figure looking to expand his influence, they were eager to join. Wang Mang immediately became obsequious. They're all my people. There are about 100 more who aren't here. But if I follow you, Brother Su, they'll definitely be loyal to you too. Seeing the situation, Zhou Taixing quickly chimed in. Su Luo, we're old classmates and brothers. His intention was clear. He wanted to benefit from the association. After a brief consideration, Su Luo made his decision. All right, anyone willing to follow me can join. I'll buy Yuling grass, 100 flavor fruit, and mountain root in unlimited quantities. For every 100 pieces, I'll make 30 bottles of stamina or spirit potions for free, but you'll need to provide the raw materials. Brother Su, you're an alchemist too? Wang Mang's eyes widened with disbelief as Su Luo nodded, as if he had just discovered a gold mine. The combination of a beast master and an alchemist is indeed a perfect match. Even though the level cap for a beast master is only 20, high-level alchemists still hold great respect in the martial world. Without aligning with any faction, they receive courtesy from all, as no one can predict when they might need their help. This realization strengthened Wang Mang's resolve to follow Su Luo. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Luo headed straight back to the Azure Dragon Academy. Before leaving, he had arranged everything and entrusted Zhou Taixing with the management, leaving himself to simply await the harvest of medicinal herbs. He calculated that once the necromancer reached level 30, he would be able to summon an alchemist skeleton. Coupled with the production from the divine herb realm and the herbs collected by Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang, he would soon be able to establish a complete supply and demand system. Within the divine herb realm, the necromancer hovered in the air, directing a horde of skeletal servants to cultivate the land. Thousands of skeletons worked tirelessly, while over 100 skeletal warriors patrolled the fields, tasked with eliminating newly appeared rabbits. The entire divine herb realm covered about 1,000 acres, with nearly half already cultivated. The earliest planted herbs had begun to take root and sprout, which pleased Su Luo greatly. In this world, the growth cycle for plants typically requires 6 months, but in the unique environment of the divine herb realm, it takes only 2 months to mature. Soon, the first batch of herbs would be ready for harvest. The Beast Spirit Pill, essential for pet upgrades, was always in high demand on the market. If this trend continued, financial freedom was within reach. Sensing Su Luo's presence, the necromancer, now at level 19, quickly floated over and circled him continuously. Su Luo had a plan in mind, to prioritize raising the necromancer to level 30 to prepare for refining the herbs brought by Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang. Get everything here organized. During this time, I'll help you reach level 30, Su Luo said. Hearing this, the necromancer froze as if the news had shocked it so much that it lost its balance and fell straight to the ground. It stammered, Master. Did I hear that right? Level 30?
Yes.
Su Luo nodded solemnly to confirm. Level 30, I'm not joking. The main combat classes at the Azure Dragon Institute are open to all disciples within the institute, allowing them to attend free of charge. However, Su Luo, who is not in one of the main combat roles, finds himself with plenty of leisure time, left to his own devices. One day, Su Luo sat in the courtyard, a frown on his face as he held a manual for the Azure Dragon Institute's dungeons. He carefully read about the 3 internal dungeons and their costs. The trial dungeon for levels 15 to 35 required a fee of 100,000 for each entry. The fees for more advanced dungeons were exorbitant. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh and mutter to himself, college is really tough. He finally understood why so many people chose to venture into the wild to hunt monsters. Safe progression was a privilege for the wealthy, while the less fortunate had to trade vast amounts of time, and even their lives, to obtain what they needed. Just then, a knock came from the courtyard gate. A middle-aged man stood smiling at the entrance seat. Was Minter Fengli. He teased. May I come in? Su Luo quickly got up to greet him. Minter Feng, please come in. Fengli strolled into the courtyard, his eyes full of admiration. I didn't expect you to be such a hidden talent, jumping straight to 8th place on the Azure Dragon rankings. I've brought 2 pieces of good news for you. As he spoke, he took out a green badge engraved with a small grass pattern from his pocket. First, the good news is that the Yin Capital Alchemist Association heard about your talent in alchemy. The president personally asked me to give this to you. Su Luo received the badge, calculating in his mind. The Yin Capital Alchemist Association was renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and its president was a master-level figure. Joining the association was akin to gaining a protective amulet. He respectfully said, "Thank you for your trouble, Minter." Yet he knew in his heart that an ordinary student wouldn't normally attract such attention from the association. Fengli continued, "The second piece of good news is that you don't have to participate in the Academy's blood trial. Everyone else is in a main combat role, so it wouldn't be fair to you." Su Luo had already learned from the materials that the so-called blood trial wasn't a dungeon. It was a small battlefield at the Dragon Kingdom's border accessed through a teleportation array, where points were earned by killing beasts, and points could be exchanged for rewards, even a position as a vice principal of the university. This was a true testament to strength determines everything. However, Su Luo appeared conflicted. Minter, I still want to participate in the blood trial. He had already planned that this was his only way to obtain a spatial stone. A small spatial stone on the market cost billions, making it a distant hope. Fengli frowned. The opponents in the blood trial are all level 30 and above. He had worked hard to secure an exemption for Su Luo, only for him to refuse the favor. Su Luo replied confidently, I am confident I can reach level 30 by the end of the month. You're a beast master. Fengli's frown deepened. But then he remembered, you're different from other beast masters. He scrutinized Su Luo, noting that although the latter hit his level, he couldn't escape his keen eyes. Fengli stood up in surprise. You reached level 20 in less than 2 days since school started? Su Luo rubbed his nose, deciding not to hide his level any longer. I gained some experience in the wild and leveled up by luck. Fengli reluctantly agreed. All right then. There are 23 days until the next blood trial. If you don't reach level 30 by then, give it up. After leaving Su Luo's courtyard, Fengli headed straight for the office of the Azure Dragon Institute's headmaster. Old Wu was lying back in his chair, pouring wine from a gourd into his mouth. He teased. What? Still trying to get some benefits for that kid? Fengli sat down with a troubled expression. Sigh, that kid is stubborn as a mule. He still wants to join the blood trial. Old Wu's face was slightly flushed, clearly tipsy. He took another sip and said with a smile, courageous indeed. Although his secondary profession is alchemist, he's still not quite at Yi Tianlin's level. There's an unwritten rule among the high ranks of Yin Capital University. Each senior mentor selects one freshman each year to represent them. Su Luo was Fengli's chosen one, and as the headmaster, Wu Yong had his own pick. On the surface, they were discussing students, but underneath, there was a subtle rivalry. The entire university's leadership was betting on who would choose the strongest student. Seeing old Wu's confidence, a sly glint flashed in Fengli's eyes. He decided to give the old man a reality check and sighed dramatically, saying, It's only been 2 days since school started, and that kid has already leveled up twice. Wu Yong was just about to raise his glass when he heard this, and his hand shook, spilling the drink down his shirt. Ignoring the mess, he sat up straight and asked with wide eyes, Are you saying Su Luo leveled up twice again? Fengli nodded, embellishing the story further. Yeah, those dungeon runs at the academy are expensive. I was planning to pay for him to run a few, but he went grinding in the wild on his own and reached level 20 in just 2 days. Is he even human? Old Wu's face turned bright red, as if he'd been slapped. He took a few deep breaths to calm down and sighed. That kid's got something special. But who knows if he can break the Beast Master's curse and surpass level 20. The Beast Master's curse? Fengli's eyes gleamed with interest. That kid is destined to become a legend among Beast Masters. He stifled a laugh and added, Old Wu, if he breaks the curse, as per our agreement with Su Bingxue, we should tell him about that matter. Old Wu nodded reluctantly, looking glum as he took a large swig of his drink. By evening, Su Luo had changed into a black tracksuit and was about to head out. As he stepped out of the courtyard, a fragrant breeze announced the arrival of Yilingye. She held a bag in her hand, flanked by 2 obvious Yi family bodyguards. Yilingye blinked her eyes and asked sweetly, Su Luo, darling, where are you going so late? Su Luo frowned and replied, I have some business to attend to. Why are you here? I'm here to bring you something. Yilingye said, shaking the bag in her hand. These are the ingredients for refining the Beast King pill. Su Luo sighed inwardly, realizing how persistent the Yi family was, using both charm and temptation. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the bag and turned to leave. With her mission accomplished, Yilingye winked playfully and turned to leave. Suddenly, she stopped, staring at Su Luo's back with shock on her face. This guy, he leveled up again. As a senior in her third year, Yilingye was only at level 38. The fact that Su Luo had reached level 20 in just 2 days was alarmingly fast, setting off warning bells in her mind. This kid is already giving me attitude. Who knows what he'll be like later? No way. I need to keep him in check. Yilingye bit her lip and sprinted toward the dungeon in Qinglong Academy, determined to quickly boost her own strength. 40 miles away from the capital of Yin, deep in the dense forest, Su Luo rode swiftly on his phantom tiger, closely pursued by a relentless necromancer. It wasn't until they reached a mountain ridge that Su Luo reined in his mount. Gazing down the slope, he saw countless brown figures moving in the valley below. Massive stone golems had reappeared. Licking his lips in excitement, Su Luo quickly returned the phantom tiger to his pet space. The necromancer, with a trembling voice, asked, "Master, are we really taking on these guys tonight? Just the two of yous, isn't it a bit unsafe?" Though eager to level up, the necromancer's cowardly instincts were stirred by the golem's enormous size. Ignoring the necromancer's concerns, Su Luo focused on assessing the stone golem's attributes. Stone golem, level 15. Attack, 500. Defense, 420. Constitution, 4,500. Skills, heavy punch, earthquake. Standing at a safe distance, Su Luo cast a death curse on one of the stone golems. When the curse inflicted its fourth damage, a blue glow enveloped the golem, and it fell to the ground. This meant that the death summon could instantly kill a stone golem. Su Luo quickly calculated. Each skill cast required a 20-second cooldown and consumed 300 mana points. The necromancer could perform it 4 times in a row. After a quick check of his inventory, he found 20 small mana recovery potions, each restoring 300 mana points. Along with the necromancer's 4 casts, they could take down a total of 24 stone golems. Each kill yielded 900 experience points, totaling over 20,000 experience. However, the necromancer needed at least 40,000 experience points to level up. If only I'd stocked up on more potions. Su Luo regretted to himself. But with the stone golems already charging at them, he had no choice but to retreat with the necromancer while ordering it to cast Death Summon. Despite their tough hide and strong attack, the golem's slow movement made the kiting strategy perfect for hunting them. With each of the necromancer's attacks, the system notifications kept coming. Pet has killed stone golem, experience 900. After 2 consecutive kills, the necromancer reminded, "Master, I can only cast twice more. Shouldn't we retreat?" As a competent mage, it understood the importance of wisely managing its mana. Su Luo's face darkened, and without a word, he tossed the necromancer 2 small mana potions. Replenished, the necromancer was back in fighting form, casting spells as if they cost nothing. Su Luo felt a pang of heartache, knowing each small mana potion cost at least 500 coins, and he'd already used over 10. But he understood the principle of investing to gain every time the necromancer's mana ran low. He handed it another bottle. However, potions were finite. When the last bottle was consumed, the necromancer was still lost in the thrill of battle, reaching out to Su Luo while eyeing the pursuing enemies. "What?" Su Luo asked. "More potions," the necromancer replied matter-of-factly. "There aren't any left. Not a single drop," Su Luo said expressionlessly before turning to run. By the time the necromancer realized it, Su Luo was already dozens of meters away. "Oh, great Reaper! Why did I end up with such an unreliable master?" the necromancer lamented, forced to turn and flee. This retreat highlighted Su Luo's lack of preparation. For a mage, skills and attack power determine firepower, while mana and potion reserves determine sustained combat capability. Clearly, Su Luo hadn't prepared adequately this time, leading to their retreat. The next day, Su Luo immediately set about solving the problem. He sought out Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang, gathering a large quantity of herbs. He collected over 1,000 of each ingredient needed to craft beast spirit pills, including the roots of the mountain plant, jade bellflowers, and 100 flavor fruits, along with materials for crafting stamina and mana recovery potions. Each set of herbs had the chance of producing 2 or 3 potions, which not only helped him gain favor, but also allowed Su Luo to profit. Back at his courtyard, Su Luo began a closed-door session of alchemy. Crafting a beast spirit pill took about 3 minutes, meaning the 1,000-plus sets of herbs kept him busy for 3 to 4 days without rest. In the realm of divine medicine, the necromancer lay idly on the ground, popping pills like candy. Experience 500. Experience 500. The system notifications kept coming. Ugh, I'm sick of these things. Even pigs don't eat all day, do they? the necromancer moaned, flipping over and continuing to toss pills into its mouth. Suddenly, after consuming a certain beast spirit pill, the necromancer emitted a gentle glow. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, you've reached level 27. Well, I have to admit, it's my first time leveling up while lying down, the necromancer quipped. Beside it, a small mountain of beast spirit pills had formed. It shifted to a more effortless position, lying prone and using its dark tongue to lick the pills one by one. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Su Luo remained focused on crafting potions, preparing thoroughly for his next adventure. Su Luo tirelessly crafted beast spirit pills, his hands skillfully maneuvering the alchemy furnace, a determined gleam in his eyes. Each time he completed a pill, a wave of accomplishment surged within him. He was well aware that every time the necromancer consumed a beast spirit pill, he gained 500 experience points. Although the experience needed for pets and class changers to level up varied, over the past 3 days, Su Luo had impressively advanced from level 20 to level 24, a progression that left him quite satisfied. Su Luo understood that if this astonishing leveling speed were to become known, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had been minimizing his outings and avoiding contact with those of higher levels. Although class changers could conceal their levels, this disguise often failed in front of someone whose realm vastly exceeded their own. As the sun set, Su Luo finally finished crafting all the materials. He quickly tallied his results. From the 260 sets of stamina potion materials and 320 sets of spirit potion materials provided by Zhou Taisheng, after giving them their share, Su Luo had an additional 86 bottles of stamina potions and 130 bottles of spirit potions. While selling the surplus potions to buy more materials for crafting could yield greater profits, Su Luo valued his time above all else at the moment. If he didn't reach level 30 by the end of the month, the losses would be far greater. Night fell, and Su Luo stepped out of his room once more. Traveling at night not only reduced the chances of running into academy mentors, but also allowed him to earn some extra money if luck was on his side, which suited Su Luo perfectly. When Su Luo arrived at the city gate, the scene before him was quite unexpected. A large group of people stood there in orderly rows, fully armed and looking spirited. At the front of the formation, Zhou Taisheng and Wang Mang were energetically watching the crowd leaving the city. As soon as they spotted Su Luo, the two of them quickly approached him. Zhou Taisheng rubbed his hands together, grinning as he said, "Brother Su, what brings you here so early? The guys haven't even gotten their footing yet." Beside him, Wang Mang's face flushed slightly, secretly thinking, "Early? We've been standing here so long our legs are about to go numb." Su Luo looked around in surprise at the scene behind them, noticing that the two orderly formations comprised at least 400 people, creating a rather impressive spectacle as if they were conducting some sort of military exercise. "Is everyone here?" Su Luo asked. This time, Wang Mang was quick to respond, "Everyone's here, just waiting for you to give the orders, Brother Su." After a brief exchange, Su Luo led a group of formidable individuals into the mountains. The weakest among them was at least level 10, while the strongest had reached levels 17 or 18. Although no single member's combat power was top tier, their numbers created a formidable force. Wherever they went, others stepped aside, clearing a path for the group. Wang Mang walked closely beside Su Luo. Watching the people making way for them, he couldn't help but smile, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Brother Su, I never imagined I'd experience such a glorious day in my life," he murmured. Zhou Taisheng grinned, scratching his head as he echoed, "Same here." Keeping a calm demeanor, Su Luo softly reminded them, "As long as no one bothers us, let's keep a low profile." His goal was steady progress, which meant avoiding unnecessary trouble early on. The priority was to help the necromancer reach level 30, while also advancing his own level. After traversing more than 30 kilometers of dense forest, they arrived in an area where the wild creatures were all above level 10. There were fewer competitors here, making it easier to gather medicinal herbs. Su Luo took stamina and spirit potions from his backpack and handed them to Zhou Taisheng, instructing, "You guys can start here. Remember to clear out any beasts you encounter." Wang Mang confidently assured, "Don't worry, Brother Su. We'll definitely gather more herbs by tonight." With that, he promptly organized the team to scour the area for materials, not only for Beast Spirit Pills but also for Beast King Pills and Spirit Recovery Potions. Once everything was arranged, Su Luo ventured deeper into the forest alone. After he was out of sight, Wang Mang lowered his voice and asked Zhou Taisheng in a peculiar tone, "Old Zhou, are you really high school classmates with Brother Su?" "Why?" Zhou Taisheng asked, puzzled. Wang Mang frowned. "It seems like there's such a huge gap between you two. Brother Su feels unfathomable and a bit mysterious." Zhou Taisheng patted his chest, lifted his chin, and displayed a proud expression. "You think he's mysterious? Don't you think I'm mysterious too?" Wang Mang rolled his eyes and said no more, distributing the potions instead. On the mountain slope, Su Luo, accompanied by the necromancer, once again reached the territory of the stone golems. This time, a group had arrived before them. A team of 5 was locked in fierce combat with the stone golems, but they were clearly at a disadvantage. Despite having a balanced lineup of 3 men and 2 women, their strength was insufficient, and they were being driven back. The mage and archer at the back had too weak an attack, managing only around 600 damage per hit. The knight at the front, despite constantly consuming stamina recovery potions, was struggling to hold on. One of the men noticed Su Luo and the necromancer floating beside him and immediately extended an invitation. "Hey there, are you a beast master? Want to team up with us?" The other team members also looked at him with hopeful eyes. Su Luo politely declined. "Sorry, I'm not used to teaming up for monster hunting." This response angered the team's archer. He snorted disdainfully and said, "Big talk. Do you really think we need you? If you're not joining, then get lost, or we'll have to question your intentions." With that, he shot an arrow at Su Luo. The arrow flew swiftly towards Su Luo, who could have easily dodged but chose to stand his ground. With a ding, the arrow struck his shoulder, producing a clear sound. A damage number appeared above Su Luo, 1. Everyone present was stunned, including Su Luo himself. He hadn't expected that this level 17 archer couldn't even break through his defense, with the single point of damage being a mandatory deduction by the world's rules. While everyone was still in shock, over 20 stone golems had already closed in. With a crack, a giant stone sword slashed down, breaking the knight's defense instantly, and within seconds, he was pummeled to death. The remaining stone golems surrounded the others, leaving the 4 survivors looking pale. "Please, save us," pleaded a young female mage from the team, looking desperately at Su Luo. The other 3 dodged while waiting for his response. "We're from the Yindu Tiandi Alliance. If you save us, we'll reward you handsomely." Another man called out for help. However, Su Luo remained unmoved, a slight smile playing on his lips as he quietly observed the unfolding scene. "I won't let you off even in the afterlife," the archer growled through gritted teeth, glaring at Su Luo with eyes full of venom. Suddenly, a white stone appeared in his hand, a recording stone capable of capturing and transmitting scenes to another stone. Su Luo instantly sensed the danger. Courting death, he cursed silently, without hesitation casting a death curse on the archer. In just 2 seconds, before the recording stone could activate, the archer collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, the stone golem swiftly dealt with the other 3. Their fallen equipment lay scattered on the ground, leaving a scene of chaos. Su Luo sighed. "People's hearts are unfathomable. I chose not to hold grudges, yet they tried to frame me." He turned and took 2 small bottles of spirit recovery potion from his backpack, handing them to the necromancer, signaling it to proceed. The necromancer let out a chilling laugh. "Heh, those people deserved what they got, delaying our grand plans." It eagerly launched an attack on the nearest stone golem. The effect was as remarkable as the day before. Now, at level 27, the necromancer's death curse dealt a staggering 2,600 damage per hit, making monster slaughtering a breeze. However, just as the necromancer was getting into the swing of things, Su Luo suddenly became alert. "Hold on." He abruptly grabbed the necromancer, summoning his ghostly tiger, and swiftly made a retreat. Only after reaching a concealed hillside did Su Luo stop. "What's wrong?" The necromancer, its excitement interrupted, asked in confusion. Su Luo kept his eyes fixed on the stone golem's location below, whispering, "Seems like someone's coming this way." Sure enough, within a minute, several shadows darted out from the mountain path. The leader held a white stone as well. Though their conversation was inaudible, Su Luo suspected they were allied with the previous group. Unable to discern their levels from such a distance, he decided to remain hidden and observe. The group studied the bodies on the ground for a while. Suddenly, the leader looked in Su Luo's direction and shouted, "Friend, come out and let's talk. Clear things up and there'll be no trouble. But if you keep hiding, we'll become mortal enemies. Trying to trick me out? Dream on." Su Luo smirked coldly, remaining motionless behind the rock, waiting for further developments. Hiding behind the rock, Su Luo held his breath, staying as still as possible. The distance between them was significant, and he believed he had not been detected, thinking the opponents were merely bluffing. Suddenly, the sharp whistle of an arrow shattered the silence, embedding itself deeply into the boulder and sending shards flying. Su Luo's heart skipped a beat, realizing the situation was dire. Now that he was exposed, he decided to stand up and carefully observe the approaching enemies. A 6-man squad gradually became visible, with a well-balanced lineup. Squinting, Su Luo assessed them. The weakest among them was at level 18, while the leading archer was an impressive level 22. "Was it you who killed them?" The archer's eyes were bloodshot, his voice seething with rage. The others wore equally grim expressions, exuding a murderous aura. Su Luo steeled himself, deciding to strike first to avoid further trouble. Without hesitation, He cast a death curse on the archer and directed the necromancer to target their mage. The archer reacted quickly, shouting to shoot, but suddenly felt weightless. Looking down, he saw a string of numbers appear out of nowhere. Before he could respond, his life drained away. As he fell, his face was filled with unwillingness. Meanwhile, the female mage was chanting a spell when her face turned pale, her body stiffened, and she collapsed to the ground. The remaining three were thrown into disarray, hastily forming a defensive line. Without their ranged support, the melee fighters, though tough, dared not rush forward. To them, Su Luo appeared as a demon capable of taking lives effortlessly. Both sides were at a stalemate. The enemies sought a way out, while Su Luo waited for his abilities to recharge. They were only temporary teammates. The knight at the forefront finally buckled under the pressure. "Why don't we just pretend we saw nothing today?" "All right, you can leave," Su Luo replied with a grin, casually dusting off his hands. The three, feeling as if they had received a pardon, retreated, muttering, "We'll meet again," as they backed away. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Luo's eyes, and he suddenly cast a death curse on the berserker who was retreating the fastest. The necromancer targeted the swordsman, his crimson eyes glowing beneath his black robe. Two bodies hit the ground. The knight was terrified, abandoning his shield and armor, fleeing for his life. But how far could he run? The necromancer quickly caught up with him, making him the final corpse. The valley was littered with gearsome dropped by the stone golem, others left by the recent group. The necromancer let out a piercing laugh, eagerly assisting Su Luo in collecting the spoils. The most eye-catching item was a break army longbow with remarkable attributes: exceptional quality, 320 attack, 50 strength, usable at level 20, and a skill that could trigger a 300 critical hit every 2 arrows. Su Luo was delighted, thinking this bow alone could sell for hundreds of thousands. In addition, there were items like the golden flame holy shield and the blazing longsword among several other exceptional pieces. Su Luo was in a great mood. He'd use what he could and sell the rest. With an SS-level pet comparable to mythical gear, he wasn't overly concerned with ordinary equipment. After inventorying the loot, Su Luo was pleased with his haul. 7 exceptional pieces, 12 elite pieces, and over 20 ordinary items. Unexpectedly, the necromancer also found a bottle of illegal S-powder among the bodies. Holding the contraband, Su Luo felt a chill. Had he not been powerful, he might have perished here, with the S-powder possibly already scattered on him. Su Luo evenly distributed all the powder to everyone present, and each person carefully sprinkled some. As the corpse gradually dissolved, Su Luo summoned a blazing phoenix. This fiery giant bird spread its wings and unleashed scorching flames, completely erasing all traces at the scene. The necromancer standing nearby watched in astonishment. He couldn't help but think, it's just killing a person. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? First the dissolving powder, now fire. This is overly cautious. Sensing the necromancer's doubt, Su Luo gently touched his nose and took a small bottle of mental recovery potion from his backpack, handing it to him. The necromancer sighed, thinking, here we go again, back to being a workhorse. Next, the necromancer began casting death curses non-stop while frequently consuming mental recovery potions. This feeling reminded him of being in a room with a stunning beauty. Though it was pleasurable, it was also extremely draining. Even with the revitalizing potions, he barely had time to recover before being exhausted again. After dealing with all the stone golems, Su Luo continued to wander with the necromancer elsewhere. The knight's experiences leveled up the necromancer, and Su Luo managed to level up as well. At dawn, Su Luo promptly left, riding his ghostly tiger. He was eager not to miss today's free dungeon run opportunity at the Azure Dragon Academy in the virtual world. When Su Luo arrived at the city gate, Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng were already waiting. They had gathered a large amount of herbs, including over 2,000 sets of Beast Spirit pill ingredients and more than 300 sets of Beast King pill ingredients, along with various other herbs. Su Luo's backpack couldn't hold everything, so he took out all the extra equipment and stamina recovery potions. He said to them, help me sell these at market price, and you can keep 10% as your commission. With that, he turned and headed towards Yindu University, leaving the two of them stunned. Zhou Taixing, regaining his composure, stammered, how did Su Luo get so much equipment? Wang Meng looked at Su Luo's departing figure with admiration and replied, he must have killed people. Didn't someone try to rob us of our herbs last night? We teamed up and took down 3 of them. He suddenly noticed a change above Zhou Taixing's head and exclaimed, whoa, you're marked as a red name. Zhou Taixing only then realized his status change. He glanced around, looked at the equipment on the ground, and then at Su Luo's fading silhouette. He couldn't help but speculate. How many people did Su Luo have to kill to gather so much equipment in one night? His name must be deep red by now. But that guy is so discreet, always staying hidden, so most people wouldn't even notice. By the time Su Luo returned to school, the sky was already bright. Scattered across the playground were people engaging in their morning exercises, some strolling leisurely, while others, young couples, hurriedly made their way back. On the track, a few girls were running hard, determined to keep in shape. Su Luo's eyes caught a familiar figure, but he chose to ignore it and turned towards the teleportation array at Qinglong Academy. Su Luo, am I really that repulsive to you? Zhou Wenwen called out breathlessly from behind him. Su Luo turned around, asking indifferently, what do you want? He noticed Zhou Wenwen was not hiding her level, and the title of a level 19 would mage stood out prominently among the freshmen. Feeling Su Luo's gaze, Zhou Wenwen instinctively straightened up, putting on a sincere expression. We did have some misunderstandings in the past, but you have a girl pursuing you now, and I have a boyfriend. Can't we just let bygones be bygones? She extended her hand, a smile on her face. Su Luo remained silent for a moment before choosing to walk away. Su Luo. Zhou Wenwen's tone turned sharp. My dad has always thought highly of you. Even if you don't want to work for our family, there's no need to hold a grudge against me. Acting like this only makes me think you haven't moved on from the past. Her hand was still outstretched in the air. Su Luo turned back with a dark expression. Fine, this is the last time. He shook her hand but realized she wouldn't let go. At that moment, a crowd suddenly appeared around them, led by a level 38 swordsman who glared at Su Luo and Zhou Wenwen's clasped hands with a gloomy expression. Zhou Wenwen immediately feigned a panicked look, pretending to struggle before finally letting go, looking pitifully at the swordsman. Feng Haiyang, he's still clinging to me. You deceitful woman. Trying to set me up? Su Luo's gaze turned icy as he slapped Zhou Wenwen across the face. Feng Haiyang's face darkened, and he said through gritted teeth, Kid, this is school. If you've got guts, take it outside. Take what outside, you idiot? A rough voice suddenly boomed, and Feng Haiyang's face turned livid. From the direction of the school gate, Zhou Taixing arrived with over 20 people, surrounding everyone present. Who are you? Feng Haiyang stared at Zhou Taixing's level 18 knight title, full of confusion. I'm your sister's man's family's kid's grandpa's-in-law. Zhou Taixing retorted without hesitation. Feng Haiyang and his followers were stunned, not expecting this seemingly simple-minded big guy to be so quick-witted. Meanwhile, Su Luo's icy gaze fell on Zhou Wenwen. Why did you try to set me up? Zhou Wenwen gave a cold smile, but before she could deny it, she received another slap on the face. If you don't talk, I'll break your nose. Su Luo threatened. Seeing Feng Haiyang still pondering Zhou Taixing's words with no help in sight, Zhou Wenwen shakily confessed, someone gave me a set of equipment and told me to frame you. Su Luo squinted, images of his sister's previous encounters flashing in his mind. He began to suspect that someone didn't want him getting too close to the Yi family, leading to today's incident. Could these people be the same ones who threatened his sister before? As Su Luo pondered, Zhou Taixing and Feng Haiyang were already engaged in a shouting match. It wasn't until Su Luo stepped in that both sides stopped. Feng Haiyang said coldly, Su, I know you've been pestering Wenwen since Jiangsheng, but she's my woman now. You've beaten her like this today, so watch your back when you're walking at night. Luo, what should we do now? Zhou Taixing looked at Su Luo, his expression conflicted. Stay on campus for now. I'll sort this out. Don't worry. With that, Su Luo headed towards Qinglong Academy. The trial was about to start, and he couldn't afford to miss it. Feng Haiyang, being only at level 37, didn't give it much thought. Su Luo frowned in contemplation. What really troubled him were the enemies lurking in the shadows. But he quickly pulled himself together, resolving silently. As long as he was strong enough, any conspiracy would crumble on its own. Not far away, Yulingua quietly observed everything. She turned to the elderly man in black beside her and whispered, Elder Gue, inform the clan that those people have started moving again. The old man nodded respectfully, and his figure gradually faded into the clearing. At the entrance of the first Qinglong Academy dungeon, Su Luo arrived late, missing the team formation time. When he appeared with the title of Beast Tamer, the expressions of those around him became quite interesting. Qinglong Academy mainly focused on combat professions, so the sudden appearance of a Beast Tamer naturally drew attention. Despite the whispers, given Su Luo's 8th position on the combat power rankings, no one dared to openly question his strength. A middle-aged woman in her 40s was in charge of managing the dungeon entrance. She looked at Su Luo with slight surprise and routinely asked, Name? Su Luo. Level? Level 25. The woman paused, carefully verifying Su Luo's hidden level before writing the number in the registration book and handing him a teleportation stone. This scene caused a stir among the crowd. People exclaimed in surprise. Hadn't the new term just started a few days ago, and he was already at level 25? Even more shocking was that, as a Beast Tamer, he had broken through the level 20 curse. The male students saw Su Luo as a formidable opponent, while the female students were conflicted. One girl regretted silently, I really want to confess, but he's a Beast Tamer and I'm an archer. We're not a good match. Another girl sighed, I'm a swordsman. I can't possibly stand in front of a man, can I? While everyone was still buzzing with conversation, the teleportation array had already activated. Disliking the feeling of being surrounded, Su Luo decisively stepped into the trial dungeon, leaving behind a group of stunned classmates. At the breakfast shop near the college entrance, Feng Haiyang sat gloomily at a table. His underlings gathered around him, looking uneasy. Haiyang, both Minter Feng and Dean Wu in the college seem to have high hopes for that guy. Maybe we should just drop this. One of the underlings cautiously suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. Although they disliked Su Luo, risking their futures over a woman didn't seem worth it. A glint of coldness flashed in Feng Haiyang's eyes. This isn't something we can just let go, he said, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Even if someone values him, as long as he's not dead, it's fine. Break one of his legs. Make him a cripple. Hearing this, the underlings breathed a sigh of relief and began eating their breakfast. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dungeon, Su Luo stood quietly. Before him stretched a desolate land, teeming with hordes of monsters. Even the weakest were at level 20, not only powerful but also numerous. Su Luo sighed. I guess you get what you pay for. He then summoned all his pets and devised a rapid leveling plan for his necromancer. The necromancer was already at level 28 and could summon level 15 skeleton warriors. After a moment of thought, Su Luo instructed the necromancer to summon a skeleton warrior. This over 2-meter tall bone warrior wielded a bone sword that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Su Luo quickly summoned 20 skeleton warriors, then called forth his other pets to assist. They first faced a swarm of massive, venomous giant bees. The battle strategy was simple yet effective. Defensive pets held the front line, others attacked, and the skeleton warriors delivered the finishing blows. As the monsters fell one by one, the experience points soared, and both Su Luo and the necromancer grinned with satisfaction. At the end of each battle round, Su Luo would leave a critically injured elite monster to tame. Although he occasionally failed, he soon mastered the technique, successfully taming his 34th pet, the venomous giant bee. As the battles progressed, Su Luo encountered a unique monster, the golden scaled flame dragon. This level 25 strength pet displayed astonishing combat prowess, defeating 13 of Su Luo's pets before being subdued. Seeing the dragon's attribute panel, Su Luo's eyes widened with excitement. This dungeon run was worth it. I actually found an strength pet. Thrilled, Su Luo quickly exited the dungeon. However, upon returning to the real world, he found the dungeon entrance deserted. A middle-aged woman looked at him displeasedly. Why did you come out so soon? This is the easiest dungeon in the Azure Dragon Academy. Couldn't you last even 3 hours? The mentor announced the end of the trial, and Su Luo emerged from it. Her mentor, a stern-faced woman, scrutinized her with a look of disbelief. You finished the trial in just 3 hours? The mentor's tone was incredulous. I know you're ranked 8th in combat power, which is impressive, but even the 5th ranked hasn't come out yet. To prove her accomplishment, Su Luo began to describe each wave of creatures in detail. Her voice was steady and confident. Mentor, there were 36 waves in total. The last wave was the 1,000-star demon leopards, which explode violently upon death. The second-to-last group were the black-robed demon cultivators, neither monsters nor pets, and they can't be tamed by beast masters. Before Su Luo could finish, the mentor interrupted her with a wave, a smile returning to her face. All right, I believe you. Next time, come early for the trial and I'll let you run it twice. Thank you, mentor. Su Luo replied respectfully. All right, off you go, the mentor said, dismissing her with a wave. Back in her courtyard, Su Luo immediately entered the realm of divine medicine. The sight before her filled her with delight. The entire space had been fully developed by skeleton servants, and the lush green herbs were thriving, creating a scene of prosperity. Suddenly, an excited voice shattered the tranquility. The necromancer flew around in the air, shouting loudly, Woo! Oh yeah, I finally reached level 30. I can conquer every secret realm and mysterious trial, and from now on, I reign supreme. Caught up in its own fantasy, it continued to boast, Little Su Luo, soon you'll be begging this king to make potions for you. Ha ha ha. In the midst of its triumph, the necromancer noticed a shadow on the ground. It stopped abruptly and fell to the ground, landing face first. Despite this, it quickly got up and ran to Su Luo's side, ingratiatingly saying, Master, hee, it's a misunderstanding. I was just too excited, overwhelmed by happiness. I'm just like a chive, ready to be harvested by you. I mean, everything I have is yours, including my body, covered in mud. Su Luo frowned and kicked it. All right, summon an alchemist for me. The necromancer promptly complied, emitting a black light. A green skeleton appeared before Su Luo. This skeleton was different from the others, with bones seemingly covered in moss and a size comparable to a normal human. It wore a large black robe, with green flames flickering in its eye sockets. and carried various bottles and jars on its back. Master, the skeleton alchemist knelt before the necromancer. A system notification appeared. Skeleton alchemist, beginner 0. This was the necromancer's personal alchemist, lacking combat abilities but capable of continuous growth without bottlenecks. As a beginner, its potion-making repertoire was quite limited. The necromancer cautiously said, Master, this guy is just a beginner and can't make beast spirit pills. How about I plant some stamina recovery potion herbs once the first batch of herbs matures? Su Luo shook her head. No need. Prepare 100 skeleton alchemists, and I'll figure out the rest. With that, she left all her small stamina recovery potion herbs behind and exited the realm of divine medicine. Su Luo had a plan. She sent a message through her communication bracelet to Zhou Taisheng, asking him to announce in the academy, offering small stamina recovery potion processing services, exchanging 2 sets of herbs for 1 bottle of potion, and selling small stamina recovery potions for just $100 each. This price was $30 cheaper than the market, and the processing fee was 1 set of herbs less than outside. After making these arrangements, Su Luo also messaged Wang Mang, asking him to gather more materials for small stamina recovery potions during this period. With everything set, she focused on concocting beast spirit pills. Last night's haul was substantial, with nearly 2,000 sets of beast spirit pill materials piling up, reinforcing her resolve to train the skeleton alchemist quickly. Just then, there was a knock at the door outside her courtyard. Su Luo frowned as he opened the door and found a stranger standing outside, wearing the same emblem of the Azure Dragon Academy on his chest. Can I help you? Su Luo asked calmly, not revealing his inner displeasure. Brother Su, could I come in? It's a bit too public out here, the man said with a friendly smile, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. Noticing the level 26 swordsman title hovering above the man's head, Su Luo hesitated briefly before stepping aside. Please come in. The man entered the courtyard, and they sat opposite each other. His smile grew even brighter as he looked directly at Su Luo. Brother Su, I've come to offer you an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Su Luo feigned curiosity, his brow slightly furrowed. My name is Zhang Hai, and like you, I just arrived in Yindu this year, he said, pointing to the level above his head. See my level? 26, one of the top among the newcomers. Su Luo smiled silently, inwardly confirming that his own level 27 Beastmaster status was concealed, feeling relieved. Sometimes, revealing too much strength is not advantageous. Seeing the envy on Su Luo's face, Zhang Hai continued enthusiastically, I've been lucky to join an organization where I receive a generous monthly allowance of money and potions, and they even help us level up. He spoke earnestly, Brother Su. A single tree can't make a forest. Have you considered joining us? With your talent in alchemy and beast mastery, you'd have even more potential in our organization than I do. Su Luo felt a surge of caution, realizing the man's intentions were not entirely genuine. After a moment's thought, he deliberately showed interest. Many prominent families in Yindu have been trying to recruit me, but I haven't committed yet. Your organization sounds impressive. Are you part of one of Yindu's 4 great families, or the 3 major guilds? Su Luo stood quietly in the corner, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhang Hai's every move. His tone appeared casual, but his eyes were locked onto Zhang Hai's changing expressions. I can't speak for everything, but just based on what you said, you're nowhere near as impressive as the organization backing me. Hearing this, Zhang Hai stroked his chin and scrutinized Su Luo for a while. Once he confirmed Su Luo's interest in the organization, he leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, this organization is quite secretive and can't be talked about openly. If you really want to know, you'll understand once you join. But I can't tell you anything now. With that, Zhang Hai sat back, waiting for Su Luo's response. After a brief moment of thought, Su Luo politely declined. No, thanks. I've just arrived here, and I'm not interested in joining any organizations yet. Zhang Hai nodded, stood up to leave, and said before departing, all right then, if you change your mind, you can always find me at my place. Once Zhang Hai left, Su Luo closed the door and returned to his focus on alchemy, while his mind replayed Zhang Hai's cryptic hints. It was puzzling that in Yindu, a city second only to Yinjing, neither the 4 major families nor the 3 big gangs could compare to his mysterious background. Su Luo massaged his temples and decided to set these questions aside for now, dedicating himself entirely to his alchemy work. In the following days, Su Luo stayed in his courtyard, fully absorbed in his alchemy practice. Only Zhou Taisheng occasionally came by to deliver herbs. Time flew, and Yindu became lively again as the annual team championship at Yindu University approached. The entire city was abuzz with excitement over the event, which not only concerned the participant status but also promised generous prizes for the winners. Meanwhile, field monster hunting activities outside Yindu had noticeably decreased. Every 4 years, monsters would experience a surge in numbers and power. Yindu University routinely dispatched students to suppress them, ensuring the city's safety and enhancing students' combat skills. The top 3 teams in the championship would receive substantial rewards, with the first prize including a small spatial stone. Upon hearing this, Su Luo promptly asked Zhou Taixing to register him for the competition. To keep a low profile, he refrained from using beast spirit pills on his pet and carefully stored all his pills. On the day of the competition, the square at Yindu University was packed with students gathering for the event. Various city factions had also come to watch, creating a magnificent scene. Su Luo stood in a corner with Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang, who were both level 23 knights and level 24 swordsmen, respectively. A standard team usually comprised a knight, a swordsman, a mage, an archer, and a support, totaling 5 members. However, as long as there were 5 people, the composition could vary. Having been enrolled for less than a month, Su Luo had few friends. Yet he wasn't worried, knowing he could always choose a few talented individuals from Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang's followers if necessary. Unlike others who were desperately searching for teammates, Su Luo appeared remarkably composed. With half an hour left before the competition began, Su Luo's team still had only 3 members. Feng Haiyang, who had already assembled his team, was now at level 40, with teammates close to that level, forming a well-rounded lineup. Seeing that Su Luo had only 2 people with him, including Wang Mang, who used to follow him, Feng Haiyang couldn't resist coming over to taunt. Hey, the competition's about to start. Are you really planning to compete with just 3 people? With your low levels, you probably won't even get a chance to fight the monsters, Feng Haiyang scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Wang Mang remained silent, while Su Luo ignored Feng Haiyang's provocation. Zhou Taixing, however, looked intrigued and retorted, "Oh, isn't it Brother Haiyang? Have you figured out the answer to that question from the other day?" Feng Haiyang frowned, recalling the confrontation at the school gate, and snapped, "You better stay out of my way once the competition starts, or my skills might not be so forgiving." Unfazed, Zhou Taixing shot back, "Your skills might not have eyes, but do you? If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll make sure your Feng family goes bankrupt." Realizing the argument was going nowhere, Feng Haiyang left with a parting shot, "See you in the outskirts." Shortly after Feng Haiyang left, 2 girls approached Su Luo. One of them, dressed in a gray tracksuit with a high ponytail, asked, "Are you still looking for people? My friend and I haven't found a team yet." The appearance of Yilingye immediately caught the attention of the 3 boys, but soon their gaze shifted to her companion. Next to Yilingye stood a girl who was also quite attractive. She had an oval face with willow-shaped eyebrows, and her fair, radiant cheeks were adorned with a charming smile. Her blue gown gracefully outlined her shapely figure. Zhou Taixing stared at the girl in surprise and blurted out, "Sis, aren't you supposed to be at Tianmin University? What brings you to Yindu?" Equally surprised, the girl looked back at him, pouting as she replied, "Weren't you supposed to go to Longshui University? Yet here you are in Yindu as well." Her chubby cheeks still retained a hint of baby fat, which momentarily left Wang Mang in a daze before he snapped out of it and cast a peculiar glance at Su Luo. Zhou Taixing cleared his throat and hastily introduced, "Ahem, this is my sister, Zhou Lan." As he introduced her, he looked awkwardly at Su Luo. After all, he had once suggested that Su Luo could become his brother-in-law, but the situation now seemed more complicated. For a moment, the atmosphere was frozen. Yilingye, a level 38 fire mage, and Zhou Lan, a level 36 light support, were both stunning beauties being treated with such indifference. Yilingye grew impatient and complained, "We arrive, and you stop talking. If you don't like us, just say so." With that, she grabbed Zhou Lan's hand, ready to leave. Wang Mang quickly came to his senses and stopped them. Zhou Taixing, feeling embarrassed, turned to Su Luo and said, Brother Su, do you think we should ask them to stay?" At that moment, all eyes were on Su Luo. He hesitated as he looked at Yilingye and Zhou Lan, and said, "It would be great if you joined us, but our levels are so low. Are you sure you don't mind?" Zhou Lan blinked her big eyes and shrugged. "Why would I mind? My brother has the lowest level, so I can't really say anything." Seeing Zhou Lan's easygoing attitude, Yilingye had no objections either. And so, an unusual team was successfully assembled: a level 23 knight, a level 24 swordsman, a level 38 mage, a level 36 light support, and Su Luo, a level 27 beastmaster. With the team formation complete, many eyes remained fixed on this peculiar group. There are at least 100 teams participating in this competition, with competitors varying greatly in skill level, ranging from just over level 10 to as high as level 40. Among these many teams, Su Luo and his team's presence is undoubtedly the most striking. Su Luo, ranked 8th on the Qinglong list for combat prowess and a beastmaster, is a rare combination that makes their team particularly unique. However, the team's overall strength is somewhat diminished by the less powerful knight and swordsman. Even with the addition of a beautiful mage and a stunning support character, the audience remains skeptical about this mismatched team, doubting their chances of finishing in the top 10. In the stands, a middle-aged man with an unassuming appearance but an extraordinary demeanor smiled as he spoke to Yi Tianxi. the head of the Yi family, that kid Su Luo is something else, managing to enlist the help of two powerful beauties. When they announced the levels, I'm curious to see if he's even reached level 20. Yi Tianxi, unfazed by his old friend's teasing, replied, "The young ones are just having fun. As an elder, I dare not meddle. Lingyue is just playful, and it's a shame that Su couldn't awaken a better profession." He said this while sipping his tea, his gaze still fixed on Su Luo and his team below. With 10 minutes left before the competition begins, the air suddenly twists. A burst of flames emerges from the distorted space, and then the Grand Mage Wu Yong, Dean of Qinglong Academy and Vice-Chancellor of Yindu University, appears. He floats in the air, with massive wings of fire elemental energy behind him, exuding authority. There are 10 minutes left until the competition begins. All participants' level information is now visible. With Wu Yong's command, the contestants revealed their true levels. In Su Luo's team, only he hesitated. Seeing this, Wang Mang quickly explained, "Brother Su, having a red name is no big deal. My uncle slaughtered pigs for 3 years, and his name turned so red it almost went black." Su Luo patted Wang Mang on the shoulder, replying earnestly, "I actually work part-time at a slaughterhouse." With that, he too revealed his level. Su Luo, level 27 Beastmaster. The entire venue erupted with excitement. People exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, this Beastmaster is already level 27. Wasn't it said that Beastmasters can't break past level 20? He's leveling up so fast. I remember he was only level 18 when the freshman registered half a month ago. His name is a bit red. Could it be that killing also grants experience?" In the audience, Yi Tianxi stared intently at Su Luo's level before turning to Jiang Xinghe, the president of the Long Kingdom Pharmacists Association and the only saint-level alchemist in the country. "Old Jiang, your pharmacist's guild is really lucky. This kid has limitless potential." Jiang Xinghe chuckled. "Your Yi family isn't doing too bad either. Look how well your daughter and Yi Gongzi get along." He pointed to Su Luo and Yi Lingyue, who were chatting below. Yi Tianxi simply smiled. "They're just kids. Their friendship has nothing to do with the Yi family." By this time, the staff had registered all the participants' information and distributed teleportation stones. Su Luo naturally became the team leader, which suited him perfectly, as only by being the leader could he fully utilize the abilities of his pets. Meanwhile, in the divine medicine realm, a necromancer had been working for 3 days straight, summoning 5,000 skeleton warriors. The golden scale flame dragon and the Xian water turtle lay in their respective places, surrounded by piles of beast soul pills and advancement potions, waiting quietly for Su Luo's command, ready to join the fray at any moment. "Su Luo, what place are we aiming for?" Yi Lingyue asked absent-mindedly as they queued to enter the teleportation array. Her question caught the attention of Zhou Lan, who was at the front of the line. He turned around, curiosity piqued, to look at Su Luo. Su Luo forced a faint smile as his eyes swept over the surrounding teams of level 30 to 40 players. He sighed inwardly and replied softly, "Let's just do our best." He wanted to say they would aim for first place, but feared being ridiculed. Sensing Su Luo's hesitation, Yi Lingyue pressed on, "Do you want to be first?" Seeing Su Luo shake his head, she immediately turned into the caring older sister and comforted him. "This team championship is different from others. This time, you can bring items, and the monsters you kill not only give experience but can also level up. Just watch how your big sister here will carry you all to victory." With that, she proudly patted the small, cream-colored pouch at her waist. Su Luo eyed the palm-sized bag, thinking that something belonging to the eldest daughter of the Yi family couldn't be ordinary. He guessed it was filled with one-time attack items like explosive talismans and thunder pills. Soon, it was Su Luo's team's turn. They stepped onto the teleportation array and vanished in the blink of an eye. The next moment, they found themselves on the outskirts of Yindu. Behind them loomed the towering, imposing city walls, less than 3 miles away. In front of them was a swarm of monsters, as dense as a locust plague, blotting out the sky. The weakest of these monsters was level 20, and their sheer numbers were staggering. Many newcomers to the team championship felt their scalps tingle at the sight. However, veterans like Feng Haiyang wasted no time leaping into action. As a swordsman, he coordinated seamlessly with the knights, holding the front line to absorb damage and create an opening for his teammates to attack. With each monster defeated, a black stone, known as a beast core, would drop. The weight of these cores correlated with the monster's strength and was the sole measure for determining victory in the competition. Yi Lingyue patiently explained this to everyone, while Wang Mang and Zhou Taisheng were already eager to jump into the fray. On the battlefield, over 100 teams appeared simultaneously, creating a chaotic scene. But as time went on, the distance between teams gradually widened. Su Luo stood still, quietly observing the situation. "Let's let them fight for a while," he thought, as he discreetly summoned a necromancer from the divine medicine realm. As the area ahead gradually opened up, Su Luo decisively gave the order, "Summon the skeleton warriors." No sooner had his words left his mouth than the necromancer began to cast the spell. In an instant, the ground cracked open, and countless bones emerged. In the blink of an eye, 5,630 skeleton warriors stood neatly in formation in front of Su Luo. The entire area within 100 meters was engulfed by this skeletal army, sending a chilling aura that made everyone present shiver involuntarily. After the necromancer surpassed level 30, the strength of these skeleton warriors also increased to level 20. When Su Luo pulled up the status panel of the skeleton warriors, everyone, including Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan, was utterly stunned. Skeleton warrior. Level 20. Attack 980. Defense 800. Spirit 1200. Constitution 5400. Skills 1. Death Curse. Inflicts 5 consecutive hits on the enemy, each causing 2,800 damage. 2. Spectral Slash. Unleashes a powerful slash by overexerting lost health. The lower the health, the higher the damage. Such combat power was almost comparable to that of human job changers. Wang Meng and Zhou Taisheng were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out, staring at Su Luo as if he were a monster. Brother Luo, how high is this pet's level? Wang Meng asked cautiously. Level 31. Su Luo replied calmly, not intending to show off. Holy crap. Wang Meng's eyes were red with envy. If anyone ever says beast masters are weak, I'll drag them in front of Brother Su. Meanwhile, in the central square of Yindu, the suburban team championship was being broadcast live on a giant screen via projection stone. At that moment, the camera focused on Su Luo's team. Seeing them not making a move, the audience burst into laughter. Jiang Xinghe from the Alchemist Guild couldn't help but comment. This boy stands still, so arrogant. It seems I must reconsider his position. Yi Tianxi chuckled. President Jiang, don't be hasty. Maybe he has a plan. Jiang Xinghe scoffed. I only let him join the Alchemist Guild out of respect for Tutor Feng and Dean Wu. As a mere alchemist, he doesn't deserve our guild's invitation. Just then, Su Luo's lazy voice came through the screen. Let them fight for a bit first. His group remained motionless. The mockery from the crowd intensified, with insults directed at both Su Luo and the Alchemist Guild. Jiang Xinghe's face flushed with anger, and he finally lost his temper. He stood up abruptly and announced loudly to the high-ranking members of Yindu University, as well as Wu Yong and Feng Li. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Luo's arrogance in such an important competition shows his lowly character. I, Jiang Xinghe, hereby declare that Su Luo is expelled from the Alchemist Guild. Henceforth, he shall receive no protection from us. The announcement caused an uproar among the audience. Yi Tianxi looked at Jiang Xinghe with an odd expression, then turned his amused gaze to the university's top officials. Wu Yong's face darkened, crushing the gourd in his hand. Feng Li exuded a cold aura. People of their stature understood how malicious Jiang Xinghe's actions were. This wasn't just expelling Su Luo from the guild. It was a public declaration that Su Luo was no longer under their protection, leaving him vulnerable to other forces. Wu Yong suddenly spoke, his voice booming like thunder. From now on, Su Luo is my personal disciple. Anyone who dares harm him will answer to me. With that, he struck the air with his palm, causing winds and flames to surge in the clouds. Feng Li also gave Jiang Xinghe a cold look, his words sharp as knives. Su Luo is my junior brother now. Anyone who dares harm him, even from 1,000 miles away, I'll shoot them down with an arrow. The crowd fell silent, stunned speechless. Not only was it shocking that Tutor Feng was Wu Yong's disciple, but the fact that Archmage Wu Yong was willing to take a Beastmaster of just over level 20 as a disciple was even more astonishing. Jiang Xinghe's face turned red, and he turned to Yi Tianxi for help. Master Yi, I only expelled Su Luo for the guild's reputation. Why are these two so upset? I'm not sure. Yi Tianxi feigned ignorance, though his eyes glinted with a hidden smile. He knew all too well. Su Luo's sister, Su Bingxue, had been forced into hiding, and now her brother's exceptional talent was evident. Jiang Xinghe's words were practically a death sentence for Su Luo. Just an alchemist. No big deal. Jiang Xinghe snorted. Sooner or later, those two will come begging for my alchemy services. Just as he finished speaking, the crowd gasped. On the big screen, a swarm of creatures appeared in front of Su Luo. Upon closer inspection, to everyone's surprise, they were all faced with skeleton warriors, each at level 20. Jiang Xinghe's face turned red, feeling as if an invisible hand had slapped him, leaving a stinging sensation. The battlefield on the outskirts of Yindu was gradually becoming more open, with all teams heading towards the distant forests. The battle line stretched endlessly, reaching over 100 meters at its widest. Su Luo had already made thorough preparations. 34 pets were ready for action, and over 5,000 skeleton warriors were on standby. He even summoned 1,000 skeleton servants from the realm of divine medicine, specifically tasked with collecting beast cores. It was a complete assembly line operation. Yi Lingyue and her companions were left speechless, utterly shocked by the scene before them. It wasn't until Su Luo was about to give the command to attack that Yi Lingyue cautiously asked, Su Luo, what should we do? There are people to kill the monsters, and there are people to collect the beast cores. The four of them felt so insignificant in the face of this massive lineup. Surely, they couldn't just stand by and watch? After a brief moment of thought, Su Luo replied, You guys, come with me to fight the monsters. All right. Zhou Taisheng was the first to agree, patting his chest in assurance, and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Having a role to play was certainly better than just standing by, which would indeed be embarrassing. Move out. At Su Luo's command, the necromancer and the numerous pets sprang into action. The mighty team swept into the battlefield like a massive harvesting machine. The surrounding teams, busy fighting monsters, were left in awe, mouths agape at the impressive sight. Is this guy cheating? Where did he get such a skeleton army? Isn't this supposed to be the job of a beast master? Even a necromancer can't summon this many skeletons in such a short time. What's his name again? Su Luo, right? Once the team championship is over, I'm gonna be his biggest fan. While the pets led the charge, Su Luo ordered his 5 companions to split up and rush directly to the front of the main force. At that moment, the big screen in Yindu Square continuously displayed the images of Su Luo and his team. When they saw Su Luo directing his teammates into the monster horde, everyone was wide-eyed with curiosity. What's he up to? With her high-level and mage survival skills, Yi Lingyue moved effortlessly through the mob of monsters. When she was 100 meters away from the skeleton army, she unleashed Starfire Blaze on a group of flaming gorillas. A small flame ignited among the monsters, quickly spreading and engulfing hundreds of gorillas. Agitated by the fire, the gorillas charged after Yi Lingyue. However, with her agile movements, she skillfully retreated toward the skeleton army, leading the monster horde behind her. Meanwhile, Zhou Taisheng, relying on his thick skin, attracted a large number of monsters as well. Zhou Lan and Wang Meng followed suit. Su Luo, seated on the back of a Xian Shui turtle, coordinated the entire operation. Su Luo, we're back. Zhou Taisheng shouted, leading over 100 tree-like monsters into the fray. The other 3 brought their own groups of monsters from different directions. The skeleton army, already dealing with thousands of monsters, was struggling despite the assistance of numerous pets. Yi Lingyue cast several spells, but they had little effect. Su Luo, maybe we should stop. We can't hold out much longer, Zhou Taisheng said worriedly, glancing at Su Luo. As a level 20-something knight, he felt helpless in such a massive battle. Yi Lingyue quickly agreed. Yeah, if we take down this wave, we'll likely secure first place. There's no need to risk it. She pointed out that even a level 40 team would need an hour or 2 to handle over 1,000 monsters, and with 24 hours in the team competition, there was no need to push themselves so hard. Su Luo glanced in Feng Haiyang's direction and shook his head. Keep drawing the monsters. I have a plan. With that, he began positioning all the pets to prepare for an attack behind the skeleton warriors. First came the control skills. The 5 poison giant bees buzzing reduced the movement speed of all monsters within 30 meters by 80. The roots of the toxic stump entangled a level 30 elite monster, followed by effects like freezing, chilling, and paralysis. Over 30 pets unleashed various slowing and debilitating effects, turning the tide of battle. Next was a wave of area attacks. Seeing this, Yi Lingyue understood Su Luo's strategy and began casting wide-range spells. Starfire Blaze and Meteor Shower followed one after the other. In an instant, a barrage of damage numbers appeared over the monsters. Under such a concentrated assault, the 1,000-plus monsters were wiped out almost instantly. Defeated Abyssal King Kong, experience 850. Defeated Shadow Wolf, experience 700. Defeated Giant Black Bear Demon, experience 1,200. With shared experience, the team members all received the same experience boost. Su Luo leveled up from 27 to 28, while Zhou Taisheng and Wang Meng each gained a level. Only Zhou Lan and Yi Lingyue's levels remained unchanged. The skeleton servants began to clean the battlefield, collecting the dark monster cores and handing them to Su Luo. Soon, a small mountain of cores piled up on the ground. Excited, Wang Meng asked, Brother Luo, should we keep luring more monsters? Yes, we must secure first place. Su Luo calmly ordered, and the skeleton army continued to advance. After their initial success, the others had no objections and diligently went to attract more monsters. In this battle, they lost over 200 skeleton warriors, but the necromancer continuously summoned reinforcements. Su Luo calculated that by the time they exhausted all 5,000 skeleton warriors, the competition should be nearly over, ensuring their victory. Damn, that skeleton army isn't wiped out yet, an armored knight exclaimed. Shit, with so many beast cores, if no one was watching, I'd consider robbing them, Feng Haiyang muttered after finishing off a wave of monsters. Seeing the shimmering cores near Su Luo, his eyes burned with envy. He thought to himself, this guy's summoned skeletons are unbelievably powerful. When the wind blows too strongly, the tallest trees are the first to fall. He's bound to attract trouble. Despite trying to suppress his jealousy, Feng Haiyang couldn't focus on the fight, frequently glancing at Su Luo. On another front, Zhou Wenwen, placed in a high-level team by Feng Haiyang, was stunned by Su Luo's tactics, especially seeing Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang gaining experience alongside Su Luo. While Feng Haiyang refused to help her level up, she felt a pang of regret. However, she soon smiled, thinking, surely, those people won't let you off easily. Enjoy your moment while it lasts. In the square, the large screen practically became Su Luo's showcase. From the moment the skeleton warriors appeared, the screen continuously displayed their team's progress. At this moment, the group was once again luring monsters, with the skeleton army pressing forward into the monster tide. On the leaderboard for exotic beast cores, Su Luo's team was at the top with 8.2 points, followed by Feng Haiyang's team with 7.3 points. Despite already leading, Su Luo's team continued to relentlessly farm monsters. The scene was silent, with everyone intently watching Su Luo's astonishing speed in defeating monsters. Who said Beast Tamers are weak? Who said they have no future? The senior leaders of Yindu University also kept their eyes glued to the big screen. Watching Su Luo calmly taking down monsters, Wu Yong cheerfully patted Feng Li's shoulder. Sending you to Jiangcheng was the best decision I've ever made. Master, he's Su Bingshue's brother. You'd better think about how to handle the trouble that's coming, Feng Li replied expressionlessly, then suddenly widened his eyes. On the big screen, a dark golden dragon-shaped pet suddenly appeared beside Su Luo. The appearance of the golden-scaled flame dragon caused an immediate stir. All eyes were glued to the screen, captivated by the majestic, dragon-like creature. The name of the Dragon Kingdom has long been associated with this sacred guardian beast. Such a rare creature is seldom seen over the centuries, and now, the one in Su Luo's hands might very well be the legendary dragon itself. If proven true, Su Luo would undoubtedly rise to become the foremost beast master of the Dragon Kingdom. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Su Luo led the golden-scaled flame dragon with a proud stride to the front lines of the battlefield. Yi Lingyue, the first to return with the creature, widened her eyes in shock upon seeing the dragon and exclaimed, Su Luo, is this pet of yours? Another class? Su Luo gave a shy smile and humbly replied, just got lucky. He didn't boast, simply commanded the golden-scaled flame dragon to battle. After several dungeon trials, he understood that such a large-scale championship would inevitably cause a sensation in the city. Having already revealed an SS-class necromancer, unveiling an S-class golden-scaled flame dragon was no longer a concern. This move might not deter the lurking threats, but it would certainly alert the authorities at Yindu University. If they couldn't protect such talented individuals, the university's centuries-old legacy would be at risk. On the battlefield, hordes of monsters surged like a tidal wave. Skeleton warriors and numerous control-type pets fought valiantly, yet their numbers dwindled rapidly. At this moment, the figures of 3 frost hounds appeared. They boasted formidable stats, level 25 attack, 1500 defense, 420 spirit, 1400 skill, and possessed 3 major traits, Frenzy, Frost Soul Hunt, and Speed Burst. In Frenzy mode, they consumed 50 spirit points per second but increased damage by 300. Speed Burst consumed 50 spirit points per second for a 200 speed boost. Frost Soul Hunt was even more terrifying, allowing them to hurl 2 heads, dealing 2,800 damage within a 3-meter radius. The Frost Hounds moved with astonishing speed. By the time Zhou Taixing, battered and bruised, retreated, his face was ashen and his health barely above 200. Panting heavily, he complained, Luo, do something. These crazy dogs are too much. Shouldn't have messed with them. He rubbed his bitten backside while gulping down a stamina potion. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan and Wang Mang also returned with their respective creatures. All pets launched their attacks as planned. Control-type skills first, followed by a barrage of area attacks on the monster horde. Su Luo made a swift decision and ordered the golden-scaled flame dragon to attack. A powerful inferno descended, covering nearly 50 meters. Meteorites mixed with fireballs rained down, each meteor causing a staggering 3650 damage, while the fireballs inflicted continuous burn effects. The battlefield was suddenly filled with a flurry of damage numbers, leaving Yi Lingyue awestruck. She knew Su Luo was exceptional, but hadn't anticipated his prowess to this extent. Su Luo, you're incredible. She couldn't help but praise. Su Luo shook his head and said, this is nothing. I haven't even used the more powerful skills yet. His words left Zhou Taixing, Zhou Lan, and Wang Mang staring wide-eyed at the golden-scaled flame dragon. The dragon let out an excited roar, its entire body vanishing instantly. In the void, a golden light traced lines through the air. Zhou Taixing exclaimed, is this an S-class pet? He slapped his face, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. The golden-scaled flame dragon's speed increased until it seemed the entire void was covered by an infinitely extending line. Su Luo's face lit up with anticipation as he commanded, "Begin." The golden line descended on the battlefield like a sword's mark, and once again, damage numbers floated amidst the sound of countless monsters falling. System notifications echoed. "Congratulations on killing a frost hound. Experience 900. Congratulations on killing a black soul messenger. Experience 800. Congratulations on killing a 1,000-year tree demon. Experience 650. Hearing these notifications, Zhou Taixing couldn't help but tremble with excitement, thinking, "This is awesome." The feeling of an easy win. When he opened his eyes, he saw his sister Zhou Lan looking at him with disdain. She pursed her lips and asked, "Brother, when did you meet such an amazing friend?" Zhou Taixing glanced at Su Luo and whispered, "I wanted to introduce him to you, but I was afraid you wouldn't be a good match." Annoying. Zhou Lan blushed, kicked him lightly, and then pretended to casually observe Su Luo's profile. Su Luo, focused on the battlefield, was oblivious to the siblings' interaction. With the golden-scaled flame dragon's full-scale assault, the monsters on the battlefield were quickly cleared once more. Meanwhile, in the plaza of Yindu University, the previously composed Jiang Xinghe, seated in the audience, began to show signs of concern. Seeing Su Luo's talents grow more impressive, eventually becoming the talk of the town as a prodigy, Jiang Xinghe felt his face burn with embarrassment. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into, overwhelmed with shame. Old Wu raised his glass, downed it in one gulp, and a sly glint appeared in his eyes. He turned to Jiang Xinghe, his tone laced with sarcasm. "President Jiang, you have quite the eye, realizing your temple is too small and getting my prized apprentice out ahead of time." Being someone who never delays revenge, Wu Yong seized the opportunity to kick someone when they're down. His words seemed to ignite a fuse, sparking a barrage of mockery. The usually superior members of the Alchemist Association, particularly the arrogant Jiang Xinghe, had long accumulated dissatisfaction in Yindu. Now, more voices joined the chorus of criticism. To err is human. President Zhang's narrow vision missing out on a genius like Su Gongzi is understandable, one voice remarked. "Do you really think making a few lousy potions makes you remarkable?" Another scoffed. A woman even threatened, "If I ever run into that old man in the mountains, I'll make sure he loses all his teeth." People only showed him respect out of courtesy. Without that, could the association even function? Someone else chimed in. Faced with the overwhelming criticism, Jiang Xinghe's face grew darker, and veins bulged on his forehead. Suddenly, he slammed the table, stood up, and yelled at those who insulted him, "You bunch of loudmouths. From now on, I won't make a single potion for any of you." He looked around and added with a sneer, "Anyone who targets me today, don't expect to buy any potions from the Alchemist Association in the future." With that, he turned and left, leaving behind a stunned crowd. However, the discussions didn't stop with Jiang Xinghe's departure. Those who had spoken up were already at odds with the Alchemist Association and were unfazed by his threats. On the podium, Old Wu began to feel a bit uneasy. He dared to confront Jiang Xinghe because Su Luo was his apprentice, and he wanted to save face. But the unexpected support for him and Su Luo caught him off guard. Wu Yong realized that while everyone seemed to believe in Su Luo's identity as an alchemist, he himself knew nothing about Su Luo's actual skills. He urgently turned to Feng Li, his eyes burning with inquiry. "Xiao Feng, how skilled is Su Luo in alchemy?" Feng Li looked troubled and stammered, This kid's methods are quite peculiar. I don't really know his level." Although he had only seen Su Luo make potions once, his intuition told him Su Luo's skills were likely high. Seeing the change in Feng Li's expression, a smile slowly spread across Wu Yong's face. He was calculating in his mind. As long as the competition ends and this kid can publicly prove his alchemy skills, he will surely gain the support of many factions. In the outskirts of Yindu, the team competition was in full swing. The participating teams were giving it their all, quickly clearing the monsters around the city. Among them, Su Luo's team was the most impressive. His unique combat strategy drew attention. Teammates would attract the monsters, which were then eliminated by his pets and an army of skeletons. This incredibly efficient tactic was envied by other teams, but none dared to imitate it recklessly. After all, if an ordinary team attracted so many monsters, they would only face annihilation. The battle soon spread to the forest. Su Luo leisurely rode on the back of his Xian Shui turtle and opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Luo. Class, Beast Tamer. Level, 28. Strength, 1,500. Spirit, 2,000. Defense, 2,200. Constitution, 6,000. Equipment, Taming Whip, Boulder Set, Boulder Sword. Pets. Skills, Taming, Root Entanglement, Death Curse, Flame Baptism. Just 2 levels short of 30, Su Luo was not worried. His backpack was stocked with a large number of beast spirit pills and herbs, allowing him to easily break through to level 30 after the competition by refining more. As the match neared its end, Zhou Taisheng and Wang Meng grew restless. Experiencing such an efficient monster farming method for the first time, they were reluctant to stop after getting a taste of it. They looked at Su Luo with eager eyes and cautiously suggested, "Brother Luo, there's still half an hour left. How about we go for one last big haul?" Su Luo readily agreed, and the four quickly reached a consensus to undertake an unprecedented large-scale action one last time. Su Luo counted his skeleton warriors, numbering around 3,000. Their death strike could inflict 6 to 7,000 high damage, and without sufficient monsters, it would be a waste. He immediately sent out his fast-moving pets, like the Flame Rock, to attract more monsters. Soon, a slight tremor could be felt on the ground. The surrounding teams paused, and everyone, including Su Luo, widened their eyes. From all directions came formidable wild monsters. Dark Knight Demon Bull, level 30. Flame Demon Lion, level 32. Ghost Blood Eagle, level 31. Crimson Demon Snake, level 29. The beasts charged recklessly, thick branches snapping easily, the ground trembling, and dust filling the air. Nearby teams panicked, abandoning their unfinished battles and fleeing. "This guy is crazy. This isn't monster farming. It's a beast tide," someone exclaimed. Su Luo wanted to flee too, but these wild monsters were his responsibility to draw in, and he couldn't back down. Just then, Yi Lingyue appeared beside him through a fire teleportation array. Panting as she asked, "Su Luo, is this enough? If not, I can go again." It's enough. Su Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly replenished all his pets with stamina and spirit recovery potions. Zhou Taisheng also returned, deliberately slowing down to let the Dark Knight Demon Bull hit his shield and propel him into the team. Once everyone was gathered, Su Luo ordered all pets to attack with full force. Even the golden-scaled flame dragon joined the battle without holding back. Zhou Taisheng shouted, "Brothers, let's do this," leading Wang Meng through the skeleton army to kill monsters. Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan followed Su Luo, unleashing area attacks. The battle was barely stable, but time was ticking away. Su Luo no longer held back, directly using his ultimate skill, Flame Baptism. Instantly, a massive fire ring with a 30-meter diameter appeared on the battlefield, shrinking as it dealt damage to all enemies. Seeing their master use his skill, the Flame Rock seemed even more excited, releasing another Flame Baptism at Su Luo's previous location. However, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. Yi Lingyue's face turned pale, sweat covering her forehead as she frantically threw beads from her pocket, anxiously asking, "Su Luo, what now? We can't seem to hold them off." Su Luo noticed a black giant lion with extraordinary combat power, taking down several skeleton warriors with ease. He quickly checked its attributes. Flame Demon Lion, level 32. Attack, 2,900. Defense, 1,800. Spirit, 1,500. Constitution, 12,500. Skills, Demonization, Demon Roar. Though surprised, Su Luo remained calm. He commanded the necromancer to cast Death Curse on the Flame Demon Lion. Hit by the curse, the lion started losing health rapidly, then activated demonization and charged at Su Luo. The Xian Shui turtle met it hidden, engaging in a struggle. Su Luo added another Death Curse, and the other pets launched single-target attacks on it. Soon, system notifications popped up. "Congratulations on killing the Flame Demon Lion. Experience points 1,500. Congratulations on killing the Crimson Demon Snake. Experience points 1,000. At this point, the skeleton warriors with low health began using their death strike. The battlefield stretched over tens of meters, engulfed in flames, with continuous roaring and explosions. Massive damage numbers and screams echoed like a living hell. The surrounding teams couldn't help but stop, staring blankly at this area of combat. In the final 3 minutes, Su Luo remained calm, ordering all pets to attack with full force. A flash of white light, and the system announced, "Congratulations on reaching level 29. Su Luo successfully leveled up, with Zhou Lan and Yi Lingyue each gaining a level, while Wang Meng and Zhou Taisheng leveled up twice. Just then, a white light spread from the sky, covering everyone in a blink. Yi Lingyue breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "The forced teleportation has started. So this round of the competition is finally over." At Yin University Square, the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Teams had just returned from a different world and were busy tallying up their haul of beast crystal cores. In the center of the square, a middle-aged man held a special device, meticulously scanning each team's spoils. The first team stepped forward, their crystal cores piled high. With a simple scan, the device absorbed the cores and displayed 18 points. The large screen immediately showed the team captain's name and score. The second team scored 24 points, the third 22, and the scores continued to appear. In the crowd, Su Luo stood calmly among his team. His gaze swept over the scene, showing no sign of anxiety. Compared to other teams, the number of crystal cores in Su Luo's backpack was staggering, at least several times that of the leading 30-level team. On the spectator stands, the crowd's attention bypassed the teams in front, fixating on Su Luo with keen interest. This unusual focus puzzled and annoyed other competitors. Our team scored 76 points, 3 more than last year's champion. Yet no one seemed surprised. Exactly. Why is everyone looking past us to the back? Only a few teams knew the true strength of Su Luo's group, leaving most people bewildered. Gradually, more competitors turned their gaze towards Su Luo and his team, with Yingyue being the most popular, mistakenly identified as the leader. Finally, it was Su Luo's team's turn. The instructor in charge of collecting the crystal cores smiled warmly and said, "Su Luo, your performance in the competition was impressive. Please take out the beast crystal cores." He gestured invitingly with his device. This preferential treatment immediately sparked discontent among the other teams. However, when Su Luo began unloading the crystal cores from his backpack, the entire square fell silent. With a clatter, a heap of black crystal cores as tall as a person piled up on the square. Just as the instructor was about to commend them, Su Luo poured out a second heap, about half the height of the first. "Sorry, my backpack couldn't fit them all in one go, so I had to split them into 2 loads," Su Luo said with an awkward smile, gesturing at the cores. The scene erupted into an uproar. Whoa, who is this guy? This must be the largest haul in the history of Yin University's team competition. Record-breaking. This needs to go down in history. The instructor's face flushed with excitement as he shakily operated the device. Moments later, a string of red numbers flashed, 998 points. Once again, the square was silent. On the podium, Wu Yong and the leaders of Yin University displayed expressions of fervent excitement. Su Luo's achievement was not only a personal triumph, but also a source of pride for the entire university. In the stands, the local Yin University students, who had previously dismissed Su Luo as a beast master from a small place, now looked at him with sincere admiration and enthusiasm. "It's our fortune to have such a genius in our country. Indeed, a strong youth makes a strong nation." The Zhao family of Yin is willing to support Su Gongzi in any endeavor unconditionally. The Sun family of Yin as well. Everyone's perception of Su Luo had changed, and the students of Yin University now viewed this humble young man in a new light. When all the teams had submitted their crystal cores, it was time to distribute the prizes. Su Luo received a disposable storage bag containing the prizes from Fengli. The large screen on the podium displayed the prize list. Small space stone 1, 80 million dragon coins, excellent grade main battle profession blue set 5, large mental recovery potion 500, large physical recovery potion 500, academy points 50,000. Fengli, with a look of envy, patted Su Luo on the shoulder and said, "Su Luo, you really didn't disappoint us. From now on, you should call me senior brother." "Senior brother?" Su Luo blurted out in shock, and the crowd around them fell into a stunned silence. Zhou Taixing and the others stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Seeing this, Fengli quickly explained in detail the series of events that had occurred during the tournament. When he mentioned that Wu Yong, the Grand Mage, wanted to take Su Luo as his apprentice, a blush crept over Su Luo's cheeks, and his heart raced. This kind of excitement was something he had only experienced when he awakened the King of Beasts and mastered the divine level of alchemy. Wu Yong, an 83rd level fire mage, was one of the top figures in the entire Yin city. Becoming his apprentice meant Su Luo could effortlessly surpass the privileged and wealthy young heirs. But Su Luo's thoughts were simple. Gaining an additional identity was like having an extra means of survival. He vaguely suspected that Wu Yong's intention to take him as an apprentice might be a ploy to spite the Alchemist Association. After all, a mere beast master wasn't enough to attract such a powerful figure to take him under his wing. As Su Luo was lost in thought, the awards ceremony quietly came to an end. On the stage, a special pattern had already been etched. "Su Luo, come on. What are you standing there for?" Fengli waved at him, signaling him to step onto the stage. Wu Yong was already standing there, still cheerfully holding his wine gourd, his face beaming as he looked at Su Luo. "Kid, from now on, you're my last disciple. Let's get started. I still have to prepare a gift for you later," Wu Yong urged. Under their feet was the sacred totem used exclusively for apprenticeship ceremonies in this world. Once the ceremony was completed, Su Luo did not immediately leave, but instead looked earnestly at the old master. "Master, I would like to give you a gift." Su Luo's voice was not loud, but it silenced the entire crowd instantly. A 29th level beast master offering a gift to an 83rd level master? Everyone held their breath, eager to see what this gift would be. "What do you plan to give me?" Wu Yong's tone was calm, but his face showed a look of anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Su Luo solemnly said, "As long as you have the materials, master, I can help you craft the flame spirit. The elemental spirits are treasures for mages, especially invaluable to the elderly ones. In addition to the fire spirit, there are also the water spirit, earth spirit, and others. Each use of an elemental spirit enhances the body's reaction to elements, reducing the difficulty of leveling up or lessening the decline in power. In this world of monster hunting and leveling up, even those with extraordinary abilities are still mortal and will inevitably face aging and death. Only by reaching the pinnacle can one slow down this process. However, crafting an elemental spirit is extremely challenging, and in the entire Dragon Kingdom, only Jiang Xinghe, the president of the Alchemist Association, can accomplish it. At this moment, Su Luo, a mere level 29 Beastmaster, boldly claimed he would craft a fire spirit. This declaration left everyone speechless, staring at him with disbelief as if he were insane. Seeing the reaction, Fengli quickly signaled Su Luo to retract his statement. He turned to the crowd, chuckling as he explained, "My dear apprentice must have been provoked by that old dog Jiang Xinghe and spoke without thinking. Please don't take it seriously." He then looked sternly at Su Luo and whispered, "Have you thought this through?" Su Luo whispered back, "Master, as long as you provide the ingredients, I can do it." He calculated that by using the fire spirit to win over Wu Yong, he could establish himself in Yin capital. More importantly, he could leverage the abilities of the skeleton alchemist to complete this task. Trading 2 sets of ingredients for 1 potion was a surefire win. With Su Luo's confirmation, Old Wu and Feng Li exchanged a meaningful glance. Old Wu wanted to test Su Luo's alchemy skills, and here was his apprentice volunteering. As a master, he couldn't back down. "All right, since you're determined, I've got plenty of ingredients." As soon as he finished speaking, a pile of precious herbs and rare materials appeared on the table beside Su Luo. The audience stood up, some even climbing onto their seats to see whether Su Luo truly had the skills or was just seeking attention. Wu Yong and Feng Li stepped back in unison, giving Su Luo ample space to work. At that moment, a white streak appeared in the void, gradually revealing a figure. Wu Yong squinted and was instantly furious. "What's that old bastard Jiang Xinghe doing here again?" He was tempted to cast a forbidden spell on the spot. The newcomer was indeed Jiang Xinghe, the president of the Alchemist Association, accompanied by a group of high-ranking members. Their arrival attracted even more onlookers, quickly filling the stands, ground, and even the sky with people. Jiang Xinghe arrogantly announced, "I am Jiang Xinghe, president of the Alchemist Association. I've come here for no other reason than to witness which master alchemist is crafting a fire spirit." Upon seeing Su Luo's youthful face, he sneered, "Humph, I thought it was some master alchemist, but it turns out to be a mere youngster." Wu Yong, seething with anger, chanted a spell, turning the void crimson. He warned harshly, "Old bastard Jiang, my apprentice is crafting a potion today. If you dare utter another word, I'll burn you to ashes right here." Jiang Xinghe snorted, "Old Wu, I'm merely reminding you out of kindness. Whether he can craft the fire spirit is none of my concern. But over the years, you've traveled far and wide to gather these ingredients, barely managing to collect 2 sets, right? Are you really willing to let your prized apprentice waste them? To hell with you, I do as I please." Old Wu cursed, igniting a small flame at Jiang Xinghe's feet as a warning. Unfazed by the commotion, Su Luo focused intently on the ingredients before him. After committing all the materials to memory, he retrieved a simple bronze cauldron from his bag and set it up. He then used alchemy to ignite a small ground fire, beginning to add the ingredients one by one. Although crafting a fire spirit required a master alchemist, Su Luo's divine-level alchemy skills gave him confidence. If there's a medicinal herb in the world, he can refine it. Even if it doesn't exist, he can find a way to research and create it. Su Luo skillfully tossed one rare herb after another into the alchemy cauldron, each one carefully selected. As the herbs were added, a strange aroma filled the air, fresh and mysterious. However, the members of the Alchemist Guild were unimpressed by the fragrance and began to mock him mercilessly. "Does this shabby cauldron deserve to refine the spirit of fire?" sneered a sharp-featured alchemist. "The intensity of the herbal aroma is lacking. This kid has probably never refined anything before." An elderly man with a goatee sighed, shaking his head. In the crowd, a middle-aged man in luxurious robes suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with amusement. "President Jiang, do you think this kid can succeed?" This question piqued Jiang Xinghe's interest. His eyes were piercing as he surveyed the crowd, a cold smile playing on his lips. "If this kid manages to refine the spirit of fire today, I, Jiang, will let everyone here decide my fate." Old Wu, who was itching to vent his frustrations, brightened immediately and eagerly chimed in, "Are you serious? I've placed my bet. Shouldn't you place yours too, Wu Yong?" Jiang Xinghe looked at Wu Yong with a forced smile, his eyes darting as if calculating something. "What kind of wager are you proposing?" Wu Yong curled his lip, his expression disdainful. "If this kid fails to refine the spirit of fire, I want to cripple him myself, ensuring he can never become a transcendent or an alchemist again." Such venomous words caused an uproar among the onlookers. Wu Yong narrowed his eyes, exuding a chilling aura. Su Luo, focused on his alchemy, suddenly lifted his head, his emotionless gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xinghe, as if trying to see through his soul. Jiang Xinghe remained unfazed, instead escalating his provocation. What's the matter? Afraid to gamble? It's understandable. The number of saint-level alchemists in the world can be counted on one hand, and in this dragon kingdom, only I can refine the elemental spirit. Even I only have a 30% chance of success. If you choose to end this charade now, I can let bygones be bygones. But if you continue to disgrace us alchemists with this spectacle, you must accept this wager. His eyes remained locked on Wu Yong, completely ignoring Su Luo. To him, Su Luo was just a small fry with a few tricks, easily crushed with a casual remark. Unexpectedly, Su Luo spoke up calmly, his voice carrying a subtle hint of sarcasm. All right, I'll take your bet. Disciple, don't be rash. Wu Yong hurriedly tried to stop him, but Su Luo had already spoken again, his tone firm and challenging. Since President Jiang thinks so highly of me, Su, let's make it a big wager. Do you dare to gamble? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Luo's face turned grim as he pointed directly at Jiang Xinghe's head and declared, if I can create the fire spirit, you will acknowledge me as your master. His words landed like a heavy blow, leaving Jiang Xinghe and the onlookers stunned. The air seemed to freeze, and nobody dared to speak. Everyone understood that this was no longer a simple argument, but had escalated into a power struggle between Yindu University and the Alchemist Association. Most people present had no desire to get involved, and could only hold their breath and wait. On the podium, the senior officials of Yindu University exchanged surprised glances, occasionally looking at Wu Yong. Their gazes carried a silent tease. Your apprentice is quite something. However, Wu Yong remained composed, sipping from his gourd with a smile, his eyes filled with increasing admiration for Su Luo. Initially, he thought Su Luo was just strong and talented, modest without arrogance, merely above average. But now he realized that this young man was a force to be reckoned with, possessing both exceptional aptitude and character. Among the crowd, Jiang Xinghe snapped back to reality, his face turning from red to purple, finally settling on a liver-like hue. He found himself at a crossroads, to bet or not to bet. Risking his lifelong reputation against a young upstart felt like a loss. Yet, the wager was his idea, so how could he retreat gracefully now? Suppressing his mounting anger, he gritted his teeth and said, if you want to use me as a stake, your offer is not enough. Not enough? Su Luo replied, expressionless. You want me to risk my promising future against your lifetime of hollow fame, and that's not enough? If I succeed in creating the fire spirit, my status would be on par with yours. Now, I feel your offer is insufficient. Jiang Xinghe's continuous provocations had seriously crossed Su Luo's line. He decided to show no mercy and planned to demand a hefty price. Seeing the impasse, old Wu fanned the flames. Jiang, do you dare to bet or not? If not, stop wasting my apprentice's time. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? Jiang Xinghe, his eyes bloodshot with rage, retorted fiercely, tell me, what else do you want to add? Wu Yong squinted, took another sip from his gourd, and left the decision to Su Luo. Without hesitation, Su Luo said, add another 10,000 bottles of advanced progression potions. These high-level pet progression potions were worth 10,000 each in the market. By asking for 10,000 bottles, Su Luo was essentially demanding 1 billion. Moreover, such potions were always in short supply, often unavailable even with money. Apart from the Alchemist Association, it was nearly impossible to acquire so many. Fine, I agree, now get started. Relieved that Su Luo only wanted the potions, Jiang Xinghe promptly agreed. While engaging in verbal sparring, Su Luo never stopped his alchemy process. As he added various herbs into the cauldron, he gradually grasped the feel of crafting a sacred-level potion. With divine-level alchemy skills at his disposal, creating a fire spirit was within his reach. Even a divine potion was possible. His slow progress was merely due to his initial inexperience with such high-level concoctions. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Luo's movements became faster, entering a state of flow. To the observers, his hands moved so quickly they seemed to blur. Were it not for the increasing fragrance from the cauldron, it might have seemed like Su Luo was losing control. At this moment, the clouds in the sky began to twist and shift, gradually turning a fiery red, as if the heavens themselves were ablaze. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Is this an anomaly? Feng Li watched the changes in the sky with shock, then turned to Su Luo, his eyes brimming with joy. He did it. My brilliant apprentice did it. Wu Yong burst into laughter. Over the years, he had often witnessed similar phenomena when begging Jiang Xinghe to create the fire spirit, but never anything as dramatic as this. The scene fell silent as everyone watched Su Luo place the final 2 herbs into the cauldron. In an instant, the red clouds in the sky began to boil, bubbling like a pot of water. Simultaneously, the ground temperature seemed to rise slightly. Soon, two red flames rose from the cauldron. Each flame contained a translucent bead, almost invisible without careful observation. With the successful creation of the fire spirit, the entire square grew warmer. The elemental mages present could clearly feel the dense fire elements filling the air. He actually succeeded, and he made two fire spirits at once. Jiang Xinghe murmured in disbelief. For decades, he had roamed the alchemy world of Longhua, always treated with utmost respect wherever he went. To be reprimanded by a mere boy. Jiang Xinghe's face turned ashen, sweat dripping down his forehead. His eyes widened in horror as if recalling something terrifying, and suddenly, his legs gave way, causing him to faint and collapse heavily to the ground. At that moment, Su Luo extended his slender fingers and gently grasped the air. Two fiery red spirits of flame were instantly captured in his palm, emitting a faint glow. It was only then that the surrounding crowd snapped out of their daze, casting admiring glances at Su Luo. They were astounded. To have achieved the level of a saint-level alchemist at such a young age, with the potential to ascend to a god-level alchemist in the future, such a prodigy promised limitless prospects, demanding respect even from those formidable figures over 100 levels higher. On the podium, the university's senior members and instructors, who had initially been mere spectators, now regarded Su Luo with a subtle shift in their demeanor. They collectively turned to Old Wu, their eyes filled with envy. Old Wu, your promising disciple here is clearly more than just a fire mage. If there's anything you can't teach him, feel free to call on me. One instructor chuckled. Another senior member chimed in. This young man is impressive. My niece just happens to be 18 this year. A teacher for a day. A father for life. Old Wu, you should have a say. I'll say this up front, you can't keep such a gem hidden away. Someone else interjected. Suddenly, the people on the podium were all gathered around Old Wu, eager to express their thoughts. Feng Li, meanwhile, watched Su Luo with a smile, giving him a thumbs up and thinking to himself, who would have thought he was the one hiding his true potential all along? In the crowd, Yi Lingyue looked at Su Luo with shock, as if seeing him for the first time. Her eyes filled with surprise and a hint of admiration. Nearby, the siblings Zhou Taisheng and Zhou Lan were gazing at Su Luo with joy. After a brief exchange, Zhou Lan pulled a stone resembling a communication talisman from her backpack. She spoke into it softly before decisively crushing it, the fragments dissolving into glowing particles in the air. After breaking through the throng, Wu Yong's face was creased with countless smiles, his eyes full of satisfaction. Su Luo, with due respect, tucked away one spirit of flame and presented the other with both hands. This is my gift as your disciple, Su Luo said respectfully, his voice laced with reverence. Good, good, good. Old Wu beamed as he accepted the spirit of flame, though he left some thoughts unspoken. He felt that while this young man was polite, there was more he needed to learn. Gazing at the flickering spirit in his hand, Old Wu fell into contemplation. A set of herbs produces one finished product, and any surplus is the skill of the alchemist. That's the rule. Old Wu took the fire spirit, his gaze immediately falling on Jiang Xinghe. The old scoundrel was still pretending to be unconscious, his face pale and eyes shut tight. Old scoundrel, the bet is over. Wu Yong's voice was not loud, but it struck like a heavy hammer, silencing the room. Members of the Alchemist Association exchanged awkward glances, coughing lightly. Only then did Jiang Xinghe slowly open his eyes, feigning a dramatic awakening. The atmosphere instantly became tense and awkward. The crowd's gaze at Jiang Xinghe was filled with ridicule. Someone whispered, he was about to leave, but then rushed back upon hearing someone had refined the fire spirit. He insisted on betting, and now he's embarrassed himself. Jiang Xinghe let out a long sigh, seeming to age decades in an instant. Trembling, he stood up, facing the mocking eyes of the crowd, his face growing even paler. Bowing to Su Luo, he said weakly, I lost. I'll have the 10,000 bottles of advanced elixir sent over. With that, he turned and stumbled towards the exit of Yandu University. The atmosphere was suddenly awkward. Old Wu frowned. As an 83-level powerhouse, he wasn't fooled by Jiang Xinghe's act. The old fox was full of life, yet he pretended to be a dying man. At this moment, Su Luo also cast an inquisitive glance, seemingly seeking Old Wu's opinion. Stop! Wu Yong's voice was long and powerful. Jiang Xinghe halted, visibly shaking. He turned back, his face even paler, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Dean Wu, young friend Su, I'm unwell. If I don't return to take my medicine, I might not have long to live. Is there anything else you need? His eyes, however, were filled with defiance. You can't leave until the elixir is delivered, Wu Yong said expressionlessly. You haven't fulfilled your bet? Jiang Xinghe's face showed exaggerated surprise. Then he pitifully shouted to the crowd, everyone, judge for me. I'm a weak old man. If I get further agitated, I might just drop dead. How can the esteemed dean of Qinglong Academy bully an ordinary old man like me? Where's the justice? Where's the conscience? His performance was masterful, but the room remained silent. Everyone was pondering his claim of being an ordinary old man. As the president of the Alchemist Association, he was anything but ordinary. Though no one spoke, their eyes conveyed a growing disdain. If you don't fulfill the bet, not even the King of Heaven can help you leave this place today. Wu Yong remained expressionless. The high-ranking officials of Yindu watched quietly, showing no intention of intervening. Jiang Xinghe's face twitched as he frowned at Su Luo. Why don't we just let this go today? Young people shouldn't be too rigid. All eyes turned to Su Luo, even Wu Yong unusually allowing him to make the decision. Bow to your master, and you can leave, Su Luo said calmly, showing no sign of letting Jiang Xinghe off the hook. Fine. But do you think you can handle the weight of my bow? Jiang Xinghe's expression turned vicious as he slowly approached Su Luo, his steps slowing as if waiting for Su Luo to change his mind. At that moment, the people delivering the elixir arrived. Reluctantly, they handed a storage pouch to Wu Yong. All right, kneel, acknowledge your master, and get lost. With the advanced elixir in hand, Wu Yong urged impatiently. Jiang Xinghe glared venomously at Su Luo, then reluctantly knelt and bowed his head. Master, good disciple, you may rise, Su Luo said with a smile, standing before Jiang Xinghe. Without a formal ceremony, this bow was nothing more than self-humiliation. Ladies and gentlemen, I must take my leave, Wu Yong said, cupping his hands to the crowd, then left the stage with Su Luo, disappearing from view. Jiang Xinghe stood there in disgrace, seemingly unable to accept his defeat. Only then did the audience begin to whisper, who would have thought the mighty President Jiang would finally meet his match today? He's spent his life trampling on others' dignity, and now he's finally getting his comeuppance. How is this trampling on dignity, Master Su? It's more like grinding that old dog's dignity into the ground. Serves him right. Ha! An onlooker couldn't help but shout, a gleeful expression on their face. Yi Tianxi stood among the crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips. The heads of various families cast envious glances his way. One of them jokingly remarked, Master Yi, who would have thought you were the one hiding such depths? I bet by now, Lingyue and young Master Yi are good friends, aren't they? Yi Tianxi smiled modestly and replied, Lingyue is lively by nature. She is her own person, and the Yi family is the Yi family. If we could have Su Luo as a son-in-law, it would indeed be a great fortune. Despite his words, a tinge of bitterness lingered in Yi Tianxi's heart, for Yi Lingyue was not his biological daughter, but a child fostered by the Yi family. The surrounding people did not notice Yi Tianxi's inner thoughts and continued their discussions. Today's events have really opened my eyes. From now on, everyone in my Wang family should steer clear of this Su Luo, one patriarch whispered. Indeed, he keeps a low profile, but when it comes to dealing with people, he doesn't hold back. Another agreed. Didn't you see? That kid's name was practically glowing red. Ahem, someone cleared their throat. Just the fact he can refine fire spirits. If I offended him, our family's ancestor might drag me to apologize. Speaking of fire spirits, this kid is truly impressive. He can refine two at once. While Jiang Xinghe needs 4 or 5 tries to make just one, the crowd debated for a long time before reluctantly leaving Yindu University. Someone suggested that Jiang Xinghe should kneel and become his apprentice, a scene that might become legendary in Yindu. Meanwhile, in Su Luo's courtyard, Zhou Taisheng, Zhou Lan, Yi Lingyue, and Wang Mang were gathered around a table, discussing how to distribute the competition prizes. Zhou Taisheng spoke seriously, Su Luo, the 4 of us have agreed. Since you did most of the work in this competition, the spatial stone should go to you. The rest will split among the 5 of us. Su Luo initially wanted to give all the prizes, except the spatial stone, to them, but the 4 insisted he take a share. Zhou Lan added, just take it. We don't really need these things. Yi Lingyue and Wang Mang nodded in agreement. Su Luo awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, all right, I guess I'm getting the better end of the deal this time. He then began assigning new tasks to Zhou Taisheng and Wang Mang. Considering the possibility that the Alchemist Association might stop cooperating with Yindu University or significantly raise prices, Su Luo decided to have them announce the outsourcing of stamina recovery potion processing and sales at Yindu University. His goal was to capture the entire Yindu herbal market, as it was a huge opportunity. After everyone left, Su Luo picked up the small spatial stone for a closer look. He was curious about how much it could expand the area of his divine medicine realm. With this question in mind, he began his in-depth exploration. In the realm of the divine medicine world, the medicinal herbs are thriving. The meticulously divided fields are filled with vibrant plants, their lush green leaves shimmering with life under the sunlight. Su Luo stands on the ridge, taking a deep breath, as the air carries the sweet scent of the herbs. Looking around, nearly 2,000 skeletal servants are toiling in the fields. They mechanically and tirelessly weed, water, and catch pests. Each plot is tended by 4 or 5 skeletal helpers, who stand guard when there's no work, serving the fields day and night. In a nearby clearing, over 1,000 skeletal alchemists appear more relaxed. Some stand, others sit, and a few lie on the ridges, carefully observing the growth of the herbs. As Su Luo is about to stroll, a prone skeletal alchemist alerts him that the first planted herbs are nearing maturity. He then notices the unusually rapid growth of the plants. Su Luo examines these skeletal alchemists, their levels evident to him. Most are still at the beginner stage, with only a few reaching intermediate levels. While Su Luo ponders, a necromancer summoning skeletal servants notices his arrival. The necromancer quickly abandons his work and rushes over, fawningly saying, "Master, you're here. Everything is stable here, no disappointments, right? It's just a pity the space is a bit small. Otherwise, I could plan even more." Su Luo doesn't respond immediately, instead retrieving an object from his pocket. The necromancer's words halt abruptly, his red eyes under the black robe growing wide until a small hole is burned into the cloak. It is a space stone, about the size of a ping-pong ball, smooth as iron with numerous holes, and quite heavy. Su Luo gently tosses the space stone into the air, and the entire divine medicine world begins to warp and reshape. Mist thickens and swirls, becoming more dense. As the space stone shrinks, the realm's area expands. The necromancer excitedly inquires, "Master, where did you get the space stone?" He can feel the divine medicine world rapidly expanding. Su Luo doesn't answer, instead pointing to the fields and asking, "Why have the herbs started growing faster?" The necromancer proudly explains, "Hehe, thanks to my influence, this space has accepted me. Now, I am the realm spirit of the divine medicine world." He wanted to boast further but decided against it to avoid angering Su Luo, so he continued honestly. Once a space gives birth to a realm spirit, it's like maturing from an infant to an adult. The realm spirit can control everything within this small space, including the passage of time. However, I'm not powerful enough yet, so I can only make time pass a little faster than outside. Additionally, as the realm spirit, I can control monster spawning. The lowest level can spawn wild animals, and the highest can spawn level 10 monsters for experience. Of course, level 10 monsters are too weak to be of much use. Su Luo is pleased with the changes in the divine medicine world. As the mist gradually dissipates, the realm becomes bright again. As the master of this world, Su Luo, like the necromancer, can fly through the air, hovering in the void. He observes that the realm's area has expanded by half. The newly added regions boast beautiful mountains, winding rivers, lush grasslands, and untouched virgin land. The necromancer hesitantly asks, "Master, should these new areas be used for growing more herbs?" After pondering for a moment, Su Luo issues new instructions. First, build a large warehouse, then create several hundred alchemy chambers, and use the remaining space to plant herbs needed for small stamina recovery potions. Upon receiving the new orders, the necromancer immediately begins directing all idle skeletons to work. Though the divine medicine world is not large, it is already well equipped. Watching this small world gradually become more complete, Su Luo feels immensely satisfied. No matter what happens in the outside world, this place will always be his final sanctuary. With this in mind, Su Luo becomes even more convinced that participating in the blood trial was the right choice. With another small space stone, the realm's area could expand even further. Whether for herb cultivation or as storage, it would be the perfect solution. After quietly admiring the scene for a while, Su Luo summons the golden scale flame dragon. This majestic dragon possesses formidable attributes: level 29, straight attack, 1880 defense, 1520 spirit, 1600 constitution, and 7800 skills. It wields 3 powerful skills: flame descent, golden scale shuttle, and ignite. Ignite is an inextinguishable flame that bypasses defenses to burn both soul and body, dealing 300 damage per second for 5 minutes. After a fierce competition in the team championship, the golden scale flame dragon has advanced to level 29. Its skill, Burning Soul, has evolved into Ignite, capable of dealing a staggering 90,000 points of damage every 5 minutes. Seeing this data, Su Luo was overjoyed. 90,000 damage. Such power would allow the golden scale flame dragon to single-handedly take on many formidable monsters. Eagerly, Su Luo took out over 1,000 remaining beast spirit pills and fed them all to the golden scale flame dragon. As its level pet, the golden scale flame dragon held a place in Su Luo's heart, second only to the necromancer. With limited resources, it was only logical to prioritize nurturing the pet with greater potential. After exiting the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo sat in the courtyard and opened a hefty book. Although he appeared to be quietly reading, his experience points were rapidly increasing. The 500 notifications continuously flashed, and when Su Luo glanced at the experience bar, it had reached 50. He estimated that by the time the golden scale flame dragon finished digesting all the beast spirit pills, he himself would likely reach level 30. Just then, Su Luo felt something vibrating in his backpack. He reached in and pulled out a smooth stone, an additional reward given by Fengli after their team won the championship, a communication stone. This tool was more advanced than a cell phone, requiring only a small amount of mental energy to make long-distance calls, even functioning in major dungeons. As soon as Su Luo picked up the communication stone, Zhou Taisheng's anxious voice came through. Luo, our plan to process medicinal herbs at Yindu University might not work. Wang Meng and I tried to promote it on the field, but Instructor Feng stopped us. He told us not to cause a fuss and asked you to visit his office. Hearing this, Su Luo frowned. He and Fengli were now like brothers, so Feng likely wasn't calling to reprimand him. But why was promoting a cheaper herb processing service not allowed? With questions in mind, Su Luo put down the book and quickly headed to Fengli's office. Pushing open the office door, Su Luo saw Fengli engrossed in studying something. Hearing the movement, Fengli looked up, then set aside what he was holding. Mentor, Su Luo greeted with a slight bow, but Fengli waved him off. Now that you're also Master's disciple, we're brothers. No need for formalities, Fengli said, pulling up a chair for Su Luo to sit down before earnestly explaining. I know you have a knack for alchemy, but do you know how many people are at Yindu University? Excluding those constantly leveling up outside, there are at least 100,000 on campus. Announcing your herb processing service so publicly could negatively impact the school. Fengli continued to elaborate, while Su Luo listened quietly. The gist was that the academy intended to hire some alchemists to produce herbs. If Su Luo proceeded with his plan, it might make those alchemists feel as though their business was being poached. As Fengli explained, Su Luo's smile grew wider. When Fengli finished, Su Luo asked, if I can produce herbs in large quantities, would I then be allowed to promote it extensively within the academy? Mass production of potions? Feng Li's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Su Luo in disbelief. He knew Su Luo wasn't one to boast, but such a significant claim couldn't be easily trusted. Su Luo's lips curled into a confident smile, exactly what he wanted. Senior brother, if you don't believe me, why not give me materials for 2,000 small stamina recovery potions? I guarantee I'll have them all done within an hour. He patted his chest in assurance, his tone full of challenge. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Li's eyes, and he decided to test this seemingly unassuming guy. All right, then come with me to the storeroom to get the materials. He thought to himself, if Su Luo truly had this ability, he could entrust the academy's resources to him and avoid dealing with Jiang Xinghe. As they walked, Feng Li grew more convinced that the Su family must be a hidden powerhouse. After all, Su Bingxue had once been renowned in Yindu, and now Su Luo was stirring things up again. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the storeroom of Yindu University. Two massive stone doors guarded the entrance, with an old man sitting beside them. Thanks to his status as the disciple of the Azure Dragon Institute's head, Feng Li entered with ease. Inside, the storeroom was brightly lit, with shelves neatly arranged and a pathway for vehicles to pass through. Just as Feng Li was about to give an introduction, Su Luo was suddenly enveloped in a burst of white light. Congratulations, you've reached level 30. A system notification echoed in Su Luo's mind. Feng Li spun around, looking at Su Luo in shock. How is this possible? You leveled up just by walking? How did you do that? Su Luo awkwardly explained. My pet consumed some beast spirit pills, and I gained a bit of experience from it. Feng Li was skeptical but continued to probe. Your pet has no distance limitations? Seeing Su Luo nod, he sighed. They say Beast Tamers are weak, but it seems you might surpass our master in the future. Su Luo didn't respond and instead checked his attribute panel, secretly pleased that he could reset and copy skills again. This time, he decided to wait for his pet to acquire stronger skills before using this opportunity. After collecting the materials, Feng Li was about to leave when Su Luo stopped him. Senior brother, you promised that once I reached level 30, I could participate in the blood trial. Does that still hold? Feng Li nodded in agreement and then suggested, why don't you come with me to see our master now? He said once you reach level 30, he would tell you some things about your sister. At the mention of his sister, Su Bingxue, Su Luo immediately set aside his doubts. After all, he had come to Yindu University to find out about his sister's whereabouts. In the wilderness, in front of a handmade wooden cabin surrounded by fruits and medicinal herbs, Wu Yong was leisurely lying on a chair, sipping wine and humming a tune. But upon seeing two figures approaching from the foot of the mountain, he quickly put on a serious expression and set down his wine gourd. Is that kid already at level 30? Wu Yong lay back in his chair, tilting the wine gourd in his hand slightly, the amber liquid glinting in the sunlight. He squinted as if he could already see the figures of Su Luo and Feng Li. Sure enough, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Su Luo followed behind Feng Li, and both of them bowed to Wu Yong. Master, Su Luo spoke respectfully, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Wu Yong didn't respond immediately. Instead, he leisurely raised the gourd and took a long sip. The courtyard fell silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Feeling awkward, Su Luo rubbed his nose, realizing he needed to take the initiative. He stepped forward, his voice slightly tense. Master, I want to ask about my sister. Wu Yong set down the gourd, fixing Su Luo with an intense gaze. Now that you're at level 30, you're eligible to take part in the Crimson Trial. Your sister's story isn't something I can't tell you, but are you ready? I'm ready, Su Luo replied with determination. Wu Yong sighed and began. 30 years ago, a mysterious organization known as Blood Fiend emerged in the Dragon Kingdom. He detailed the origins and activities of the Blood Fiend organization and its recruitment of talented job changers. Only then did Su Luo understand the reason his sister left Yin Capital. Your sister is likely in the Northern Desert War Zone now, Wu Yong continued. When you participate in the Crimson Trial, you might find some information about her. Su Luo felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his mind conjuring images of the harsh Northern Desert War Zone. The constant warfare, the onslaught of wild creatures, the coveting eyes of enemy nations. He resolved to find his sister's whereabouts during the Crimson Trial. Noticing Su Luo's troubled expression, Wu Yong frowned and waved a hand. All right, you should head back early. Meet me at the school gate tomorrow morning. I'll give you something nice as a token of your apprenticeship. On the way back, Su Luo's mind kept replaying the scenes from earlier. His master, a formidable level 83 expert, seemed helpless against the mysterious organization. Coupled with the letter left by his sister and Zhou Tiexing's words, Su Luo increasingly felt that the world was filled with hidden currents, teeming with secrets beyond the grasp of ordinary people. After awakening his divine talents and passive skills, Su Luo realized he was no longer ordinary. It seemed inevitable that he would have to interact with these extraordinary figures in the future. The journey is long and arduous, he sighed to himself, then found a secluded spot and entered the realm of divine medicine. Master, you're here. The necromancer hurriedly came to greet Su Luo upon his arrival. Many idle skeleton alchemists cast curious glances his way, and there were noticeably more people than usual lying on the fields examining herbs. Without further thought, Su Luo took out 2,000 sets of herbs from his backpack, piling them into a small hill. Distribute 2 sets to each person and start refining immediately. Once today's task is complete, we'll have more herbs to practice with in the future. The necromancer was so excited that it flew around in the air, directing the skeleton servants to distribute the herbs. Rest assured, Master, my alchemists are like bloodthirsty blades. It's been too long since they last smelled blood. After the herbs were distributed, the open space was ablaze with furnace fires, and a rich medicinal aroma filled the air. The sight of 1,000 skeleton alchemists working in unison was so magnificent that even Su Luo was awestruck. The necromancer was so overwhelmed that it babbled incoherently. Oh, Master, I feel we're about to soar. With so many alchemists, we could treat Beast King pills and Beast God pills like meals and drink advancement potions like water. I'm about to cry. A few drops of liquid actually dripped from under its black robe. Su Luo glared at it. If you keep being so sappy, I'll end you. The necromancer shivered and immediately composed itself. Not far away, a level 31 golden-scaled flame dragon was lazily dozing under a tree. Seeing Su Luo busy with alchemy, it yawned, stretched, and continued to snooze. The skeleton alchemist's skills were not on par with Su Luo's, and there were occasional failures. Ultimately, they produced 2,300 bottles of small stamina recovery potions, which left Su Luo quite satisfied, a gain of 300 bottles just for running errands. He packed all the potions into his backpack and left the realm of divine medicine. In Feng Li's office, he was intently studying a piece of black iron until Su Luo approached, prompting him to reluctantly put it down. All done. 2,000 stamina recovery potions. All crafted, Su Luo said proudly, then found a clear space to display all the potions. Feng Li waved his hand. All right, let Zhou Taixing handle the promotion. I've already put in a word. The entire Yin capital is your territory now. With that, he turned back to his research. Su Luo nodded in agreement and, after leaving the office, immediately went to find Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang. The next morning, Su Luo arrived early at the entrance of Yin Capital University, carrying 4 exotic beast meat buns and a cup of freshly ground spirit bean milk. It wasn't until the sun was high that a seemingly ordinary old man emerged from inside, rubbing his eyes. Seeing him still half asleep, Su Luo couldn't help but wonder if he had come too early. Master, I bought breakfast especially for you. Su Luo quickly offered the food. Old Wu accepted it without hesitation, devouring the meal in no time, then led Su Luo outside. However, the further they walked, the more Su Luo felt something was off. They were heading to take a bus. Watching the distinguished level 83 mage squeeze onto a bus, Su Luo couldn't help but internally debate whether he should offer him a seat. Once on the bus, Old Wu dozed off in his seat. At every stop, Su Luo had to resist the urge to wake his master. It wasn't until the final stop that old Wu lazily opened his eyes, grabbed his small bag, and got off the bus. They then went to a paid teleportation array. After passing through it, they arrived in a dense forest. Su Luo was sweating profusely from the trek, but old Wu wouldn't allow him to use his transferee powers. Thus, the master and disciple trudged through the mountains like ordinary people. Finally, old Wu stopped and pointed to a cave ahead. We've arrived. The entrance to the cave was about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, and the surrounding area was charred black as if it had been scorched by fire. Within a radius of several dozen meters, not a single blade of grass grew, and even the stone slabs were burnt to a shiny black. Old Wu turned to Su Luo and whispered, "When the fight starts, just watch from the side. When the time is right, help me tame the big one, and the small one will be yours." Hearing this, Su Luo was slightly taken aback. As a beast tamer, he knew he could tame his own pets and also assist others in taming theirs. But he couldn't help but wonder, with old Wu's level of expertise, why didn't he already have a pet of his own? Before Su Luo could ponder further, old Wu was ready. He pulled a fist-sized bundle of grass from his pocket and hurled it fiercely at the cave's entrance. The bundle traced an arc in the air and, upon landing, released a strange, enticing aroma. Moments later, a sharp, piercing bird cry echoed from the cave, its volume startlingly loud. Su Luo immediately deduced that this beast must be some kind of large bird. If it had caught old Wu's attention, it was surely no ordinary creature. As Su Luo was contemplating, an even louder screech rang out. Following that, a surge of golden flames burst from the cave, the heat wave rising as the distant sprouting weeds were instantly reduced to ashes. A massive bird, engulfed in flames with 3 legs, surged out of the cave. Old Wu chuckled, emanating a terrifying aura, and suddenly appeared 20 meters away. Before Su Luo could react, the man and the bird were already locked in fierce combat. Su Luo carefully observed the beast and quickly recognized it as the legendary 3-legged golden crow, a creature considered an austere pet. Realizing this, Su Luo was so excited his face turned red. He recalled that he had always relied on luck to tame pets, whereas someone of old Wu's caliber seemed to rely on sheer strength. The battle grew increasingly intense, and the once blue sky turned a fiery red, as if the entire sky had transformed into a sea of flames. Old Wu wielded a wooden staff, his movements swift and agile. Although the 3-legged golden crow primarily ate plants, its power was anything but ordinary. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, neither gaining the upper hand. Su Luo lay hidden in a patch of grass, his eyes fixed on the aerial battle. His face showed no worry, only excitement. He knew that the more advanced a person was, the less likely they were to engage in a battle they couldn't win. He was confident that the 3-legged golden crow was no match for old Wu. Remembering old Wu's earlier words, Su Luo felt a surge of joy. The big one was for old Wu, and the small one was for Su Luo. This meant there was another young golden crow waiting in the cave for him. In the sky, flames erupted, sweeping across the surroundings. Wu Laotu, being a skilled mage, deftly maneuvered through the air, dodging with agility. Su Luo watched him intently, realizing that observing a powerful fighter in action up close was undoubtedly the best way to improve. At this moment, Su Luo truly grasped the terrifying power of an 83rd level warrior. He couldn't help but think to himself that if a skill were to misfire, he might not even have time to feel pain before leaving this world. "Su Luo, what are you doing? Hurry up and try to tame it," Wu Laotu shouted, grumbling as he fended off a fierce attack from the 3-legged golden crow. He had called out several times, yet Su Luo was just standing there, grinning foolishly. "I'm on it." Su Luo snapped back to reality, quickly positioning himself on a large rock to use his taming skill on the golden crow. However, several attempts ended in failure. Seeing this, Wu Laotu's temper flared up immediately. "What's going on? The golden crow is almost down, and you still can't tame it?" he said while dodging the golden crow's attacks, almost getting caught, but managing to escape using a secret technique. "Master, you said it's almost down. How much health does it have left?" Su Luo explained. This creature had over 500,000 health points, and now it's down to 30,000. "Isn't that nearly defeated?" Wu Laotu looked at Su Luo, puzzled. "I usually wait until it's down to about 100 points or even 10 before taming. That way, the success rate is higher." All right, Wu Laotu said, his face flushed. "If you can't tame it this time, we'll roast that little one for lunch." After another intense battle, Wu Laotu began to fall behind. He had to control each strike precisely to weaken the golden crow without killing it. "Master, it's about time." Seeing the golden crow staggering, Su Luo immediately attempted to tame it again. After countless tries, the system finally alerted. Taming successful. The sky fell silent instantly. The golden crow stood still in the air as if it had lost its soul. This was the state after being tamed by a beast master, although Su Luo was only assisting in the taming. The final bonding process required Wu Laotu to complete it himself. 5 minutes later, the golden crow regained its vitality but was noticeably more docile. Wu Laotu mounted it and slowly descended from the sky. Well done, young man. You've done a great job this time. I'll remember this. Wu Laotu laughed heartily, then disappeared into a cave, emerging shortly after with a three-legged golden crow chick, about the size of a grown hen, covered in dirt and still featherless. Su Luo immediately checked the chick stats. Three-legged golden crow chick. Level 0 S-class pet. Attack, 5. Defense, 5. Spirit, 8. Skills, unknown. Description: a three-legged golden crow chick with immense potential, capable of mastering endless fire elements upon maturation. This was Su Luo's first time seeing a level 0 pet, and its attack power was already higher than the level 1 white rabbits in his dungeons. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and tame it so we can ride back. Wu Laotu urged impatiently as he saw Su Luo in a daze. Thanks, master. Su Luo grinned, showing his white teeth. Soon, the system notified, taming successful. Su Luo quickly stored the little golden crow in his pet space, worried that the young chick might be blown away by the wind. Outside Yin capital, a sudden fiery glow appeared in the sky, drawing the attention of many. A large, flame-colored bird was flapping its wings, slowly flying towards Yin capital. Wherever it passed, the sky turned a deep red, leaving a long, crimson trail. On the ground, people stepped outside to watch. Upon seeing two people on the bird's back, they realized it was someone's pet. Why does that bird have 3 legs? Shows how little you know. That's a three-legged golden crow, second only to the 4 divine beasts in the Dragon Nation. It must be a fire-type pet. I can feel the temperature rising from here. How high is its level? Look, those 2 people on top seem to be Principal Wu and Su Luo from Yin capital. Speculation spread quickly, with many wondering if Su Luo had already reached new heights, assuming that Wu had helped him tame the three-legged golden crow. At that moment, above the Alchemist Association, Jiang Xinghe opened his window upon receiving the news, just in time to see Wu and Su Luo riding the three-legged golden crow through the sky. His face turned grim, knowing full well that Wu Laotu was flaunting his success. Someone, come here. Jiang Xinghe called out loudly, his voice echoing through the hall of the Alchemist Association. A subordinate quickly approached and respectfully asked, President, what can I do for you? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Xinghe's eyes as he sternly commanded, spread the word. From now on, any student or graduate of Yindu University will face a 10-fold price increase on both the sale and processing of elixirs. Understood. The subordinate acknowledged the order and hurried off. Jiang Xinghe stood by the window, watching as the three-legged golden crow vanished into the void. A satisfied smile gradually appeared on his face as he calculated. With over 100,000 students at Yindu University, plus all the graduates, their demand for potions is immense. A 10-fold price increase is sure to bring old Wu and Su Luo to my door begging for forgiveness. If I don't make you crawl from Yindu to the Alchemist Association, then my name isn't Jiang, he vowed to himself, his smile growing even wider. Meanwhile, in the plaza of Yindu University, the three-legged golden crow slowly landed. Wu Yong, looking calm and composed, effortlessly returned the creature to its pet space. Amidst the amazed stares of many students, he led Su Luo towards the Qinglong Academy. Along the way, words of praise filled the air, mostly lauding old Wu's strength. Wu Yong wore a smile, appearing serene, but Su Luo could hear his heart pounding. Su Luo shook his head helplessly, thinking how well the old man was keeping up appearances. Once they reached a quiet, secluded path, Su Luo finally asked, Master, what is a divine core? Wu Yong paused, his expression suddenly turning serious. He turned to Su Luo and said, a divine core is the standard for becoming a god. Once you possess it, you transcend racial boundaries and become an eternal deity. He frowned and asked, how do you know about the divine core? Su Luo cautiously replied, it's some knowledge that came to me after I broke through level 30. He didn't reveal everything, mindful of his sister's warning. Wu Yong nodded thoughtfully and explained, very few people in this world know about the divine core, and it's been ages since a god last appeared. With that, he continued walking. Su Luo turned towards his own courtyard, contemplating his preparations for the blood trial. As he opened the gate, he found Zhou Taisheng and Yi Lingyue already seated inside, looking like they had been waiting for quite some time. Zhou Taisheng, Yi Lingyue, Zhou Lan, and Wang Meng were sitting around a stone table in the courtyard, waiting idly. Su Luo walked into the courtyard and was surprised to see all 4 of them there. Is something wrong? Su Luo asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Yi Lingyue chuckled and playfully scolded, you're such a bore. Aren't you happy that beauties like us are visiting you? Zhou Lan blushed slightly at this, offering Su Luo a gentle smile. Seeing this, Su Luo relaxed, realizing there was no cause for alarm. He turned and went inside, quickly returning with a few bottles of water to distribute. Zhou Taixing accepted a bottle, his face beaming as he said, "Actually, our promotion at the academy went viral. A lot of people are asking us to process medicinal ingredients, and we've brought them all over to you because there's so much." With that, Zhou Taixing began unloading items from his backpack. One by one, disposable storage bags were set on the ground, each capable of holding about 3,000 sets of ingredients. Zhou Taixing alone brought out 20 bags, and the others joined in, soon filling the courtyard with a staggering total of 75 bags. "These are all ingredients for the small stamina potions you wanted, plus some for mental recovery," Zhou Taixing explained, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "We really have the Alchemist Association to thank. Without them, we couldn't have gathered so much." Su Luo silently calculated. There were roughly over 200,000 sets of ingredients. With the skeleton alchemist's efficiency, making one set every 3 minutes, 1,000 of them could complete 20 sets in an hour. This meant it would take about 10 hours to process all the materials. "Brother Luo, we'll leave you to it then. Call us when you're done." Zhou Taixing winked at Su Luo and then signaled the others to leave. After they left, Su Luo immediately transferred all the ingredients into the divine medicine realm. As the realm master, he only needed a thought, and the ingredients vanished into thin air. Inside the divine medicine realm, the necromancer's eyes widened at the sight of such a large quantity of ingredients. "Master, are all these ingredients ours? Imagine the fortune we could make selling them." Su Luo explained that these were for contract processing, estimating a net profit of about 100,000 potions. He quickly delegated all tasks to the necromancer, turning his attention to more pressing matters. As soon as Xiao Jinwu appeared, it nuzzled against Su Luo's pant leg, its bare head gleaming with oil. "Hungry?" Su Luo asked. Xiao Jinwu nodded, seemingly understanding, and was soon given a sweet bean. Experience points 500. After swallowing the beast spirit pill, Xiao Jinwu was enveloped in a white light, and when it dissipated, it had grown dark golden feathers and increased in size. Su Luo then checked its attribute panel, discovering new information about divine essence and evolution paths. To verify if all his pets had divine essence, Su Luo summoned each one to inspect. The results showed that only the necromancer, Xian Shui turtle, ghost tiger, Xiao Jinwu, and golden scale flame dragon possessed divine essence, indicating they could potentially become godlike beings. Realizing he might have gathered the 4 divine beasts, Su Luo was thrilled and immediately fed Xiao Jinwu a large quantity of beast spirit pills, hoping it would quickly evolve into the vermilion bird. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to provide advancement potions for his other pets. At this moment, Su Luo noticed his inventory was nearly depleted. With the month-long blood trial approaching, he knew he had to restock his supplies quickly. Therefore, Su Luo swiftly left the divine medicine realm, instructing the necromancer to activate the world acceleration mode to expedite ingredient processing, accelerate Xiao Jinwu's growth, and use his share of the potions to trade for resources. The following day, Yen University once again became a spectacle for many onlookers. Today marked the registration day for the blood trial, an event held every 4 years across all universities in the Dragon Nation. Unlike other competitions, this trial took place in the remote Mo Bay war zone at the nation's border, and participants risked never returning. The campus was bustling with people, most of whom were there to see who dared to participate in this perilous trial. They were silently calculating, planning to return in a month to see who had survived. Su Luo stood calmly in line. In front of him was Yue, and behind him was his high school friend Zhou. As a level 32 berserker, Zhou participation didn't surprise Su Luo. The two exchanged a simple nod as a greeting. Almost everyone in the line was fully equipped, prepared for the blood trial. After registering, participants would immediately enter training, with just 3 hours before they had to step into the teleportation array leading to the war zone border. The air was thick with tension and a sense of solemnity. Some were there for the thrill, others for the prizes. But everyone knew that returning safely was uncertain. Yue turned and asked, "I heard there aren't many places to buy supplies once we're there. Do you have everything you need?" "I've got it all," Su Luo replied briefly, nodding. A flicker of apprehension crossed Yue's face as she whispered, "I'm not asking for much, just want to experience real combat on the battlefield. I'll pull back if it gets too intense." Her words were as much for herself as they were to show Su Luo her resolve. At that moment, Su Luo felt someone watching him. He turned to see Feng Haiyang in the line as well. Feng Haiyang was whispering with a companion, their eyes occasionally darting towards Su Luo, seemingly plotting something. Su Luo thought, in this blood trial, Feng Haiyang will probably make a move against me. Better to deal with this trouble sooner rather than later. He glanced at the level 39 swordsman title above Feng Haiyang's head, silently evaluating, level 39 is indeed strong, but still not quite a match for me. In the audience, though not many, were leaders and family representatives from various sectors in Yen. The blood trial was the most prestigious test in the Dragon Nation's universities, and ordinary people weren't allowed to watch. An elderly man in a black robe, his face glowing with pride, pointed to a young man in the line and said, "That's the most outstanding descendant of the Yang family in recent years. At just 20, he's already a level 38 swordsman. After this trial, he'll surely become the pride of the Yang family." Someone nearby chimed in, "Master Yang, you're fortunate to have such an outstanding descendant. Our Zhao family won't lag behind either. While we don't have a genius descendant, we've recruited a talented mage." Heads of various factions were comparing notes, though some remained silent, either too proud to engage or still searching for the right candidate. In this power-driven world, recruiting followers and nurturing relationships had become the norm. Next to Yi Tianxi, a middle-aged woman struck up a conversation. "Master Yi, isn't that genius alchemist Su Luo standing behind Lingyue? I never expected him to join the blood trial." Prompted by her words, Yi Tianxi noticed Su Luo standing behind Yi Lingyue, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Someone analyzed, Beastmasters derive their combat power mainly from their pets, but this blood trial primarily tests individual combat skills. While Beastmasters seem advantageous, their physical attributes and skills often can't keep up with main combat professions, making them easy prey for the beast horde. "Master Yi, given his relationship with your daughter, perhaps you should convince him to stay. Indeed, if you keep him around, the Yi family's status in Yin would be unmatched." The crowd teased, already viewing Su Luo as a prospective son-in-law of the Yi family. Yi Tianxi chuckled at their remarks, but focused on his tea without commenting. In truth, Yi Lingyue wasn't born into his family but was fostered by another Yi family. As a leading figure in Yin, Yi Tianxi had once tried to uncover the truth about Yi Lingyue's parents, but found no leads over the past decade. He always felt that Yi Lingyue's biological parents were formidable figures beyond the Yi family's reach. Otherwise, how would they dare leave their child with a stranger family? Thus, Yi Tianxi never intended to interfere in Yi Lingyue's marriage affairs. He was even puzzled as to why she suddenly decided to attend Yin University. She went overboard with her extravagant confession to Su Luo. Wang Luoying's eyes glinted with mischief as she leaned closer to Yi Tianxi, testing the waters with her tone. "Old Yi, we've known each other for years. Tell me, are you not interested in this alchemy genius? If you're not, my Wang family might just step in to recruit him." Hearing this, Yi Tianxi raised an eyebrow but remained silent. The woman beside them seized the opportunity and eagerly shared her long-held thoughts. Finally, Yi Tianxi spoke, with a hint of amusement in his voice. "How do you plan to recruit him?" Wang Luoying's eyes flashed with determination as she responded firmly. "Isn't he an alchemist? Whatever herbs or money he needs, the Wang family will provide." Yi Tianxi pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Whatever your Wang family can offer, my Yi family can match." Wang Luoying's face darkened with displeasure. "Old Yi, what do you mean? Weren't you just saying you had no intention of recruiting him?" Yi Tianxi calmly explained. "They were talking about marriage. I'm talking about establishing a friendship between the Yi family and Mr. Su." He made it clear on purpose, aiming to dissuade the Wang family from considering Su Luo as a potential son-in-law. If the Yi family couldn't have him as a son-in-law, neither should the Wang family. Wang Luoying's heavily made-up face twitched as she quickly weighed her options. Either the Yi family didn't think Su Luo was worthy of their daughter, or they realized Su Luo was extraordinary and felt unworthy. Either way, the Yi family was involved, and she wouldn't lose out by aligning with them. In just a moment, Wang Luoying made her decision, her tone shrewd. "Then it'll just be the two of our families. Too many people, and Mr. Ye's affections might fade." "Deal." Yi Tianxi agreed decisively. Half an hour later, everyone participating in the blood trial had registered. Leading the group, Wu Yong made his entrance in his usual grand fashion. A massive three-legged golden crow hovered in the sky, with the old man standing sternly on its back, exuding an air of authority. As a massive barrier shield unfolded, Wu Yong began his briefing. He thoroughly explained the basics of the war zone's borders and their destination, Black Crow City. Given the life-and-death nature of this journey, Wu Yong was particularly meticulous, speaking for over 2 hours. Meanwhile, on another open field, a dozen top-tier array masters had completed a colossal teleportation array. Under Wu Yong's guidance, everyone filed in. Once everyone was in place, the array began to emit endless mist. Wu Yong's voice was stern and filled with a chilling resolve. "Teleportation will take 3 hours. No one is to move during the process, disobey, and face execution." Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in silence, and the atmosphere grew tense. As the ground began to tremble slightly, Su Luo knew the teleportation array had been activated. 3 hours later, the group arrived at the teleportation array within Black Crow City. As the gray mist dissipated, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses. The newcomers, unaccustomed to such experiences, bent over to vomit, and even the well-traveled Su Luo had to cover his nose. He curiously surveyed the surroundings and identified that the intense fishy odor came from bloodstains soaked over the years, while the foul smell was emanating from decaying flesh. Outside the teleportation array stood several men in tattered clothing, exuding a repulsive stench. Their bodies were covered in dried brown bloodstains, radiating a chilling aura. The leader, a level 73 knight, merely nodded to Old Wu before scrutinizing the group carefully. Old Wu announced the official start of the blood trial, emphasizing the need to quickly learn the law of survival of the fittest. He instructed 20 people to stay put, while the rest were to follow him to another location. Those chosen to remain had expressions of reluctance, while the others felt a sense of relief, as if the next place might be better. Su Luo, along with Yilingye and Zhou Han, followed the group away from the teleportation array. The area around them was desolate. Once-tall buildings now lay in ruins, resembling a hell on earth. Shen Gang led the group to a secluded apartment building, its overgrown exterior indicating it had been uninhabited for a long time. Shen Gang briefly explained the accommodation arrangements and supply information before hurriedly departing, leaving the group to exchange bewildered glances. Once he was out of sight, complaints began to erupt. Some cursed, vowing never to return. Others lamented the lack of hospitality, while many rushed to claim the better rooms. Su Luo, not particular about his accommodations, casually chose a room and entered the realm of divine medicine. In this alternate space, the skeletal alchemists had reached an intermediate level and were busy crafting beast spirit pills. Su Luo took inventory in the warehouse and listened to the necromancer's work report. The warehouse held 8,000 beast spirit pills, an impressive number, yet insufficient for nurturing pets. After leaving the warehouse, Su Luo arrived at the exquisite manor the necromancer had built for him. Inside one room, a basketball-sized little golden crow was greedily consuming beast spirit pills. Upon seeing Su Luo, it immediately flew into his arms, chirping pitifully about digestive issues caused by overeating the pills. Su Luo comforted the little golden crow while checking its attribute panel. It had reached level 18, boasting impressive stats, powerful skills, and significant evolution potential. Su Luo meticulously analyzed the detailed information of this glass pet, contemplating how best to nurture it further. This glass pet truly lived up to its reputation. Su Luo looked at the attribute panel and skill description of the three-legged golden crow, his satisfaction evident. He immediately issued a command to the necromancer, instructing that all beast spirit pills be prioritized for this little creature. Suddenly, he remembered the Xian Shui turtle and the ghostly fierce tiger also needed attention and quickly summoned them. The room instantly became lively. The little vermilion bird, looking utterly hopeless, was stuffing beast spirit pills into its mouth with tears in its eyes. The Xian Shui turtle and the ghostly fierce tiger, having not tasted such delicacies for a long time, began devouring the mountain of fragrant pills with great enthusiasm. The golden scale flame dragon, as the main offensive force, also joined the feast. The room resembled a miniature zoo, with various exotic creatures vying for food in a spectacular display. The next morning, everyone was awakened early, with some still in a groggy state. Shen Gang stood at the front of the group, addressing them sternly while guards handed out brown wristbands to each person. In addition to the students from Yindu University, there were over a dozen new elite members in black training uniforms, with levels ranging from 38 to as high as 49. Despite the impending danger of the bloody trial, these individuals chatted and laughed, seemingly unfazed by the threat. Once everyone was in position, Shen Gang began explaining the rules in detail. You must wear the dragon band at all times. It records your battle achievements. Outside Black Crow City, exotic beasts lie in wait, watching us intently. Our mission is to dismantle their strength and keep them beyond the high walls. There are 36 beast passages outside the city, corresponding to the numbers on your dragon bands. Each of you is responsible for one passage, on duty for 8 hours. Unless you perish in battle, you are not to leave your post early. Shen Gang's expression grew increasingly somber, and an indescribable sense of solemnity filled the air, as if it were the calm before a life-and-death parting. Move out, and may you all return safely. With that command, guides began leading the rookies to their respective battle positions. Su Luo glanced at his dragon band, which clearly read number 32. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and prepared to face the impending trial of blood and fire. Here we are. 8 hours, make sure you hold out, whispered the 36th guardian as he escorted Su Luo to the designated location before turning away, leaving him to stand alone within the 36th passageway. This so-called passage was more like a massive water channel or a cage. Towering stone walls rose vertically on either side, and a gigantic green stone wall loomed ahead, with 2 heavy iron gates beneath it. At the entrance of the passage, there was another tall iron gate that began to close slowly as the guardian departed, sealing Su Luo inside. Su Luo was well aware that once the gate holding back the beasts opened, countless ferocious creatures would surge in instantly. He gently touched his nose, casting a glance at the watchtower atop the high wall. The 36th guardian was already standing there, alongside another man wearing the same 36th uniform. Clearly, these two were tasked with guarding this passage together. Suddenly, the massive gate beneath the green stone wall emitted a piercing screech, and the roars of countless beasts echoed through the gap. Some smaller creatures eagerly squeezed through the opening. On the watchtower, Zhongli frowned as he noticed Su Luo's lack of action. Meanwhile, Li Si appeared unconcerned, remarking, "This guy is actually a level 32 Beastmaster, a rare profession in our MO Bay war zone." He then questioned, "Why isn't he doing anything? I bet he can't last 10 minutes. He looks like he's frozen in fear." Standing below, Su Luo was torn. He had never revealed his trump card in front of others, but with the beasts advancing fiercely, there was no way to hold them back without going all out. "Let's test my own strength first," he resolved silently, his gaze turning fierce as he locked eyes on the leading canine-like beast. Zhongli and Li Si were both stunned. What's he planning? Is a beast master really going to brawl with the beasts? Even a mage brawling would make more sense. Before they could finish, their eyes widened in disbelief. Just as the canine-like beast was about 10 meters from Su Luo, it suddenly convulsed and dropped dead. How is that possible? That was a level 28 zombie hound. How did he do it? Li Si exclaimed in shock, turning to Zhongli to confirm he wasn't seeing things. But Zhongli wore the same incredulous expression, even dropping his half-smoked cigarette in surprise. His profession is Beastmaster. How could a Beastmaster have such a bizarre skill? They found it hard to believe and looked again at the sign above Su Luo's head. Su Luo, level 32 Beastmaster. Seeing this clear sign, they calmed a bit and leaned over the watchtower railing, eager to see what other tricks Su Luo had up his sleeve. I bet his pet isn't strong. Otherwise, why would a Beastmaster fight himself? Li Si speculated. You don't get it. Zhongli explained. Some Beastmasters have strong pets, but they lack endurance. I bet he's saving his pet for the grand finale. All right, let's bet. How long can he hold on by himself? I say 3 minutes. Deal. Inside the passage, Su Luo was unstoppable, relying on the high defense provided by his Xian Shui turtle. He swung his massive stone sword with great vigor, quickly assessing the beast's capabilities. Most were in their 20s level-wise, with only a few exceeding level 30. Despite their numbers, the beasts were generally slow-moving. Su Luo fought while retreating, using root attacks, death curses, and inferno baptisms, reveling in the battle. Meanwhile, the expressions on the two men on the watchtower grew more animated. The borderlands were typically dull and uneventful, so this spectacle was a welcome diversion. Zhongli immediately whistled. A genius beastmaster wielding a great sword in melee combat, even more ferocious than a swordsman. The news spread quickly, and the number of people on the watchtower increased visibly, with some even standing on the high walls on either side. Unaware of the growing audience, Su Luo assumed they were concerned about his ability to hold the position. By now, at least 1,000 beasts had poured into the passage, forcing Su Luo back near the second iron gate. Damn it, if I get exposed, so be it. Su Luo couldn't hold back any longer, and summoned his Xian Shui turtle. Just as he was about to summon more, thunderous cheers erupted around him. He's finally giving in. He can't hold on anymore, ha ha ha. Finally. Old Wong, those 3 packs of cigarettes are mine now. This kid is tough as nails. Lasted this long and made me lose a pack of cigarettes. Today is a good day, ha. Amidst the laughter, Su Luo was left completely baffled. He looked at the surrounding guards with a bewildered expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Su Luo thought to himself, I'm here fighting for my life, and they're laughing? What do they mean by finally couldn't hold on? With a frustrated expression, he turned away from them and focused on summoning his pets for battle. Netherworld Tiger, level 36 a class pet. Golden Scaled Flame Dragon, level 35 class pet. Three-Legged Golden Crow, level 29 class pet. Poisonous Tree Stump. With Su Luo's summons, over 30 diverse pets appeared instantly, creating a spectacular scene. The previously noisy crowd fell silent, staring in awe at the unfolding spectacle. Ignoring their reactions, Su Luo began controlling the entire field. The passage, about 15 meters wide, was perfectly suited for the firepower coverage of the Golden Scaled Flame Dragon, Three-Legged Golden Crow, and other pets. Sea of Imprisonment, Meteor Shower, Golden Scale Shuttle, one area skill after another lit up the battlefield like a magnificent fireworks display. The tide of the battle turned instantly, with the beasts retreating step by step. The guards watching from the sidelines were suddenly filled with admiration. In the war zone, strength is paramount, and those with formidable combat abilities earn respect. Witnessing Su Luo's ability to turn the tide with just a few moves, everyone changed their opinion of him, their eyes gleaming with respect. At that moment, the mystic water turtle swiftly charged to the front of the passage, unleashing an ice crush. The entire passage of beasts was slowed instantly, with those of lower levels frozen into ice sculptures. Other pets quickly followed suit, bombarding the monster horde with relentless skills. Congratulations, you have slain a rotting corpse dog. gaining 800 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain a demon wolf. As the beasts fell one after another, Su Luo's experience bar surged rapidly. On the ground, ordinary white equipment was scattered everywhere, and even green equipment was not uncommon. At this point, the old guards watching wore peculiar smiles. They all knew that equipment in the war zone passage had to be picked up on the spot. Once you left, any remaining equipment would be confiscated. This was an unwritten rule. Picking up equipment could affect the battle, but leaving it felt wasteful, as it was hard-earned spoils of war. Just as everyone speculated whether Su Luo would stop to pick up the equipment, a chilling scene unfolded in the passage. Over 100 tall skeletal creatures wielding pickaxes emerged, their hollow eye sockets glowing with a ghostly green light, as if ready to reap the lives of everyone present. Have the mythical beasts launched a counterattack? And did they quietly sneak around to the back? The moment they saw the skeletal creatures, everyone on the high walls on either side felt their hair stand on end. The passageway was narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time, leaving the onlookers anxious and unable to offer any assistance. Zhongli frowned in deep thought, utterly perplexed. Just what are these skeletons? Their movements are so bizarre. What's so strange about it? They're just level 20 skeleton monsters. That kid should be able to handle them, someone nearby remarked dismissively. But he doesn't seem to have noticed those skeletons at all, another person pointed out anxiously. Everyone widened their eyes, and someone couldn't help but shout a warning, "Hey, kid, there's a monster behind you." At that moment, a skeletal servant bent down to pick up a piece of green equipment. Soon, more skeletal servants joined in collecting the gear. The guards watching were dumbfounded. This scene shattered their understanding of Beast Tamers. Aren't Beast Tamers supposed to be weak and only able to summon a few pets? How did this guy manage to summon so many? If he gets any more, he could start a brawl with wild monsters. I heard my nephew is a Beast Tamer too. I'll have to ask him about it when I get back. Yeah, if he doesn't explain, give him a good beating. On the ground, equipment was piled high, reaching the height of a person. The skeletal servants worked in an orderly fashion, directed by the necromancer. Meanwhile, Su Luo stood guard at the stone wall gate, and not a single enemy could last more than 5 seconds. An hour later, a flash of white light signaled Su Luo's rise to level 33. Despite this, he felt an unusual tedium. The scent of blood filled the air, and the high walls were stained red, resembling a hellish landscape. In this space, aside from himself, there were only pets and monsters. A sense of loneliness and numbness washed over him. "Master, what's wrong?" The necromancer, sensing Su Luo's odd mood, floated over. "I'm just feeling a bit bored," Su Luo replied, rubbing his eyes wearily and looking around. The pets were still engaged in battle, and the onlookers remained enthusiastic. Everything seemed normal. So why did he feel like sleeping? Suddenly, Su Luo sensed a gaze piercing through the horde of beasts, as if observing him. Damn! Su Luo looked up, instantly revitalized. The beasts had long been cleared, replaced by an army of white bones charging wildly. Bone soldiers, level 30. Attack, 1800. Defense, 2800. Constitution, 12,000. These bone soldiers had only basic attributes, no skills or talents. They boasted high attack, strong defense, and thick health, and seemed endless, coming in wave after wave. At the rear of the bone army stood a special skeleton, like a sculpture. Its body was pure white, its bones like finely carved jade. Its hollow eye sockets seemed to harbor invisible eyes staring at Su Luo. Clearly, the earlier negative feelings were its doing. Su Luo tried to check its attributes but found nothing, not even its name or type. Bewildered, he looked toward the watchtower, noticing that not only Zhongli and Li Si, but also the surrounding guards were frowning. "Be careful. We've never seen anything like this before." "It's our first time too," someone cautioned, but most people showed concern. Each new unknown monster meant more danger in the future. Su Luo and the skeletal creature locked eyes for a long while, neither willing to back down. 2 hours later, Su Luo leveled up again. "Congratulations on reaching level 33. Keep up the good work." Even so, Su Luo couldn't feel happy. That eerie skeleton remained standing there, its gaze intense. Su Luo wasn't worried about the tough bone army. What truly unnerved him was the potential power of this bone skeleton. What if it could easily destroy him? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. Su Luo immediately ordered all his pets to unleash their most powerful attacks. Three-legged golden crow soul devour, golden scaled flame dragon ignition, spectral tiger spatial rend, necromancer death curse. All the pets unleashed their strongest single-target skills, causing the space within the passage to distort. The seasoned guards watching were wide-eyed. They thought Su Luo was at the end of his rope, not realizing he had so many cards up his sleeve. As the barrage of skills descended, the bone skeleton still didn't employ any defensive measures, standing silently in place. A sharp crack echoed from the monster's body, causing it to shudder violently as if it had taken a massive hit. The crowd around erupted in cheers, but Su Luo's face remained as grim as iron. Something's not right, Su Luo thought to himself. The combo I just used should have dealt at least 150,000 damage. Even old Wu's legendary golden crow would have cried out in pain. Yet this creature just shook it off. Just when Su Luo expected it to counterattack, the monster suddenly turned and fled at lightning speed, leaving everyone dumbfounded. At that moment, a low drumming sound came from the adjacent passage. Su Luo glanced warily in the direction of the noise, then continued to maneuver his pet forward. He recalled the brief explanation of the rules given by Zhongli before entering the passage. The sound of drums meant someone had been eliminated. Survival of the fittest. This harsh truth had been etched into Su Luo's mind since the days he and his sister relied on each other. Now, he had no sympathy to spare for the fallen competitors. Time flew by, and soon it was time to finish. The massive iron gate at the base of the stone wall slowly closed. The monsters outside desperately tried to squeeze in but were no match for the gate's immense force, ultimately being crushed into a heap of flesh. Inside the passage, Su Luo swiftly dealt with the last monster, then recalled all his pets into their space before heading deeper into the corridor. The journey back was eerily silent. The survivors wore exhausted expressions, their bodies stained with blood, some from the beasts, some their own. The intense battles had drained everyone's energy, leaving no room for idle chatter. The rules of Black Crow City were simple. Once you left the passage's bounds, you were free from any restrictions. Back at the apartment building, the weary survivors collapsed onto their beds almost instantly. However, at that moment, a group of uninvited guests barged into the building. The leader rudely knocked open a door, grabbed the occupant by the collar, and demanded harshly, "Who is Su Luo?" Su Luo's room was on the second floor, and the commotion from downstairs was clearly audible. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Zhou Han was the first to step in. He glanced around the room before gesturing to those behind him. Following him, Yi Lingyu and several unfamiliar faces filed in. Yi Lingyu frowned at Su Luo, her voice tinged with concern. "Su Luo, we've only been here a day. Surely we haven't caused any trouble already?" It was clear she had also noticed the unusual activity downstairs. Su Luo shook his head, looking puzzled. "I'll go check it out. Let's not let others get caught in the middle." He could hear the hostile tone from the people downstairs, and it seemed the person being questioned was in a difficult position. Su Luo slowly descended the stairs, with Yi Lingyu and Zhou Han close behind, followed by a group of students from Yindu University. "Are you Su Luo?" The man in charge looked him up and down, comparing his face to an image on a screen, before pointing outside. "Let's talk outside. It's too crowded here." With that, he led the way out, and the dozen or so others gave Su Luo a hard stare before filing out. "How arrogant!" Zhou Han couldn't help but curse under his breath, then loudly declared, "Su Luo, go ahead. I've got your back." Yi Lingyu and the other students echoed in support. "We're all behind you." Feeling grateful, Su Luo stepped outside and was surprised to find Xingang present. Xingang stood awkwardly between the two parties, explaining, "Su Luo, today's incident is just a misunderstanding. These are people from the Dragon Nation Battle Academy, who will become mid to high level officials in various battle zones. They're here for the blood trial to gain a good reputation." Xingang spoke earnestly for a long time, and Su Luo's expression grew increasingly grim. It turned out these people were influential, and even Xingang, the top official of Black Crow City, couldn't afford to offend them. They were participating in the trial just to earn a good name, but Su Luo's impressive kill count today had embarrassed them. Xingang hinted that starting tomorrow, everyone should go easy and let the Battle Academy people take the top spots. Of course, the Battle Academy members weren't weak either, and the top 10 positions, except for the first, were practically theirs. The leader, a level 45 knight, arrogantly said, "Su, if you're not convinced, let's have a match. I won't even use a weapon, just fight you like this." Xingang tried to mediate, but was rudely pushed aside by the man. "Master Zhao, perhaps I can mediate this matter?" Zhao Xiaoyuan looked at Su Luo with disdain. "Today is between us from the Battle Academy and Su Luo. Elder Shin, please step back." Everyone present was worried for Su Luo. Even without a weapon, Zhao Xiaoyuan as a level 45 knight could inflict massive damage with just his shield. If Su Luo accepted, not only would tomorrow's trial results be affected, but he might also be in real danger. Su Luo calmly shook his head. "I don't enjoy pointless fighting." Zhao Xiaoyuan sneered, "Coward. Fight me, and I'll give you 10 million dragon coins." When Su Luo remained unmoved, Zhao Xiaoyuan sweetened the deal. 10 million dragon coins? Plus 500 stamina recovery potions. Su Luo suddenly smiled with excitement. "Sorry, I'm not interested in money or potions. Do you have anything else worth offering?" At that moment, a man standing at the back produced a silvery white stone. Smirking, "You know how precious a space stone is, right? Accept the challenge, and if you win, it's yours." If you lose, we won't take any wager from you. There was an audible gasp from the crowd. Zhao Xiyuan looked smug. What? Still too scared to accept the bet? Su Luo stared intently at the space stone, a peculiar smile on his face. Are all Battle Academy people this wealthy? If you add that space stone to what you just offered, I'll accept your challenge. It was as if Su Luo had been completely overtaken by greed, and his reaction caused everyone in the Battle Academy to burst into laughter. Their laughter echoed across the open field, filled with a mocking tone. All right, no problem with all these stakes combined. Let's get started. Zhao Xiaoyuan looked at Su Luo with satisfaction, eagerly flexing his arms as his muscles bulged under his clothes. However, Su Luo calmly shook his head and said in a steady voice, I need the stakes up front. Eager to get things over with quickly, Zhao Xiaoyuan immediately turned and grabbed a space stone from his companion, then took out a bank card loaded with dragon coins and 500 stamina recovery potions from his backpack. He dumped everything onto the ground, his eyes gleaming with a sense of victory. Su Luo slowly packed the stakes into his backpack, a sight that made everyone's scalp tingle. Even Shen Gang, standing nearby, was sweating nervously. Caught in a dilemma, Su Luo was the disciple of his friend, Old Wu, while Zhao Xiaoyuan was part of the Battle Academy, making it difficult for him to offend either side. Clearing his throat, Shen Gang suggested a compromise. Since you insist on competing, I'll act as the referee. As long as you show restraint and don't go overboard, I won't interfere. How about that? Su Luo remained silent, simply watching Zhao Xiaoyuan. His stance was clear. He was fine with a straightforward contest, but if Zhao Xiaoyuan tried any tricks, he wouldn't hold back. Zhao Xiaoyuan sneered, his tone carrying a threat. Elder Shun, your health isn't great, and you're retiring in 3 years. It's best not to get involved in young people's activities. Shingang's face turned grim, and he looked at Su Luo. And you? Do you want me to referee? Su Luo cupped his fists in apology toward Shingang. Since he doesn't want it, I don't either. I hope Elder Shun won't hold it against me. Seeing that both parties agreed, Shun Gang awkwardly stepped back. Other people from Yindu University and the Battle Academy also retreated, leaving a wide open space. Zhao Xiaoyuan pulled a golden shield from his backpack, looking eager to start. In contrast, Su Luo simply summoned his golden-scaled flame dragon, standing still with an expressionless gaze fixed on his opponent. Zhao Xiaoyuan, you attack first, Su Luo said calmly. Zhao Xiaoyuan grinned. All right, let's see how you handle Soul Burn and Death Curse. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Luo's eyes. In this contest for the Space Stone, anyone showing mercy would be a fool. He clenched his fists, his muscles tensing, ready to respond to the imminent attack. After reaching level 33, Su Luo's Death Curse attack power skyrocketed from 1,800 points per second to 2,800 points. The Golden Scale Flame Dragon's Ignite skill was even more formidable. It inflicted damage 10 times within 10 seconds, each time dealing 4,000 points of damage, ignoring defenses and enhancing all negative effects. Zhao Xiaoyuan confidently declared, Bring it on. This young master is the future Holy Light Knight. You know the shield in my hand. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt dizzy. A series of massive numbers sprang above his head, and he lost 10,000 health points in the blink of an eye. To his shock, Su Luo remained standing in place, having only used 2 skills. Damn it! You tricked me. Zhao Xiaoyuan was furious, his face turning bright red. He shimmered with golden light, instantly stopping the bleeding. At that moment, a new idea flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Seeing that Su Luo was about to unleash that terrifying skill again, Zhao Xiaoyuan quickly called for a halt. With an amused expression, Su Luo looked at him quietly and asked, What's up? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiaoyuan proposed, I want to change the rules of the game. You can summon all your pets, but I want to use weapons. The moment he lost health made him realize that a knight without a sword is like a man without a spear, and going solo wouldn't work. Are you sure you want me to summon all my pets? Su Luo squinted, his smile growing even brighter. Absolutely. Zhao Xiaoyuan replied with determination, pulling out a thick golden sword from his backpack to show his resolve. This time, he was smart enough to immediately activate his passive defense mode, maximizing his defense. Su Luo chuckled softly. If that's the case, then I'll play along with you. To make the stakes seem worthwhile, he decided not to hold back. The Ghost Tiger, Xian Shui Turtle, 3-legged Golden Crow, and Golden Scale Flame Dragon appeared one after another, while Su Luo leisurely stood at the back, occasionally picking at his nails, exuding confidence. The audience from Yindu University cheered for Su Luo, giving him thumbs up. They felt that the actions of the Battle Academy were too much before, and now, even if Su Luo rubbed their faces in the dirt, it was deserved. With the appearance of the 4 pets, the faces of the Battle Academy members and the onlooking Shun Gang changed dramatically. Zhao Xiaoyuan finally noticed the quality of the Golden Scale Flame Dragon and exclaimed, Who the heck are you to have 2 class pets? Su Luo replied earnestly, I am the second disciple of Wu Yong, the Grand Mage and Dean of the Azure Dragon Academy at Yindu University. Zhao Xiaoyuan frowned, pondering for a moment, then coldly said, "This time, you attack first." As a knight, he had absolute confidence in his defensive capabilities. Without hesitation, Su Luo directed his 4 pets to surround Zhao Xiaoyuan. A level 45 knight, known as an indomitable tank when paired with any class, yet he is most vulnerable when fighting alone. This time, Zhao Xiaoyuan was determined to go all out and teach Su Luo a lesson he wouldn't forget. As Zhao Xiaoyuan assumed his battle stance, Su Luo's 4 pets quietly encircled him, their eyes fixed on him with predatory intensity. The ghostly tiger, in particular, which had suffered a beating from Zhao Xiaoyuan before, now glimmered with excitement, as if anticipating a feast of revenge. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Zhao Xiaoyuan shouted, "Bring it on! This time, I won't lose." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body shone with golden light, and his shield transformed into 4, enveloping him like a mobile fortress. Su Luo casually waved his hand, and the 4 pets launched their attack. To ensure Zhao Xiaoyuan would remember this encounter vividly, he instructed his pets to use only physical attacks, forbidding any skills. The Xian Shui turtle struck first. Its massive 6-ma turtle frame resembled an iron tower as it extended a claw and slammed against Zhao Xiaoyuan's defenses. The tremendous impact made the shields tremble violently, as if they might shatter at any moment. Next came the ghostly tiger, the strongest in single-target attacks among the 4 pets. Its claws tore through the air and landed heavily on the golden shield. The sheer force pushed Zhao Xiaoyuan back 2 meters, his feet carving deep trenches in the ground. This scene stunned the members of the Battle Academy present. Zhao Xiaoyuan was their strongest and most influential figure. If he lost, how could they hold their heads high in the academy? This isn't fair. For pets ganging up on one person just isn't right. One worried male from the Battle Academy complained. Su Luo had already taken his space stone, and if Zhao Xiaoyuan lost, what would they do? Another tried to maintain composure. Zhao won't lose. These pets are strong, but they can't break his defense. The level gap is an insurmountable chasm. Zhao's probably just playing with those little animals. The discussions among the Battle Academy members weren't particularly hushed, and much of it reached Zhao Xiaoyuan's ears. Already on the defensive, his face flushed red as he gave it his all. Hearing his teammates' trust and encouragement, a surge of strength filled his heart. "Let me show you the power of my holy sword judgment." Zhao Xiaoyuan roared, preparing to shift from defense to offense. But before he could act, a massive tiger paw came crashing down, sending him flying. The other pets quickly followed suit. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sounds of impacts filled the air, dust swirling, and cries of pain echoing. "Stop! I surrender." Zhao Xiaoyuan's desperate voice emerged from the dust cloud. "Stop hitting me. I give up, all right? Make these beasts stop." Not the face. Su Luo pretended not to hear, nonchalantly picking at his nails, acting as if he had nothing to do with it. This is too much. The Battle Academy members saw Su Luo's deliberate provocation and wanted to help, but Yindu University's students blocked their way. Since arriving in Black Crow City, the Battle Academy folks had been arrogant. Now, Shingang took the opportunity for payback, watching with interest as the beasts treated Zhao Xiaoyuan like a ball. "Elder Shin, we concede. Shouldn't this Su character call it off?" Someone from the Battle Academy demanded of Shingang, their tone commanding. Shingang replied leisurely, "I'm not in charge here. Earlier, young Master Zhao told me to mind my own business and go home. Speaking of which, I think I'll do just that." With a satisfied glance at Zhao Xiaoyuan's predicament, he turned and left. The faces of the Battle Academy members darkened further, but they dared not be rude to Shingang and could only suppress their anger. By now, Zhao Xiaoyuan was beaten black and blue, his weapon lost, and even his shield nowhere to be found. As a level 45 knight, his actual combat prowess seemed far less formidable than imagined. Su Luo guessed it might be due to his lack of real combat experience, usually leveling up with someone else's help. Coupled with being surrounded by 4 highly talented pets, it was understandable that he struggled. Seeing that it was enough, Su Luo finally commanded his pets to stop. Zhao Xiaoyuan struggled to his feet, rubbing his sore backside and cursing, "Su, you're so ruthless. It was just a spar, and you hit so hard." In response to Zhao Xiaoyuan's angry outburst, Su Luo merely smiled silently. Fortunately, this is Black Crow City. If this had happened in the wilderness, their bodies would likely have been cremated by now. Zhao Xiaoyuan brushed the dust off his clothes, a sly grin appearing on his face. He strode over to Su Luo, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder, and said with a hint of boldness, "Not bad. You've got some guts, kid. I consider you a friend now. If you ever run into trouble in Longdu, just mention my name. Zhao here has got your back." Su Luo was taken aback by this, his brows furrowing slightly as a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. The surrounding crowd from Yindu University and the Battle Academy exchanged puzzled glances, clearly baffled by this sudden change in attitude. Noticing the curious stares, Zhao Xiaoyuan shrugged and explained. This is what we call no fight, no friendship. I've decided to be friends with Brother Su. I meant what I said today. A bet is a bet, and I lost fair and square. He paused, seemingly recalling something, and added, if there's a chance in the future, I might. Never mind, I won't gamble again. As Zhao Xiaoyuan continued to brush off the dust, his expression genuine rather than feigned. His actions left Su Luo bewildered. He thought, while there are indeed straightforward people who accept their losses, someone as bold as Zhao Xiaoyuan was a first for him. Su Luo pondered for a moment and replied politely, thank you for your kindness, young Master Zhao. With that, he put away his pet and headed back to his room without dwelling on whether Zhao's intentions were genuine or not. As Su Luo departed, the crowd from the Battle Academy also dispersed, leaving behind a group of onlookers whispering amongst themselves, discussing the recent events. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window as Su Luo got up and prepared to head to the 36th passage, which he was responsible for guarding. Accompanying him, as usual, were Zhang Li and Li Si, whose attitudes had noticeably warmed up compared to previous days, often initiating conversation with Su Luo. Halfway there, Sheng Gang joined the group. Perhaps impressed by Su Luo's performance the previous night, Sheng Gang was particularly friendly towards him. Su, Sheng Gang said with a cheerful smile, I heard you're quite the fighter, so I came to see for myself today. By the way, try to keep your title as the top rookie. During the fourth break, the top rookie can make some requests, like visiting other places. As he spoke, Sheng Gang had a meaningful look on his face. Su Luo immediately caught on, realizing that this was likely a hint from his mentor, Old Wu, through Sheng Gang. Su Luo humbly responded, don't worry, Elder Shen, I'll do my best. With that, he stepped into the 36th passage. Sheng Gang followed closely behind, ascending the lookout tower. Upon reaching the top, his expression turned serious. He whispered to the person next to him, the creature that appeared in the 36th passage yesterday has been identified. It might have come from the divine realm, but its exact purpose is unclear. Captain Shan. The person beside him asked worriedly, what if Su Luo kills it? The divine realm's minions are not easy to deal with. Shin Gang kept his gaze fixed on the passage entrance, answering in a steady voice, if Su Luo can kill it, he will be the pride of everyone in this war zone. In the passage, although Su Luo couldn't hear the conversation between Sheng Gang and the others, his thoughts aligned with theirs probed the depths of the skeletal creature. Just then, a grating sound echoed as the massive iron door beneath the towering bluestone wall slowly creaked open. In an instant, howling monsters surged out, their putrid stench assaulting the senses. The dim and terrifying passage once again transformed into a living hell. Without hesitation, Su Luo ordered all his pets to launch a full-scale attack, seeing it as a perfect opportunity to level up. Calmly, Su Luo stood on the back of his Xian water turtle, directing the battle with confidence. With over 30 pets and himself, their combined offensive was like that of a battalion of mages. A kaleidoscope of skills burst forth like fireworks, inflicting massive damage on the horde of monsters. From the watchtower, Sheng Gang stared in disbelief at the scene. This kid, is he really that fierce? He muttered, itching to jump down for a closer look if not for Su Luo holding the passage. The combat prowess was off the charts. Li Si responded smugly, that's nothing. Yesterday, he was fighting beasts up close with just a sword, and his defense is insane. How insane? Shin Gang pressed. Put it this way, a pet at over level 20 barely scratched him for 150 points of damage. Zhang Li chimed in, pride evident on his face. He's a natural-born warrior. Shin Gang swallowed hard, looking at Su Luo with envy. To fight barehanded, wield skills, and summon a horde of pets for backup. That's the epitome of strength in any man's eyes, even if Su Luo's level wasn't that high yet. 3 hours later, Su Luo suddenly felt dizzy and inexplicably irritable. He warily glanced beyond the door, and sure enough, another wave was coming. Outside the blood-stained door, countless beasts roared and surged forward. Amongst them stood a 2-meter-tall humanoid skeleton. This time, Su Luo spotted it early, but the skeletal figure seemed oblivious. It stood with hands clasped, as if in prayer. Moments later, the ground cracked open and a legion of skeletal warriors emerged, so numerous that even other beasts couldn't approach the door. After the summoning, the skeletal figure stared unblinkingly at Su Luo. This new skeletal army was evidently stronger than yesterday's, with most reaching level 30. Su Luo was on high alert, realizing the situation could worsen if it continued. Time to test your limits. Su Luo decisively ordered the Xian water turtle to hold the line while commanding the flame rock to attack the skeleton. The skeleton was at least 100 meters away, and the flame rock swiftly flew out, dropping a glob of sticky black substance onto the skeleton's head. Seeing the skeleton remain motionless, Su Luo commanded the flame rock to attack again. This time, it was a true test of strength. A skill was unleashed, and damage numbers instantly appeared above the skeleton's head. Impressive, very strong. Shingang on the watchtower praised the flame rock's combat power. He astutely noticed Su Luo's previous probing actions using provocative attacks to test if the skeleton would retaliate. When he saw Zhongli and Li Si leisurely smoking, Shingang chided, "Su Luo's making a move on that skeleton, aren't you interested?" "Captain Shun, this is just the beginning," Zhongli replied nonchalantly. "Yesterday, even with dozens of pets attacking, he couldn't take down that skeleton." "Yeah, he's probably just toying with it," Li Si agreed. They felt a sense of pride, knowing they understood Su Luo better than anyone else in Black Crow City's guard. Shingang was left in shock. So many pets attacking and it still didn't fall? That's damn peculiar. Outside the high wall, the flame rock unleashed its full might, scratching, swooping, and casting skills. Damage numbers continuously erupted from the skeletal figure. Yet it stood as still as a post, unfazed by the rock's onslaught. Su Luo remained unflustered. Before sending the flame rock out, he had consumed over a dozen mental recovery potions. As long as the skeleton didn't fight back, he could wear it down slowly. 7 hours later, the white bone of the skeleton wobbled after a sharp claw strike from the flame rock. Su Luo watched it intently. Sure enough, it's about to flee again. Turn. Escape. The movements were fluid and seamless as the skeleton vanished into the beast horde without hesitation. Su Luo squinted towards the direction where the skeleton disappeared, feeling an unusual calmness within. Shingang, standing atop the watchtower, was anything but calm. His eyes were fixed on the distant, vanishing figure of the skeletal creature, his mind swirling with surprise and confusion. These beasts never retreat, fighting to the death. Yet that skeleton actually fled. He muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. A decision quickly formed in his mind. I need to make a trip to Imo City. This skeleton is definitely not ordinary. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and hurried down the watchtower. Inside the passage, with the disappearance of the skeletal figure, the army of bones vanished into thin air. However, the brief tranquility was short-lived as various forms of beasts surged in like a tide, quickly filling the entire passage. Su Luo, undeterred, engaged them in fierce combat once more. During the battle, Su Luo wore a constant smile, as if relishing the fight. He only ceased his actions when the iron gate slammed shut, eagerly returning to his room. Upon entering, he immediately summoned the necromancer. The moment the necromancer appeared, it keenly sensed Su Luo's good mood. "Master, you seem to be in high spirits," it remarked, offering a timely compliment. However, Su Luo paid no heed to its words, instead taking out a piece of white paper to meticulously record the time, distance, and other details of the skeleton's appearance and disappearance. Once he finished, Su Luo looked up at the necromancer, his tone urgent. "Are you sure that killing that skeleton will yield a divine fragment?" Hearing this, the necromancer became excited, floating around the room and causing the light bulb to sway. "I swear on my head, there will definitely be a divine fragment, and it's of the death attribute," it exclaimed enthusiastically. "What use is a divine fragment?" Su Luo pressed, his tone growing more intense. Yesterday, he had only had a brief conversation with the necromancer about the skeleton, but today he had specifically summoned it during battle to verify its authenticity. Now, it seemed the skeleton was indeed extraordinary. The necromancer began to explain in detail. The number of gods among all races is fixed. When a true god falls, its divine essence splits into 4 fragments scattered across the land. Whether beast or human, anyone aspiring to godhood must collect enough fragments to form a complete divine essence. Possessing a divine fragment grants significant enhancement, and gathering all fragments allows one to rise above others. It continued with its speculation. The white skeleton that appeared these past 2 days likely absorbed a death attribute divine fragment. Defeating it will yield a divine fragment. Seeing the fervor growing on Su Luo's face, the necromancer seized the opportunity to express its ambitions. "Master, if you help me obtain this divine fragment, I can create an endless army of skeletons for you to command." The undead sorcerer, being an SS-level pet, has always been incredibly proud. However, faced with the allure of a divine shard, it quickly turned into an eager sycophant. Su Luo was secretly amazed by the power of the divine shard, while many questions surfaced in his mind. Besides collecting divine shards, are there other ways to become a god? Do job changers also need divine shards? These questions remained unanswered in reality, and Su Luo dared not gamble his future and life on others' kindness. Nor did he intend to ask Wu Yong. After all, the temptation of the divine shard was too great, even for someone as powerful as Wu Yong, who had never encountered it. After securing the undead sorcerer in the divine realm, Su Luo gazed at the blueprint on the table, lost in thought. He had already calculated the distance, speed, and approximate damage tolerance of the skeletal warrior. Now, he needed to consider how to prevent it from escaping. Ordinary restraints might handle a simple escape, but what if it had more formidable survival tactics? Rubbing his temples, Su Luo recalled the teleportation ability Wu Yong displayed when battling the three-legged golden crow. To ensure a foolproof kill, he quickly devised a comprehensive plan. The next morning, the team guarding the passage set out once again. Among the crowd, Zhao Xiaoyuan flashed Su Luo a friendly smile. Buddy, don't stress. I'm not one to back down easily. Today, I'll definitely surpass you. Su Luo chose to ignore this bizarre statement. As they neared the passage, the group began to disperse. Su Luo followed Zhongli, slowly making his way toward passage 36. Along the way, he continuously observed the surroundings while casually chatting with Zhongli. As they approached the entrance, Su Luo casually asked, Brother Zhang, our Black Crow City is part of the Mabe War Zone, right? How big is the Mabe War Zone? The Mabe War Zone is vast, with 36 interconnected fortresses. Black Crow City is just one of them, Zhongli explained. Su Luo's expression dimmed. His hopes momentarily dashed. But Zhang Li's next words reignited his determination. We have quite a few young talents in the Mabe War Zone. A couple of years ago, a remarkable young woman joined us, and she's now said to be a deputy. If you decide to come to Black Crow City after graduation, you could definitely achieve this. Zhang Li gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Su Luo was not particularly interested in the title of Black Crow City's best, but he eagerly asked, is that young woman named Su Bingxue? I'm not sure. There aren't many women in the war zone. You both have the surname Su. Could you be related? Zhongli suddenly realized, giving another thumbs up. No wonder you're from the same family. You're all geniuses. Su Luo didn't reveal much, but he was certain his sister was now in Mabe City. Recalling Shun Gang's words, as long as he secured the title of Black Crow City's rookie king, he could visit Mabe City. With this thought, Su Luo felt invigorated and full of energy. In the dim passage, Su Luo summoned all his pets, arranging them accurately and orderly for the impending battle. It's starting, Shin Gang reminded. The massive iron gates creaked open. Beyond the high walls, countless wild beasts gathered like dense straw. As the 36 gates opened, the beasts charged in. The ghostly tiger roared and transformed into a shadow, weaving through the beasts, its massive claws tearing apart lower-level creatures. Even beasts of the same level struggled to withstand its fierce attacks under the influence of its skills. The mysterious water turtle focused on control skills, freezing nearly every beast within 10 meters. Su Luo stood calmly at the back, his eyes fixed on the gate. Hours later, white skeletons began to appear, and Su Luo immediately realized the skeletal warrior had arrived. Yet, it was nowhere to be seen among the beasts. Where did it go? Su Luo frowned, searching the beast horde. 3 minutes later, he finally spotted the familiar skeleton. It seemed intimidated this time, standing at least 10 meters from the gate and facing another direction, its gaze fixed on another passage entrance. Once you're here, you won't escape. Su Luo smiled and commanded the flaming rock to attack. Using the same attack strategy as yesterday, the skeletal warrior remained motionless, allowing the flaming rock to strike. However, this time, most of the monsters it summoned headed towards the neighboring passage entrance. Su Luo felt a sense of relief. Su Luo thought to himself that he had to act today, having prepared thoroughly, otherwise, this creature might be gone tomorrow. He kept his eyes fixed on the skeletal figure before him. In the watchtower, Zhang Li and Li Si had long lost interest in the beasts. Zhang Li yawned listlessly, picked up a cigarette, and moved to the side to smoke leisurely. Li Si was even more indifferent, sprawled out on his chair, snoring loudly. For them, slaying beasts was as routine as eating and drinking. Even a unique creature like the skeletal beast could only hold their attention for a couple of days. Today, they couldn't even be bothered to glance at the battlefield. Inside the passageway, under Su Luo's command, the beasts began a coordinated retreat. The three-legged golden crow shrank down to the size of a regular bird and flew effortlessly over the high walls. The poisonous stump disguised itself as an ordinary tree, striding out through the gate when no one was looking. Other beasts like the icebound wolf and the six-armed demon ape also moved towards the exit, subtly shifting the battlefield to the iron gate's entrance. Su Luo kept an eye on the time while closely monitoring the situation at the watchtower. Seeing Zhongli and Li Si resting in their chairs, he let out a small sigh of relief. If a divine shard were to drop, it was best that no one noticed. Right now, with those two lounging and chatting, they were unlikely to pay attention to the commotion below. Su Luo slowly approached the gate. The blazing rock had been attacking for over 3 hours, yet the skeletal beast remained unscathed. He thought to himself, it was about time to act. With a command, a loud buzzing sound erupted. This was the interference skill of the 5 venomous peaks, significantly slowing the enemy's movements. Immediately, a thick tree root burst from the ground, striking the skeletal beast and wrapping around it tightly. This was the poisonous stump's root lash, binding the skeletal beast in place. At the same time, Su Luo's prepared pets launched a fierce assault on the skeletal figure. Within seconds, cracks appeared on its body, and it began to falter. Su Luo's eyes sharpened, realizing the creature intended to flee. He quickly ordered the three-legged golden crow to prepare for a final, decisive strike. The skeletal figure was ensnared by massive tree roots, but with just a slight tremor, it vanished into thin air, reappearing 3 meters away. Although Su Luo was surprised, he was prepared. He immediately activated his backup plan. Chirp! The three-legged golden crow let out a cry and used the Soul Devour skill on the skeleton. Although the skeleton wasn't a living being, it possessed a soul, making it vulnerable to the golden crow's ability, rendering it immobile for 5 seconds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Luo's other pets launched their attacks. The golden scaled flame dragon unleashed its scorching breath, the nether tiger slashed with its claws, and the ice peak wolf released its icy breath. One powerful attack followed another, rapidly increasing the cracks on the skeletal figure. Seeing this, Su Luo mercilessly cast a death curse. The skeleton shook violently, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Yet, it began attempting to teleport again. Su Luo's eyes turned cold as he commanded, "Golden Crow, Sea of Confinement." In an instant, a vast sea of fire engulfed a 20-meter radius. The other pets unleashed their area attacks, turning the battlefield into a chaotic storm of firepower. Su Luo's heart was tense. If the skeleton escaped this time, catching it again would be nearly impossible. Suddenly, the skeletal figure reappeared 10 meters away. The nether tiger went berserk, its massive claws slashing towards the skeleton's head, tearing through space and revealing the crimson shadow of its claws. Crack! A sharp breaking sound echoed as the skeleton was covered in cracks. Black mist with a pungent stench of decay seeped out. The skeleton quickly turned black before being shattered by the nether tiger's powerful strike. Among the bone fragments, a black, irregular shard caught Su Luo's attention. He rushed out of the city gate, picking up the shard, which was about half the size of a palm, completely black, with jagged edges. Congratulations, you have obtained a Death Attribute Divine Shard. A system notification sounded, and Su Luo finally relaxed. The blood red trial was not in vain after all. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, his face turned pale. The mountains, ground, and water were teeming with countless exotic beasts, forming a new, grotesque world, twisted like a mass of writhing larvae. Hurry back! The gate's closing soon. Zhang Li's urgent shout came from the watchtower. Su Luo didn't have time to take a closer look and immediately dashed towards the city gate. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office at the headquarters of the Northern Desert War Zone, Shen Gang stood at the door, his back straight, eyes fixed on the floor, not daring to meet the gaze of the office's owner. "You're saying that creature might have a divine shard?" Came a cold female voice from behind the desk. Yes. Shen Gang, though unsure of the exact significance of the divine shard, had seen the headquarters notice and was certain the skeletal figure matched the description. "All right, I'll have Sister Qing accompany you." The woman responded briefly and then vanished. After leaving the office, Shen Gang encountered a woman in her 30s at the building's entrance. Just one look, and his eyelids twitched. Was an 84th level berserker. Shen Gang was instantly flustered and even felt a bit inferior. "Let's go," the woman said coldly. Shen Gang nodded immediately, following her to Black Crow City. Back in his apartment in Black Crow City, Su Luo sat on a stool, examining the divine shard in his hand. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed, yet he couldn't recall where he'd seen it before. After half an hour of searching on his basic desktop computer, he still found no information about the shard. Recalling the words of the necromancer, Su Luo decided to let it use the shard. As his highest quality pet, unlocking some abilities early could bring significant advancements to the divine medicine realm. With this thought, Su Luo took the shard and entered the divine medicine realm. "Master, you're here," the necromancer greeted. Curious, Su Luo asked, "If you use the divine shard, what special abilities will you gain?" "Don't worry, Master. I will be completely obedient, ready to serve you at every turn and fix any mistakes." The necromancer's stream of flattery was cut short by Su Luo's impatience. "Speak plainly," Su Luo said with a frown. The necromancer cleared its throat and spoke earnestly. "This shard of divine essence with death attributes can significantly enhance my summoning skills. In the future, I will not only be able to summon without limitations, but also call forth higher-level skeleton warriors." It continued excitedly. "And not just warriors, I can summon miners, blacksmiths, and even undead knights." Listening to the necromancer's enthusiastic description, Su Luo couldn't help but be impressed by the power of the divine essence. He pondered for a moment. If it's really that powerful, acquiring another shard with death attributes might allow me to ascend right here and now. Without much hesitation, Su Luo handed the divine essence shard to the necromancer. The latter took the shard with trembling hands, as excited as a starving dog tasting meat for the first time. It carefully placed the shard on its forehead, and immediately, an endless black mist enveloped it. Su Luo cautiously took a few steps back, wary that if not for the pet contract still in effect, this creature might turn against him. The black mist lingered for a long time, suggesting the necromancer was undergoing a special transformation within it. Not wanting to interrupt the process, Su Luo quietly exited the realm of divine medicine. Just then, he heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found Xingang standing there, his face beaming with excitement. Someone from Mo Bay City is here specifically to see you. Come with me quickly. Someone from Mo Bay City? And they specifically asked for me? Su Luo's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that my sister got the message and came to find me? He immediately followed Shun Gang to the latter's private office. They're inside. Go on in, Shin Gang said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He even thoughtfully straightened Su Luo's clothes. If the skeletal remains they discovered this time could indeed yield what the headquarters wanted, he might get a promotion too. How could he not be excited? In an office chair, a stunning woman in her 30s sat composedly, exuding an icy aura. As Su Luo pushed the door open and entered, his fantasies shattered instantly. He had expected his sister to seek him out upon hearing the news, but instead, he was met by this unfamiliar woman. Are you the one who discovered the skeletal remains? Qing Qinning's sharp gaze fixed on Su Luo, her brow furrowing slightly before relaxing. Yes, Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes filled with confusion. When was the last time you saw the skeletal remains? Just this afternoon. Did you chase it away again? Yes. All right, you can go back. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to passage 36. Leaving the office, Su Luo quickly returned to his room. Once the door was shut, he exhaled deeply, as if he had narrowly escaped danger. Although the conversation with the woman had appeared calm on the surface, internally, Su Luo was in turmoil. The news about the skeletal remains had attracted attention from Ma Bei City, and the woman's capabilities were evidently formidable, suggesting she might also be aware of the existence of the divine fragment. Fortunately, he had acted preemptively. Otherwise, he would have watched the opportunity slip away. Moving forward, he needed to learn to conceal his abilities, ensuring the necromancer remained hidden from public view, and he himself must tread carefully, avoiding any slip-ups. Entering the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo observed that the necromancer was still enveloped in a black mist. Back in his room, he lay on his bed, employing a crude method of self-brainwashing. The skeletal remains ran away. It ran very fast. After the last attack by the blazing rock, it fled. Throughout the night, Su Luo repeated this to himself until he was convinced the skeletal remains had indeed escaped. At dawn, the large team guarding the passage set out once more. Su Luo mingled with the group, exchanging pleasantries with Zhou and Yilingyu as usual. Inside the passage, he summoned all his pets with a composed demeanor. Control-type pets took the front line, those with area attacks formed the second line, and pets like the ghostly fierce tiger, known for its exceptional combat capability, fought at the forefront to prevent beasts from breaking through. From the lookout tower, Qing Qining observed Su Luo's every move. Xin Gang stood behind her, eagerly recounting Su Luo's heroic deeds. He managed to break the Beast Master's curse and has so many pets. Interesting, Qing Qining's eyes showed a glimmer of appreciation before her gaze shifted beyond the city walls. Beasts surged like a tide, pressing against the tall, sturdy walls. She searched repeatedly but found no trace of the skeletal remains. Although puzzled, Qing Qining said nothing further. It was only natural for someone with a divine fragment to be shrouded in mystery. Su Luo, it's time. Xingang called out loudly, then opened the gate to passage 36. Killing beasts and leveling up, this was Su Luo's sole focus at the moment. Even with Qing Qining openly watching from the tower, he remained unfazed. As the beasts charged in, his pets were already prepared. Su Luo stood still, a formidable defensive line formed by his pets shielding him. The beasts couldn't break through, let alone reach Su Luo. Congratulations on slaying the Centipede King. Experience points 1200. Congratulations on slaying the Blackback Demon Ape. Experience points 1400. Congratulations on. Countless beasts met their demise within the passage. Su Luo merely stood in place, reaping the experience rewards. When boredom struck, he would cast a death curse on the more formidable beasts. This guy is intriguing. Qing Qinning's eyes sparkled with curiosity, then turned expectantly towards the city gate. According to Shun Gang, the skeletal remains would appear outside the gate, standing motionless and open to attack. But 4 hours had passed, and there was still no sign of it. What's going on? Qing Qining asked calmly, the temperature on the lookout tower dropping suddenly. Shun Gang's face darkened, his eyelids twitching. At this moment, He cared little for promotion or salary increases. His priority was convincing her that he hadn't been deceiving her. Well, I was at headquarters yesterday, so I didn't see the skeletal remains. I'll call someone right away. They must have seen it. Shin Gang quickly summoned Zhang Li and Li Si via communication equipment. Captain Shin. The two huffed and puffed as they climbed the lookout tower. After glancing at Shin Gang, they turned their attention to Qing Qianing. Realizing she was not to be trifled with, they immediately lowered their eyes to their toes. Did you two see the skeletal remains yesterday? We did. Was it the same as usual? Yes. Having finished questioning them, Shin Gang felt somewhat reassured and said to Qing Qianing, My lady, as you can see, we truly had skeletal remains visiting here. Qing Qianing remained silent, her cold gaze slowly falling on Zhang Li. Tell me everything about the skeletal remains, in as much detail as possible. Inside Passage 36. While battling the beasts, Su Luo occasionally glanced at the watchtower. Seeing Zhang Li and Li Si being summoned confirmed his suspicion that the mysterious woman was after the divine fragment. However, he doubted she'd glean any useful information. Yesterday, when he defeated the bone skeleton, Su Luo kept a close eye on the watchtower. He noticed Zhang Li and Li Si were slacking off and completely oblivious to the skeleton's defeat. Su Luo secretly rejoiced, thinking, as long as they didn't see it, even if the king himself came, that skeleton can only be considered as having escaped on its own. Just as the gate was about to close, a white light enveloped Su Luo, signaling he'd leveled up. The system notification chimed in. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 34. At that moment, Qing Qianing and Shun Gang had already left, leaving only a frustrated Zhang Li at the watchtower. He called out to Su Luo, that's enough for today. Wrap it up. With that, he swiftly shut the gate. On the way back, Su Luo noticed Zhang Li's unusually troubled expression and asked, Brother Zhang, are you in a bad mood? Zhang Li sighed and complained. It's all because of that damn bone skeleton. It showed up every day before, but not today, and now Old Li and I got scolded. Su Luo suppressed a laugh, feigning sympathy. He thought to himself that even Shun Gang might not escape a reprimand. Throughout the journey, Zhang Li continued to grumble, while Su Luo endeavored to conceal his schadenfreude. After a few minutes, people from various passageways began to converge. Yi Lingyue squeezed through the crowd to Su Luo's side, looking exhausted yet excited. We have 3 days off next. Let's check out the night market tonight. I'm running low on my mental recovery potions and need to stock up. Su Luo nodded in agreement. Sure, I have some gear to sort out too. Turning his head, he noticed Zhou Han had quietly joined them, walking silently nearby. After agreeing on a time, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Su Luo quickly showered, eager to enter the realm of divine medicine. The whole day's anticipation had him thrilled to discover just how powerful the necromancer would become with the divine fragment. In the realm of divine medicine, the lush green fields of herbs stretched endlessly, with batches of medicinal plants nearing maturity. On the other side of the fields, amidst the mountains and boulders, a group of skeletal miners in coarse linen clothes were diligently digging for ores, their tools clinking rhythmically. Despite their lack of flesh and blood, these skeletal workers moved no differently than human miners. Witnessing this scene, Su Luo couldn't help but admire the bold creativity of the necromancer. He thought to himself that if this guy could indeed train a divine-level blacksmith, the issue of equipment would be effortlessly resolved in the future. Master, you have arrived? The necromancer, clad in a wide black cloak adorned with white patterns and surrounded by a dark aura, greeted Su Luo. Instead of responding, Su Luo immediately checked the necromancer's attribute panel. Necromancer. Level 32 Divinity. Death Sovereign 14. Attack. 3,250. Defense, 4,400. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 18,500. Skills, Undead Summoning, Death Curse, Power of the Sovereign. Passive, Zealotry. Master of the Undead. The subjects under command have their strength, speed, constitution, gathering, alchemy, and other abilities multiplied by 5. After acquiring a fragment of divinity, the necromancer not only gained a new skill, Power of the Sovereign, but also experienced a comprehensive enhancement. Its attributes saw a significant rise, even surpassing some level 40 beasts. Su Luo curiously observed a nearby skeletal warrior that stood out from the rest. This skeleton stood 3 meters tall, with bones of a bronze hue, wielding a cyan shield and sword, exuding a chilling aura. Skeletal warrior. Level 22 bronze grade. Attack, 1,800. Defense, 1,200. Spirit, 2,000. Constitution, 8,500. Skills, Fierce Battle, Spectral Slash. Fierce Battle. In combat, slows enemies by 40 and gains a 40 lifesteal effect, consuming 50 spirit points per second. Spectral Slash. Sacrifices lost life to deliver a powerful slash, the lower the health, the higher the damage. No spirit points required. The attributes and skills of the bronze-grade skeletal warrior had been enhanced, with fierce battle being more suited to close combat than the previous death curse. Impressive. Su Luo was very satisfied with the skeletal warrior's capabilities. Besides the bronze grade, there were also silver, gold, diamond, and legendary grades of skeletal warriors. Su Luo realized that the necromancer's potential had been fully tapped. Understanding the principle of a treasured item invites trouble, he decided to maintain a low profile while developing steadily in Black Raven City to avoid drawing undue attention. The beast spirit pills he had refined a few days ago were all completed. Su Luo summoned the Xian Shui turtle, ghost tiger, golden-scaled flame dragon, and three-legged golden crow, allowing them to feast. Having witnessed the necromancer's power, he was eager to nurture these four pets. How much longer for the ingredients for the advancement potion? Su Luo asked. At least 20 more days, the necromancer replied. Once this batch of ingredients is harvested, I'll plant the ingredients for the high-level advancement potion directly. After exiting the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo quickly packed his belongings and went out to meet Johan and Yilingye. Black Raven City was sparsely populated, mainly by guardians and a few merchants. The streets were dirty and chaotic, with few restaurants or supermarkets. After wandering the streets for a while, the three finally found a market in a secluded alley. The narrow passage was lined with stalls, mostly tended by guardians. They wore worn-out combat uniforms, exuding a heavy aura of hostility, and quietly selected the items they needed, devoid of any lively atmosphere. Upon seeing Su Luo and his companions, they cast curious glances but quickly returned to their business. As a mage, Yilingye purchased a large number of spirit recovery potions. Johan bought many stamina recovery potions and a few spirit recovery potions. Su Luo, on the other hand, bought nothing, intending instead to deal with the accumulated equipment in the realm of divine medicine. Over the past few days, Su Luo had amassed around 3,000 ordinary pieces of equipment, over 600 elite pieces, and more than 20 exceptional pieces. Currently, the highest grade equipment he possessed was exceptional. He decided not to sell the elite and exceptional grade equipment, but planned to have Zhou Taixing distribute them instead. After all, he was quite a prominent figure, so he needed to offer some benefits to those beneath him. He calculated that by giving others advantages, he could secure greater returns for himself. With a wave of his hand, Su Luo unleashed over 3,000 pieces of ordinary equipment, pouring out like a waterfall, each valued at 6,000 dragon coins. The alley was instantly packed to the brim with equipment, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded, as if a mountain of gold and silver had suddenly appeared. The merchant, witnessing this spectacular scene, flushed with excitement and was at a loss for what to do. "Brother, you wait for me to handle this," he stammered, quickly pulling out his communicator to contact 2 or 3 fellow traders. The sheer quantity of equipment was overwhelming for him to manage alone. Soon, several buyers rushed over. They efficiently counted, assessed, and transported the equipment in an orderly fashion. As the last piece was taken away, Su Luo's account balance soared by over 18 million dragon coins. Su Luo quietly calculated. With the rewards he had previously won, the 10 million lost to him by the generous Zhao Xiaoyuan, and this latest sum, his total wealth now exceeded 44 million dragon coins. While this was a fortune that could allow an ordinary person to live lavishly for a lifetime, for an alchemist, a single rare herb could easily cost millions. In the days that followed, the survivors' lives revolved around just 2 things: resting and fighting. In this intense, battle-driven life, those who survived gradually adapted to the rhythm. People from the Battle Academy and Yindu University also became more familiar with each other, getting along well. Time flew by, and soon it was the last day of the 4th cycle. After this day, the Crimson Trial would come to a complete end. Standing beside Su Luo, Sheng Gang encouraged him. "If you can achieve an unprecedented and unmatched result, you'll definitely attract attention from above. Finding someone to help you in Ma Bei City would then be as easy as pie." Su Luo stood at the entrance of Passage 36, staring at the massive iron door. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned with fierce determination. "This time, I'll give it my all," he declared firmly. Deep down, Su Luo thought to himself, "Once today is over, I can go to Ma Bei City to find my sister." This thought fueled his fighting spirit even more, readying him for the final challenge. On the final day of the blood trials, participants gave it their all, determined to stand out in this brutal test. The walls of Black Crow City were crowded with veteran guards, some with cigarettes in their mouths, others munching on sunflower seeds, all watching with interest as the flowers of the academy battled, comparing the differences between the new and old generations of guardians. The air was thick with the scent of blood, accompanied by the survivors' strong aversion to guarding the passage. The old guards noticed this with a smirk, thinking to themselves that these rookies didn't yet understand the benefits of guarding the passage. One veteran reminisced, "I was only at level 28 when I started here, and after 2 years of bloody battles, I reached level 60. Grinding here is way better than in dungeons. Among the crowd, there was chatter. Is this young man the new champion of Black Crow City this year? His pets are impressive. At that moment, Su Luo stood in the passage, carefully examining his attribute panel. Name, Su Luo. Profession, Beast Tamer. Spirit Master 87.5. Level, 35. Strength, 1800. Spirit, 2500. Defense, 4500. Constitution, 7500. Equipment, Bone War Sword, Bone Chestplate, Bone Gauntlets. Pets. Skills, Taming, Root Entanglement, Death Curse, Flame Baptism. Seeing the newly added Spirit Master title on his attribute panel, Su Luo was surprised. He hadn't checked his attributes in a while and didn't expect to see this title. Typically, such a transition would only be known after reaching level 40. While Su Luo was pondering this, the bronze gate started to open slowly, signaling the return of the beasts. The atmosphere in the passage remained tense, with the pungent smell of blood in the air, and the beasts' roars were terrifying. However, this time, Su Luo's mindset had changed. He was determined to level up twice today. Before setting out in the morning, Su Luo gathered all his pets for a brief pep talk. The higher my level, the better your lives will be. In short, my success is your success. To prepare for the intense battles ahead, each pet held about 10 bottles of spirit recovery potions in their mouths, while the three-legged golden crow, which relied on fire-breathing attacks, held them with its claws. As the bronze gate fully opened, the beasts surged in like a tide. The ghost tiger let out a roar, transforming into a shadow as it charged forward. The three-legged golden crow followed, spewing flames. Other pets like the black water turtle, golden scale flame dragon, and poison gas stump joined in, eagerly pouncing on the beasts. The people in the watchtower were stunned by this scene. Someone questioned, isn't this Beast Tamer known for his strategic formations? Why is he fighting like this? Another agreed. Is he crazy? This isn't how you grind beasts. Someone else commented, I've never seen this strategy before, but he's the first Beast Tamer I've seen with so many pets. An experienced guard shook his head. Still too young, probably just bored and blowing off steam. Inside the passage, the over 30 pets unleashed their full power, with each able to take on several beasts alone. Various skill colors blossomed in the passage like brilliant fireworks. Su Luo stood at the back, continuously casting Death Curse. Meanwhile, notifications of experience points kept popping up. Congratulations, you have slain a hellhound. Experience 1400. Congratulations, you have slain a demon wolf. Experience 1100. The beasts in the passage were quickly cleared out. Since the gate only allowed 10 beasts through at a time, the guards assumed they should stay put and wait. However, Su Luo's next move shocked everyone. Charged out of the passage. Su Luo calculated in his mind. At this rate, leveling up twice in 8 hours is too slow. He kept an eye on the increasing experience bar, and with his pets' levels far exceeding the outside beasts, he decided to take the fight outside. The guards on the city walls didn't see it that way. Someone exclaimed, this kid's really lost it. Charging out is a fool's errand. What if the gate closes? Another guard analyzed. I see what he's doing. He's trying to make a last-minute push in the final hours. Someone jokingly added, I've never worked out this hard when my gym membership was about to expire. With over 30 pets leading the charge, a clear area was created at the gate. Su Luo stood there, surveying the outside world. Withered trees, endless yellow sand, and countless beasts roaming the surrounding hills. They seemed driven by some command, continuously converging toward the wall. Su Luo's charge outside quickly drew the beast's attention, shifting the pressure onto the 30-plus pets. The pets' expressions became resentful, as if saying, couldn't you just keep us out of the spotlight? Ignoring their forlorn looks, Su Luo took out a large supply of spirit recovery potions from his backpack, placing them on the ground, and reassured them. Don't worry, there's plenty of spirit recovery potions. Unintentionally, Su Luo's actions alleviated pressure on the other passage guards. In passage 35, Zhao Xiaoyuan was puzzled. What's going on? Suddenly there are so few beasts here. He had planned to push for level 51, but now it seemed that plan might fall through. Now, there were only about a dozen or so exotic beasts left in the passage. Su Luo frowned as he looked at the gate. Hardly any beasts were coming in, and there was no real assault to speak of. He quickly dealt with the remaining beasts and rushed to the city gate, taking a risk. Numbers 34, 32. People from several surrounding passages almost simultaneously rushed to the gate to check the situation. When they saw the scene outside, everyone was stunned. Su Luo was riding a large bird engulfed in flames, flying back and forth in the air. He occasionally used his skills while dropping a few bottles of mental recovery potions below. On the ground, his pets formed small groups, fiercely blocking the incoming beasts. The whole scene was both graceful and violent, and Su Luo's team seemed on the verge of collapse, yet they tenaciously held their ground. Damn, is he hogging all the monsters like this? What's the point of me fighting? Zhao Xiaoyuan grumbled as he kicked away an incoming beast, sighing with frustration. On the other side, Yi Lingyue and Zhou Han were equally speechless. If you said Su Luo was stealing kills, he hadn't exactly gone beyond his area. But if you said he wasn't, it seemed like he had indeed taken quite a few. 6 hours later, the blood trial finally concluded. Su Luo, having leveled up twice, walked out of passage 36 with satisfaction. Xingang had been waiting at the exit for quite some time. You are now the new champion of Black Crow City, and this is your honor, Xingang said, holding a dark pure gold medal engraved with a weathered high wall. It was the War Zone Guardian medal, representing endless glory in defending one's homeland. Su Luo wiped his hands and respectfully accepted the medal. You'll need to stay in the war zone for another 3 days. What are your plans? Xingang asked. Elder Shen, I want you to help me find someone, and I also wish to visit Mabe City, Su Luo replied. Most people in the war zone use code names, but we can give it a try. As for your application to visit Mabe City, I already processed it yesterday, Xingang said, waving a piece of white paper in his hand. Your achievements are impressive, and even Lord Siyue from headquarters is quite interested in you. Once you meet Lord Siyue, it should be much easier to ask for help in finding someone. The city of Mabe is the central hub of the entire Mabe war zone, far surpassing other small towns in both prosperity and size. The bustling streets are filled with formidable individuals, each at least level 50, exuding an intimidating aura. Su Luo followed Xingang through this vast city, and after a long walk, they finally arrived at a magnificent building. After going through a series of tedious procedures, Xingang led Su Luo to a simple waiting room. Wait here, I'll be outside, Xingang instructed briefly before hurrying away. Even as a level 73 knight, he had to abide by the rules in Mabe City. This thought made Su Luo smile wryly to himself. If not for his exceptional skills, surpassing most of his peers, he might not have had the chance to meet Lord Siyue. Finding someone in this enormous city was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Half an hour passed, and a staff member guided Su Luo to the door of an exceedingly luxurious office. Student Su Luo, here to see Lord Siyue, Su Luo announced as he entered, bowing respectfully towards the desk. However, there was no response from behind it. Looking up, he frowned. This Lord Siyue looked remarkably familiar, bearing a resemblance to his sister, Su Bingxue. Sis? Su Luo called out tentatively. Su Bingxue's eyes reddened slightly as she gave him a gentle smile. You're here? Sis, I've been looking everywhere for you. Su Luo's voice cracked, his eyes welling up. Still such a crybaby, Su Bingxue teased, walking over to him and shutting the office door with a wave of her hand. She embraced Su Luo, gently stroking his hair. There, I've missed you too. I'm sorry for not being there with you all these years. The siblings hugged tightly, Su Luo clinging on as if never wanting to let go. After a long while, he finally released her and tried to gauge his sister's level, but the power difference was too great to discern. I'm now a level 98 Phantom Assassin, and I am also Lord Siyue, Su Bingxue said with a playful pinch of Su Luo's cheek. So, who were you hoping to find by seeing Lord Siyue? She playfully tweaked his nose, just like when they were kids, though the mist in her eyes betrayed her emotions. All right, wipe those tears away, Su Bingxue said, ruffling Su Luo's hair before turning to tidy up her desk. Outside the headquarters of Mabe, Xingang squatted nearby, cigarette in hand, occasionally glancing back. Seeing that Su Luo hadn't come out yet, a trace of anxiety crossed his eyes. He knew all too well how cold and strict Lord Siyue could be, worried that Su Luo might get scolded. Just as he sighed, he turned around again and was stunned. Su Luo was actually holding Lord Siyue's hand. This must be madness. Either he's gone crazy or I have. Xingang stood up abruptly, rubbing his eyes. By then, Su Luo had already walked up to him. Elder Shen, you might want to head back first. I found the person I was looking for and might stay here a bit, Su Luo said. All right, but make sure to return within 3 days, or you'll miss the teleportation array, Xingang replied mechanically, turning to leave. As he walked, he pondered. Found the person he was looking for? He was searching for a girl named Su Bingxue. Su Luo did mention Su Bingxue was his sister. Gasp. Xingang inhaled sharply, looking around cautiously before finally relaxing. Anything about Lord Siyue was absolutely off-limits for discussion or inquiry. The evening streets of Mabe City were bustling, no different from any other thriving city. After dinner, Su Bingxue and Su Luo strolled leisurely along the streets. Sis, when will you come back to Jiang City? Su Luo asked casually, though his heart longed for the liveliness that had been missing at home for so long. I'll see when I have some time. In a few days, I need to go to Huanglong Island for a while, Su Bingxue replied. Make sure to take care of yourself, Su Luo advised. You take care too, and surprise me again next time, Su Bingxue said. hugging Su Luo and discreetly slipping a cold object into his clothes. Sis, are you leaving already? Su Luo quietly tucked the item into his backpack, looking at his sister with reluctance. I'll walk you to the teleportation array. Su Luo followed his sister silently, his steps heavy. Nearly 3 years of waiting had only led to a few hours of reunion, making it hard for anyone to part. As they neared the teleportation array, Su Bingxue gently stroked Su Luo's hair, pointing at the array. Go on, sis. I'll come find you here when I can, and if you're not free, I'll wait for you. Su Luo said with a smile, showing the War Zone Guardian badge in his hand. Hurry up, the teleportation array will close soon. Su Bingxue urged him to go, adding softly, visit the War Zone more often. You might find unexpected rewards. Make sure you keep that thing I just gave you safe. Su Bingshue's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Su Luo stood before the teleportation array, his face full of reluctance. He hesitated to step forward until Su Bingxue urged him multiple times, prompting him to finally move his feet. At that moment, a small, inconspicuous stone appeared beneath him. A flicker of anger flashed in Su Luo's eyes as he kicked the stone away with force, venting all his discontent on the innocent object. Su Bingxue quietly watched Su Luo's departing figure, her eyes unknowingly welling up with tears. She shook her head gently, a wry smile appearing on her lips as she murmured, still as stubborn as when he was a child. 3 days later, the blood trial finally concluded. Old Wu appeared at the teleportation array right on time, ready to receive the returning participants. When he noticed a few people missing from the group, his face darkened instantly, but he ultimately said nothing. The plaza at Yindu University was already crowded with people. Major factions had gathered, and even neighboring groups sent representatives, all eagerly hoping to recruit talent from the survivors of the blood trial. Suddenly, the temporary teleportation array emitted a dazzling white light. As the glow faded, the survivors finally appeared before the crowd. The plaza erupted into a frenzy as various factions rushed to find their desired recruits. Su Luo quietly exited the teleportation array, carefully concealing his abilities. His gaze quickly found Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang standing in the distance. These two were too conspicuous, even standing on benches to look around. Brother Luo, Zhou Taixing said with a grim expression, I've got good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Wang Mang, beside him, looked so awkward he turned away. Su Luo raised an eyebrow. Let's hear the good news first. Zhou Taixing took a deep breath. We took care of what you asked us to do before you left. We brought in all the potion merchants dealing in bulk throughout Yindu. The Alchemist Guild is now struggling, and reportedly, there's internal chaos. And the bad news? Su Luo pressed. You have a house in Jiangxing, right? Zhou Taixing said hesitantly. It was demolished by Ocean Real Estate. They claimed it was for redevelopment, but they didn't really pay much, and since no one was home, they didn't even pay the compensation. Feng Haiyang? Zhou Wenwan? Su Luo's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Those two have been asking for trouble time and again. This time, let's give them what they want. A month flew by quickly, and a lot happened on the campus of Yindu University. Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang reported the recent developments to Su Luo and then took him to the warehouse outside the school. Inside the warehouse, the sight of herbs piled up like mountains caught Su Luo's attention. Zhou Taixing opened the heavy iron door and explained, Brother Luo, each of these storage bags can hold 10,000 sets of medium-sized mental recovery potions, and the smaller ones can hold 20,000 sets. As he spoke, he handed Su Luo a small notebook with detailed records. Su Luo took the notebook and examined it carefully. Numbers filled the pages. 320,000 sets of small stamina recovery potions, 98,000 sets of medium-sized, 580,000 sets of small mental recovery potions, 183,000 sets of medium-sized, small purification potions. The total was an astonishing over 1 million sets. These were herbs collected from outsourced processing, where only one finished product needed to be delivered for every 2 sets, leaving the rest as profit. Roughly estimated, this batch of herbs could yield about 500,000 sets in pure profit. Su Luo's heart raced a little at the thought. At the current market price, a small stamina recovery potion was about 50 long coins each, while a medium one could sell for 200. Even with a conservative estimate, the profit from this batch of potions would be nearly 50 million long coins. More importantly, it wasn't just about making money. It was about building his team and enhancing the skills of the skeleton alchemists. Standing in the center of the warehouse, Su Luo quickly transferred all the herbs into the divine medicine realm. Although Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang didn't know the specifics, they were accustomed to Su Luo's mysterious methods. 3 days should be enough to complete it. Come pick up the goods then, Su Luo said calmly. To him, producing 1 million sets of potions was a piece of cake for 1,000 skeleton alchemists, with each responsible for only 1,000 sets. Before leaving, Su Luo suddenly remembered the large amount of equipment stored in the divine medicine realm. He curiously asked, how many people do we have under us now? Zhou Taixing scratched his head and replied, "We've been busy collecting herbs, so we haven't expanded much, just over 2,000? Hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but admire Zhou Taixing's organizational skills. This guy was a natural-born leader. He decided to give them a surprise and began taking out equipment from the divine medicine realm. With a loud crash, a massive amount of equipment appeared in the warehouse, the clanging of metal filling the air. Students dining nearby cast envious glances. While elite-level equipment wasn't rare, such a quantity was astounding. Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng were wide-eyed with excitement, momentarily speechless. Su Luo simply instructed, "There are 1,882 pieces of elite-level equipment and over 750 of exceptional quality. You two pick first, then distribute the rest as you see fit." With that, he left with the herbs. The two remained in awe for a long time, with Wang Meng exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, Brother Luo is amazing. Following him is definitely the smartest choice I've ever made. Don't rush, let's pick a few sets and take turns wearing them," Zhou Taixing suggested, and they eagerly began choosing equipment. Meanwhile, the Onsi 4 years blood trial at Yindu University had successfully concluded. The awards ceremony commenced as scheduled, but attendance was sparse. Most participants, upon exiting the teleportation array, hurried off to unwind, leaving the venue nearly empty. Nevertheless, the organizers ensured that prizes were reserved for each winner. As the first-place winner, Su Luo received a generous reward, including a small dungeon and a small spatial stone. After collecting his prize, Su Luo quickly returned to his small courtyard, eager to enter the realm of divine medicine. What he saw there filled him with delight. The once mountainous piles of herbs had been neatly organized by the necromancer, and over 1,000 skeleton alchemists were diligently processing them. Surveying the area, Su Luo noticed the necromancer crouched by a structure resembling a blacksmith's shop, intently examining a roughly crafted battle axe. Unconcerned, he turned his attention to inventorying his gains from the journey. Foremost among his acquisitions was a rare shard of divine essence, its sanctity inspiring awe. Following this were 2 valuable small spatial stones and a small exclusive dungeon. Additionally, he had acquired a substantial amount of equipment and a medal symbolizing the status of a battlezone guardian. Carefully, Su Luo retrieved from his backpack an item given by his sister before her Deperturia bronze shard, strikingly similar to the death-attributed divine essence shard he had obtained earlier. The system's notification sounded promptly. "Congratulations, you have acquired a fragment of the Azure Dragon divine essence." This discovery thrilled Su Luo, his cheeks flushing with excitement. He immediately summoned his golden-scaled flame dragon, contemplating that if the necromancer's power had increased significantly after using a divine essence shard, his own combat capability would surely double if his dragon could do the same. However, the system coldly informed him. Pet quality too low, usage failed. Unwilling to give up, Su Luo tried several more times, but to no avail. It dawned on him that even an Scrayed pet could not harness a divine essence shard, attesting to its supreme value. Resignedly, Su Luo stored the divine essence shard away and turned his attention to the 2 spatial stones and the orb for the small personal dungeon. These items equated to the effect of 3 small spatial stones. Upon use, the realm of divine medicine expanded to 5 times its original size. He planned to dedicate the newly acquired land to cultivating ingredients for high-level advancement potions, anticipating a harvest of 60,000 sets of herbs in a month. 3 days later, all the herbs were processed. Su Luo entrusted all affairs to Wang Meng and, together with Zhou Taixing, returned to Jiang City. At the teleportation array, they happened to encounter Zhou Wenwen and Feng Haiyang. Zhou Wenwen had regained her usual haughty demeanor, her gaze towards Su Luo filled with disdain. Feng Haiyang, deliberately holding Zhou Wenwen close, approached Su Luo, feigning concern as he patted Su Luo's shoulder, saying, "You've lost your home now. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't go back." Su Luo lightly touched his nose, gazing at Feng Haiyang with an impassive expression, and retorted with a cold smile, "I don't want to go back either, but there's something I must handle this time." Upon returning to Jiangsheng, the first thing Su Luo did was visit his old neighborhood. What used to be a familiar community had turned into a chaotic mess, with broken concrete and various debris piled up like a giant landfill. Among the ruins, a few makeshift tents made of black plastic stood out, with faint voices coming from within, indicating the presence of people struggling to survive. Cautiously, Su Luo approached one of the tents, where an exhausted old blacksmith lay inside. Outside, a young man with glasses was cooking with battered pots. As soon as the young man saw Su Luo approaching, he became alert, his eyes showing undisguised hostility. "What are you doing here?" the young man demanded sharply. Su Luo quickly explained. "Xiao Jiang, it's me, Su Luo. I used to live in 302. Hearing the familiar name, Xiao Jiang's expression softened slightly, though his brow remained furrowed. "Su Luo? I heard you went off to college. Now the neighborhood's been forcibly demolished. Those with connections got compensated, he said, veins bulging on his forehead, his face a mix of pain and helplessness. Looking around, Su Luo noticed that besides Xiao Jiang and his grandfather, a few other families were also living in temporary shelters. Seeing this childhood home reduced to rubble stirred an uncontrollable anger within him. He asked flatly, was it Haiyang Real Estate who sent people to demolish it? Xiao Jiang replied through gritted teeth. The Zhou family had their eyes on this land to build a pharmaceutical factory, with Haiyang Real Estate handling the construction. They're all to blame. This neighborhood didn't need to be torn down. But after Zhou Wenwen visited recently, the decision was made. Got it. Su Luo nodded. Counting the makeshift shelters as he left, there were 6 families in total. By evening, Su Luo arrived at Hongyue Tower in Jiangxing for a class reunion. The banquet hall was lively, with people clinking glasses and animatedly discussing their lives. The most striking figures in the crowd were Zhou Wenwen and Feng Haiyang, dressed to impress. As the future heir of the powerful Haiyang Real Estate, Feng Haiyang was the center of attention. Everyone here is Wenwen's classmate, and I, Feng, will certainly not let you down. As long as you support us, the doors of Haiyang Real Estate are always open to you. Feng Haiyang boasted, turning the reunion into a recruitment drive for his company. Although Zhao Tianan and Jose disapproved of Feng Haiyang's behavior, they had to swallow their anger due to Haiyang Real Estate's influence, listening in silence. Just then, Su Luo and Zhou Taixing appeared at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. Feng Haiyang immediately put on a polite smile and greeted. Did you just come from home, Su? Zhou Taixing couldn't hold back and snapped. Cut the crap. He always disdained Feng Haiyang's ways, especially since Haiyang Real Estate had demolished Su Luo's house. If it weren't for the disparity in power, he would have liked to give Feng Haiyang a piece of his mind. Zhou Wenwen glared at Zhou Taixing, warning, Zhou Taixing, Haiyang's family is in real estate development. You better keep a low profile. The other classmates quickly hid their smiles, siding with Zhou Wenwen. Everyone knew Zhou Taixing was from a small place, and while Su Luo had gotten into Yindu University, his future as a Beast Tamer seemed uncertain. Though no one said anything explicitly harsh, their contemptuous and disdainful looks were enough to make anyone uncomfortable. The atmosphere in the hall turned awkward, with everyone seemingly against Su Luo and Zhou Taixing. Maintaining his fake smile, Feng Haiyang said, Su, I think you should leave. Can't you see you're not welcome here? Others chimed in with mockery. Get going, you too. We're not in the same league. Don't force your way into circles you don't belong in. Facing these sharp words, Su Luo narrowed his eyes and calmly retorted. So proud, aren't we? Though he usually stayed out of such matters, he knew a bit about the family backgrounds of those present. Pointing at 3 people, he said evenly, you, and your family's businesses rely on raw materials from Yindu, right? Well, you're not getting any more. Just so you know. The hall fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted in laughter. The mockery grew worse, but only Zhao Tianan and Zhou Zhe noticed Zhou Taixing making a phone call. Within 3 minutes, the 3 individuals Su Luo had pointed out received calls from their families. After hanging up, they looked ashen, confirming the truth in Su Luo's words. The hall fell into dead silence. Zhao Tianan and Zhou Zhe were astonished, their view of Zhou Taixing subtly shifting, believing this was largely due to his influence. The atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became tense. In the banquet hall, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone's eyes darted between Su Luo, Zhou Wenwen, and Feng Haiyang, their faces etched with anxiety and unease. Zhou Wenwen stood up and declared loudly, Don't worry, everyone. If Su Luo won't supply the herbs, the Zhou family will. Our family has been established in Jiangxing for over a century, and we certainly have the capability. Feng Haiyang, standing beside her, nodded in agreement, and their statements seemed to bring some relief to those present. Su Luo watched the scene silently, thinking to himself, the Zhou family may have deep roots, but they still rely on the Alchemist Association's support. They probably aren't aware that the association is on the brink of collapse. The hall was enveloped in silence. Unhurriedly, Su Luo pulled a chair over and sat down, his gaze calmly fixed on Zhou Wenwen as he spoke softly, Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. After tonight, your Zhou family might not be able to continue in the potion business either. Though spoken quietly, his words carried significant weight, like a bolt of lightning striking the hall. Even Zhao Tianan and Zhou Zhe, standing nearby, were taken aback, momentarily unsure whose words held more sway. Zhou Wenwen's face twisted into a sneer, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Su Luo, stop dreaming. Let me tell you the truth. A supplier from Yindu is negotiating a deal with us tonight. You might have some talent in alchemy, but do you really think you can control everything? You'd better leave before you anger someone and can't leave at all. As she spoke, she made a discreet, throat-slitting gesture, a blatant threat. Zhou Taixing couldn't hold back any longer and whispered urgently to Su Luo, Brother Luo, should we deal with the Zhou family now? Su Luo gave a slight nod and instructed him to leave first. He had anticipated everything that night. To him, this class reunion was more of an opportunity to resolve conflicts. After the gathering, Su Luo intentionally strolled along a secluded path. As expected, Feng Haiyang and Zhou Wanwen caught up to block his way. Feng Haiyang taunted, "Su, if you're a man, let's settle this with a fight." A glint of interest flashed in Su Luo's eyes. "Oh, how do you propose we do that? There are too many people around here. Let's go to the outskirts," Feng Haiyang suggested. "All right," Su Luo agreed with a smile. "I think we have some misunderstandings that need to be cleared up." With that, he followed Feng Haiyang and Zhou Wanwen. Su Luo calculated his plan. The outskirts are sparsely populated, and given it's already late at night, it's the perfect spot. He could resolve the issue discreetly and then approach Haiyang Real Estate as a victim the next day. Everything was under his control. In the outskirts of Jiangxing, not a soul was in sight. In the darkness, the city's lights flickered faintly on the horizon like distant stars. Su Luo cautiously followed at the rear of the group, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Within his mystical realm, 500 skeletal warriors stood ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, his numerous pets were eager to spring into action at his command. Su Luo mused to himself, "What does it matter if they outnumber me? As long as I can kill, I don't care." At the front, Zhou Wenwen whispered to Feng Haiyang, "Brother Haiyang, can we really take him down tonight?" Feng Haiyang replied confidently, "Don't worry. My two friends are level 40 swordsmen, and he's only level 37. The four of us against him, even with his powerful pets, he won't stand a chance." Zhou Wenwen still felt uneasy. But what if he escapes? How will we explain it to Qinglong Academy? "Relax, he won't get away," Feng Haiyang said with a smug smile. Now at level 43, and with Zhou Wanwen at level 30, he felt assured they could break through the pet defenses and eliminate Su Luo with force. After some distance, Feng Haiyang abruptly stopped and turned to glare at Su Luo. "We're here." By then, his two friends had stealthily positioned themselves not far behind Su Luo. Zhou Wenwen's heart settled as she thought, 4 against 1, and it's an ambush. Su Luo is done for. Su Luo feigned surprise. "Already here? So, how do you want to fight?" Feng Haiyang laughed maniacally. "Of course, we're going to gang up on you." With that, he charged at Su Luo, sword in hand, glowing with a blue light. Zhou Wenwen immediately began chanting with her staff, while two sword lights flickered behind Su Luo as the four launched their attack. "I knew you wouldn't play fair," Su Luo muttered, releasing all his pets in an instant. The massive figure of the Xian Shui turtle immediately shielded him completely. The two swordsmen were taken aback. "What the heck is this? Crap, there's a snake." The phantom tiger and golden-scaled flame dragon went berserk, unleashing their strongest attacks on the two swordsmen. The other pets quickly surrounded Zhou Wanwen and Feng Haiyang, beginning their assault. "Brother Haiyang, didn't you say we'd gang up on him? What's happening? We're the ones getting ganged up on," one swordsman shouted in panic. Faced with his comrades' complaints, Feng Haiyang was at a loss. He knew Su Luo's pets were formidable, planning to break through and kill Su Luo first. But he hadn't anticipated Su Luo's quick response, regretting not bringing more people along. The four were forced to huddle together, struggling against the onslaught of pets. "Brother Haiyang, these pets don't seem that strong. They don't hit very hard," Zhou Wenwen observed after a while. "These trashy pets, I can cut down two with one swing," a swordsman boasted confidently. As their confidence swelled, Su Luo couldn't help but smile. He thought, "Can't they tell I'm going easy on them?" 10 minutes later, their stamina potions nearly exhausted, Feng Haiyang's expression grew increasingly grim. "Su Luo, don't go too far. It's forbidden for Yindu University students to harm each other. Besides, this is a fair duel. I admit defeat now, so call off your pets," Feng Haiyang demanded righteously. Su Luo calmly replied, "Hand over your belongings and I'll let you go." "No way," Feng Haiyang roared. "Then let's continue," Su Luo said, touching his nose, and ordered his pets to resume their attack. As their opponents weakened, the pets' attacks became gentler. One swordsman, after having his defense broken, wasn't killed outright. Instead, he was trampled repeatedly, quickly ending up bruised and battered. "Stop! I'll hand over my stuff," he shouted, crawling out from under a pet, immediately surrendering. "All right, hurry up," Su Luo said coldly, pointing to a nearby spot. The other swordsman, battered and nearly vomiting blood, followed suit, surrendering his possessions. With two helpers down, Feng Haiyang and Zhou Wanwen were left to be pummeled. "Will you really let us go if we hand over our things?" Feng Haiyang glared at Su Luo. Su Luo nodded expressionlessly. "Yes." Reluctantly, Feng Haiyang and Zhou Wanwen handed over everything they had, hoping to avoid further harm. Whether they emptied their bags completely didn't concern Su Luo. He had no intention of sparing them anyway. "Can we leave now?" Zhou Wenwen asked, her face blank, eyes filled with resentment towards Su Luo. Sensing her hostility, Su Luo sighed. He had no real connection with her, yet she repeatedly caused trouble, even conspiring with Feng Haiyang to kill him this time. You deserve this. Time to go. Su Luo sighed, stepping back to avoid the blood splatter. You liar. Even in death, I won't forgive you. Su Luo, spare me. I'll be your girlfriend. Already on the brink of death, they were swiftly dispatched by the pets. After their demise, the ground was littered with 2 elite items, 5 superior ones, and a legendary piece of armor. Additionally, there was a medium-sized space stone and a pile of miscellaneous items. After collecting everything, Su Luo was left with 4 cold corpses. Calmly, he retrieved a green potion from his backpack as spoils of a previous kill, a dissolving spray. A few gentle sprays on the bodies, and they melted into water. Next, Su Luo summoned the 3-legged golden crow to evaporate the water. He had the undead sorcerer dig up some weeds from his mystical realm and instructed the skeletal servants to plant them. Finally, he sprayed some plant nutrients to speed up the growth, restoring everything to its original state. The following day, a massive 3-legged golden crow, engulfed in flames, appeared in the skies over Jiangsheng, heading towards the headquarters of Haiyang Real Estate. The crimson flames left a long trail across the sky. The 3-legged golden crow descended at the entrance of Haiyang Real Estate, causing an immediate stir. Onlookers began to chatter, with someone exclaiming, "Isn't that N's class 3-legged golden crow? I've seen it in books. Anyone riding a pet like that must be extraordinary." Another voice chimed in, "Judging by his attire, he looks like a beast tamer. Could he be here to deliver a pet to Haiyang Real Estate?" Speculations buzzed through the crowd, but the mysterious figure remained expressionless as he retracted the golden crow and walked straight into the Haiyang Real Estate office building. Inside the lobby, a girl in a black uniform skirt with a pleasant demeanor immediately approached him. "Hello, sir. Are you here to see someone, or for business?" she inquired politely. "I'm here to see your manager." The man replied coldly, thinking to himself, "I'm actually here to cause trouble. But since Feng Haiyang is gone, I'll settle for some money. Besides, I'm not strong enough yet to easily take down a whole group." Hearing that the visitor arrived on a 3-legged golden crow to see the manager, the girl frowned slightly but then led him to an office. "I am Feng Jiaojiao, the manager of Haiyang Real Estate. How can I help you?" a young woman asked straightforwardly. "You demolished the houses in Hongyuan community, right?" The man looked her in the eye. "You tore down my house without permission. How do you plan to settle this?" Just then, the office door opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. Feng Jiaojiao glanced at him with a frown, then turned back to the visitor. "May I have your name?" she asked. "Su Luo." Upon hearing the name, both Feng Jiaojiao and the middle-aged man showed a flicker of surprise. Although Haiyang Real Estate's headquarters was in Yindu, they had heard of Su Luo's reputation. The atmosphere became tense. Feng Jiaojiao quickly composed herself and said, "Mr. Su, there were indeed a few households we couldn't contact after the community demolition. We can start the compensation process right away. How does that sound to you? How much are you compensating per house?" Su Luo asked. 800,000 dragon coins. Su Luo calculated in his mind and found the price reasonable, so he said, "Then give me 10 million dragon coins." The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he interjected, "Mr. Su, we're all respectable people here. It's best to keep things moderate." "I'd love to keep it moderate." Su Luo raised an eyebrow, fearlessly locking eyes with him. "But my master, Grandmaster Wu, taught me not to be too low-key." The air instantly froze. Wu Yong was known in Yindu for his formidable strength and unyielding nature. A small company like Haiyang Real Estate couldn't withstand his wrath. The middle-aged man quickly relented, his expression stiff and his tone awkward as he said, "Since Mr. Su insists, we'll comply. We'll also compensate the remaining households." "Good. You know how to handle things," Su Luo said, standing up to write down his account number on the desk before striding out of Haiyang Real Estate. A few minutes later, receiving the payment notification, Su Luo felt elated. He thought, "Having backing feels great. But ultimately, I need to become stronger myself to truly do as I please." Back in Yindu, Su Luo immediately retreated to his courtyard to tally his spoils. He set aside the medium-sized space stone to focus on the legendary armor and the exceptional long sword. Armor of Glory Legendary Swordsman. Attack 800, Defense 1500, Constitution 3800. Required level, 30. Set skill. Reduces damage by 20, and when health is below 20, grants 80 damage immunity for 10 seconds. Bloodthirsty Long Sword Exceptional Knight. Attack 2000. Required level, 35. Set skill. Increases normal attack damage by 20 and skill damage by 40. Normal attacks cause enemies to bleed twice, each time dealing damage equal to one of the target's total health. Seeing the attributes of the bloodthirsty long sword, Su Luo was instantly enamored. "This is much better than the giant stone sword," he thought, eagerly equipping both the bloodthirsty long sword and the armor of glory. After changing his gear, Su Luo checked his attribute panel. Name, Su Luo. Profession, Beast Tamer, Spirit Master 92.5. Level, 37. Attack, 3,950. Spirit, 2,600. Defense, 5,800. Constitution, 11,600. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Long Sword. Armor of Glory, Bone Gauntlets. Pets. Skills, Taming, Root Entangle, Death Curse, Flame Baptism. Su Luo was pleased to see his constitution surpassing 10,000 and his attack nearing 4,000, feeling unprecedentedly powerful. Su Luo felt satisfied with his four-dimensional attributes, but he decided to hold off on using the skill reset and copy opportunities. Although these chances are precious, they are not currently very useful and might be better saved for the future. He noticed that the experience bar for the Spirit Master had increased again, and based on past experience, he estimated that once he reached level 40, the Spirit Master's experience bar would hit 100%. Su Luo became thoughtful, as individuals undergo a job transition at level 40, typically enhancing their basic profession. The emblem for the Spirit Master was right after the Beast Tamer, which made him wonder if his post-level 40 profession would indeed be a Spirit Master. With these questions in mind, Su Luo packed everything up and decided to enter the realm of divine herbs to seek out the knowledgeable necromancer who had lived for many years. As soon as he entered the realm of divine herbs, the necromancer rushed over like an excited puppy, exuding an air of ingratiation. Master, you're here? It conjured a fruit platter out of thin air, but Su Luo wasn't interested. Have you heard of a Spirit Master? Su Luo asked directly. The necromancer paused, then dramatically plopped down on the ground with a sigh, lamenting. That thing is truly monstrous. In battle, it can control anything, wreaking havoc everywhere. I was killed by a Spirit Master in my previous life. Back then, I was an innocent little spirit, playing freely by the river with my friends. After listening to the necromancer's tale, Su Luo gained a rough understanding of what a Spirit Master was. Unlike a Beast Tamer, who can only form pacts with pets, a Spirit Master can bond with all things in the world. This is far more straightforward and brutal compared to an elemental mage, who summons and controls elemental attributes. The Spirit Master directly dominates everything. After using a medium-sized spatial stone, the area of the divine medicine realm suddenly doubled, its size even surpassing the combined mountains, rivers, and landscapes of Jiangxing. Su Luo stood atop a high vantage point, gazing down at the vast expanse of land laboriously cultivated by skeletal servants. The neatly arranged fields were brimming with vibrant medicinal herbs, thriving in lush greenery. As he looked upon this flourishing domain he had personally crafted, a strong sense of accomplishment surged within him. He couldn't help but reflect. Whether in novels or reality, seizing treasures through force is indeed the quickest path to growth. First, Zhao Xiaoyuan gifted him a small spatial stone, and now Feng Haiyang had presented a medium one, even at the cost of his life. Such generosity was truly hard to refuse. After exiting the divine medicine realm, Su Luo took out several worn journals and biographies he had purchased from a street stall in Black Crow City. Reading had been a habit of his since childhood. It helped calm his mind. One particularly thick autobiography was especially captivating, and Su Luo found himself immersed in it for 2 consecutive days. The book contained extensive information about divine essences, which might seem absurd to some, but Su Luo believed it wholeheartedly. According to the records, the world's gods are categorized into 3 types: attribute gods, elemental gods, and sovereign gods, with the sovereign gods being the most powerful. If a necromancer gathers fragments of the death attribute divine essence, they can become an attribute god. Other creatures will become elemental gods based on their elemental attributes. As for the sovereign gods, the book did not elaborate. The only certainty was that fragments of divine essences were scattered across the world. Su Luo frowned in thought, recalling the scene of parting with his sister a few days ago. His sister had suggested he visit the war zones more often. Could there be divine essence fragments there? Meanwhile, in Feng Li's office at Yindu University, a group of middle-aged men with worried expressions surrounded him. They pleaded with Professor Feng to help, asking Su Luo to publicly restore President Zhang's reputation. Someone even offered 50 million dragon coins as compensation, hoping Su Luo would reconcile with President Zhang. The group emphasized that although Su Luo was a genius of Yindu, President Zhang, as a master pharmacist, was equally indispensable. Feng Li, besieged by the crowd, looked utterly helpless. Someone suggested that if Professor Feng was not in a position to intervene, perhaps Su Luo could be invited to discuss the matter in person. These usually influential figures of Yindu now seemed on the verge of tears. While Su Luo had stabilized the city's essential medicine production, certain rare medicines still required a pharmacist's expertise. As a saint-level pharmacist, Jiang Xinghe's strike had severely impacted many, which explained the urgency among the crowd. In the evening, Su Luo arrived at Feng Li's office as invited. An unkempt, drunken old man was slumped on a nearby sofa. Feng Li got straight to the point, explaining that Jiang Xinghe from the Pharmacist Association wanted a reconciliation, but the final decision rested with Su Luo. As they talked, Feng Li casually picked up a small black iron piece from the desk and began to toy with it. Su Luo's attention was instantly drawn to it, though he tried hard to hide his interest, pretending to be indifferent as he expressed willingness to follow Feng Li and his master's arrangements. However, his eyes involuntarily glanced at the iron piece. Having encountered two divine essence fragments before, Su Luo had become familiar with their appearance. Despite this one looking different, he was certain it was a divine essence fragment. Seeing Su Luo's interest in the iron piece, Feng Li immediately offered to give it to him. The old man, Wu, glanced at it and lost interest, continuing to drown himself in alcohol. To him, it was nothing more than a peculiar piece of ordinary iron. Seeing Su Luo's hesitation, Feng Li quickly shoved the metal piece into his hand and urged, "Junior brother, if you like it, just take it. I've been driven crazy by those people these past few days. If you're willing to make peace, there are plenty of good things with Jiang Xinghe that you can find a way to get your hands on." Su Luo frowned slightly, pretending to be reluctant as he said, "Since senior brother insists, I'll agree to make peace." However, inside, he was barely able to contain his excitement. The metal piece was finally his. As he feigned indifference while examining the piece, he suddenly froze. A rusty piece of metal? Su Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the object in his hand. At that moment, Wu Yong, who had been drinking nearby, suddenly stood up and pointed at Su Luo, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, back in the day, I was just like you, paying a hefty price to get it from someone else." Surprised? Su Luo was bewildered, his gaze darting between the metal piece and Feng Li. Seeing his confusion, Feng Li quickly explained, "Junior brother, a few months ago, I also thought this was a treasure and spent $1 billion to buy it from our master. Now, I'm giving it to you." He wore a pained expression as he urged Su Luo to quickly stash away this precious gem. Just then, a figure appeared at the office door. "Long time no see," an elderly voice spoke. Jiang Xinghe walked in, his steps unsteady, looking even more frail than before. The three people in the office fell silent, the atmosphere becoming a bit awkward. Jiang Xinghe cleared his throat and turned his gaze to Su Luo. "Young friend Su Luo, I've been pondering day and night on the art of alchemy and have gained deeper insights. I propose a challenge with you. If you win, the position of president of the Alchemist Association will be yours. If you lose, all you need to do is publicly apologize to me. What do you say?" He looked at Su Luo with anticipation. Su Luo kept a straight face as he met Jiang Xinghe's gaze, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Do you think you can beat me?" Jiang Xinghe retorted, "Nothing is absolute, and I might not necessarily lose." Though the two didn't clash as fiercely as before, the tension in the air was palpable. Su Luo weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He was reluctant to reveal too many advanced alchemical techniques before he had enough strength. But the opportunity was tempting. The Alchemist Association gathered thousands of top alchemists from Dragon Country, each with significant influence in smaller cities. Becoming president would not only bring immense material benefits, but also elevate his status considerably. After a moment of thought, Su Luo agreed to Jiang Xinghe's challenge without hesitation. "How do we wager? By the success rate or the grade of the potions?" The second day in Yindu City was full of hidden tension. On the surface, everything seemed calm, with just a few more vehicles on the streets. However, beneath this facade, a storm was brewing. News had spread among the city's elite that the saint-level alchemist Jiang Xinghe and the prodigious alchemist Su Luo were about to compete in an alchemy contest. Jiang Xinghe chose to create the saint-level treasure, the wood spirit, comparable to the fire spirit that Su Luo had previously crafted. In order to give his opponent a little shock, Su Luo decided to take on the challenge of crafting an even more complex saint-level pinnacle potion, the Elixir of Mercy. This miraculous potion, known for its ability to bring people back from the brink of death, is classified as saint-level pinnacle, but its intricate crafting process and difficulty are almost at the divine level. If the Elixir of Mercy were successfully created, Su Luo would immediately rise to become the foremost alchemist in Longhua. This high-stakes gamble sent the entire power structure of Yindu into a frenzy to gather the necessary ingredients. While materials for the wood spirit were relatively easy to come by, those for the Elixir of Mercy were exceedingly rare. The Alchemist Association, the city's prominent families, and even the old man Wu tapped into their extensive networks. After 3 days of relentless effort, they finally amassed all the materials needed for the Elixir of Mercy. Inside the Alchemist Guild, a spacious meeting room was set as the stage for the showdown. Su Luo and Jiang Xinghe occupied opposite ends of the room, with high-ranking members of Yindu's power circles watching intently, their expressions complex. Having learned from past experiences, none dared to make any premature declarations before the results were in. Old Man Wu sat between the two contestants, alongside another high-ranking alchemist, both serving as judges for this contest. After exchanging a knowing glance, confirming that both competitors were ready, they announced the start of the match. Begin, came the command, and simultaneously, Su Luo and Jiang Xinghe ignited their alchemical fires. The room fell silent, the rising temperature the only reminder that the competition was underway. Jiang Xinghe moved swiftly, methodically adding ingredients into the small purple-gold cauldron before him. His every action was fluid and precise, causing those present to murmur in awe. Many began to doubt whether Su Luo could really win this time. Despite the high quality of the elixir of mercy, its difficulty was unprecedented, with success seeming almost impossible. Nevertheless, the spectators' expressions remained unchanged, their gazes steady. With Old Man Wu sitting opposite, keeping a vigilant eye on the proceedings, no one dared to make any move that might disrupt the competition. As time ticked by, Jiang Xinghe had already added all his ingredients to the cauldron. A fresh aroma wafted through the room, invigorating everyone present. Inevitably, attention shifted to Su Luo, with concern evident in their eyes. Although there was no time limit, seeing his opponent nearing completion surely added pressure on Su Luo. Old Man Wu's gaze flickered between Jiang Xinghe and Su Luo, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had thoroughly investigated Su Luo's background, from Jiangqing, orphaned, living with his sister Su Bingxue, who held a significant position in Mabei City. Remarkably, this young man had reached level 37 within half a year of becoming a practitioner and could already craft the fire spirit. Such accomplishments were enough to astonish everyone. Yet now he aimed to create the elixir of mercy, a potion comparable to divine-level medicine. If Su Luo succeeded, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. Reflecting on this, Old Man Wu couldn't help but smile smugly. No matter how talented, wasn't he still my disciple? The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. His smile so bright that it attracted glances from the audience. Realizing his lapse, Old Man Wu quickly composed himself, nonchalantly taking a sip from his wine gourd. Half an hour later, Jiang Xinghe's aged face flushed with excitement as he carefully retrieved the glowing greenwood spirit from his cauldron, his smile growing ever wider. Quiet. Old Man Wu coldly glanced at him. Jiang Xinghe's expression stiffened momentarily before he turned his attention to Su Luo. At this point, 100 or so herbs still surrounded Su Luo. He calmly added them to his cauldron, but internally, he was anxious. As more ingredients were added, cracks began to appear on the cauldron's surface. Outdated equipment. Su Luo thought to himself in frustration. But with the competition underway, switching cauldrons was out of the question. He had no choice but to press on. Those present, whether they were alchemical masters or high-level practitioners, could easily see the bronze cauldron's deteriorating condition. All eyes were fixed on Su Luo's movements, the air thick with tension. In an instant, all eyes were on Su Luo, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. The crack on the small bronze cauldron grew wider, each creak resounding like a heavy blow to everyone's hearts. Su Luo remained focused, adding one medicinal herb after another into the cauldron. Yet the cauldron's collapse seemed inevitable. With the addition of the final herb, the bronze cauldron could no longer bear the strain and shattered into pieces. The shadow of failure loomed over the room. A smug smile appeared on Jiang Xinghe's face, while Old Wu lowered his head with a sigh, a trace of regret in his eyes. However, just as everyone thought it was all over, Su Luo remained unmoved. Suddenly, a gasp broke the silence. Look! All eyes turned back to Su Luo, filled with disbelief. Su Luo stood with hands clasped, a blue flame flickering between his palms. At the heart of the flame, a green medicinal essence hovered, quickly condensing into a pill. This astonishing sight left everyone wide-eyed, especially Jiang Xinghe, whose eyes nearly popped out as he muttered to himself, "Bare-handed alchemy, a miraculous savior. How is this possible? It can't be." As Su Luo's movements became swifter, Jiang Xinghe's face grew increasingly pale. Before long, he collapsed to the ground, seemingly drained of all strength, his eyes still fixed on Su Luo's every action. At that moment, the conference room door swung open. A young man dressed in a black robe entered, a five-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the upper left of his chest, followed by two fully armed guards. Upon seeing the dragon emblem on his attire, everyone gasped, whispers spreading throughout the room. He's from the Long family of Dragon City. Why is he here? Could it be someone has colluded with outsiders to clear house? As they speculated, the crowd bowed in respect to the young man. Old Wu also stood up with a serious expression, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. The young man spoke, his voice steady and powerful. There's no need for concern. A senior in my family is gravely ill. Upon hearing that a master here is crafting the mercy of the medicine god, my father specifically sent me, Long, to seek the medicine. Seek the medicine? Not retrieve it. The subtle difference of just 2 words struck Jiang Xinghe like a bolt of lightning, instantly clearing his understanding and further souring his expression. In the center of the conference room, Su Luo was fully absorbed in crafting the mercy of the medicine god, completely unaware of the peculiar atmosphere around him. This sacred-grade medicine was not an ordinary pill or potion, but a unique substance somewhere between jelly and cotton. As the temperature of the flame in Su Luo's hand gradually decreased, the room was filled with a subtle fragrance of fresh grass, reminiscent of countless seeds quietly sprouting in the spring. As the mercy of the medicine god was about to take shape, everyone present held their breath. Jiang Xinghe, standing to the side, widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. When Su Luo completed the final step, a vibrant green substance floated in his palm, drawing exclamations from the crowd. Who would have thought Su Luo could actually succeed? This is the most difficult sacred-grade medicine to make. It seems his alchemical skills surpassed Jiang Xinghe's by far. Yin Capital is about to see the rise of another prominent figure. The Long family coming to seek medicine. This is a double blessing. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Luo glanced at Jiang Xinghe with interest, as if asking, "Convinced now?" Jiang Xinghe's face turned ashen, and with a long sigh, he slumped into a chair, looking lost and vacant. The crowd's gazes were filled with pity as they reflected on his fall from grace. At that moment, Long Xiaohui, who had been waiting at the door, approached Su Luo. With a polite smile, he said, "Hello, I am Long Xiaohui from the Long family in Longdu. An elder in my family is critically ill, and I came specifically to request your medicine. I hope young Master Su can grant my request." Having just completed the medicine, Su Luo was still a bit dazed. He scrutinized Long Xiaohui's attire with a peculiar expression, suspecting that he might be another spoiled heir like Zhao Xiaoyuan. After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo asked earnestly, "I can give you the mercy of the medicine god, but what can you offer in return?" This caused a stir in the conference room. Wu Yong, standing not far away, looked particularly uneasy, but the words had already been spoken. Long Xiaohui maintained his smile and inquired, "What would young Master Su like in return?" Su Luo replied with a smile, "Since it's our first meeting, let's start by being friends. Just give me materials for 2 sets of Mercy of the Medicine God and 1 legendary knight's armor set." He then turned to ask Old Wu, "Am I getting a fair deal?" Everyone, including Long Xiaohui, was surprised, and Jiang Xinghe's expression was particularly complex. Old Wu's face darkened as he forced out the words, "It's a fair deal." Sensing that something was amiss, Su Luo realized there might be an issue but couldn't quite pinpoint it. Long Xiaohui laughed heartily and pointed to a notebook on the nearby table, asking, "Shall I write a promissory note?" Wu Yong immediately stepped in to smooth things over. "Ahem. We all know Long Gongzi's reputation. My apprentice just arrived from a small place and isn't used to Yin Capital yet, so please forgive him if he offended you." Long Xiaohui breathed a sigh of relief, accepted the jade box containing the mercy of the medicine god from Wu Yong, and assured Su Luo, "Rest assured, young Master Su, I will have the items delivered within 3 days." With that, he quickly left with his entourage. Once Long Xiaohui departed, everyone in the conference room looked at Su Luo with a strange expression. Even the previously despondent Jiang Xinghe showed a renewed interest. Su Luo was puzzled and a bit frustrated. "What's wrong? After all the effort I put into making the divine medicine, isn't it fair to get something in return?" Rubbing his temples, Wu Yong asked with a resigned look, "Do you know what the Long family represents in Longhua? This apprentice is good in every way, just too straightforward." Wu Yong thought to himself. Su Luo, taken aback, asked, "Was that guy the crown prince?" "What does the crown prince matter?" Wu Yong explained, "The Long family has been the guardians of Longhua for generations. Even the crown prince's father has to defer to them. But they're not stingy, they don't mind giving what you asked for, as it's nothing to them." Is the Long family really that powerful? Su Luo felt a wave of relief, thankful he hadn't been too demanding, as it would have been utterly embarrassing. After a brief silence in the meeting room, the atmosphere began to ease. The alchemist serving as the judge, who was a member of the Alchemist Guild, looked visibly awkward. Although he was reluctant, the outcome was clear. He quietly retrieved a golden ring from his pocket, a symbol of the Alchemist Guild, representing immense honor and alliances with various factions. "Congratulations, Master Su," he said with a forced smile, gently placing the ring in Su Luo's hand. Su Luo understood that wearing this ring would mean that no one in the entire Long Kingdom would dare to provoke him, unless he brought trouble upon himself. Many members of the Alchemist Guild in the crowd exchanged glances, unsure whether to follow the new president or remain loyal to the former leader. The onlookers began to congratulate Su Luo. "Congratulations, Master Su. Today is truly a day of double happiness for you. The Alchemist Guild will surely reach new heights under your leadership." Cheers echoed around the room. "Don't call him Master Su. You should call him President Su now." Yes, we hope President Su will guide us well in the future." Amidst the laughter and cheers, the transition of the Alchemist Guild's presidency was completed smoothly. The audience included key members of the guild, and after the meeting, the news of the leadership change would quickly spread throughout the organization. Well, in that case, let's wrap this up, Old Wu said, taking a swig of his drink. His face flushed as he waved everyone off. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, Jiang Xinghe suddenly called out loudly, "Wait a moment. I have one more request." The demands were truly overwhelming. Jiang Xinghe was no longer the high and mighty president he once was. All eyes turned to him, filled with indifference. "What do you want?" Wu Yong asked expressionlessly. "I want to become Su Luo's disciple." Jiang Xinghe's eyes sparkled with eagerness. As soon as he spoke, several of his disciples rushed to hold him back. "Master, why are you doing this?" One disciple said anxiously. "Even if you lost, it was fair and square. Why become his disciple? You've been honing your skills for years. You can surely surpass this young man." The other disciples echoed their concerns, clearly worried. The last time he sought a master, it brought them shame. Must they face this all over again? "My mind is made up," Jiang Xinghe declared firmly, casting a cold glance at his disciples. "If you feel humiliated, you're free to sever our master-disciple relationship." Jiang Xinghe calculated in his mind. Su Luo had effortlessly crafted the mercy of the medicine god, indicating his pharmaceutical skills were unparalleled. More importantly, Su Luo was still young. He was bound to break through limits and become a divine pharmacist. Becoming his disciple was definitely worth it. "Mr. Su," Jiang Xinghe said respectfully, bowing, "I sincerely wish to become your disciple. Please do not refuse." The crowd's expressions varied. Some were indifferent, while others began to admire Jiang Xinghe's flexibility. Once again, all eyes were on Su Luo. "I don't need disciples," Su Luo replied coldly, showing no interest in Jiang Xinghe. His pharmaceutical skills were self-taught, not something passed down by others. "If Mr. Su won't accept a disciple, I'm willing to be your follower." Jiang Xinghe dropped to his knees, eyes filled with sincerity. "Master, how can you do this?" his disciples exclaimed, their faces changing dramatically. "If word got out, wouldn't they be the laughingstock forever? From now on, you're no longer my disciples," Jiang Xinghe announced, expelling them on the spot. This series of actions left everyone present, including Su Luo, in a daze. Was this old man really serious? "Mr. Su, please let me be your follower. Even if you don't guide me, I would have no regrets," Jiang Xinghe declared resolutely. Su Luo was caught in a dilemma. Accepting him meant having nothing to teach. Refusing seemed heartless. He looked to Wu Yong for advice. "Having a follower can be beneficial," Wu Yong suggested. "Old Zhang's pharmaceutical skills are exceptional. You won't have to do everything yourself." Since his mentor had spoken, Su Luo reluctantly nodded in agreement. Having a saint-level pharmacist as a subordinate wasn't a bad deal. "All right then, you can be my follower," Su Luo sighed, accepting Jiang Xinghe as his follower. The contract stipulated that a follower could harbor no thoughts or actions detrimental to Su Luo, or they would be obliterated by the contract's power. That afternoon, the streets of Yindu City were adorned with banners congratulating Su Luo on becoming the president of the Pharmacist Association. The city was lit up and bustling with activity. At Yindu University, students were thrilled by the news. "Su Luo is incredible. He became the president. Our student council president is nothing compared to the president of the Pharmacist Association. Now that the Pharmacist Association is one of us, will we get discounts? Do you know about Liu Bei, the job changer from 3,000 years ago? How did he treat the straw sandal sellers after he became emperor?" People buying potions hoped for price cuts, while those gathering herbs wished for price hikes to earn more. Meanwhile, news of Jiang Xinghe becoming Su Luo's follower spread within the Pharmacist Association. Many pharmacists received the notification of the leadership change. Initially dismissive of the new president, their attitudes shifted after learning about Su Luo's creation of the mercy of the medicine god. Of course, some still opposed it. Su Luo stood at the podium in the meeting room, facing hundreds of members of the Pharmacist Association. "Does anyone still oppose me as the president?" he asked calmly. "I oppose. I oppose too. Those supporting President Jiang, raise your hands." The room echoed with sporadic opposition, but it wasn't overwhelming. Su Luo offered those against him the chance to leave, spoke a few brief words, and then left. He had little interest in managing the Pharmacist Association. Having Jiang Xinghe handle it was sufficient. Back in his courtyard, Su Luo took a brief rest before re-entering the divine medicine realm. "Master, you're here." The necromancer flew over eagerly, his tone as obsequious as the infamous Wei Zhongxian in ancient palaces. The surrounding land had been cleared, with countless skeletal servants diligently planting seeds. "Have all the ingredients for the beast spirit pills been harvested?" Su Luo inquired. "All harvested and currently being refined. We estimate completion in 3 days," the necromancer reported excitedly. Su Luo calculated in his mind. This batch of beast spirit pills should elevate him to level 40. After reaching level 40, all job changers could undergo a second transition. With this in mind, he immediately summoned the Xian Shui turtle, the three-legged golden crow, the golden scale flame dragon, and the ghostly tiger. The necromancer promptly arranged for the transportation of the beast spirit pills. Piles of pills accumulated into small mountains before the four beasts, eventually towering even over the combat form of the Xian Shui turtle. Go ahead, eat to your heart's content, Su Luo encouraged with a smile. The Xian Shui turtle was the first to charge forward, followed closely by the golden scale flame dragon and the ghostly tiger. Only the three-legged golden crow hesitated, staring at Su Luo with pleading eyes, chirping incessantly. What's the matter? Su Luo asked, stroking the three-legged golden crow's head. If you don't eat, how will I level up? If I don't level up, your future is doomed. Eventually, the three-legged golden crow reluctantly began to eat. Su Luo lay back, enjoying the surge of experience points. As his experience skyrocketed, he grew more excited, knowing he was on the verge of becoming a spirit master. Currently, Su Luo is at level 37, just 3 levels shy of reaching level 40. Despite this, his development speed is astonishing. Over 1,000 skeletal alchemists tirelessly produce beast spirit pills, which are greedily consumed by his 4 pets, bringing Su Luo 2,000 experience points per second. This steady experience gain allows him to level up effortlessly. As the only beast master in the Azure Dragon Academy, Su Luo rarely has any classes and is essentially left to his own devices. He plans to head to the Mo Bay War Zone after his job change, where he can level up for free and possibly find shards of divinity, which is far more beneficial than staying at the university. In the evening, Zhou Taixing invited Su Luo to a bubble tea shop outside the school. Inside, Zhou Taixing hesitantly spoke. Brother Luo, there's something the guys want your help with. Su Luo patted him on the shoulder and smiled. We're like brothers, just tell me what you need. Seeing this, Zhou Taixing relaxed and continued. Recently, we've been gaining popularity in Yendu, and with more recruits, some guilds are not happy and are trying to take our territory. A guild? Su Luo was taken aback. He always thought Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng were just gathering herbs, not forming a guild. In the Dragon Kingdom, guilds are spontaneous civil organizations that aren't opposed as long as they don't break the law. However, new guilds often face suppression from established ones, as no one wants more competition. Su Luo couldn't help but ask, so you're the guild leader now? No. Zhou Taixing shook his head repeatedly. You're the guild leader. I'm the guild leader? Su Luo was completely stunned. He was solely focused on leveling up and had unknowingly become the leader of a guild. Zhou Taixing awkwardly explained. It's all the people Wang Meng and I gathered before. He then went on to detail the guild situation. The guild is called the Medicine God Guild, with Su Luo as the leader and Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng as vice leaders. The main activity is gathering herbs and occasionally hunting wild monsters to level up. The guild elders include people like Zhou Lan and Yi Lingyue. Just as Su Luo was worrying about how he could manage the guild while planning to go to Mo Bay, a group of people bustled into the shop. Yi Lingyue was the first to speak. I am Yi Lingyue. Greetings to guild leader Su. She exaggeratedly bowed, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Wang Meng greeted Su Luo with a smile, then pointed to the 10 or so people behind him and shouted, Aren't you going to greet Brother Luo? Brother Luo! They all shouted in unison. Their voices so loud that even people outside the shop looked in. Zhou Taixing ordered drinks for everyone and proudly introduced. These are the core members of our guild, each leading 500 people. Su Luo quickly did the math and realized that the Medicine God Guild currently had at least 6,000 members. Most of these core members were vibrant young people above level 30. After a moment of thought, Su Luo asked, What do you need me to do? Zhou Taixing slammed the table in anger. Those bastards from the Qinglian Guild have secretly killed many of our members. We've sworn a guild blood oath to duel them tonight, 40 miles east of Yendu City. No outside help, and no one above level 50. Only then did Su Luo understand why Zhou Taixing had invited him. Yi Lingyue also cheerfully urged, Grinding dungeons all day can get boring. Think of it as playing with us. Alright, but if we're going to play, let's play hard. Tonight, we'll take all their equipment. Su Luo agreed on the spot. As the guild leader, Su Luo had to participate. Although guild wars are usually controlled, with no referee, injuries and fatalities are possible. Su Luo began strategizing on how to deal with the Qinglian Guild, determined to make them pay dearly to prevent future troubles. With that decision made, Su Luo immediately retrieved potions from the Divine Medicine Realm's warehouse, distributing 4 small stamina recovery potions and 2 small mental recovery potions to each person. Then, Su Luo led Zhou Taixing and the core members to a secluded, spacious area and summoned his pets, excluding his main ones. These pets ranged in level from 28 to 39. You two pick first, Su Luo said to Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng, then turned to Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan. You can choose if you want as well. Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan declined politely, preferring cute and adorable pets, which Su Luo's were not. Zhou Taixing happily chose a level 35 Ironhide Steelhair Pig, a pet with thick skin and sturdy defense, perfectly complementing his knight class for both offense and defense. Wang Mang chose a level 34 poison gas tree stump as his pet. As a swordsman skilled in both offense and defense, the tree stump's control abilities perfectly complemented his fighting style, allowing him to create more opportunities for attacks. After the two finished selecting their pets, it was time for the dozen or so core guild members to make their choices. Most of these core members were seeing Su Luo up close for the first time. Even those who had glimpsed him from afar couldn't hide their excitement. Faced with such valuable gifts, they were both surprised and flattered, momentarily at a loss for how to react. It's important to note that for ordinary beast tamers, taming a pet above level 30 is a daunting task. It requires a team effort to subdue such a powerful creature, and even then, success hinges on a stroke of luck. Even with collective effort, it usually takes 2 to 3 months of hard work to have a slim chance of success. And now, high-level pets over level 30 were right in front of them, a rare sight indeed. While the members hesitated, Zhou Taishan could hardly contain himself. "Hurry up and pick. Once you've chosen, we can get into a fight," he urged, his tone laced with impatience. His shout broke the stalemate, and the core members snapped back to reality, beginning to select their desired pets. Soon, each member found the companion that suited them best. The contract ceremony began, and all Su Luo had to do was perform a simple transfer operation. Zhou Taisheng eagerly mounted his massive iron-hide steel-haired pig, parading it proudly before the crowd before reluctantly recalling it to his pet space. With preparations complete, the group slowly made their way to the eastern gate of Yindu City. There, a large contingent was already assembled, waiting expectantly. Onlookers stopped to watch the spectacle, while others hurried away, wary of getting involved in any trouble. Over 6,000 people gathered in one place, a sea of black, creating an intense visual impact and an intimidating aura. Even Su Luo, witnessing such a large assembly for the first time, couldn't help but be amazed. He had been somewhat skeptical about Zhou Tiesheng's guild formation, but now he had to admit there was something impressive about it. He mused that if he ever faced a difficult situation in the future, mobilizing this army would be effortless. Of course, Su Luo was also acutely aware that the guild members' overall strength still needed improvement to compete with the well-established veteran guilds. More effort and practice would be required in the future. Just then, Zhou Taisheng approached with a grin, reporting cheerfully, "Luo, we're ready." His excitement made it seem like they were about to have fun rather than face a serious battle. Su Luo simply uttered 2 words, "Let's go." With that command, the massive army set out, heading towards the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, in a large basin within the forest, another sizable force had already gathered. Compared to the Medicine God Guild's lineup, this group appeared more elite. Nearly every member wore high-level gear, and their overall strength and presence were noticeably superior. Standing at the forefront, Zhao Qiwa listened as a female subordinate briefed her on the latest developments. "Guild leader, they've set out, and there are many of them. How long until they arrive?" Zhao Qiwa asked coldly. "They'll be here in no more than 40 minutes. Are the ambushers in position?" "Yes, all our area attack mages and archers." "Good, keep scouting." Zhao Qiwa's expression was icy as she gripped her sword and shield tightly, oblivious to the 3-legged bird circling above in the clouds. In the dense forest, Su Luo led his team forward swiftly, ordering their numerous pets to scout discreetly ahead. Various bird pets used the cover of night to survey from above, while ghostly tigers concealed their presence, appearing no different from ordinary tigers. Combined with Lin Min's keen sense of smell, they could easily detect enemies within 50 meters. As they advanced, Su Luo continuously received feedback from the pets, adjusting the team's alertness accordingly. Noticing Su Luo's expression, Zhou Taisheng whispered, "Luo, you don't look well. Is something wrong?" Su Luo pointed to the gorge ahead and replied softly, "Nothing's wrong, but they're planning an ambush. If we just march through, we'll be doomed." He explained that many were likely lying in wait on the slopes. With over 7,000 people passing through the narrow gorge, the enemy could launch devastating attacks with just a few area spells. "That scoundrel Zhao Qiwa has no honor." Zhou Taisheng cursed angrily, then looked expectantly at Su Luo, awaiting instructions. Su Luo glanced at the slopes and said calmly, "Send some assassins over." "Got it. I'll dispatch all the assassins." Zhou Taisheng, still seething with anger, immediately began issuing orders. Using their stealth skills, the assassins were nearly invisible in the darkness. The ambushers, focused on the gorge below, would be easy prey once the assassins got close. Soon, over 200 figures moved like phantoms towards the nearby slopes. Even Su Luo, at level 38, would struggle to detect them without careful observation. This made Su Luo think of his sister, Su Bingxue. With her stealth abilities as an advanced assassin, she could likely move undetected even more effortlessly. Thinking of his sister, Su Luo felt a twinge of concern. The enemies in the northern desert war zone were mostly beasts, while those on Huanglong Island were primarily transformed individuals. Foreigners with ill intentions, aiming to invade Long Country. Just then, the forest erupted with the sounds of battle, snapping Su Luo back to reality. The fight had begun. In an instant, the sky was lit up with a dazzling array of skills, resembling a spectacular fireworks display. Su Luo decisively gave the command, and several bird pets immediately launched an aerial assault, their wings slicing through the night sky with sharp cries. Simultaneously, the ground pets surged towards the battlefield like a tide, their claws and fangs bared, exuding an intimidating aura. "Brother Luo, should we attack now?" one of his subordinates asked eagerly. "Attack!" Su Luo commanded without hesitation, his voice brimming with determination. With the order given, everyone charged towards the slopes on both sides like arrows released from a bow. The mountainous terrain erupted with the sounds of battle, the shouts and clashes of weapons reverberating loudly. Countless skills burst into the night like brilliant flowers of light, illuminating the entire battlefield. In this glow, the enemy's numbers were finally revealed, approximately 2,000 strong. Zhou Taixing shivered involuntarily at the sight of so many mages lying in ambush. He thought to himself that if the enemy chose to play dirty and attack ruthlessly, the medicine god gang would likely be annihilated. Worse still, the enemy's intentions remained unknown. The thought of his life nearly ending filled Zhou Taixing with dread. "Damn it!" Zhou Taixing cursed, then charged into the fray on his iron-plated boar. At the same time, he silently vowed never to act so recklessly again. With the battle underway, Su Luo decided to intensify the assault. A cold smile appeared on his face as he summoned the necromancer. "Master, what's up?" the necromancer asked, floating in the void, curiously observing the fiery battlefield in the distance. "How many bronze-level skeleton warriors can you summon at once?" Su Luo asked directly. "A lot," the necromancer replied vaguely. "Exactly how many?" Su Luo gritted his teeth, almost wanting to slap the guy. "Well, in a minute, at least 300, maybe up to 500 or 600. The necromancer finally provided a specific number. "Get to work," Su Luo instructed briefly, then mounted his Xian Shui turtle and charged into the battlefield. Before setting out, Su Luo had informed everyone that the bone skeletons were allies. As long as they didn't attack the skeletons wouldn't harm them. Upon seeing the bone skeletons join the battle, they were to immediately evacuate the area. By the time Su Luo reached the edge of the battlefield, about 1,000 bronze-level bone skeletons had gathered behind him. This skeletal army was not only formidable, but also impressive in number. Su Luo looked at this undead reinforcement with a confident smile on his lips. "Brothers, hit them hard!" Zhou Taixing shouted excitedly as he saw Su Luo leading an army of skeletons into the battlefield. He immediately charged at a female swordsman. His iron-skinned, steel-haired boar was tough and fearless, forcing the female swordsman to retreat under its fierce assault. The canyon echoed with the sounds of battle, and the fight was on the verge of eruption. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiuyu, the leader of the Qinglian gang, noticed the commotion from the nearby basin and realized that the ambush had failed. She quickly made a decision and shouted, "Everyone, charge with me!" leading nearly 10,000 men towards the canyon. The canyon originally had over 2,000 people in ambush, but now they faced an enemy force several times their size. On a nearby slope, Su Luo and Zhou Taixing witnessed the scene in shock. The Qinglian gang was far larger than expected, numbering nearly 13,000. Su Luo realized that Zhou Taixing might have been set up. Zhou Taixing explained with frustration, "Just a couple of days ago, there were only over 7,000 of them. Someone must be playing tricks in the shadows." He turned to Su Luo, hesitatingly suggesting, "Luo, maybe we should retreat since they have so many people." "Retreat? No way," Su Luo replied expressionlessly, shaking his head. He swiftly recalled his necromancer to the pet space and summoned him again for instant relocation. The necromancer, observing the approaching mass of troops, said excitedly, "Master, tonight's going to be lively." Su Luo gave a brief command, "Get to work." The necromancer immediately began summoning more skeleton troops. Zhou Taixing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if it weren't for Luo's formidable pet, they might be in big trouble tonight. Zhou Taixing reported, "Luo, the fight over there is finished." He pointed to the battlefield behind them, explaining that the enemy's ambushed ranged fighters were quickly overpowered due to their numerical disadvantage and were now prisoners of the Yaoshan gang. Su Luo decisively ordered, "Strip them of all their equipment and resources in their backpacks. Prepare for a period of seclusion in the city." Zhou Taixing looked at Su Luo in surprise, admiringly saying, "You're the expert in this, Luo." He promptly organized a team to loot the equipment and resources, resorting to force against those who resisted. After arranging the rear duties, Zhou Taixing quickly deployed long-range fighters to the front line. Meanwhile, Su Luo focused on the advancing Qinglian gang members and the necromancer's summoning progress. By now, the necromancer had summoned over 1,000 bronze-level skeleton warriors. While these warriors were formidable under normal circumstances, in this human conflict, They were only on par with ordinary gang members. Facing the overwhelming enemy forces, Su Luo devised a plan to deceive them. He instructed the necromancer, summon 5,000 skeleton servants, and mix them with the skeleton warriors for a charge. The necromancer complied immediately, and the sound of clattering bones echoed through the forest. 5,000 skeleton servants mingled with the skeleton warriors, indistinguishable in the darkness. Su Luo directed all the skeletons to charge at the Qinglian gang, placing the skeleton servants at the forefront. A Qinglian gang scout, trembling, called out, "Leader, what is that?" Zhao Qiuyu frowned as she observed, "That's probably Su Luo's summon creatures from the Yaoshan gang. But how can there be so many?" From such a distance, she couldn't assess the skeleton's strength. "Form ranks. Everyone, charge with me." Zhao Qiuyu commanded decisively, brandishing a sword and shield as she led her forces into battle with impressive valor. However, as the two sides clashed, the sound of shattering bones echoed. The crowd was stunned as the skeletons crumbled like foam upon impact. "What the heck?" Zhao Qiuyu was taken aback. "Ignore these skeletons, charge up the mountain," shouted a Qinglian gang leader. But soon, cries of anguish erupted from the crowd. "Leader, these skeletons attack." The skeleton army had infiltrated the Qinglian gang's ranks, plunging the situation into chaos. Zhao Qiuyu cursed under her breath, realizing she had fallen into a trap. Her face twisted with anger as she unleashed a devastating skill called Sword Dance of the Nine Heavens. The long sword in her hand moved like a lightning-fast dragon, sending sword energy sweeping in all directions. In an instant, every skeleton within a 10-step radius was shattered to pieces. However, more skeletons surged forward like a tidal wave, causing the Qinglian gang members to scatter in disarray. Meanwhile, the situation on Su Luo's side was starkly different. Nearly 2,000 Qinglian gang members lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Their clothes were in disarray. Some were shirtless, others were missing pants, and their equipment and items from their spatial backpacks had been thoroughly looted. "You, Yaoshan gang, have gone too far," shouted a Qinglian gang member angrily. "If you dare to start it, we'll finish it. Just wait. Our leader is coming with reinforcements, and you're finished." "I'm a girl. Give me back my pants," sobbed a female gang member. The Qinglian gang's complaints against the Yaoshan gang rose one after another, but Su Luo ignored them. He calmly turned to Zhou Taixing and asked, "How much did we gain?" Zhou Taixing grinned broadly, excitement in his voice as he replied, "Everyone's got at least elite-level gear, quite a few excellent ones, and even some legendary pieces. With this much equipment, we won't need to leave the city for a long time, even a year." At that moment, the skeleton army summoned by the necromancer began to falter under the enemy's assault. Zhao Qiuyu led her forces in a fierce charge, like a storm, towards them. In the dense forest, countless low-level beasts scattered in panic, and the glow of skills lit up half the sky. Standing on a large rock, Su Luo glanced at Zhao Qiuyu with interest. He issued an attack order to Zhou Taixing. "It's about time. Get the brothers ready to take them down." With that, Su Luo summoned his 4 pets as his trump card. He was just a step away from reaching level 40. His pet's power was astonishing. The golden-scaled flame dragon was at level 48, the 3-legged golden crow at level 42, the ghostly tiger at level 47, and the mysterious water turtle at level 45. These 4 pets alone were enough to crush 1,000 enemies. At the gates of Yindu City, countless people stood on the open ground, their eyes fixed on the distant mountains and forests. Under the night sky, the fiery glow of skills was extraordinarily dazzling, with colorful abilities echoing through the mountains, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat. The aftermath of the battle even ignited the entire forest, sending flames soaring into the sky. The onlookers were unfazed by the scene, knowing that the environment would automatically restore itself in 24 hours. Instead, they were more concerned about who would emerge victorious in this battle. "These young folks sure are impressive. Their guild wars are far more thrilling than ours ever were," an elderly man remarked with admiration. "Absolutely," another person chimed in. "I heard the Yaoshan Guild is newly established, while the Qinglian Guild is already well known. The leader of the Yaoshan Guild is Su Luo, but it seems like he might be at a disadvantage this time. I really hope someone can replace the Yanlong Guild," another person said worriedly. "I heard the Yamaguchi group is stirring up trouble again on Huanglong Island." Among the crowd were students from Yindu University. Learning that Su Luo had founded the Yaoshan Guild, they were filled with respect and secretly considered joining in the future. In the dense forest, the battle raged on. Su Luo's 4 pets were like unstoppable forces, relentlessly overpowering members of the Qinglian Guild. Under Su Luo's meticulous strategy, they specifically targeted the guild's core members with formidable strength. The first to fall was Zhao Qiuyu, the strongest among them, a level 43 knight with excellent offense and defense. However, against the combined assault of the Xian Shui turtle and the ghostly tiger, She lasted only a minute before being defeated. During a lull in the battle, Su Luo took the opportunity to examine the attributes of his 4 pets. Xian Shui Turtle, level 45, Grade A pet. Attack, 5,000, Defense, 12,000, Spirit, 2,800, Constitution, 32,000. Skills, Ice Dragon Impact, Extreme Cold Descent, Endless Freeze. Passive skills, Absolute Zero, Glory Share. Glory Share. Within 30 meters, can share defense and passive skills with the Beastmaster. Absolute Zero. Upon being attacked, freezes everything within 10 meters and deals 200 damage. 3-legged Golden Crow, level 42, Grade S pet. Divinity. Unlocked. Attack, 7,000, Defense, 5,500, Spirit, 3,500, Constitution, 15,000. Skills, Soul Devour, Sea of Imprisonment, Samadhi True Fire. Golden Scaled Flame Dragon, level 48, Grade S. Divinity. Unlocked. Attack, 8,500, Defense, 6,000, Spirit, 3,500, Constitution, 20,000. Skills, Fiery Descent, Golden Scale Shuttle, Soul Burn. Ghostly Tiger, level 47, Grade A. Attack, 9,800, Defense, 5,500, Spirit, 3,100, Life, 12500. Skills, Shattered Bloodclaw, Intimidation, Ultimate Kill. Passive, Bloodthirsty, drains 30 health from enemies upon dealing damage. Shattered Bloodclaw, a powerful strike dealing 150 damage, can be continuously released. Intimidation, upon activation, causes a 30 continuous slowdown to enemies within 30 meters. Ultimate Kill, upon activation, increases speed, attack, and defense by 50. Su Luo noticed that the skills of the Xian Shui Turtle and the Ghostly Tiger had evolved with their level-ups. The Ghostly Tiger's skill set was perfect for duels, while the Xian Shui Turtle was increasingly developing into a defensive powerhouse, exactly what Su Luo had hoped for. Sharing defense with the Xian Shui Turtle significantly enhanced his safety, ensuring he wouldn't be easily ambushed. The battle was nearing its end. Zhao Qiuyu was pinned to the ground by the Xian Shui Turtle's claws, unable to move. Though she had the ability to struggle, it was futile. "You Su, don't go too far." Zhao Qiuyu glared at Su Luo, her eyes filled with coldness. Su Luo frowned as he scrutinized her, puzzled. He had no personal animosity with Zhao Qiuyu, and there had been no major conflicts between the Yaoshan and Qinglian guilds, certainly not warranting such large-scale violence. Why was she so determined to go to such lengths? Moreover, she had secretly increased her guild members and set up an ambush on both sides of the canyon, clearly intending to eliminate him. This inexplicable self-destructive behavior reminded Su Luo of Zhou Wanwan from before. Among the Qinglian guild members, Su Luo spotted a familiar figure. Zhang Hai. Though currently subdued, his gaze towards Su Luo was filled with indifference. Zhou Taisheng approached Su Luo excitedly and asked, "Luo, should we keep going?" After pondering for a moment, Su Luo decided, "Squeeze them dry, then let's retreat." He then instructed Zhou Taisheng to arrange for Zhao Qiuyu and Zhang Hai to be taken away. With everything that's happened tonight, these two need to bear the brunt of the responsibility. As for the Yaoshan guild members, we didn't suffer much loss today. Cleaning out the Qinglian guild's reserves will suffice. Su Luo, don't push it. Zhao Qiuyu exclaimed in a panic. Aren't you afraid of provoking the wrath of other guilds? Su Luo ignored her, sitting quietly under a tree, observing her disheveled state. He said calmly, "You might as well take off your equipment. It'll save you some trouble. Why don't you just rob me?" Zhao Qiuyu retorted angrily. "What do you think I'm doing now?" Su Luo replied. Zhao Qiuyu was left speechless. Her 2 weapons were legendary grade, while the rest were all exceptional grade. After handing over her belongings to Zhou Taisheng, Su Luo slowly made his way back. After all, extracting resources from over 10,000 people would take until dawn. With the situation under control, it was time for him to leave. Meanwhile, at the east gate of Yindu City, the crowd saw the flames extinguish and realized the battle had concluded. Some who had gone to watch the spectacle gradually returned, immediately surrounded by curious onlookers eager for details. The Yaoshan Guild one, someone who had just returned, announced breathlessly. The scene was utterly brutal. Surely Su Luo and his people didn't actually kill anyone, did they? Someone asked in surprise. It was worse than killing. The person shuddered, glancing around nervously before continuing. Go on. What are you afraid of? The surrounding people urged. Just tell it like it is. As long as you don't exaggerate, the Yaoshan Guild shouldn't care. After some hesitation, the person finally spoke up. I'm not sure what happened before, but when I arrived, the Qinglian Guild had already lost, and they were all pinned to the ground. And then, someone eagerly inquired. Then the Yaoshan Guild started stripping them. No, stripping their equipment. In the realm of miraculous medicine, Su Luo stood in front of rows of neatly arranged alchemy rooms, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of various herbs, signaling that the ingredients for the intermediate pet advancement potion were ready, and the time had come. Skeleton alchemists were diligently crafting pet advancement potions, their bony fingers deftly maneuvering various tools. Meanwhile, a few pets leisurely nibbled on beast spirit pills, seemingly indifferent to the bustling scene around them. Detected pet consuming beast spirit pill. Experience points 500. Detected pet consuming beast spirit pill. Experience points 500. The system notifications chimed continuously, and Su Luo felt his experience bar rapidly filling up, bringing a sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself, who said Beast Tamers are weak? This isn't bad at all. Other Beast Tamers talents can also gain some pet experience bonuses. If the level 20 curse can be broken, Beast Tamers could definitely become the most popular profession. Su Luo couldn't help but feel proud of his talent, which allowed him to synchronize 100 with his pet's experience. It was the perfect way to level up effortlessly. Even without items like beast spirit pills, he could just let his pets hunt while he relaxed at home and still gain experience. At that moment, two system notifications echoed in Su Luo's mind. Congratulations. Level up to 40. Congratulations. You have earned a job change opportunity. Please proceed to change your profession promptly. Finally, I can change professions. Su Luo whispered excitedly as he headed towards Wu Yong's office in the Azure Dragon Academy. At the Azure Dragon Academy, students could seek Wu Yong's advice for any issues. Of course, before reaching him, there were designated mentors responsible for resolving problems. Upon learning that Su Luo was there for a job change, the mentor in charge gave him an approving look and let him through. Wu Yong's office exuded an ancient charm, filled with items from various eras. As soon as he reached the doorway, a strong scent of alcohol hit him. Wu Yong sat by the window, with a wine gourd on his left and a pile of peanuts on his right. He was feeding a peculiar fiery red bird with 3 legs using crushed peanuts. Master, Su Luo called softly, standing respectfully to the side. Without turning, Wu Yong clearly sensed Su Luo's presence. With a tone of satisfaction, he said, reaching level 40 so quickly, ready for a job change, will probably make quite a few people in the academy blush. After a pause, he asked, you're the first Beast Tamer to change professions. Do you know what your new profession will be? Seems like it's called Spirit Master, Su Luo replied. Spirit Master? Wu Yong poured the remaining peanut crumbs onto the windowsill, frowned in thought for a moment, then shook his head. Never heard of it, but it sounds impressive. Su Luo's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing more. The conversation reminded him of when a necromancer was just a little undead, hinting that a spirit master might indeed be more powerful than a beast tamer. When are you planning to proceed with the job change? Wu Yong asked. The sooner, the better, Su Luo answered. Tomorrow happens to be the day the job change platform is operational. You're in luck. Wu Yong glanced at Su Luo and asked, what are your plans afterward? After the job change, I'll head to the northern desert war zone, Su Luo said, rubbing his nose with a hint of embarrassment. After all, he was the president of the Alchemist Association and had the Medicine God Gang founded by Zhou Taisheng. With these two considerable organizations, most people would find life quite comfortable. Leaving everything behind to venture out seemed a bit irresponsible. Have you considered developing in the capital? Wu Yong took a swig from his wine, casually saying, the Yi family has a decent influence in the capital. They asked me to pass on a message that if you're willing to collaborate, both the Medicine God Gang and the Alchemist Association could reach new heights. Faced with Wu Yong's inquiry, Su Luo gave a wry smile, unsure of how to decline. He sought absolute strength, wanting to keep pace with his sister. If he were to stay and enjoy wealth and glory, it would be only after his own power could ensure his safety. As long as you've thought it through, Wu Yong seemed lost in some memory. I once had grand ambitions myself. Go out and explore. If you ever decide to stop, the capital will still be here waiting for you. Saying this, he took another swig of wine. Master, I'll take my leave now, Su Luo said quietly, turning to leave. As he reached the door, he stopped, turned back and said, I hope you'll look after the Medicine God Gang and the Alchemist Association in the future. With that, Su Luo took out a fire spirit from his bag and gently placed it on the table. I would have done that without you asking. Leaving this behind makes it seem like we're strangers, Wu Yong said. This was always meant for you, master. Su Luo smiled awkwardly and then left. After Su Luo left the office, a smile appeared on Wu Yong's face. That kid heading to the northern desert. Those old folks in the war zone won't have it easy from now on. At a milk tea shop by the school gate, Su Luo sat there, contemplating his next steps. Su Luo sat quietly in the corner, holding a cup of milk tea, as he listened to Zhou Taisheng enthusiastically recount the highlights of the previous night. Zhou Lan, Yi Lingyue, and Wang Meng were also seated, with expressions of nostalgia on their faces. Zhou Taisheng exclaimed excitedly, last night, Our medicine god gang scored a big victory. The whole Yindu is buzzing about us today. He exaggeratedly mimicked Zhao Qiu's demeanor. You guys should have seen it. That old lady Zhao Qiu was so arrogant before, and today when we returned, she was in tears. Zhou Taishan continued, imitating members of the Qinglian gang. And those people from the Qinglian gang, they used to look down on us. His performance had everyone laughing heartily. Zhou Taishan suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, Brother Luo, we're here mainly to divvy up the spoils. We wouldn't dare touch anything without you. He glanced around and whispered, I've got over 20 legendary items here, all seized last night. Brother Luo, you get first pick. Considering the public setting, Zhou Taishan didn't directly display the items, but handed Su Luo a stack of papers. The papers contained images of the items, along with detailed attribute information. Su Luo gently pushed the papers aside, saying calmly, I don't need them. You guys go ahead and divide them. Zhou Taishan was a bit surprised. Brother Luo, you're the gang leader. You should definitely get the first pick. Su Luo explained, I'm not a main combat class, so I don't have high equipment demands. He thought to himself, in terms of attack, just nurturing a few pets would suffice. For defense, with the Xian Shui turtle, his defense had already surpassed 10,000, making him nearly impervious to attacks from others of the same level. Zhou Taishan nodded and pushed the papers to the center of the table for the others to choose from. As they were examining the equipment, an unexpected visitor arrived. A middle-aged man, dressed in a black robe and wearing sunglasses, entered the door. He exuded a chilling and menacing aura, immediately drawing attention. The man walked straight to Su Luo, removed his sunglasses, and sat down across from him. Are you Mr. Su Luo? The man asked directly. Su Luo frowned as he sized up the man, sensing the formidable aura of a level 75 berserker. Do we know each other? He asked cautiously. The man replied curtly, Young Master Long sent me to deliver something to you. With that, he pulled a black storage bag from his coat and pushed it towards Su Luo. Su Luo stood in front of the job change platform at Yindu University, tightly clutching the card of the Huanglong set, filled with anticipation. This legendary knight's defense gear not only boosts defense by over 30,000 and health by more than 40,000, but also offers coveted counterattack and retaliation effects. He felt secretly fortunate. With this set and the Xian Shui turtle's bonus, his defense would reach around 50,000, surpassing that of a true knight. Just yesterday, a mysterious man delivered gifts from Long Xiao besides the Huanglong set. There was a bank card marked with 1 billion Long coins. Although Su Luo intended to decline, the man, expressionless, conveyed Long Xiao's invitation, hoping Su Luo could visit Longdu when convenient. Eventually, Su Luo accepted the generous gifts. His classmates were abuzz, amazed that Su Luo dared to negotiate with the Long family. Yi Lingyue smiled in agreement, while Zhou Taishan bluntly stated that Su Luo's actions had made him famous in Yindu. Facing the praise from others, Su Luo could only awkwardly touch his nose, inwardly relieved that Long Xiaohui didn't mind his ignorance. Yesterday afternoon, Su Luo visited the Alchemist Association, where Jiang Xinghe received him with respect. Su Luo requested the crafting of 50,000 sets of intermediate advancement potions, and Jiang Xinghe gladly agreed, promising to complete the task within 2 days. Now, standing on the job change platform, Su Luo watched as his classmates completed their transformations one by one. Some became powerful magic swordsmen, others transformed into dragon knights with immense health, and some advanced to mighty flameburst mages. When it was Su Luo's turn, he knew that his 100th Spirit Master class was a foregone conclusion. Amidst the expectant gazes of others, Su Luo touched the stone tablet. A soft golden light instantly enveloped him, and the system notification sounded. Congratulations on successfully becoming a Spirit Master. Su Luo stepped aside to carefully examine his attribute panel, feeling a mix of disappointment and curiosity about the unknown. What was so special about being a Spirit Master? This question lingered in his mind as he eagerly awaited the answer. Su Luo stood in front of the job change platform, his gaze fixed on the attribute panel. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had become a level 40 Spirit Tamer. He meticulously examined the stats: 5,800 points of spirit, 3,200 points of defense, over 1.65 million health points, and a 13,000 point equipment bonus. The equipment list displayed items like the bloodthirsty longsword, armor of glory, and bone gauntlets. The skill list featured 6 abilities, including spirit training, root entanglement, death curse, and baptism of flames, each capable of infinite replication. The most striking feature was the description of the spirit training skill, an ancient method of domestication that could tame not only spirit beasts but also plants. This unprecedented ability left Su Luo stunned. Regaining his composure, he was thrilled to discover he had 6 skill slots, one more than other second-tier professionals. His classmates, curious about Su Luo's new profession, began to inquire. Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Luo simply explained that he had one more skill than the average second-tier profession and could tame plants. Amidst their shocked expressions, he hurriedly left the job change platform. Back in the courtyard, Su Luo was about to test his new ability on a potted plant in the corner when he noticed that Old Wu and his senior, Feng Li, had been waiting for some time. When questioned, Su Luo briefly introduced the capabilities of a spirit tamer. Old Wu immediately pointed to a clover plant on the table, encouraging Su Luo to give it a try. Focusing his mind, Su Luo activated the spirit training skill. The clover began to move of its own accord, swelling in size and growing over 30 centimeters taller. The system notified him of a successful contract, but the clover's attributes were unremarkable, just an ordinary green plant. Feng Li reassured Su Luo not to lose heart, while Old Wu fell into deep thought. When Su Luo returned with water, Old Wu suddenly recalled rumors about the Flower Nation. He detailed the unique plant warriors of the Flower Nation and the long-standing enmity between the Dragon Nation and the Flower Nation. Old Wu described various awe-inspiring plant combat techniques: leaves that spread like razor-sharp blades, endless roots that burst from the ground, and deadly vines, poisonous thorns, and hallucinogenic flowers. These depictions stirred Su Luo's heart, making him realize the immense potential hidden within his newfound abilities. If I could find some powerful plant contracts, wouldn't that add another layer to my abilities? As Su Luo thought of this, his mind immediately conjured up the desolate land outside the city walls of the Mo Bay War Zone. Amidst the endless yellow sands stood several towering ancient trees, the most majestic he had ever seen. The Mo Bay War Zone had a history of several centuries, and if he could cultivate even a single ordinary sapling there, given time, it would surely possess immense power. After bidding farewell to Old Wu and Feng Li, Su Luo eagerly entered the realm of divine medicine. At that moment, the necromancer was indulging in the pleasures of this magnificent world within its grand palace. Sensing Su Luo's presence, it immediately approached a mirror, suppressing its aura of authority and continuously adjusting its demeanor. Finally, when it exuded an air of pure flattery, it eagerly flew towards Su Luo. "Master, you've arrived?" Its voice was even more sycophantic than that of an old madam from a brothel. Su Luo instinctively took 2 steps back to maintain a safe distance before getting straight to the point. "I have a question for you. How do spirit masters usually fight?" "Spirit masters in battle?" The necromancer shook its head and began slowly. "Back then, I was just a little spirit." Su Luo's eyelid twitched, resisting the urge to give the creature a good beating, and continued to listen patiently. The necromancer's account was largely similar to Old Wu's description, with some subtle differences. Those who could control plants in battle were called sorcerers, and their strength generally did not match that of other professions. However, spirit masters could not only manipulate plants, but also elevate them as if they were pets, significantly increasing their combat power. As for enhancing the strength of plants, the method was actually quite simple: cultivate them with one's essence. Specifically, spirit masters would sacrifice their own experience to nourish the plants. Hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but smile. Using experience to feed plants was perfectly aligned with his expertise. Su Luo stood quietly at the edge of the teleportation array, his gaze sweeping over the friends who had come to see him off. A wave of indescribable sadness washed over him. Feng Li, Zhou Taisheng, Yue, Zhou Lan, Wang Meng, and key members of the Medicine God Gang, along with Jiang Xinghe from the Alchemist Association, stood in silence, their eyes filled with the sorrow of parting. This farewell might last a few months, or perhaps even a few years. "Everyone, go back and take care." Su Luo waved goodbye before stepping into the teleportation array. The white light enveloped him, marking the beginning of his journey to freedom. The affairs of Yindu had been arranged meticulously, with Jiang Xinghe responsible for the advanced potions, all stored in the divine medicine realm. At this moment, Su Luo looked forward to his upcoming journey to the northern desert. As a holder of the War Zone Guardian medal, he was free to choose battlefields or other ways of life. His goals were clear: become stronger, search for rare plants, and collect fragments of divine essence. After Su Luo left, the crowd gradually dispersed. The Zhou siblings walked side by side, their pace leisurely. "Brother, Su Luo is indeed impressive, but have you thought this through? The Long family has already made their move. They surely won't choose the wrong side." Zhou Lan asked in a low voice. Zhou Tiesheng's face showed a confident smile, dispelling his usual simplicity. "Don't worry, I've thought it through." A trace of worry flashed in Zhou Lan's eyes. "The family has already sent word that matter will erupt within 2 years at most. You need to level up as well." "I've always kept the mission of the Holy Soul Knight in mind. Don't worry," Zhou Taisheng replied, regaining his usual demeanor. From that day on, Zhou Taisheng, the deputy leader of the Medicine God Gang, vanished from public view, frequently appearing in various dungeons, riding his ironhide boar and leveling up fervently. Black Crow City, one of the 36 Iron Chain cities on the edge of the northern desert war zone. Su Luo emerged from the teleportation array, taking a deep breath of the blood-tinged air. a long-lost smile appearing on his face. His ambition was vast, searching through the 36 cities one by one. He was bound to find a lost fragment of divine essence. Just one would double his strength. You're here? Outside the teleportation array, Shun Gang was already waiting. Due to Su Bingxue, he was unsure how to address Su Luo, so he opted not to. Elder Shun, sorry to trouble you. Su Luo greeted politely and followed Gang. As they walked, he realized the route was wrong. What's wrong? Gang asked, puzzled by Su Luo's pause. Elder Shin, this isn't the way to the passage, is it? I'm planning to arrange a place for you to rest first. I can just stay where I did last time. The environment there isn't great, but if you prefer, that's fine. Gang replied with an awkward smile, leading Su Luo back to the abandoned residential building he used during the blood trial. After settling Su Luo in, Gang reluctantly left. He wanted to inquire about Lord Cu's stance, but chose not to as Su Luo didn't mention it. Returning to the familiar room, Su Luo tidied up and set up his bedding, establishing a temporary base. As night fell, he closed the door and entered the Divine Medicine Realm. Inside the Divine Medicine Realm, piles of advanced potions were stacked high. The golden-scaled flame dragon, the mysterious water turtle, the ghost tiger, and the three-legged golden crow were all eagerly consuming the potions. The ghost tiger consumes an advanced potion. Advancement failed. The three-legged golden crow consumes an advanced potion. Advancement failed. Advancement failed. A series of notifications sounded, but Su Luo remained unfazed. It was notoriously difficult to upgrade pets' ranks, and failure was the norm. He didn't expect all his pets to advance. Having just one succeed would be satisfactory. With the vast herb cultivation area in the Divine Medicine Realm, he was entirely self-sufficient and unbothered by the failures. Suddenly, a mountain within the Divine Medicine Realm began to tremble slightly. Su Luo frowned as the undead sorcerer from the White Bone Palace floated out, staring at the quivering mountain. What's going on? Su Luo asked. How should I know? The undead sorcerer replied. As the guardian spirit of this world, the necromancer found himself in a state of profound bewilderment, his mind buzzing with confusion. The scene before him was astonishing. A colossal mountain, standing about 30 meters tall and resembling an inverted pyramid, was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Herbs scattered from its surface like raindrops, soil continuously slid down, and the entire mountain seemed to be swelling, like a small mound bulging on the horizon. Su Luo and the necromancer cautiously flew above the mountain, observing the unfolding events closely. If not for the stability of the space around them, they might have believed that the realm of the divine herbs was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the necromancer, barely containing his excitement, spoke with a trembling voice. Master, I have a bold hypothesis. I believe the realm of the divine herbs is undergoing a subtle transformation. As his words faded, the surroundings began to change. The air became richer with oxygen, the blue sky and white clouds grew clearer, and the lush green hills and flowing waters appeared more vibrant. A winding river snaked through the herb fields, bringing a sense of vitality to the entire world. The mountain ceased its movement, transforming from its original shape into a small mound with a slight depression in the center, resembling a miniature volcano. Within the depression, 9 evenly sized plots of land were neatly arranged, reminiscent of a tic-tac-toe grid. Witnessing this, the necromancer could no longer contain himself, emitting an eerie cackle and trembling all over, as if a nerve had suddenly gone haywire. Su Luo glanced at him, but did not interrupt his outburst. The necromancer suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, master, we've finally witnessed a miracle in our realm of divine herbs. Su Luo frowned and asked, what is a miracle? The term was unfamiliar to him, yet it sounded extraordinary. The necromancer explained, you know the eye of the earth, right? Well, perhaps not. Think of this world as a vast land, and these small plots are the most fertile areas, each with unique properties. As he spoke, the necromancer took out a seed and planted it in one of the plots. Almost instantly, the seed began to sprout. Within mere seconds, it blossomed and bore fruit, continuing to grow and evolve. In the comments, leave your thoughts on the strongest plant you can think of, whether real or fictional, and it might be used in the future. When the herbs in the soil grew over a meter tall and bore a few red fruits, they stopped developing. Su Luo gazed at this ordinary herb with a hint of disappointment. Even in this miraculous soil, its potential remained limited, unable to blossom into something more extraordinary. As the master of this world, Su Luo could clearly sense the existence of 9 special plots of land. He could even move them around at will. These small plots were like the core of the world, containing infinite growth power. If tamed plants were grown there, their quality would rapidly improve. Master, a voice echoed in Su Luo's mind. Using such precious land to grow ordinary herbs is a waste. Why not find some high-level plants to cultivate? Su Luo nodded in agreement, and then exited the realm of divine herbs. He also longed to acquire more high-level plants, but he hadn't yet come across any special species. However, he recalled seeing some strangely shaped plants outside the passage in Black Crow City. The next day, Su Luo stood silently at the entrance of passage number 1 among the many passages in Black Crow City, waiting for the gate to open. As a holder of the War Zone Guardian medal, he could apply to guard the passage at any time. The original guard at the site was happy to step aside upon hearing of Su Luo's arrival. "Su Luo, are you ready?" A middle-aged man called from the watchtower. "Ready," Su Luo responded calmly. "Then let's begin." With the final command, the heavy, blood-stained iron door creaked open. A piercing roar erupted from the crack, and the atmosphere inside the passage became oppressive. However, Su Luo remained calm and unafraid. His defense had surpassed 10,000, so even if a beast managed to grab him, he wouldn't be hurt. He even felt it was not challenging enough. During the day, most of the beasts and monsters in the passage were between levels 20 and 35. Now, at level 40, Su Luo was unaffected even though his pet count had decreased by over a dozen. The old guard on the watchtower, about to remind Su Luo to move, reconsidered after noticing his level. Suddenly, Su Luo sprang into action. He summoned 4 pets: the golden-scaled flame dragon, the 3-legged golden crow, the black water turtle, and the ghostly tiger, commanding them to launch a fierce attack on the beasts. The 3-legged golden crow led with a loud cry, spewing golden flames. Instantly, a large number of beasts were annihilated, with experience points notifications popping up continuously. The blackwater turtle followed, its body enlarging, covered in spiky armor. With a gentle stomp, an endless wave of ice swept out, freezing many beasts into ice sculptures that shattered immediately. The ghostly tiger flitted through the battlefield like a specter, snapping a beast's neck with each flash. Meanwhile, the golden-scaled flame dragon leisurely unleashed a rain of fire from above. With the combined assault of the 4 pets, the beasts in the passage were wiped out in an instant. They didn't stop, continuing their onslaught outside the city gate. Beasts fell like cut grass, swiftly cleared as long as they were within the attack range. "It really is a bit too easy," Su Luo murmured, then followed his pets out of the gate. If he wanted, he could even bring a small stool, enjoy some beer, peanuts, and sausages, and leisurely wait for the time to pass. Outside the high walls, as Su Luo's pets charged out, surrounding beasts swarmed. Fortunately, the pets were powerful enough to handle them with ease. Su Luo stood on a large rock, surveying the surrounding sandy desert and distant hills. There lay the nearest plant growth area, marked by a low yet exceptionally robust tree. Its leaves were as black as ink, and its trunk was gnarled like a muscular demon. Su Luo estimated the tree was about 100 meters away, within a safe range. He commanded his 4 pets to guard him as he approached the tree. However, upon closer inspection, Su Luo was disappointed to find it was just an ordinary tree, with no more potential than the clover he had previously experimented with. Just as Su Luo was about to return, he noticed a black object not far away. It resembled a trumpet flower but was enormous, with a stem thicker than Su Luo's thigh. The system immediately provided information. Nether Moonflower, level 50 legendary plant. Vitality, 180,000. Attack, 18,000. Defense, 15,000. Description: a vine-like plant emitting a scent that induces hallucinations, capable of restraining targets over 50 levels higher than itself. Once bound, escape from its clutches physically, spiritually, or spatially is impossible. Su Luo was puzzled by the description of the flower. Though it was a flower, it was categorized as a vine plant, and its vitality was astonishing. Encountering a legendary plant was a rare opportunity, and Su Luo wasn't about to let it slip by. He immediately attempted to use his spirit taming skill, but failed repeatedly. This only piqued Su Luo's interest further. Drawing from his extensive experience in taming pets, he had developed a straightforward method: fight until it submits. Following his command, the ghostly tiger dashed forward. Though puzzled by the nether moonflower, it followed Su Luo's will and struck with a fierce swipe. Bang! The part of the nether moonflower that was hit shattered into countless fragments. Instantly, a foul-smelling gas spread from its core. The ghostly tiger caught a whiff of the scent and immediately retreated a few steps, opening its mouth to shoot a fireball at the Yuming moonflower. Bang! The fireball hit the base of the flower, causing it to collapse instantly, with shattered petals releasing an even stronger, unpleasant odor. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A long crack appeared, emitting a green glow. Su Luo was stunned. This was the true form of the Yuming moonflower. Within the 300-meter-long chasm, numerous enormous flowers emerged first, followed by thick vines. Su Luo then realized that those flowers were merely small blooms on the plant stems. The entire root of the Yuming moonflower had a diameter exceeding 3 meters, with a dark, inky green surface covered in sharp thorns, resembling the tentacles of a swaying octopus. The 300-meter-long vines suddenly lashed toward the ghostly tiger, making a piercing whooshing sound. The tiger swiftly became a blur, dodging the attack. Boom! The vines struck the ground heavily, causing tremors within a 100-meter radius and instantly crushing countless strange beasts into pulp. The other 3 pets arrived, and the 4 beasts attacked the Yuming Moonflower while simultaneously dealing with the surrounding beasts. The battlefield was engulfed in dust and foul odors. With each lash of the vines, numerous flowers shattered, releasing a nauseating gas. On the watchtower, the guards were stunned and immediately informed Shingang and the others. He believed that the massive vines were a tough challenge and might require emergency measures to support Su Luo. The ghostly tiger gradually hesitated to get closer, resorting to long-range attacks. It retreated to Su Luo's side, looking at him pleadingly, clearly unable to bear the stench any longer. Suddenly, the urgent ringing of bells echoed from the watchtower. Su Luo turned to see the city walls crowded with people. Shingang shouted, "Hurry back! Time is running out." Su Luo signaled that he understood, glanced at the location of the vine's growth, and after a moment of hesitation, withdrew with his pets. The surrounding beasts suffered immediately, being mercilessly struck by the Yuming Moonflower. Exiting the passage, Su Luo sighed. The plant's stench was unbearable, and even with more time, it would be difficult to subdue. Shingang inquired about the situation with concern, and after a brief explanation, Su Luo expressed his intention to attempt taming it again the next day. Before leaving, Su Luo stopped by the trading stalls and then slowly made his way back. He felt there was no need to hide his plan to tame the vines from Shingang to avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary trouble. After returning to his room, Su Luo took out a small golden cauldron and skillfully poured the freshly purchased herbs into it. He took a deep breath and began to focus on concocting the holy light purification potion. The room was soon filled with the pleasant scent of herbs, a stark contrast to the stench in the corridor earlier. Half an hour later, 20 crystal-clear vials of the holy light purification potion were neatly arranged on the table. The tension on Su Luo's face finally eased, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He recalled the encounter with the sinister Yuming Lanhua flower in the corridor. Its nauseating odor seemed to linger in his nostrils, making him frown. These potions were not for pets, but for his own protection. After tidying up, Su Luo softly called for the necromancer. A shadow flickered, and the necromancer appeared in the center of the room. "Master, what are your orders?" the necromancer asked respectfully. With a serious expression, Su Luo looked directly at the necromancer and asked, "Do you have a sense of smell and taste?" The necromancer immediately became wary, and his tone turned hesitant. Master, why do I have a bad feeling about this?" "Relax, I'm just asking," Su Luo said, feigning nonchalance. The necromancer breathed a sigh of relief and truthfully replied, "Master, we undead have no sense of smell or taste. You're not planning to test poison on me, are you?" A satisfied smile appeared on Su Luo's face. "No sense of smell? That's promising." The necromancer was bewildered, feeling a chill down his spine. The next morning, Su Luo returned to the entrance of Passage 1. This time, the watchtower and surrounding battlements were crowded with guards, all eyes fixed on him. Shingang patted Su Luo on the shoulder with a smile. "You better give a good performance today. Everyone's watching." With that, he climbed up the watchtower, securing a spot with an excellent view. As the heavy iron gate slowly opened with a grating noise, Su Luo immediately summoned his pets. This time, in addition to the usual few pets, there was also a necromancer draped in a large black robe. "Master, how are we supposed to fight so many monsters?" the necromancer grumbled, his tone filled with dissatisfaction and grievance. Last night, Su Luo had repeatedly instructed him to conceal the ability of the divine fragment and could summon no more than 10 skeletons per minute. As the horde of beasts approached, the 4 pets charged forward to engage in battle. Su Luo and the necromancer stayed behind, quietly amassing a legion of skeleton warriors. An hour later, following Su Luo's plan, the necromancer had finally gathered 600 skeleton warriors. "That should do it. Let's move," Su Luo said calmly, as they cautiously advanced towards the direction of the Yuming Lanhua flower. The high walls flanking Passage 1 were teeming with people, packed tightly with onlookers eager for a spectacle. The legendary mutated plant had caused a massive stir, and the allure of the mythical plant lamp was simply irresistible. In such circumstances, Su Luo couldn't afford to be discreet and charged straight towards the gate. Amidst the flash of blades, a flurry of damage numbers appeared continuously. The newcomers on the city walls were dumbfounded. This was no passage defense, but a one-sided slaughter. Su Luo's onslaught was unstoppable, like mowing down grass, sending chills down the spine. Before long, under the tight protection of 4 pets, Su Luo led a necromancer and a group of skeletal warriors to the vicinity of the nether moonflower. The flower remained as it was the day before, its massive bloom concealing its hidden base in the soil. Seeing the target still in place, Su Luo felt somewhat relieved and immediately ordered the ghostly tiger to attack. Though clearly reluctant, the ghostly tiger obeyed the command, stepping forward to unleash a fireball. With a bang, the flower's base was severely damaged, causing the entire bloom to collapse and the ground to tremble violently. At that moment, the curious necromancer, ignoring the danger, walked straight to the intact flower bud. "Master, what is this? It looks quite formidable," it remarked, crouching down to examine it. Despite being 20 meters away, Su Luo and the ghostly tiger could smell the pungent stench. However, the necromancer seemed unfazed and even reached out to poke the flower lightly. With a crack, the flower shattered, releasing a torrent of black gas, filling the air with a foul odor. Su Luo and the ghostly tiger were forced to retreat. As a creature with a keen sense of smell, the ghostly tiger couldn't help but start retching. The Xian Shui turtle, the three-legged golden crow, and the golden scale flame dragon all staggered, indicating they couldn't hold on. Helpless, Su Luo had them deal with other exotic beasts, while he retreated another 20 meters. Suddenly, the ground split open, and massive thorny vines emerged from the cracks. The necromancer exclaimed, "Master, this is a big one. What should we do?" Su Luo was taken aback by the necromancer's condition. Its black robe was riddled with holes from corrosion, and even its bones were charred and cracked. Yet the necromancer seemed oblivious, still gazing up in curiosity at the nether moonflower's vines. "This guy is really unreliable." Su Luo rolled his eyes and ordered an attack. Countless skeletal warriors, armed with sharp swords, surrounded the base of the nether moonflower, launching relentless attacks. Despite its formidable defense and resilience, the nether moonflower was overwhelmed by the sheer number of skeletal warriors. Even if a skeleton was smashed, a new one immediately took its place. In less than a minute, the flower's counterattack weakened significantly. Seeing the target approaching a critical state, Su Luo kept a close eye on its status panel, while ordering the necromancer to join the fray. He didn't want to accidentally kill the nether moonflower. With the necromancer's involvement, Su Luo began repeatedly attempting to use taming skills. Despite repeated failures, he remained undeterred. Finally, after another attempt, the system chimed with a clear notification. "Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the legendary plant, nether moonflower." As soon as the words fell, the nether moonflower ceased struggling, its size rapidly shrinking. In the blink of an eye, the sprawling vines turned into a slender, half-human-tall stem. As it shrank, the stench on the battlefield dissipated instantly. Seeing the vines shrink and remain motionless, Su Luo was puzzled and tried to control it with his mind. To his delight, the nether moonflower moved swiftly towards him as if it had legs. Over the next few minutes, Su Luo experimented with various commands, bending, whipping, and twining, until he finally stopped, satisfied with his understanding of the plant's characteristics. Though the nether moonflower was powerful, its intelligence was low. Even after being tamed, it couldn't attack as flexibly as a pet, functioning more like an obedient robot. It would entwine when commanded, spin and whip when instructed. Nonetheless, Su Luo was pleased with its performance. "Not bad, at least it's powerful." Su Luo contentedly ran his fingers over the small thorns on the nether moonflower vine, feeling their sharpness. He opened the attribute panel and carefully examined the stats of this level 50 legendary plant. 180,000 health, 18,000 attack, 15,000 defense, and 100,100 vitality. The description noted that it couldn't be away from soil for long. Each point of vitality allowed it to fight for 10 seconds, and it regenerated 3 points per hour. Most impressive was its binding ability, capable of simultaneously restraining the body, soul, and space of targets over 50 levels higher than itself. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. Su Luo frowned as he pondered. "Can't be away from soil for long? I can't just carry a flower pot around while dungeon crawling." He quickly decided to cultivate it in the divine soil of the sacred medicine realm, considering this high-level plant deserved nothing less. But before that, let's see what you can do. Su Luo retracted his pet into its space and commanded the nether moonflower into battle mode. With 100 vitality points, it could fight for about 16 minutes before reverting to its small vine form. Under Su Luo's mental command, the small vine instantly expanded into a gigantic nether moonflower. Its tendrils stretched to 300 meters, launching a fierce attack on the approaching beasts. With a single strike, countless beasts were obliterated. As if unsatisfied, Su Luo directed the massive vine to spin in a circle, instantly clearing all beasts within a 600-meter radius. System notifications flooded in. "Congratulations, you have slain the demon moon dog. EXP 1500. Congratulations, you have slain the iron north turtle. EXP 800. Congratulations, you have..." Suddenly, a white light enveloped Su Luo, followed quickly by another. He stood there, stunned, gazing in disbelief at his attribute panel. He had leveled up twice. reaching level 42. That was fast. Su Luo exclaimed in amazement. Even with all 4 pets going all out, it wasn't this quick. The spectators on the city wall were equally dumbfounded, rendered speechless by the astonishing leveling speed. Regaining his composure, Su Luo laughed and shouted, "Time to give out some gifts, everyone." His voice was filled with excitement and pride, clearly pleased with the results of the battle. With a deft maneuver, Su Luo wielded the Yuming Lanyu Hua like an enormous whip, sweeping through a large swath of wild creatures. The vines danced through the air, emitting a chilling whistle, and before the creatures could react, they were mercilessly crushed. Satisfied with the battle's outcome, Su Luo walked towards the passageway, a hint of a smile on his face. From the watchtower, Shingang and his companions witnessed the astonishing spectacle, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. They whispered among themselves, "Anyone who says beast masters are weak, I'm the first to disagree." Exactly. No wonder there's a curse on beast masters. They can even tame plants. It's insane. The destructive power of that vine is almost equivalent to the workload of all 36 passages in Black Crow City. Spirit masters are incredibly powerful. Their eyes were full of envy as they watched Su Luo emerge from the passage. The corridor was eerily quiet, allowing Su Luo to clearly hear their discussions. He smiled slightly and calmly walked out of the number 1 passage, leaving them with a dashing silhouette. Though the Yuming Lanyu Hua was indeed formidable, only Su Luo knew its limitation. It could only sustain intense attacks for about 10 minutes. Once its vitality was depleted, it would fall into a slumber until it recovered. Su Luo decided to keep this secret to himself, not wanting to expose his weakness. Back in his room, Su Luo quickly removed the vine wrapped around his wrist and entered the divine herb realm. The necromancer excitedly inquired, "Master, are you going to plant this in the sacred soil?" Its eyes glowed red beneath the cloak, clearly intrigued by the plant's overwhelming combat power. "Let's give it a try." Filled with anticipation, Su Luo placed the Yuming Lanyu Hua on a patch of sacred soil. Through research, he had discovered that the soil required no special planting techniques. Seeds or plants would automatically integrate when placed on it. As soon as the plant's roots touched the sacred soil, they immediately took root and sprouted, anchoring firmly. It swelled and contracted like an inflating balloon, finally stabilizing at half a person's height. After about 10 minutes, the vine ceased changing, seemingly reaching its limit. Su Luo thought about either leveling up or improving its quality. However, without a method to enhance the plant's quality, he decided to use it as it was for now. The next day, Su Luo set out with enthusiasm. To maximize the Yuming Lanyu Hua's power, he specifically chose the central 18th passage to slay more exotic beasts. Shingang patted Su Luo on the shoulder with a smile, encouraging him, "Su Luo, keep it up. You have a bright future ahead." With that, he personally ascended the watchtower of the 18th passage. As the gate opened, Su Luo and his 4 pets dashed out like arrows, speeding towards the open ground. He knew that only within a 300-meter range could the Yuming Lanyu Hua achieve maximum efficiency. Once he was a full 300 meters from the city wall, Su Luo summoned the Yuming Lanyu Hua from the divine herb realm. Though it lacked intelligence, the summoning process went smoothly. "Let the battle begin," Su Luo murmured, signaling his 4 pets to be cautious. The vine, as thin as chopsticks, instantly expanded, its roots anchoring deeply into the ground, while the vine itself became a menacing presence, blocking out the sky. Bang! Bang bang bang! The massive vine lashed out like a nimble whip, striking and flailing in a myriad of attack forms. Its sheer size and power were astounding, capable of easily crushing a swath of exotic beasts with even the slightest motion. On the watchtower, Shungang watched the Yuming Lanyu Hua's performance with envy, then sighed and chatted with Zhongli beside him. "It's a young man's world now. Indeed, talented young people are emerging everywhere." "Our time is over," Zhongli replied with a bitter smile, and Shungang nodded in agreement. In this world where strength reigns supreme, once a group is no longer strong, it means they are on the verge of being replaced. By the end of the day, Su Luo had leveled up to level 44. Through continuous combat, he had mastered the coordination between the Yuming Lanyu Hua and his pets. In the following days, Su Luo diligently fought and leveled up, reaching level 45 without realizing it. Apart from leveling up, Su Luo kept an eye out for noteworthy plants, but found none. As for the whereabouts of the divine shard, there were no clues. He couldn't help but think that obtaining the death attribute shard earlier might have been sheer luck. By evening, Su Luo, weary from the day's battle, emerged from the passageway to find Shan Gang waiting by the roadside. "Elder Shin, is there something you need?" Su Luo asked. Shin Gang's face turned red, and his eyes flickered, clearly hiding something. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "It's nothing major, really. Just a small task I'd like you to take on." He paused, carefully choosing his words, then added, The capital has issued a summons for the 36 cities to send people for a cave exploration. The conditions are that participants must be above level 45 and under 25 years old. Shin Gang rubbed his hands anxiously. You've seen the state of Black Crow City. It's mostly the old, weak, and infirm. You're the only one who meets the criteria. Hearing this, Su Luo frowned slightly, puzzled. Cave exploration? Shin Gang quickly explained. It's actually because of a mountain upheaval revealing a cave. It's said to contain some unusual beasts. He paused before continuing. This cave doesn't seem to be a random occurrence. Besides the capital, Red Leaf City also discovered a similar cave. Lowering his voice with a serious expression, he added, these caves are peculiar. Anyone above a certain age entering them will disrupt the space, causing the cave to collapse. That's why it's been decided only young people should enter. Shin Gang looked at Su Luo, increasingly anxious. Given your special status, if you don't want to participate, no one would dare to object. I'm just the messenger here. He finished, looking as though he wished he could disappear. Su Luo pondered. When do we leave? Shin Gang, relieved, quickly replied. As soon as possible. The pass from the capital has already been issued, and you could leave as early as tomorrow. Su Luo nodded. Then Elder Shun, please make the arrangements. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Shin Gang visibly relieved. As Su Luo walked, he contemplated. Mutant beasts in the cave? There's a good chance there might be shards of divinity. Besides, staying in Black Crow City serves no purpose. Moreover, with the Warzone Guardian medal, he could accumulate kill points anywhere he fought. A slight smile played on his lips, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Going to the capital is definitely a promising choice. Longdu is the heart of the Dragon Nation and the safest among the 36 cities in the Mabe War Zone, with the least battlefront activity. Its prosperity, size, and population are unparalleled in the nation. Upon arriving in this magnificent city, Su Luo spent 2 whole days searching for the registration office for the dungeon exploration. When he finally stood in front of the registration office, the scene before him was astonishing. Expecting a routine operation, Su Luo found himself facing a crowded square, with at least hundreds of people queued up as far as the eye could see. Hello, I'm Su Luo, representing Haya City for the dungeon exploration, Su Luo said as he squeezed his way to a staff member and handed over Shin Gang's letter of introduction. The staff member took the letter and tersely said, wait here, before turning and walking into a nearby office. Su Luo had no choice but to wait, and just as his legs began to feel weak, the office door finally swung open. Lord Longsai has said that Haya City doesn't need to participate in the dungeon exploration this time. You may leave, the staff member announced expressionlessly. Su Luo was puzzled. Isn't it mandatory for every city to send participants? He looked around and noticed that not only were there participants from other cities, but quite a few locals from Longdu were also signing up. Suddenly, Su Luo realized this might be related to his previous actions when he didn't show favor to the Long family while preparing the divine elixir. Could I have a word with Lord Longsai? He asked tentatively. The staff member's tone turned icy. This is not Haya City, nor is it Yendu. Please leave immediately. At that moment, the office door opened again. A man with a square face, buzz cut, and a full beard stepped out. It was Long Sihai, who was staring at Su Luo with hostility. We're looking for warriors above level 50. Are you level 50? Long Sihai asked coldly, with a tone full of disdain. He continued, not long ago, the old master of our family was critically ill, and we heard someone in Yendu could make the divine elixir. The Long family immediately sent people to Yendu to request the medicine, but the old master, who dedicated his life to the nation, was asked to exchange it by the Alchemist Association. Long Sihai made no effort to hide his disdain for the Alchemist Association, clearly holding Su Luo accountable, though Su Luo was actually bearing the blame for Jiang Xinghe. Su Luo tried to explain, Senior Long, when I received the notice in Haya City, it was indeed stated that level 45 was sufficient. Long Sihai interrupted him. Let me be frank. Last time, your divine elixir was a great service to my family. But that doesn't stop me from disliking you. Arrogantly, he continued, today, I'm here to vent some anger. If you have the guts, join the preliminary selection. If you're strong enough, you can naturally eliminate other competitors and join the dungeon exploration team. With that, he turned and left. Though displeased, Su Luo decided to participate in the preliminary selection for the sake of finding the divine shard. After registering, he found a nearby hotel to stay in, preparing for the challenge the next day. That evening, as Su Luo went downstairs to buy water, a luxury car suddenly blocked his path. The window rolled down, revealing a head with striking yellow-dyed hair. Zhao Xiaoyuan. Su Luo, what brings you to Longdu? Zhao Xiaoyuan greeted warmly, devoid of previous hostility. Impressive, already at level 45. Su Luo briefly explained his purpose, and Zhao Xiaoyuan was immediately pleased at the prospect of being teammates. Just as he enthusiastically invited Su Luo into the car, a woman's voice urged from inside. Zhao Xiaoyuan awkwardly brushed it off and quickly drove away. Su Luo noticed that Zhao Xiaoyuan's fly seemed to be undone. The next day, the preliminary selection site was packed with people. Su Luo stood in line, waiting for his turn to test his attack power. In the center of the square stood a massive testing monument. The first participant was a level 52 swordsman. As the monument glowed red, he swiftly executed two powerful skills: 9 swords across the sky and heaven-splitting sword, followed by 2 normal attacks. The test showed he dealt 65,800 points of damage in 5 seconds. Next was a level 55 fire mage. He unleashed a series of spells: explosive divine fire, infernal dragon, and ring of repulsion, ultimately achieving an astounding 113,200 points of damage, drawing gasps from the crowd. Su Luo was secretly alarmed, deciding that if he encountered a mage in the future, he would prioritize dealing with them. He then observed the performances of archers and assassins, weighing the threat levels of different classes. As Su Luo was lost in thought, someone behind him nudged him. "Hey, it's almost your turn. Get ready." The atmosphere at the test was both tense and lively. Participants cherished this rare opportunity and began warming up early. Su Luo stood to the side, furrowing his brows in brief contemplation. The current highest 5-second damage reached an astounding 140,000, prompting him to consider how many pets he should summon. As he hesitated, the previous tester finished their challenge and stepped down from the stage. Su Luo took a deep breath and instinctively walked towards the registration desk. "Name, profession?" the staff member asked routinely. "Su Luo, Beast Master," he replied succinctly. The person in charge of registration glanced up at Su Luo, then pointed towards the testing monument, indicating he could begin. In an instant, the entire crowd's attention focused on Su Luo, eagerly anticipating what was about to unfold. After a brief deliberation, Su Luo decided to summon the Ghost Tiger and the Golden Scaled Flame Dragon. He calculated that the Ghost Tiger alone could inflict nearly 10,000 damage with one swipe, and combined with the formidable strength of the Golden Scaled Flame Dragon, they should be able to reach 140,000 damage within 5 seconds. Among the crowd, Long Sihai and his companions secured the best viewing spot, quietly observing the testing while conversing in low tones. "Long Sihai, those 2 pets are quite high level, right? How much damage do you think they'll do?" someone asked. Long Sihai frowned, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "Hard to say. If it were an ordinary beast master, I wouldn't give it a second thought. But this Su Luo is not only a beast master, but also an alchemist, which makes his identity somewhat mysterious. Probably not first place, but he might make the top 5. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, the testing monument glowed red, signaling the start of the test. Bang! Bang bang! The ghost tiger's eyes turned blood red as it launched a ferocious attack on the testing monument. 11,000. 11,000. At the same time, the golden scaled flame dragon used its golden scale shuttle skill, pushing the damage to the limit. Seeing such staggering numbers, Su Luo's expression suddenly turned into a frown. He thought to himself that if he had known these 2 would deal such high damage, he would have used just one. Standing out too much might attract unwanted attention. Su Luo cleared his throat, and the ghost tiger, which was about to unleash its most powerful attack, immediately retracted its claws. The golden scaled flame dragon also plopped to the ground, gasping for air, as if its energy had been drained in an instant. What's going on? Why did they stop before the time was up? Maybe the pets overexerted themselves. At first, they seemed impressive, but now it looks pretty average. The surrounding audience began to murmur. The envious and jealous participants felt relieved seeing the 2 pets looking exhausted. 2 seconds later, the red glow on the testing monument faded, replaced by a long string of numbers. 236,000. The entire venue fell into silence. Everyone looked at Su Luo with eyes filled with disbelief and envy. The 2 pets managed to deal such incredible damage in just 3 seconds. If he had summoned more pets, the testing monument might have shattered. Among the crowd, Long Sihai squinted, taking a keen interest in Su Luo. The 2 pets' feeble appearance might fool ordinary people, but not experts like them. "This kid is pretty smart, knowing how to hold back," someone beside Long Sihai commented quietly. If he continued, he might have hit over 300,000 damage. "Do you think he has even more powerful tricks up his sleeve beyond these 2 pets?" Silence fell over the group. In a situation where one should go all out and make a lasting impression, the fact that he held back suggested he harbored even more astonishing power. Su Luo, looking somewhat frustrated, put away his pets and quietly waited for the notification. Once everyone completed their tests, it was finally time for the exciting announcement of the results. Although the significance wasn't great for the participants, only 10 out of so many would be selected, they had a general idea of who would make it. Soon, the list of 10 selectees was revealed. Besides Su Luo, there was an assassin, 2 swordsmen, 4 mages, and 2 archers. At the border of the dragon capital, surrounded by mountains, the area was eerily silent, with no wild creatures in sight. Su Luo sat on a bus, quietly gazing out the window. The vehicle slowly stopped at the foot of a mountain, where a massive cave could be seen in the distance. Thick black gas continuously billowed from the cave entrance, and occasionally, level 50 beasts would emerge from within, only to be swiftly slain by the guards stationed at the entrance. The perimeter of the cave was heavily guarded, with sentries on high alert. At this moment, another bus arrived, stopping not far away. 10 young individuals stepped off, chatting and laughing, both male and female, each possessing impressive strength, at least level 50 or above. Unlike those who entered through the preliminary selection, they seemed more like they were on a leisurely outing, carefree and relaxed. In the crowd, Su Luo's sharp eyes spotted two familiar faces, Long Xiaohui and Zhao Xiaoyuan. His gaze flickered momentarily before he casually turned his head towards the cave, pretending not to have noticed them. Su Luo, I knew you'd come. Zhao Xiaoyuan shouted energetically as soon as he got out of the car, his voice echoing around the entrance of the cavern. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned towards Su Luo, including Long Xiaohui. With a friendly smile, Long Xiaohui approached and greeted him. Brother Su, it's been a while. Su Luo gave an awkward smile and instinctively moved behind Zhao Xiaoyuan. Due to a previous incident involving the medicine god, he had hoped to avoid any further interaction with Long Xiaohui, but fate seemed to have other plans, making the situation a bit uncomfortable. Long Xiaohui appeared oblivious to Su Luo's discomfort and began speaking in a calm and composed manner. Now that everyone is here, as the leader of this mission, I'd like to give a brief overview. He explained the cave's geographical features and the distribution of the beasts, stressing the importance of the team's coordination and warning everyone not to stray from the group. After his briefing, Long Xiaohui handed out a mental communication bracelet to each person. This special device allowed for telepathic communication over distances greater than 30 meters, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary communication tools. Now that we're all set, let's move out, Long Xiaohui commanded. The knights led the way, with the rest following in single file into the cave. Inside the cavern, it was dark and eerie, but the beam of 20 powerful flashlights made it as bright as day. Occasionally, the glimmering minerals on the rock walls added even more brightness, enhancing the overall lighting effect. Su Luo advanced slowly with the group, feeling a curious mix of excitement. This was his first real team mission since becoming a transferee, though he planned to take it easy. As the team progressed, they were occasionally charged by beasts, but these were quickly dispatched within seconds. Even when faced with a group of beasts, the team efficiently cleared them out. Despite the ease of the team effort, Su Luo did not contribute, meaning he wouldn't earn any experience points since they hadn't officially entered team mode. Upon reaching a corner, Long Xiaohui suddenly stopped, his expression turning serious. Listen up, everyone. In 20 meters, we'll enter the danger zone of the cave. Activate team mode and look out for your teammates. Anyone trying to pull a fast one will have me to answer to first. With that, Long Xiaohui pulled a tumper-long red sword from his backpack, and his gear began to emit a red glow. In response, Su Luo summoned his Xian Shui turtle and mounted it to the astonishment of those around him. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Su Luo thought to himself, why summon the Xian Shui turtle? Because it's safe. Everyone was trekking ahead, but Su Luo stood out as he leisurely rode on his Xian Shui turtle. Beside him, Zhao Xiaoyuan followed closely, looking on with envy written all over his face. Suddenly, a crimson glow flickered ahead in the cave, eerie like thick blood. As the group stepped inside, they saw countless red stones embedded in the walls, casting a dim light. Despite the darkness, it seemed as bright as day to the adventurers. Not far away, a pack of strange beasts lay asleep. They were long and lean like hounds, but covered in scales resembling a turtle's shell. The system identified them as scarlet dragon turtles, level 60, of the exceptional grade. Attack, 12,000, defense, 11,000, spirit, 6,500, constitution, 18,000. Skills, rolling impact, bloodthirsty fangs, corpse explosion. Sensing the group's approach, these 30 or so creatures began to awaken. As the leader of the operation, Long Xiaohui immediately commanded, everyone, prepare for battle. Let's finish this quickly and avoid unnecessary trouble. With the order given, the group swiftly assumed combat positions. Though Su Luo remained comfortably on his Xian Shui turtle, he was not to be outdone, summoning his golden scaled flame dragon and three-legged golden crow. The 20-person team quickly formed ranks, knights in front, warriors following, advancing slowly. At the rear, the ranged classes poised to strike. Suddenly, a scarlet dragon turtle snapped its eyes open, its pitch-black pupils locking onto the group. As it stirred, the rest followed suit, rising and swaying, ready to confront the intruders. Attack! Zhao Xiaoyuan shouted, prompting the mages to cast spells and the archers to draw their bows. Arrows whistled through the air, striking their targets with precision. A particularly large scarlet dragon turtle let out a roar, triggering a collective response. All the dragon turtles simultaneously launched rolling impact, curling into balls and hurtling towards the group. Facing the simultaneous assault of over 30 scarlet dragon turtles, the knights at the front felt immense pressure. Concern etched across the faces of those behind, fearing that a breach in the line would spell disaster for the entire team. Despite the challenge of facing level 60 scarlet dragon turtles, the 6 knights above level 50, equipped with superior gear and defensive talents, stood their ground with confidence. Holy Soul Light. Invincible Iron Wall. Endless Defense. Absolute Defense. Various defensive skills were cast in succession. Long Xiaohui shouted to the ranged classes at the back, "Everyone, attack with full force." Archers and mages unleashed their area effect skills, while the support classes closely monitored the knights, ready to heal at any moment. Though the golden scaled flame dragon and three-legged golden crow seemed lazily spitting fireballs, they looked to Su Luo for instructions as the scarlet dragon turtles charged. After a brief hesitation, Su Luo ordered them to attack with full power. While it was important to conceal one's strength in such a cooperative exploration, standing idly by was not an option. Golden Scale Shuttle. Sea of Imprisonment. The two mighty pets unleashed their skills, surpassing even the combined attacks of the mages and archers. Amidst the booming sounds, the mages' spells hit the scarlet dragon turtles, but only slightly slowed them down. At that moment, the three-legged golden crow's sea of imprisonment engulfed the area. Golden flames covered the ground, trapping many scarlet dragon turtles within. The walls of fire also had a binding effect, temporarily halting the turtles and giving the knights a moment to breathe. 4,600. 4,600. Damage numbers continually appeared. Seizing the opportunity, the golden scaled flame dragon turned into a streak of light, darting through the scarlet dragon turtles with speed that seemed to pierce their very bodies. 5,600. 5,600. Higher damage numbers flashed in succession. In contrast, the attacks of the many talented mages and archers seemed negligible against the high defenses of the scarlet dragon turtles. 2,100. 1,800. 1,560. Although the team eventually succeeded in defeating the pack of scarlet dragon turtles, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Those mages and archers who had previously held a superior attitude towards Su Luo now bowed their heads. They had once thought beastmasters were merely reliant on powerful creatures, but witnessing the vast damage difference firsthand forced them to reconsider their views. Su Luo remained quietly seated on his Xian Shui turtle, his gaze shifting between the group's damage numbers and those of his pets, feeling a mix of emotions. A wave of inexplicable contentment washed over Su Luo. As he glanced around, he noticed the confident smiles on his teammates' faces, which made him smile in satisfaction as well. Long Xiaohui's sharp gaze swept across the group and finally settled on Su Luo, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. He commanded in a low voice, "Keep moving forward and stay alert." The team slowly moved ahead. Zhao Xiaoyuan stuck to Su Luo like glue, almost blending into the mystical water turtle beside him. Other mages and archers also instinctively gravitated towards Su Luo, offering him friendly smiles whenever their eyes met. Zhao Xiaoyuan leaned closer to Su Luo and whispered, "Su Luo, you have to protect me later, okay? I'm the only heir of the Zhao family, so nothing can happen to me." Despite his attempt to whisper, his words were clearly heard by everyone in the silent cavern. Su Luo was momentarily at a loss for words, and the rest of the team exchanged awkward glances, the air thick with embarrassment. Finally, someone couldn't help but mutter under their breath, "Damn, and you're supposed to be a warrior? Asking a ranged support to protect you. This is completely backwards." Zhao Xiaoyuan seemed oblivious to the comment and continued, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Protect me, and I'll treat you to a feast once we're out." Su Luo awkwardly responded, "I'll do my best to protect you." After saying this, he quickly turned his head in another direction, fearing Zhao Xiaoyuan might say something even more outrageous. Zhao Xiaoyuan cleared his throat and finally realized his faux pas, clamping his mouth shut. Unbeknownst to them, the team had already advanced 300 meters into the cave. This distance might not seem far on the surface, but in this perilous cavern, it was enough to feel trapped. Suddenly, Long Xiaohui raised his hand, signaling to stop. "Hold on, there seems to be some trouble ahead." He stared intently forward, where a vivid red glow illuminated fiercely burning flames. These flames seemed to merge with the red light, yet their temperature was surprisingly low. A flash of recognition crossed Su Luo's eyes, and he murmured, "This is the Samadhi true fire. It's either the work of some powerful creature, or there's something valuable here." Just as he finished speaking, a piercing screech shattered the silence. A large bird, adorned with colorful feathers and a long tail, burst from the magma ahead and soared upward. Su Luo's pupils contracted, an unusual light gleaming in his eyes. "A phoenix," he murmured to himself, his heart involuntarily racing. The phoenix undergoes a rebirth, rising from the ashes. Su Luo instantly recognized the mythical beast soaring from the magma. This was no ordinary bird-like creature. It was the legendary fire phoenix. A collective gasp echoed through the cave. The elites of the Dragon Kingdom and the prodigies of the Dragon Capital families all widened their eyes, holding their breath. The fire phoenix gracefully circled within the cavern, its multicolored feathers trailing a long streak of flames, creating a spectacular canopy above everyone's heads. All eyes instinctively turned to Su Luo. As the only beast tamer present and the person with the best chance of capturing the fire phoenix in the entire Dragon Kingdom, Su Luo felt immense pressure. His breathing quickened, and his palms grew sweaty. The fire phoenix's attributes appeared in Su Luo's mind. Level 70 SS grade pet. Attack power, 58,000. Defense, 21,000. Spirit, 12,000. Constitution, 180,000. Passive skill, Phoenix Rebirth. Active skills, Samadhi Fire, Phoenix Strike, Phoenix Blaze. Seeing these staggering stats, Su Luo couldn't help but gasp. Even old Wu would probably be left powerless in awe. Su Luo, if we hold it off for you, do you think you can capture it? Long Xiaohui turned to Su Luo, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Luo shook his head with a wry smile. I still need to figure out a plan. His mind raced as he tried to devise a workable strategy. However, discordant voices began to emerge within the group. Some were envious and jealous, while others were intimidated and hesitant. A water mage remarked sourly, I say we should give up. A level 70 SS grade pet is not something to mess with. Sensing the situation worsening, Su Luo made a decisive move. Ignoring any potential misunderstandings, he entered the divine herb realm. He quickly located the nether moon flower, transforming it into a slender vine wrapped around his wrist. Upon leaving the divine herb realm, Su Luo suddenly appeared on the back of the black water turtle, his gaze fixed firmly on the circling fire phoenix. Despite the challenges ahead, he had formed a preliminary plan. Now, it was time to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Each of them has many ways to disappear on the spot, and that's the power of a large family. In the cave, a group of people with varied expressions formed a circle, their eyes fixed on Su Luo in the center. Long Xiaohui stepped forward, frowning, and asked again, Have you made up your mind? Su Luo pondered for a moment, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Young Master Long, I think we can give it a try. As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted into murmurs. A sharp-tongued individual immediately jumped in, his face flushed with anger. What do you mean give it a try? If you want to try, do it yourself. Don't gamble with our lives. Exactly. Another person chimed in, full of disdain. You're only at level 45. Who would dare join you on this life and death mission? If you think you're capable, go ahead and try. We won't be jealous if you succeed in capturing the fire phoenix. The reactions varied. Some whispered, some remained expressionless, and most chose silence. Only Zhao Xiaoyuan tried to speak several times, but was interrupted each time. Finally, he walked over to Su Luo, patted his shoulder, and advised softly, brother, maybe let it go for now. Once we're back, I'll definitely find a way to help you get that fire phoenix. The cave fell silent, everyone holding their breath for Su Luo's response. Su Luo wore a calm smile and said gently, You've all misunderstood. He paused, then added, I meant I'll try it myself. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions froze as if they had been petrified. Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui's faces turned beet red, filled with disbelief. Zhao Xiaoyuan frowned and asked urgently, This guy is only level 45, and he's thinking about taking on a level 70 fire phoenix? Are you out of your mind? Long Xiaohui also looked exasperated, shaking his head and sighing. Meanwhile, others burst into laughter, as though they had just heard the most ridiculous joke. Unfazed, Su Luo shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly and said, I've made up my mind. Everyone, step back. I'm about to show off. With that, he put away all his pets and walked calmly forward. Watching Su Luo's retreating figure, Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui fell silent, a hint of worry in their eyes. The others eagerly speculated on how Su Luo might meet his end, not noticing that the Samadhi fire ahead failed to breach Su Luo's defenses. The cave was spacious, with the fire phoenix swirling high above, unaware of the tiny human below. Suddenly, a vine, as slender as a snake, silently burrowed into the ground and then shot skyward, aiming straight for the fire phoenix. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone was utterly stunned. The nether moonflower controlled by Su Luo rapidly expanded, with its 300-meter-long vines twisting and intertwining like giant serpents, blocking out the sky. The fire phoenix, sensing the intruder, was about to unleash its skills when the nether moonflower swiftly coiled around it like lightning. Countless blossoms burst open, releasing a shroud of black mist. The massive vines tightly bound the fire phoenix. The stench was overwhelming, forcing even Su Luo to cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Outside the cave, the onlookers, including Zhao Xiaoyuan, were so overwhelmed by the foul odor that they gagged and stepped back repeatedly. The fire phoenix struggled against its bindings, continuously attempting to unleash its skills. Su Luo deftly maneuvered the vines to evade. When the fire phoenix attempted its displacement skill, Phoenix Dive, Su Luo smirked slightly, watching calmly. After 3 flickers, the fire phoenix remained trapped, while the vines began to shimmer with a gray light. Su Luo realized that while the nether moonflower could temporarily resist damage, it couldn't hold out indefinitely. He made a swift decision to summon a necromancer to lead an army of skeletal warriors into battle. The vines, like giant hands, pinned the fire phoenix to the ground as the skeletal army swarmed over it. The fire phoenix roared furiously, incinerating dozens of skeletons with its Samadhi true fire. Yet, more skeletons continued to charge forward. Su Luo discreetly checked the fire phoenix's attributes and noticed its mental energy was depleting rapidly. He was secretly pleased, knowing his strategy was working. Victory was within reach as long as the fire phoenix's mental energy was exhausted. Meanwhile, Long Xiaohui and others gathered around out of curiosity. Seeing Su Luo, at level 40-something, challenging the level 70 divine fire phoenix left everyone in shock. Long Xiaohui, blushing, inquired about the origins of the nether moonflower, to which Su Luo humbly explained before cautiously approaching his trusted allies Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui. The battle dragged on for several minutes until the fire phoenix's mental energy finally ran out, leaving it unable to cast any more skills. Su Luo let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that the fire phoenix hadn't discovered the nether moonflower's vulnerability. Victory was near, but he remained vigilant, not daring to relax just yet. With a command from Su Luo, the underworld tiger shot forward like an arrow, transforming into a dark blur as it pounced on the fire phoenix. Its claws struck fiercely on the phoenix's head, followed by a move called Sky-Shattering Blood Claw. 2,800. The number appeared, and although the damage after breaking through its defense wasn't astounding, it gave everyone a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the fire phoenix was unable to use its skills and could only occasionally spit out a few fireballs, none of which hit their mark. The 3-legged golden crow, the golden scale flame dragon, and the Xian Shui turtle followed closely behind, joining the fray. To expedite the battle, Su Luo released all his remaining pets. Though their strengths varied, the sheer number at least put some pressure on the fire phoenix, helping to lower its arrogance and increase the chance of taming it successfully. 1,200. 1058. 12. The bound fire phoenix continuously displayed damage numbers of varying amounts. Zhao Xiaoyuan, watching from the side, felt a chill run down his spine. It was like killing a chicken with a dull knife, not a swift kill, but a slow grind. Please step back, everyone. I'm about to start casting, Su Luo announced, adopting a mystic demeanor and signaling the others to retreat. Although taming didn't require distance, he needed to concentrate fully and didn't want any distractions. Despite some discontent, the crowd stepped back about 10 paces. Su Luo began to perform the taming skill, however. Taming failed. Taming failed. Su Luo squinted at the fire phoenix's health, 15601800000. From an original health of 180,000, only a little over 1,000 remained, yet it still couldn't be tamed? Seeing the dwindling vitality of the underworld moonflower, Su Luo's anger flared. He strode towards the fire phoenix with determination. With the Xian Shui turtle's defensive support, combined with his own equipment and defenses, he wasn't worried about being attacked. Slap. A loud slap landed on the fire phoenix's face. Though it didn't cause any real damage, the insult was significant. Su Luo's action stunned everyone, including the fire phoenix itself. Are you convinced? Su Luo glared menacingly at the fire phoenix, whose eyes were as large as an ox's, and raised his hand once more. Slap. Another resounding smack landed on the fire phoenix's face. The force of the blow left Su Luo's hands tingling, yet he maintained his icy demeanor. Rage flared in the fire phoenix's eyes. Already parched from dealing with a host of troublesome pets, it could no longer endure this humiliation. With a piercing screech, it spat out a massive fireball. 11,800. Even though Su Luo swiftly twisted his body, the fireball still grazed him. Nearly a one-hit knockout? Su Luo was shocked internally, but he remained expressionless as he quickly consumed a stamina recovery potion. Once his health was fully restored, Su Luo launched a ferocious assault. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of blows echoed throughout the cave. He even donned a set of superior-grade equipment, disregarding whether he could wear it properly, as long as he could put it on. Left hook, right hook. Su Luo attacked like a boxer, spittle flying. He spat on the fire phoenix's face, completely enraging the mythical beast. Nearby, The spectral tiger and necromancer exchanged glances and quietly retreated behind the other pets. Zhao Xiaoyuan was so excited he slapped his thigh, as if he were the protagonist. Meanwhile, some extreme job changers looked on with disdain. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! The fire phoenix seems to have fainted from anger." Everyone turned to see the fire phoenix's head drooping lifelessly, its face covered with muddy shoe prints. Seeing the unconscious fire phoenix, Su Luo felt a twinge of fear. If he couldn't tame it today, it might lead to endless trouble in the future. He immediately used his skill spirit taming. A crisp system notification sounded. "Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the fire phoenix." At the same time, the nether moonflower expended all its vitality, shrinking into a bracelet-like form and coiling around Su Luo's wrist. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief, and then summoned the fire phoenix. Standing 3 meters tall, its radiant plumage gleamed with an aura of untouchable majesty. Su Luo smiled as he stroked its feathers, while the fire phoenix glared at its new master with a sullen expression. Zhao Xiaoyuan enthusiastically hugged Su Luo's shoulders, offering his congratulations. Su Luo modestly acknowledged that it was a team effort and solemnly promised generous rewards in the future. Long Xiaohui was pleased to hear this, but most of the people present were unaware of Su Luo's true identity. Especially seeing the fire phoenix trailing after Su Luo like a pet chicken, they burned with envy. A striking female mage spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "If you're so grateful, show us some sincerity. Anyone can just say thanks." Soon, others joined in, demanding Su Luo's pets. The cavern erupted into chaos. Su Luo's expression stiffened slightly, while Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui's faces turned grim. Seeing Su Luo unmoved, the female mage pressed further. "Su Luo, we've been talking for so long. What's your stance?" "What stance? When will you hand over your pet to us?" Zhao Xiaoyuan could no longer hold back. He swiftly drew his sword, and with a furious roar, slashed it against the wall. A loud crash ensued as the wall shattered, sending bricks and debris flying. He turned to face the girl, his eyes burning with anger, and spoke through gritted teeth. "Lung Feishue, do you know who Su Luo is? He's the president of the Long Kingdom's Alchemist Association. His alchemy skills surpass those of old Jiang. His promise is worth far more than your pets. Don't be so ungrateful." Zhao Xiaoyuan's roar echoed through the room, plunging everyone into silence. The air seemed to freeze as they exchanged fearful and hesitant glances. Offending a beast tamer might not be a big deal, but angering a saint-level alchemist? That was a matter of family, the elderly, and children. Everyone knew that more people meant more need for potions, and that's not someone you want to cross. Those who had remained silent from the start secretly felt relieved they hadn't offended Su Luo. His words just now had undoubtedly paved the way for future assistance. However, the anger on Long Feishue's face didn't diminish. It intensified. She shot a fierce glare at Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui, then fixed Su Luo with a threatening gaze and coldly said, "What's so great about an alchemist? I, Long Feishue, am determined to get that fire phoenix." With that, Long Feishue turned and left, leaving behind an awkward atmosphere. Long Xiaohui cleared his throat to break the silence. He turned to Su Luo with a reassuring tone. "Brother Su, rest assured, the Long family will not stand idly by. The old man is still waiting for your potions. It's nothing, just the Long family, they can't stir up much trouble. Don't worry, Brother Su, we'll definitely support you." Others chimed in with agreement, some offering their support, while others whispered, "Long Feishue has been arrogant since she was a child. We should steer clear of her this time." Su Luo accepted the goodwill from everyone, but his face wore a look of regret, as if he had missed an important opportunity. Seeing the situation, Long Xiaohui immediately decided that everyone should withdraw and return to discuss their next steps. Meanwhile, Su Luo felt deeply unsatisfied, as if he had swallowed a fly. He thought to himself, "If it weren't for the crowd giving Lung Feishue a chance to act up, I could have dealt with her directly." As Su Luo emerged from the underground cavern, he squinted to adjust to the sudden burst of sunlight. Outside, a throng of people had gathered, with welcoming parties from various prominent families crowding the exit. Amidst the bustling crowd, only the contestants who had made it through the preliminary selection seemed out of place, standing awkwardly in small groups. Su Luo quietly surveyed his surroundings and noticed Lung Feishue whispering with her contact, while other family disciples were busy reporting their status to their elders. As he turned to leave unnoticed, Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui simultaneously grabbed his arm. Long Xiao, you go first," Zhao Xiaoyuan said awkwardly, scratching his head and stepping back with a gesture of invitation. Long Xiaohui flashed a perfect smile and said, "Su Luo, why don't you stay at my place? The old man has been recovering well, but he might still have some minor issues. He'd like you to take a look." Not far away, Long Sihai was in the crowd, occasionally glancing in their direction. Each time his eyes met Su Luo's, he would quickly look away, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. As Su Luo hesitated, several more people from prominent families in Longdu approached him. Seeing this, Long Sihai strode over to Su Luo, lowered his voice and said, "Brother Su Luo, I acted rashly before. Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you in the future. Tonight, I'll drink 3 cups as an apology." His words brought a moment of silence to the scene. Even those families who wanted to invite Su Luo held their tongues. For Long Sihai, one of the 4 formidable figures of the Long family, to offer such an apology was a significant gesture. Recognizing the situation, Su Luo clasped his hands respectfully towards Long Sihai and Long Xiaohui and said, "Thank you for your hospitality." "No trouble at all," Long Sihai replied with a grin, leading the way to a nearby parked Hummer. The others watched with regret as Su Luo left with the Long family. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced the air. "No, Uncle Wang, you must stop Su Luo for me today. I must get that fire phoenix." Long Feishues suddenly burst out, threatening her butler loudly. The butler's face turned pale, especially under Long Sihai's stern gaze, which made his scalp tingle. He quickly tried to calm her down. "Miss, this matter involves many things, and we can't act recklessly. Let's go back and discuss it with the family head before deciding. Please, get in the car, and we'll talk more at home." Long Feishue glared at Long Sihai before angrily getting into a nearby Rolls-Royce. As one of the oldest families in Longhua, the Long family's status in Longdu was unshakable. Their family estate was nestled in a secluded mountain, with luxurious villas visible along the mountainside, cleverly hidden by trees, resembling an ordinary village at first glance. When the convoy arrived at the estate's gates, 2 men in military attire immediately opened the doors. As Su Luo and Long Xiaohui got out of the car, someone carefully held the car door to prevent any head bumps. This high level of courtesy made Su Luo a bit uneasy, especially since his attire was less impressive than the guards, leaving him feeling like a country bumpkin in the city. The 2 men in military attire smiled politely at Su Luo. "Mr. Su, treat this place as your home. If you need anything, just let us know." "Thank you," Su Luo replied courteously, then followed Long Xiaohui into the estate, with 2 guards maintaining a respectful distance behind them. Inside the estate gates, a narrow path lined with understated yet luxurious gardens led to a grand and rustic reception hall, already filled with people waiting at the entrance. "Brother Su, you're here at the right time. Most of the family is here, and everyone is eager to meet you," Long Xiaohui explained, sensing Su Luo's nervousness. Su Luo felt a bit more at ease, thinking to himself, isn't this supposed to be an initiation? A man in a gray robe, about 50 years old, stepped forward first, extending his hand. "Welcome, President Su, to the Long family. I'm Long Zhenshan, the current head of the Long family." Su Luo clasped Long Zhenshan's hand with both of his. "Hello, Master Long." Following this, more people greeted Su Luo. "Welcome to the Long family." "Welcome, President Su. I've heard a lot about you, President Su, and meeting you today. You truly are exceptional." The members of the Long family all smiled warmly at Su Luo, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Su Luo finally relaxed, thinking that the Long family, as the guardians of Longhua, truly lived up to their reputation. He had assumed only Long Xiaohui was amiable, but it turned out the entire family was so gracious and down-to-earth, befitting a great family. After entering the reception hall, the Long family members exchanged a few more pleasantries before gradually dispersing. In the end, only Long Zhenshan, Long Sihai, and Long Xiaohui remained. Long Zhenshan furrowed his brows, his expression grave as he spoke. "Recently, my father was critically ill, and it was thanks to President Su's miraculous medicine that he was brought back from the brink. However, my father suffers from a severe ailment, and if it isn't eradicated, his life is still in danger." He turned to Su Luo, his eyes filled with hope. "President Su, are you available now? In Longhua, saint-level alchemists are rare, and in recent years, only Jiang Xinghe remains. The emergence of Su Luo has undoubtedly brought new hope to the world of alchemy." Su Luo nodded slightly, speaking humbly. "It is my honor to treat the elder, who has dedicated his life to Longhua. However, my abilities are limited." "Please, just do your best, President Su," Long Zhenshan quickly interjected, offering assurance. "My father's illness has been long-standing. If even you are unable to help, then it must be fate." With this assurance, Su Luo agreed. The group then rose and made their way to a secluded courtyard. Along the way, Su Luo discreetly assessed the strength of the Long family. Long Xiaohui was a level 62 Crimson Swordsman, while Long Sihai and Long Zhenshan's abilities were well concealed, possibly beyond Su Luo's current level to discern. Upon entering the courtyard, the guards and maids tactfully withdrew. As they opened the door, a faint, unusual odor wafted through the air. Despite the room being kept clean, there was a distinct scent that lingered from the elder's prolonged illness. When Su Luo saw the level displayed on the elder, his eyes widened in shock. "Level 153, Blazing Sword Saint." Such power, if restored to its peak, could undoubtedly conquer the world. Brother Su, what do you think? Long Xiaohui, usually composed, asked in a low voice. Long Jinshan and Long Sihai also looked at Su Luo with reddened eyes, eagerly asking, do you think it's possible? When ordinary people fall ill, they can simply go to the hospital. However, for those who have undergone a transformation, an ordinary hospital won't suffice. They require high-level potions crafted by powerful alchemists. The old patriarch of the Long family suffers from a unique type of burn, akin to a curse that continuously corrodes his body. Although not fatal, it significantly shortens his lifespan. The only cure for this stubborn ailment is the pinnacle of holy grade potions, the Light God's Purification Elixir. This elixir has stepped into the realm of beginner god grade, and creating it is more about testing an alchemist's rank than their skill. Even holy grade alchemists cannot craft god grade potions. However, Su Luo possesses god grade alchemy skills, and with enough ingredients, he is confident in his ability to succeed. Su Luo calmly agreed, causing Long Zhenshan and Long Sihai to beam with joy. Even the elderly man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, his weak yet mystically powerful voice resonating. Are you a god-grade alchemist? As he spoke, a strong wind whipped through the room. Su Luo respectfully replied, rest assured, Elder, I will do my utmost to craft the Light God's Purification Elixir. One may not be enough. At least two are needed. The light in the old man's eyes dimmed slightly, as if he felt his request was excessive, and he gently added, young friend, do your best. Even if you can only craft one potion, I promise to fulfill 3 requests for you in the future. These words made Long Jinshan and Long Sihai's eyelids twitch. The old patriarch's promises were as good as gold, and the weight of 3 promises was immeasurable. If the Su family were to make a request, they could immediately rise to the top of the Longdu aristocracy, perhaps even becoming the foremost family in Long country. Long Xiaohui, however, looked worried. He knew Su Luo came from a small place and didn't understand the local unspoken rules. He feared Su Luo might find the patriarch's promise insufficiently generous. Yet, Su Luo simply clasped his hands in salute. Thank you, Elder. I will give it my all. Su Luo then began listing the materials needed to craft the Light God's Purification Elixir. While he was busy writing, in the next room, Long Sihai and Long Zhenshan looked at Long Xiaohui with confusion. Xiaohui, your grandfather has promised to help him with 3 things, so why do you still look worried? Long Zhenshan asked, puzzled. Long Sihai chimed in, indeed. The old man at his peak had power and influence far beyond that of a god-grade alchemist. Why is this young man so calm? After hearing Long Xiaohui's explanation, the two burst into laughter. It turned out they were worried Su Luo might not know what's good for him and demand too much. Staying humble and not being arrogant is good. At least he won't compare himself to others, Long Zhenshan remarked. Long Sihai teased, big brother, didn't you also disregard the position of family head when you retired from the battlefield to get married? That's all in the past. Don't bring it up. The room returned to a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa district, the entire Long family gathered. Long Feishues stood in the center, vividly describing the prowess of the SS-grade pet, the Fire Phoenix, while embellishing her grievances against Su Luo. Only when everyone's faces showed anger did she feign tears of grievance. That Su is too much, someone shouted angrily. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he's the president of the Alchemist Association? Our Long family also has high-level alchemists, and with proper training, we might one day reach the holy grade. Others may fear the Alchemist Association, but not our Long family. Someone, another voice commanded, get me all the information on Su Luo. I want to know how many flies his family has. Back at the Long family, in just half a day, all the necessary materials had been gathered. Staring at the array of rare ingredients, Su Luo felt overwhelmed. The Long family's immense power was intimidating. They managed to collect 8 sets of such rare materials in half a day. Probably only the Long family in the entire Long country could achieve such a feat if Su Luo had to gather them himself. It might take a year to assemble even one set of god-grade potion materials. Standing at the door, Long Xiaohui gently asked, Brother Su, all the materials have been gathered. Do you have any other requests? Like needing a secret chamber? Immersed in the overwhelming sight of the materials, Su Luo didn't notice Long Xiaohui's unusually gentle gaze and simply replied, no need, this place will do. All right, just call if you need anything. I'll be outside the door, Long Xiaohui said softly, closing the door slowly and sitting on a pre-prepared stool. In the courtyard, guards in military uniforms stood densely packed, each with a strength level above 60. At this moment, they were all on high alert. Inside the room, Su Luo was overwhelmed by the mountain of materials. The variety of ingredients needed for a god-grade potion exceeded 1,000 types. Just organizing these materials would take a long time. Taking a deep breath, he began the arduous preparation for alchemy. Sighing, Su Luo thought to himself that gaining a favor from the Long family wasn't such a bad deal. His eyes swept over the collection of rare herbs he had finally gathered. With a deep breath, he began to perform a divine-level alchemy technique, his fingers tracing intricate runes in the air. Outside the room, Long Xiaohui was eavesdropping intently. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, his face darkened, his brows furrowed, and his lips twitched involuntarily. What does he mean by saying it's not a bad deal to earn a favor from the Long family? He muttered to himself. Is he treating the creation of a divine-level potion as a trivial task? Inside, Su Luo was completely absorbed in the alchemy process. The Long family had provided him not with an ordinary cauldron, but with an epic-grade one that emitted a purple glow, perfectly suited for crafting the light god's purification potion. Su Luo's hands moved swiftly, and each herb danced and spun at his fingertips as if alive, automatically flying into the cauldron. Su Luo calculated silently. With 8 sets of herbs, creating just 2 potions would earn the Long family's gratitude. But if he could produce more, it would be an unexpected bonus. A single divine-level light god's purification potion could fetch a set of epic equipment. With this in mind, he became even more cautious, determined not to waste even a hint of the herb's potency. While Su Luo was engrossed in his alchemy, the Long family received their second wave of visitors for the day, who arrived with ill intentions. The head of the Long family barged into the Long family's reception hall with his daughter, Long Feishue, in tow. Long Lauda, let me be clear today. We're here for Su Luo. The Long family head announced bluntly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Long Zhenshan's expression was somber, his brow furrowed. Brother Long, Su Luo is an honored guest of the Long family and is currently preparing a potion for the elder. Dragon Sihai abruptly stood up, his eyes sharp as knives as he glared at the Long father and daughter. What business do you have with Su Luo? Long Feishue responded coldly. He took what belongs to Meth Fire Phoenix. As soon as she finished speaking, she involuntarily stepped back half a pace behind her father in response to Dragon Sihai's intimidating gaze. Dragon Sihai let out a cold laugh, a glint of frost in his eyes. Even if he took your pet, or did something worse, I, Dragon Sihai, will see this through to the end. The next day, the Long family visited again, with an even larger entourage than the day before. More than a dozen formidable warriors, all above level 60, gathered at the foot of the mountain, waiting intently. Their sole target was Su Luo. Long Feishue had reached an agreement with her father, Long Chongfeng. The moment Su Luo left the Long family, they would capture him immediately. Inside the Long family meeting hall, Long Zhenshan and Long Sihai looked troubled. As the heads of the Long family, they were aware of the commotion at the mountain's base, but Su Luo's unique status made it difficult for them to decide. Long Sihai couldn't help but ask, Big brother, do you think Brother Su can really concoct a god-level potion? Long Zhenshan pondered for a moment and replied, let's wait and see. We can't jump to conclusions before the results are out. Despite the difficulties you caused him earlier, he was still willing to help us. That's already giving the Long family a lot of face. While the two were deep in worry, a uniformed guard hurried in, excitedly reporting, Master, the light god's purification potion is ready and is being administered to the old master. Upon hearing this, Long Sihai leapt up, his face beaming with joy, and strode out quickly. Long Zhenshan also breathed a sigh of relief and followed closely behind. Outside the room of the Long family patriarch, the area was already crowded with eager family members. The entire courtyard was filled with anticipation. 2 vials of the potion had been delivered inside, and everyone was anxiously awaiting a miracle. Meanwhile, Su Luo sat alone in a room, sweating as he counted the 5 remaining vials on the table. He had used 8 sets of materials, with only 1 failure, producing 7 vials in total. After giving 2 to the Long family, he still had 5 left. Looking at these treasures emitting a gentle white glow, Su Luo felt a surge of joy and suddenly considered the idea of making a fortune through potion making. Down the mountain, the Long family, upon hearing of Su Luo's success, became restless. If the Long patriarch recovered, Su Luo would undoubtedly be under the Long family's full protection, making it nearly impossible for anyone, no matter how powerful, to touch him. Long Chongfeng glanced at the black-clad elder beside him and, feigning sorrow, said, Ancestor, the fire phoenix is a rare sight. Schwerer cannot miss this opportunity. The Long family ancestor's heart burned with desire. A level 70 fire phoenix, if tamed, would elevate the Long family's status in Longdu significantly. He ordered decisively, let's go. Up the mountain. The Long family was in a state of jubilation, celebrating the recovery of the patriarch, Long Batian. At the banquet, Long Batian warmly held Su Luo's hand, affectionately calling him little brother, which made Long Zhenshan, Long Sihai, and Long Xiaohui feel a bit awkward. Especially Long Xiaohui, who thought if his grandfather called Su Luo brother, would he have to call Su Luo grandfather? Just then, A middle-aged guard hurried in and whispered in Long Batian's ear, "Master, the Long family ancestor has arrived with his people." Long Batian simply waved his hand indifferently. Su Luo continued to dine calmly, unbothered by the Long family's actions, as he had the Long family backing him. The Long family ancestor entered the banquet hall, smiling as he greeted Long Batian. "Brother Batian, how have you been lately?" He then turned his gaze towards Su Luo. Long Batian wore a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes and asked knowingly, "What brings you here, Brother Long?" President Su forcibly took credit for my granddaughter's achievements, and since Brother Batian is here, perhaps he could mediate this matter fairly? Upon hearing this, Long Batian raised an eyebrow slightly and turned his gaze to Su Luo. In a calm tone, he asked, "What do you have to say, Brother Su?" This term, Brother Su, made the members of the Long family standing nearby instantly look displeased. They initially thought Su Luo was merely helping the Long family with medicinal concoctions in exchange for benefits. However, it now seemed that the Long family intended to befriend Su Luo. This realization made them aware that resolving the issue might not be as straightforward as they anticipated. Su Luo looked calmly at the Long family patriarch and spoke with neither arrogance nor servility. "Senior Long, how have I taken undue credit? I heard that when you entered the cave, everyone went in as a team and shared the experiences equally, correct?" "Correct," the Long family patriarch acknowledged, then shifted the conversation. "Since the Fire Phoenix was discovered together, shouldn't my granddaughter Long Feishue have a share?" Su Luo chuckled coldly and turned his gaze to Long Feishue beside him. "Everyone had already given up at that time, and when I went to tame the Fire Phoenix, many were mocking me. What now? Are you envious because someone else succeeded in taming the beast?" Long Feishue was infuriated by these words, and a flash of anger appeared in her eyes as she provocatively challenged Su Luo. "Su Luo, if you have the guts, fight me bare-handed without any pets. If you agree, my share of the Fire Phoenix is yours." Faced with this unreasonable challenge, Su Luo simply rolled his eyes, ignoring her, and continued to eat his meal. At that moment, the Long family patriarch suddenly laughed, his tone carrying a hint of menace. "If I remember correctly, you are from Jiang City, right? Orphaned with just a sister, who seems to have made a name for herself as a general in the northern desert. Whether you accept it or not today, you will have to. It's not difficult for the Long family in the capital to have a mere general removed from her position. I hope young Master Su will consider this carefully." Upon hearing this blatant threat, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Luo's eyes. He responded with a cold smile. "Threaten me? I, Su Luo, never accept anyone's challenge, unless it's a life-and-death contract." "Sign a life-and-death contract." Su Luo's words were like a thunderclap, instantly stunning everyone present. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, especially Long Xiaohui, who looked at Su Luo as if he were insane. In Longdu, the wealthy and idle often engaged in petty squabbles, but no one had ever dared to gamble with their life. Yet Su Luo had just suggested doing exactly that. Su Luo's cold gaze locked onto Long Feishue, and upon catching a flicker of fear in her eyes, a faint smirk of mockery appeared on his lips. Long Chongfeng stepped in front of his daughter, smiling as he said, "Chairman Su, everyone knows your combat prowess is unmatched. Bullying a child is a bit much, isn't it? However, since you're keen on signing a life-and-death contract, I would be willing to accompany you." His words plunged the room into silence once more. Su Luo was left speechless by this. He thought to himself, Long Feishue is a child, and I'm not? He assessed Long Chongfeng, noting that he was an 80th level wood element mage. Su Luo calculated that with his Nether Moonflower and Fire Phoenix working together, he might stand a chance. However, revealing his trump cards so easily was clearly unwise. After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo decisively declined. "I don't dare." Long Chongfeng's eyes gleamed with heavy sarcasm as he tried to provoke Su Luo. "What? You don't dare?" Su Luo had lost interest in sparring with them and sneered. "That's right, I don't dare." With that, he calmly sat down and began to enjoy his meal. Long Xiaohui quickly caught on and offered Su Luo a braised chicken claw, enthusiastically introducing it. "You should try this chicken claw. It's a specialty of our Long family, something you won't find elsewhere." "The taste is indeed excellent, both tender and flavorful," Su Luo praised after tasting it. Seeing this, Long Sihai exchanged a knowing smile with Long Zhunshan, and they too focused on their meal. Meanwhile, the Long family members were left to the side, ignored by everyone. As the eldest daughter of the Long family in Longdu, Long Feishue had never been treated this way. Her eyes burned with anger, and she was on the verge of an outburst. But being in the Long family's home, she dared not act rashly. "Su Luo." Long Feishue finally couldn't hold back, her voice sharp. "If you dare to sign a life-and-death contract with my father and win, all of the Long family's assets will be yours." The Long family elder frowned upon hearing this, casting a reproachful look at Long Feishue, but she was too consumed by anger to care. Su Luo, intrigued, turned to Long Xiaohui. Is the Long family's wealth significant? Long Xiaohui thought for a moment before replying. Probably enough to buy your entire Jiangqing city. This revelation piqued Su Luo's interest. He had encountered many foolish people, but someone willing to jeopardize their family like this was a first. Are you really willing to sign a life and death contract with me? Su Luo feigned apprehension as he looked at Long Chongfeng and his daughter. Long Chongfeng responded calmly, if Chairman Su isn't worried, then I, Long, am willing to risk everything for my beloved daughter. The atmosphere turned icy. Elder Long silently observed Su Luo, forming his own conclusions. Once both parties agreed, they proceeded to sign the life and death contract. The agreement stipulated that no one would be held accountable for any deaths. To ensure fairness, it was decided that the duel would take place in Lengdu's largest arena 3 days later. That night, the Long family prepared a luxurious suite for Su Luo. However, he had no interest in indulging himself and instead focused on calculating various statistics and reviewing the attributes of his pets. He first checked the Fire Phoenix's attributes. Fire Phoenix, level 70 SSS pet. Attack, 58,000. Defense, 21,000. Spirit, 870012,000. Constitution, 180,000. Passive, Phoenix Rebirth. Skills, Samadhi Divine Fire, Fire Phoenix Assault, Fire Phoenix Incineration. The Fire Phoenix was Su Luo's most powerful attacking pet. However, to ensure victory against Long Chongfeng, he needed to level up the Nether Moonflower. Currently, the Nether Moonflower was only level 50, while Long Chongfeng was an 80th level expert. To leave nothing to chance, Su Luo decided to be fully prepared. After calculating all the data, Su Luo entered the realm of divine medicine. Master, you're here? The necromancer appeared, floating before Su Luo in a white robe, like a ghost. His bones were pure white, resembling a moving white cloak. Su Luo raised an eyebrow, noting the necromancer's changes. Have you leveled up? He inspected the necromancer's attributes. Necromancer, level 55. Divine status, Death Lord 14. Attack, 15,300. Defense, 8,800. Spirit, 6,000. Constitution, 24,000. Skills, Summon Undead. Eternal Curse upgradable, Lord of the Nether. Passive, Fanatical Monarch. Lord of the Nether. The subjects under your rule have their strength, speed, constitution, gathering, and alchemy abilities multiplied by 5. Eternal Curse 15. The curse duration on the target is unlimited, capable of inflicting any continuous damage or negative effect. The Frenzied King's summoning skill once again demonstrated its astounding potential, this time giving skeleton servants a chance to awaken life profession skills. As Su Luo observed the necromancer's new skill, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. He couldn't help but recall the plight of old Master Long, who nearly met an untimely end due to a curse far more powerful than what the necromancer currently faced, leaving him in such a weakened state. Snapping back to reality, Su Luo immediately focused on the task at hand and asked, have the materials for crafting the Beast King pills been harvested? The current Beast Spirit pills were becoming ineffective for all the major pets, and to achieve rapid upgrades again, they would have to rely on the more advanced Beast King pills. The herbs for the Beast King pills aren't mature yet, came the reply, but we still have a substantial stock of previously crafted Beast Spirit pills. How many are left? Su Luo inquired further. At least 500,000. This number left Su Luo momentarily stunned. He muttered with a frown. 500,000 Beast Spirit pills. Consuming them one by one will take forever. Perhaps I should ask Long Xiaohui to purchase some ready-made ones. Despite having over 100 master-level skeleton alchemists, more than enough to meet the pill needs for a few pets, Su Luo believed time was as valuable as money and couldn't afford to be wasted. Decisively, Su Luo waved his hand, summoning the mystic water turtle, the ghost tiger, the three-legged golden crow, the fire phoenix, and the golden-scaled flame dragon. He commanded, even if they're just basic beast spirit pills, eat them like your life depends on it. With that, he adjusted his settings to transfer all experience points to the nether bloom. At that moment, the necromancer cautiously asked, Master, are you planning to engage in battle again soon? Su Luo didn't respond verbally, but instead pushed the necromancer into the pile of pills, ordering, no more questions, you eat too. The 6 pets began devouring the pills voraciously, gaining 3,000 experience points for the nether bloom every 2 seconds. This translated to 90,000 experience points per minute, with the current level up requirement for the nether bloom being 1,800,000. At this pace, it would take about 20 minutes to level up once. Meanwhile, the other pets continued to accumulate experience, preparing thoroughly for the upcoming challenges. Once everything was in place, Su Luo quietly opened his attribute panel. The alchemy interface displayed an array of potion formulas, twinkling like stars. From large stamina recovery potions to grade stamina potions, and then to grade stamina potions. From beast spirit pills to beast king pills, To spirit spring pills and deity sealing pills, there was a dazzling variety. As Su Luo's gaze swept over these changes, he couldn't help but ponder, could it be that my level has increased because I've been crafting several god-level potions in a row? In 3 days, he would face a life-and-death duel with Long Chongfeng, and the pressure weighed on Su Luo's heart like a mountain. Although the odds of victory were high, he wasn't satisfied. Compared to a likely victory, Su Luo yearned for absolute certainty. His eyes fell on the formula for the spirit spring pill. Rootless grass, West Mountain flower, 9-curved dragon fruit. The description indicated it was a legendary rare pill, one that could increase a pet's experience by 10,000 points, 20 times more powerful than the Beast Spirit pill. With the rising strength of his pets, the experience points needed had increased significantly, making the Spirit Spring pill the best choice. Su Luo immediately instructed the necromancer to collect and cultivate all the herbs needed for the Spirit Spring pill. After leaving the Divine Medicine realm, he sought out Long Xiaohui and commissioned him to purchase a batch of Spirit Spring pill ingredients. Meanwhile, the Long family was hosting a grand banquet. Long Feishue sat beside Long Chongfeng, constantly serving him food. Dad, Su Luo's pet is formidable, and now he has a fire phoenix. Are you confident? She asked worriedly. Long Chongfeng replied confidently, don't worry. As an 80 level with spirit mage, my attack power may not be the strongest among mages, but handling a junior is more than manageable. He turned to his daughter. Tell me more about that pet capable of imprisoning the fire phoenix. The Long family members perked up, eager to listen. Long Feishue vividly described, that pet looks like some kind of plant, yet also like octopus tentacles. It can grow very large and withstand the fire phoenix's skills without getting hurt. The Long family patriarch spoke calmly, no matter. I have an epic-level sky-splitting flame sword. You can use plant control to wield the flame sword, and it should be no problem. Long Chongfeng breathed a sigh of relief, and the family began to celebrate. To them, Su Luo must have used a beast-taming method to subdue the fire phoenix, and as an 80-level mage, Long Chongfeng could easily defeat a level 40 Beast Tamer. At the Long family estate, a military Hummer slowly drove in. Long Xiaohui asked the driver seriously, nobody noticed, right? After receiving a positive response, he instructed the vehicle to enter the estate and promptly informed Su Luo to collect the goods. The sheer quantity of materials for 10,000 sets of Spirit Spring pills was immense, filling the entire vehicle even when packed in disposable storage bags. Su Luo transferred all the herbs to the Divine Medicine realm, then handed Long Xiaohui a card worth 1 billion Long coins. Long Xiaohui's eyes lit up, but he didn't take the card. Instead, he stared at Su Luo and asked, Su Luo, what are you planning to craft with all this? Just some treats for my pets, Su Luo replied with a smile, slipping the card into Long Xiaohui's jacket pocket before returning to his room, satisfied. In the Divine Medicine realm, Su Luo arrived at the Skeleton Alchemist location. 100 master-level skeleton alchemists stood in neat rows, awaiting his command. Nearby, there was a mountain of herbs. Each of you, take 100 sets of Spirit Spring pill materials and start crafting, Su Luo ordered, prompting all the skeleton alchemists to get busy. These master-level skeleton alchemists had changed in appearance. Their black robes had turned into dark red robes, and their small alchemy cauldrons had transformed from stone to light purple. In another open area, the golden scale flame dragon darted around, continuously feeding pills to the other 4 pets, occasionally popping one into its own mouth. The blackwater turtle lay on the ground, chewing each pill twice before opening its mouth for more. The ghost tiger and necromancer were even lazier, lounging in the sun, waiting to be fed. 10 minutes had passed, and it was Xiao Jinwu's turn to take the stage. The golden-scaled flame dragon was exhausted, sprawled out on the ground, mimicking the pose of a necromancer, lying in wait to be fed. Beside it, the fire phoenix maintained its graceful posture, standing elegantly as it picked up a beast spirit pill with its wings, gently placing it in its mouth to savor. Occasionally, when crumbs escaped its beak, it would delicately wipe them away with its wings. Su Luo couldn't help but smile at the sight of these unique pets, each with its own charm. He then turned towards the divine soil nearby. His gaze fell upon the Yuming Lanyue flower, and he felt a surge of joy. This level 58 legendary plant boasted astonishing attributes: 200,000 attack power, 25,000 defense, 20,000 vitality, and 150 passive skills. Even more exciting was its new powerful binding skill, capable of capturing targets over 50 levels higher than itself and rendering them immune to any damage for 5 minutes. As Su Luo watched the small vines swaying in the divine soil, he felt a sense of contentment. The stronger the Yuming Lanyue flower became, the more confident he felt about the upcoming duel with Long Chongfeng. This battle would be a showdown of trump cards, aiming not only to defeat the opponent, but also to gain fame and deter future trouble. At that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted over from the alchemist's workspace. The first Lingquan pill had been successfully crafted, its enticing scent spreading throughout the realm of divine medicine. The previously languid pets perked up immediately, all casting eager glances toward the alchemy area. Even the usually composed fire phoenix was not immune. Compared to the beast spirit pill, the aroma of the Lingquan pill was utterly irresistible. The necromancer, capitalizing on its advantage, began to boast proudly in front of the other pets. Look at you all. This is called a Lingquan pill. The master has already planned it out. The next batch of ingredients will be for this material. Soon, everyone will be able to enjoy them like candy. Watching the scene unfold before him, Su Luo thought to himself, the reading income over the past 2 days has been only a little over $20. I hope everyone continues to support and contribute to the story. The Lingquan pill is entirely green, translucent like a glistening mung bean, and emits an enticing fragrance. Holding it in his hand, Su Luo couldn't help but feel tempted to take a bite. However, knowing that each pill is worth thousands, even more than gold, he reluctantly refrained. With the production of the first Lingquan pill, more followed in quick succession. The skeleton servant distributed them evenly, placing them in front of the pets. The Xian Shui turtle, ghostly fierce tiger, fire phoenix, and golden-scaled flame dragon vied to devour them, eagerly waiting for more after finishing. Their attitude was starkly different compared to when they consumed beast spirit pills. The necromancer sulkily poked his fingers, pitifully asking, "Master, why can't I have one?" Su Luo glanced at him impatiently and explained, "There's a bloody battle tomorrow. They need to boost their strength quickly, understand?" He muttered to himself, realizing that he didn't gain any experience points, all of which were absorbed by the Yuming Lanhua flower. With some free time, Su Luo inspected the divine medicine realm. Among the skeletons, professions like farmers, blacksmiths, and miners had emerged, and there were sufficient mines for them to extract resources. Once a blacksmith reached an advanced level, they could be promoted to a forger. Advanced forgers could craft higher-level equipment, and in the future, Su Luo would possess a powerful arsenal, at least capable of meeting the equipment needs of the Yaoshan gang on a small scale. The necromancer followed Su Luo, reporting, "Master, you need to find more space stones or else, at this rate, the space in the divine medicine realm will soon be insufficient." A peculiar expression flashed across Su Luo's eyes as he replied, "Space stones will be available in a couple of days, and there should be quite a few." He was calculating in his mind, knowing that as a prominent family in Longdu, the Long family must have plenty of valuable items. He planned to use what he could and sell the rest. The terms of the life and death contract were explicit. If Su Luo died, all pets and items would belong to the Long family. If Long Chongfeng died, then the Long family members could only take their personal belongings, and everything else would belong to Su Luo. As the notary, Elder Long had already begun secretly investigating the Long family. Once he took action, the Long family wouldn't be able to move anything without the Long family's notice. By evening, all 10,000 sets of Lingquan pill materials had been refined. The skeleton alchemist had a success rate of 90, producing over 9,000 pills, all of which ended up in the bellies of the 4 pets. This equaled over 90 million experience points, and Su Luo eagerly checked the attribute panel of the Yuming Lanhua flower. After gaining the experience points, the Yuming Lanhua flower reached level 94. Yuming Lanhua flower, level 94 legendary plant. Vitality, 300,000. Attack, 25,000. Defense, 20,000. Energy, 150,150. Active skill, Illusion Storm. Passive skill, Bind Immunity. Illusion Storm. The flower shatters, releasing hallucinogenic gases, forming a storm that traps targets and induces hallucinations. Bind Immunity. After binding a target, it is immune to 90 damage for 10 minutes, with a total bind duration of 13 minutes. Su Luo was satisfied with the Yuming Lanhua flower's attributes, especially its ability to be immune to 90 damage, meaning that an attack causing 100,000 damage would only inflict 10,000. Even Elder Long might struggle to deal with it. The other pets also saw improvements in their attributes. Xian Shui turtle, level 65 A rank pet. Attack, 18,000. Defense, 30,000. Spirit, 8,000. Constitution, 118,000. Skills, Ice Dragon Impact, Extreme Cold Arrival, Endless Freeze. Passive skill, Absolute Zero, Glory Sharing. 3-legged Golden Crow, level 67 S rank pet. Divine Status, Unlocked. Attack, 45,000. Defense, 12,000. Spirit, 12,000. Constitution, 35,000. Skills, Soul Devour, Sea of Imprisonment, Samadhi True Fire. Golden Scaled Flame Dragon, level 67 S rank pet. Divine Status, Azure Dragon Divine Status not obtained. Attack, 50,000. Defense, 13,000. Spirit, 12,000. Constitution, 38,000. Skills, Fiery Descent, Golden Scale Shuttle, Soul Burn. Ghostly Fierce Tiger, level 69 A rank pet. Attack, 58,000. Defense, 16,000. Spirit, 10,000, Constitution, 28,000. Skills, Sky-Shattering Bloodclaw, Intimidation, Ultimate Kill. Passive, Bloodthirst absorbs 30 of the enemy's health when dealing damage. Fire Phoenix, level 76, SSS rank pet. Attack, 65,000, Defense, 25,000, Spirit, 18,000, Constitution, 22,000. Passive, Phoenix Rebirth. Skills, Samadhi Divine Fire, Fire Phoenix Assault, Fire Phoenix Incineration. Witnessing the breakthroughs of his pets, especially the Fire Phoenix whose level was nearing Long Chongfeng's, Su Luo felt a surge of confidence. With 5 pets and the Yuming Lanyue flower, he believed his chances of success were high. Even if Long Chongfeng was formidable, he would find it hard to escape the Yuming Lanyue flower's all-encompassing assault, compounded by the hallucinogenic effects. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the Long family, to pressure the Long family and prevent them from assisting Su Luo, widely publicized the life and death contract in Longdu. In this age of rapid information dissemination, news of Su Luo and Long Chongfeng's duel spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom in just 3 days. On the day of the duel, many strangers flooded into Longdu. The massive arena in the center of Longdu was packed with onlookers. At this moment, a group of young people in their 40s entered the arena in large numbers, followed by a group of white-beard elders. The registrar, expressionless, asked, "Who are you?" Zhou Taisheng replied, "Supporters of Su Luo, the leader of the Yaoshan gang from Yindu, here to cheer him on. Key members of the Alchemist Association, here to support President Su Luo." Suddenly, a red cloud appeared in the sky, and a woman exuding a cold aura emerged on it. She gazed gently at Su Luo on one side of the arena, causing the temperature in the air to rise sharply. In the sky, a fiery 3-legged golden crow streaked across, flying rapidly. On its back sat a scruffy old man holding a wine gourd and a middle-aged man carrying a bow and arrows. Today, powerful figures from all over the Dragon Kingdom gathered. Seeing familiar faces outside the arena, Su Luo felt a warm surge in his heart. These days, Su Luo's daily income was only around $20, prompting him to call out in his heart, "Show some love, send some gifts, brothers." In the audience, over 30 core members of the Yaoshan gang were lined up neatly. Despite not being particularly powerful, they had traveled a long way to support Su Luo, filling his heart with warmth. Seated next to them were the esteemed leaders of the Alchemist Association, led by Jiang Xinghe, each a highly respected alchemy master. Their presence caused quite a stir, as in a top-tier city like Longdu, the Alchemist Association controlled most of the alchemist resources and maintained close ties with major families. In the void above, Old Wu stood steadily with Feng Li behind the 3-legged golden crow, overlooking the life and death arena. On a cloud on the opposite side, Su Bingxue, clad in a black trench coat, her hair flowing in the wind, exuded an icy aura. The spectators were astonished by the gathering of powerful figures. They whispered among themselves, speculating why Old Wu from the Qinglong Institute of Yindu University had come, and whether the moon-piercing war god was about to break through to level 80. Many remarked that if it weren't for Old Master Long presiding, the Long family might have already been overwhelmed by Su Luo's formidable lineup. On the life and death stage, the Long incense was about to burn out. As the judge, Old Master Long watched the incense tip expressionlessly. When the final wisp of smoke dissipated, Long Chongfeng made his move. He quickly chanted a spell, and the arena was instantly overgrown with weeds, which surged overwhelmingly towards Su Luo. Responding swiftly, Su Luo summoned several pets and leapt onto the back of the Xian Shui turtle. The Fire Phoenix and the 3-legged golden crow, not to be outdone, unleashed Samadhi True Fire, instantly reducing the weeds to ashes. The audience gasped in amazement, awed by the Beast Master's power. They began to anticipate what other trump cards Su Luo might have to contend with an opponent of level 80. Seeing his attack fail, Long Chongfeng immediately prepared to cast a second spell. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Luo's eyes as he swiftly placed the nether moonflower on the arena. Under his control, massive vines swept toward Long Chongfeng, while the ghostly tiger, 3-legged golden crow, fire phoenix, and gold-scaled flame dragon launched a coordinated assault. Long Chongfeng sneered, summoning a gale vine to wield a dark red longsword, slashing fiercely at the nether moonflower. With a flash of the sword, a huge gash appeared on the vine. Several petals were sliced apart, and black mist spread rapidly. The surrounding spectators immediately showed signs of distress, covering their noses and mouths. They exclaimed in dismay, complaining about the foul odor, with some even claiming to experience hallucinations. Observing the situation, Old Master Long frowned slightly, then waved his hand to create a barrier, isolating the arena from the outside world, finally restoring calm to the scene. Long Chongfeng attempted to control the vines for a second strike, but the 4 pets were already poised for action. The 3-legged golden crow swiftly cast Sea of Fire Confinement, with searing flames forming a cage in midair. Simultaneously, the golden-scaled flame dragon unleashed the deadly golden scale shuttle, sending golden scales flying like arrows. The fire phoenix and the ghost tiger, leveraging their extraordinary speed, relentlessly pursued Lung Chongfeng. Seeing that the nether moonflower struggled to control the enemy's rapid movements, Su Luo abandoned control and instead wielded the massive vines like a whip towards Lung Chongfeng. The vines were enormous, and a direct hit would result in severe injury if not death. In the arena, Long Chongfeng's once flickering figure began to slow down, a hint of fear appearing on his face. At that moment, the sea of fire confinement took shape, trapping him with no escape. The ghost tiger seized the opportunity, charging into the flames to launch a fierce attack. 6,800, 2,500, 685, 685. A series of damage numbers erupted from Long Chongfeng, and his face turned pale as he desperately looked towards the elder in the stands, crying out, "Ancestor, save me!" The Lung family ancestor shouted angrily, "How dare you, brat!" With a fierce wave of his hand, a sword light shot up into the sky, aiming directly at the three-legged golden crow. Elder Long's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness, yet he took no action. As the sword light touched the protective barrier, it was instantly deflected. In the void, Old Wu glanced at Su Bingxue before leisurely taking a swig of his drink. With so many powerful figures present, it was not his place to intervene. Trapped and surrounded, Lung Chongfeng was in dire straits. Were it not for his high level, he wouldn't have lasted even 10 seconds. Seeing this, Lung Feishue hurried to the edge of the arena, collapsing to her knees and sobbing uncontrollably, "Su Luo, spare my father." She looked at Su Luo with pleading eyes. Su Luo's lips curled into a cold smile as he asked, "Spare him? If I were defeated, would you spare me? Besides, this is entirely the Lung family's own doing." Su Luo let out a cold snort as he controlled the massive vine to strike down fiercely. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed through the arena, leaving a long dent in its wake. Under the crushing blow of the vine, Long Chongfeng's figure disintegrated into a mist of blood, meeting his end on the spot. The entire arena fell into a dead silence. Old Master Long was secretly astonished. A mere level 45 Beast Master had easily killed an opponent at level 80. Such combat prowess was beyond the reach of other professions. He began to understand why Beast Masters were cursed. This kind of power was simply outrageous. They could easily crush enemies with their pets alone, without even stepping into the battle themselves. The audience stared, wide-eyed, at the crimson scene on the arena floor, filled with both regret and shock. A level 80 powerhouse was incredibly rare, yet now they were gone forever, with not even a body left behind. At the edge of the arena, Long Feishue's eyes burned red as she glared at Su Luo, gritting her teeth. "I swear, I'll tear you to pieces." At that moment, she felt as if her world had collapsed, and revenge was her only hope for survival. Su Luo sneered, "Too bad you won't get the chance." In an instant, the netherworld tiger turned into a shadow and lunged at Long Feishue, its sharp claws aiming directly for her throat. "Ancestor, save me." Long Feishue paled, desperately pleading with the Long family ancestor behind her. The Long ancestor, furious beyond measure, stepped in front of Long Feishue, swinging his sword fiercely at the netherworld tiger. This strike was filled with endless rage, and if it hit, it could at least take half the tiger's life. Old Master Long frowned. According to the rules, no one outside the arena was allowed to intervene. But since Su Luo had struck first, the Long ancestor was merely defending himself. He noticed keenly that Su Bingshue's figure had disappeared from the clouds. It seemed that today, the order in Longdu was about to change. He sighed and sat back in his chair, choosing not to interfere. Bang! The sharp sword clashed against the netherworld tiger's claw. 32,000. Instant kill. The netherworld tiger turned into a gray light and returned to the pet space to heal. Although it was instantly killed, as a pet, it wouldn't truly die and could revive in 24 hours. Su Luo was startled and was about to control the nether moonflower to fight when suddenly, a red light flashed across the Long ancestor's neck. Squelch. The sound of a balloon being punctured was heard, and blood spurted from his neck. 86,000. A massive damage number appeared above the Long ancestor's head. His eyes filled with disbelief as he slowly fell to the ground. Another instant kill. The crowd erupted in chaos, everyone standing up to see who had made the move. A graceful figure suddenly appeared beside Su Luo. "Leaving no root means trouble will grow again. You did well." Su Bingxue gently caressed Su Luo's cheek, turned to face the crowd, and flicked the blood off her dagger, saying calmly, "Today, I happened to pass by and saw someone attacking my brother without reason, so I dispatched them on the spot." With that, she gave Su Luo a thumbs up, her figure gradually fading into the wind. A level 100 powerhouse was killed just like that? The people present looked at Su Luo with eyes full of fear. They had thought the brother was ruthless, but the sister was even more so. The intricate relations in Lengdu were one thing, but for the Long family's head to be killed under a life and death contract was one thing. Even the Long ancestor was killed without hesitation, which was truly domineering. Su Luo ignored the curious glances from the crowd and looked up at the sky. The cloud where his sister had stood had already dissipated, indicating she had left. Only Old Wu remained, riding the three-legged golden crow in the sky, waving to Su Luo before leaving in a grand manner. Long Feishue curled up on the ground, staring at the ancestor's body with a pale face, trembling all over, muttering, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" It was clear she had lost her sanity from fear. Once the scene calmed down, Old Master Long slowly announced, "The winner of this duel is Su Luo. According to the life and death contract, all of the Long family's assets will belong to Su Luo." Immediately, countless Long family guards flooded the scene, each holding a massive disposable storage bag. Nearly 100 bags were neatly arranged at the edge of the arena containing the entire wealth of the Long family. With the involvement of the Long family is likely to have been thoroughly stripped of their possessions. Master Long glanced around at everyone and said calmly, "All right, everyone, you may disperse." He then nodded slightly at Su Luo, signaling him to begin collecting the spoils of victory. Su Luo respectfully bowed to Master Long, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior Long." With that, he summoned his necromancer to start transferring the items into the divine medicine realm. He recalled his other pets into their respective spaces, but kept glancing at Long Feishue, who was still in a state of madness. The proverb, "If the roots are not removed, the grass will grow again in the spring," echoed in Su Luo's mind. Whether Long Feishue's madness was real or feigned, the seed of hatred once sown could grow into a significant threat. Adhering to the principle of either do nothing or do it thoroughly, Su Luo quietly asked the necromancer, "Can your eternal curse kill?" The necromancer scoffed, "Master, you underestimate me. This little brat here, if she lasts 3 days, it would be impressive." Although it was summoned just to transport items, its keen mind had already grasped the situation. Su Luo discreetly pointed at Long Feishue and gave a succinct order, "Do it." He then turned to Master Long with a slightly awkward smile. Although the method of casting the eternal curse was subtle, Su Luo knew Master Long would undoubtedly notice. This expression was a preemptive gesture to avoid any awkwardness between them. Master Long glanced sympathetically at Long Feishue and the Lung family before slowly turning away. "Take your time packing up. I'm heading back." His stance was clear. He wouldn't interfere, leaving Su Luo to handle it himself. Seizing the opportunity, the necromancer swiftly cast the eternal curse on Long Feishue. She shuddered, and the color visibly drained from her face. It seemed it wouldn't take 3 days for her to leave this world permanently. Once Su Luo ensured all the items were secured in the divine medicine realm, he walked out with satisfaction. At the entrance of the arena, a group of people eagerly awaited, anxious to learn the outcome. A group of elderly men with white beards, dressed in the robes of the Alchemists Association, stood respectfully at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of Su Luo. At the forefront was Jiang Xinghe, holding a purple robe symbolizing the highest rank within the association. Su Luo paused, allowing Jiang Xinghe to drape the robe over him, and then he acknowledged each elder with a nod. No sooner had he dealt with the Alchemist Association than the members of the Medicine God Gang approached. Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang were all smiles, eagerly looking at Su Luo. "Congratulations, Leader Su." Zhou Taixing patted Su Luo on the shoulder. "Brother Su Luo, you're truly impressive. After this battle, you're likely to become a legendary figure in Longhua." After exchanging pleasantries, someone suggested gathering at a restaurant. Su Luo readily agreed and had Long Xiaohui arrange for a large enough venue. During the feast, Su Luo handed some equipment confiscated from the Long family to Zhou Taixing. Before leaving, Su Luo learned an important piece of news. The former Qinglian gang had disbanded, with most of its members joining the Medicine God Gang, and even Zhao Qiue was considering joining. Now, the Medicine God Gang's numbers had surpassed 50,000, and it was expected to expand further after today. With no time to manage gang affairs, Su Luo entrusted everything to Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang. He believed that even if Zhou Taixing stepped back, Wang Mang alone could manage the gang efficiently. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Luo declined Long Xiaohui's invitation and checked into a hotel, waiting for the second exploration of the underground cavern. His primary goal in Longdu was to find the divine shard, and too much time had already been lost to various matters. 3 days later, the exploration team regrouped. This time, both those selected through open recruitment and the original candidates were packed into the same bus. The vehicle buzzed with excited chatter. "Brother Su, when we enter the cavern, don't rush to make a move. Step in only if we can't handle it," one of them suggested. "Exactly, leave the small monsters to us. No need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut." "I agree. This time, we'll definitely explore deeper." With Su Luo, we're in safe hands. Seated at the back, Su Luo couldn't escape the enthusiastic attention of the other team members, most of whom spoke with a tone of flattery. Long Xiaohui, sitting beside him, smiled as he observed Su Luo's overwhelmed expression. How does it feel to experience the charm of Long Du's disciples? Not bad, Su Luo replied, feigning calmness, though a slight smile played on his lips. The attention from the entire bus was indeed a bit intoxicating. Upon reaching their destination, everyone quickly disembarked and got into formation. Su Luo chose to sit on the back of the Xian Shui turtle Ogrenit was safer without question. The team slowly entered the cavern, delving deeper into the natural cave system. Along the way, small groups of monsters, ranging around level 40 or 50, were swiftly taken down by the team's concentrated attacks. Su Luo sat quietly on the Xian Shui turtle, enjoying the effortless experience gain while keeping a close watch on the cave's environment. Brother Su, you're not even making a move. What are you looking at? Zhao Xiaoyuan, who was walking beside Su Luo, couldn't help but ask as they passed a group of scarlet dragon turtles. Can't I just look around? Su Luo rolled his eyes, keeping the secret of the divine shard to himself. What's there to see? The experience isn't much. It's more fun to clear dungeons, Zhao Xiaoyuan scoffed, unimpressed. At that moment, they passed the magma pool where Su Luo had previously tamed the fire phoenix. Su Luo sensed that the fire phoenix in his pet space was emitting heat. He immediately became alert, instructing the Xian Shui turtle to slow down and subtly distancing himself from the group. He then summoned the fire phoenix. Master, there's a Xuanwu divine shard in here. The fire phoenix whispered to Su Luo. A divine shard or a complete divine core? Su Luo's heart raced, though he furrowed his brow. The difference between a divine shard and a complete divine core was significant. A complete Xuanwu divine core. I saw it with my own eyes, the fire phoenix confirmed, adding, earlier, I sensed a fire spirit herb here, but upon entering the magma, I discovered a small three-legged cauldron below. Inside the cauldron was the Xuanwu divine core. With the fire phoenix's repeated confirmation, Su Luo's breathing quickened. As a divine beast, the fire phoenix inherently knew more than ordinary beings. If he could truly obtain a complete divine core, the Xian Shui turtle's power would increase dramatically, greatly enhancing his own defensive capabilities. After witnessing how easily his sister Su Bingxue slit the throat of the Long family patriarch, Su Luo gained a new understanding of what it means to be truly powerful. He realized that while facing an opponent heathen might not be daunting, if someone with malicious intent were to launch a surprise attack, he might not be able to defend himself. After pondering for a moment, Su Luo looked up at the fire phoenix, a curious glint in his eyes. Can you get it? The fire phoenix explained. Inside the small three-legged cauldron is a tiny space inhabited by various mystical beasts. Only humans can venture through it. By overcoming all the challenges within the space, the seal on the cauldron can be unlocked. Noticing Su Luo's increasingly eager gaze, the fire phoenix quickly dampened his enthusiasm. The beasts in that space are at least level 50, with the strongest reaching up to level 80. With our current strength, we might find it difficult to handle, Su Luo calculated in his mind. He was confident he could take on an 80-level beast, but who knew how many such high-level beasts were in that space? To rush in now would be akin to courting death. Yet, he was also worried about how long this underground secret realm would remain accessible. Su Deshao, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and catch up. Zhao Xiaoyuan, who had been flattering Su Luo all along, noticed he had fallen behind and immediately called out loudly. Coming, Su Luo replied, then instructed the Xian Shui turtle to rejoin the group. Although no one else noticed anything unusual about Su Luo, the perceptive Long Xiaohui caught on to the change in his mood. Long Xiaohui slowed down to walk beside Su Luo and asked with a smile, "What's up?" Su Luo shamelessly made up an excuse. "I feel like leveling up in a team is too slow." This offhand remark caught Long Xiaohui's interest. He patted Su Luo on the shoulder, reassuring him, after this exploration, the underground secret realm will become one of the secret realms in Longdu. As long as you're willing to pay, you can enter the trial. With your skills, soloing it should be no problem. Trial? Su Luo frowned. How can one secret realm accommodate so many people? What if the underground secret realm is divided and we can't find the magma pool? Long Xiaohui raised an eyebrow, realizing Su Luo wasn't aware of many details. He patiently explained, the secret realm trial only allows one person at a time, and it opens once a day. Only after the monsters refresh can the next person enter. Hearing this explanation, Su Luo felt much more at ease. As long as his trial opportunity was scheduled early, obtaining the divine fragment would be a certainty. Nonetheless, he resolved to quickly enhance his own strength to ensure everything went smoothly. With Long Xiaohui's confession, Su Luo felt significantly more at ease. However, the path of exploration ahead became increasingly challenging as the level of the monsters they encountered continued to rise. Even with all his capable subordinates deployed, Su Luo found it difficult to cope. The most formidable group of monsters reached level 80, with the most troublesome being the bloodburst beetles. These level 80 epic monsters had astonishing stats: 95,000 attack, 62,000 defense, 22,000 spirit, and 285,000 constitution. They also possessed a passive skill called Bloodburst, along with active skills like Slime Spray, Beetle Dart, and Noise Interference. However, beyond this basic information, the specific effects of these skills remained unknown. Su Luo pondered silently. He might be able to handle a single Bloodburst beetle, but there was a whole swarm blocking the path, 30 of them. Without the intervention of the Long family patriarch himself, breaking through seemed impossible. Shall we retreat? Long Xiaohui sighed in resignation. The other team members also breathed a sigh of relief, clearly aware that pressing forward would be suicidal. After carefully documenting the information on the bloodburst beetles, the group began to withdraw from the underground cavern. Thanks to everyone's concerted efforts, they had delved over 1,000 meters deep. Along the way, they encountered 32 types of monsters, with levels steadily increasing from 50 to 80, each appearing in groups. Such a dense distribution of monsters promised abundant experience points. Emerging from the cavern and breathing in the fresh air outside, everyone felt somewhat relieved. Long Xiaohui thoughtfully remarked, "Someone will be surveying the cavern soon, and it should open for trials in about 5 days. Su Luo raised an eyebrow at Long Xiaohui, asking expectantly, "Can you get me a spot?" He knew that a slight intervention from the Long family scion would be more effective than days of effort by ordinary people. Long Xiaohui smiled mysteriously, "If you're willing, I can secure the first trial opportunity for you. But there's a condition. Did you see that group of shadow foxes during the exploration? Get me one." Su Luo gave him a strange look, full of disdain. "You're a grown man. Is that kind of pet really suitable for you?" Despite the name Shadow Fox, its appearance was far from resembling a fox. Long Xiaohui awkwardly scratched his nose. "I'm a flame swordsman, a main combat type, and I lack a pet for rear support." The Shadow Fox was large, about the size of a person, with a smooth, jade-like body devoid of fur, resembling a young woman lying on the ground at a glance. Having agreed to Long Xiaohui's request, the group had mostly recovered their strength. Back in Longdu, Su Luo found a hotel to stay in and immediately immersed himself in the realm of divine medicine. Upon returning to the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo promptly opened his attribute panel. Name: Su Luo. Profession: Spirit Master. Level: 48. Attack: 8,200. Spirit: 6,000. Defense: 44,000. Constitution: 82,000. Equipment: Bloodthirsty Sword. Armor of Glory. Bone Gauntlets. Pets. Skills: Spirit Taming, Root Entanglement, Death Curse, Flame Baptism. 46. Skills can be copied without limit. Each pet can copy one skill simultaneously. Seeing his unimpressive attribute panel, Su Luo quickly donned the legendary Yellow Dragon set he had acquired earlier. This set consisted of 6 pieces, each adding 5,200 defense and 8,000 constitution. The entire set boosted his defense by 31,200 points and his constitution by 48,000. As a result, Su Luo's defense skyrocketed to 75,200, and his constitution reached an impressive 130,000. In terms of health and defense, he now surpassed even the Xian Shui turtle. Feeling a strong sense of security, Su Luo decisively erased the skills Root Entanglement, Death Curse, and Flame Baptism, preparing to copy some more powerful skills. His targets were naturally the most formidable pets. First was the Fire Phoenix's passive skill Phoenix Rebirth. Next was the Xian Shui turtle's defense and control skill Endless Freeze. Then came the attack skills: Phoenix Blaze, Shattering Blood Claw, Samadhi Fire, and Soul Devour. With these 5 attack skills plus Phoenix Rebirth, he could even resurrect from a throat slash by an assassin, practically invincible. Su Luo planned to devote the next 3 days to leveling up a few pets. As the Xian Shui turtle's defense continued to increase, he could also enjoy the defense boost. Once he reached level 100, even the Long Patriarch might find it difficult to pose a threat to him. The Beast Master talent is simply amazing, Su Luo thought excitedly. Suppressing his excitement, Su Luo checked the status of the medicinal fields. Most fields were now planted with ingredients for the Spirit Spring Pill. With the accelerated growth effect of the realm of divine medicine, the fastest would mature in half a month, while some rare herbs could take up to a month. With the realm of divine medicine not yet reliable, Su Luo had no choice but to seek help from Long Xiaohui and Zhao Xiaoyuan again. Half an hour later, Su Luo arranged to meet the two at a coffee shop. As soon as he pushed the door open, the rich aroma of coffee wafted towards him. Long Xiaohui and Zhao Xiaoyuan were already seated in a corner, and upon seeing Su Luo, they waved him over. The moment Su Luo sat down, he got straight to the point. "I need a large quantity of Lingquan elixir ingredients." Hearing this, their expressions immediately turned complex, a mix of envy and helplessness. They knew well that Su Luo planned to use the Lingquan elixir to train his pet in preparation for the upcoming challenge in the underground secret realm 3 days later. Zhao Xiaoyuan dramatically clutched his chest, feigning agony. Su Luo, you're already so overpowered. Can't you ease up a bit and stop putting so much pressure on us? He recalled their last meeting in Black Crow City, where he had managed to surpass Su Luo in level. However, now, aside from combat power, the gap between their levels had nearly vanished. Long Xiaohui also wore a look of resignation. Before meeting Su Luo, he had been the undisputed prodigy of Longdu, with some even speculating that his future strength might surpass that of the Dragon Elder. But ever since Su Luo burst onto the scene, he realized just how ordinary he truly was. Seeing their reactions, Su Luo earnestly explained, I come from a small place with no background, so I have to fight my way up. Unlike you guys with your solid family foundations. Both Long Xiaohui and Zhao Xiaoyuan rolled their eyes in unison. Zhao Xiaoyuan couldn't help but retort, oh please, your small-town origins are impressive enough that your sister can defeat a level 100 powerhouse, and you claim no background? The Alchemist Association and the Medicine God Gang are now well known throughout Longhua, not to mention you alone inheriting the Long family fortune. And you say you have no background? As former prodigies, the two felt unusually frustrated, as if they were underachievers being thoroughly outclassed by a top student. Sensing the need for a change of topic, Su Luo decisively said, all right, let's get down to business. He pulled out 2 Longdu bank cards from his pocket and placed them gently on the table. These cards contained almost the entirety of the Long family's wealth. How much Lingquan elixir are you looking to acquire? Long Xiaohui asked, his eyes fixed on the bank cards. As much as possible, Su Luo replied, ideally, over 100,000 sets within 3 days. You can use the commission however you see fit, because gathering such a large amount of ingredients in a short time will come at a great cost. Seeing Su Luo's serious expression, Long Xiaohui and Zhao Xiaoyuan refrained from further comment. They quietly pocketed the bank cards and stood up, ready to get to work immediately. Su Luo also had his own plans to implement. In the next 3 days, he needed to cultivate as many high-level skeleton alchemists as possible. Time was of the essence, and not a single moment could be wasted. The three bid each other farewell and hurried towards their respective goals. As the door of the coffee shop swung open again, the clear sound of a bell echoed through the air, as if heralding the challenges to come. In the realm of mystical medicine, the variety of herbs is vast. While the ingredients for basic beast spirit pills, mental recovery potions, and stamina recovery potions are of lower quality, they provide invaluable experience for the skeletal alchemists. Su Luo decisively ordered all skeletal alchemists to start crafting these potions immediately, leaving only the elite alchemists capable of crafting the spirit spring pill to rest. Meanwhile, Su Luo summoned all his pets. Even though a single beast spirit pill only provided 500 experience points, Su Luo knew every second counted. He cleverly blocked the experience absorption from the Nether Moonflower, channeling all feedback experience from his pets to himself. The system notifications kept ringing. Detected pet, consumed beast spirit pill. Experience 500. His pets, including the Necromancer, Golden Scale Fire Dragon, Ghost Tiger, Black Water Turtle, Fire Phoenix, and 3-legged Golden Crow, greedily devoured the pills, causing Su Luo's experience bar to rise rapidly. News of Su Luo single-handedly defeating an 80th level mage spread quickly across the land. His reputation snowballed, reaching most of the Dragon Kingdom in just half a day. In Jiang City, the head of the Zhou family and the leader of the Feng family gathered to discuss how to deal with Su Luo. The unexpected news left them dumbfounded. If even an 80th level powerhouse could be slain, what hope did they have with their strongest only in the 70s? After a moment of silence, the Feng family leader cautiously suggested, Brother Zhou, perhaps we should let this go. I heard the Long family in Dragon Capital is nearly wiped out. We are just small families. It's not worth it to get caught up in these matters. The two quickly reached a consensus, abandoning any thoughts of revenge against Su Luo. They even worried about the consequences if Su Luo heard about their initial intentions. In Yindu, Zhou Taixing was fervently publicizing Su Luo's impressive feats, shaking the entire city. The number of new recruits for the Medicine God Guild surged, with long queues forming and some people volunteering to maintain order. Among the crowd, Zhao Qiue quietly lined up with a young girl. Zhao Qiue appeared calm, but the girl beside her was visibly displeased, muttering, Sis, why do we have to join the Medicine God Guild? If it weren't for that scoundrel Su Luo stealing our gear, would we have disbanded? Zhao Qiue patiently explained, even if our Qinglian guild hadn't disbanded, we would still need to join the Medicine God Guild. Su Luo is a divine-level alchemist, and only he can make the Light God Purification Potion to cure Mother's illness. The girl remained skeptical. Divine-level alchemist? That's just a rumor. Do you really believe it, sis? Even if he is, he might not help us, and we're too broke to even gather the ingredients. A flicker of pain crossed Zhao Qiue's eyes, but she remained resolute. Regardless, I have to try. In the realm of mystical medicine, Su Luo wandered through various herb fields, observing the flora, and his experience bar surged. He estimated his level had reached 50. Once the Spirit Spring Pill was crafted, his leveling speed would increase even more. Thinking of his powerful sister, Su Luo felt a twinge of worry. He resolved to quickly enhance his strength, so he could be a reliable ally and not a burden when she faced danger. At that moment, the necromancer approached, eagerly saying, "Master, if you can find me another god fragment, I can ensure these skeletal warriors can also improve their strength." Having recently discovered a Xuanwu god fragment, it was feeling envious, finding the beast spirit pills unappealing and constantly yearning for another god fragment. Su Luo gave it a helpless glance. Do you think those things grow on trees? If they were easy to find, who wouldn't want one? Enhancing his pet's quality had become a significant challenge. He had an Azure Dragon God fragment in use, requiring at least an SS-level pet. Meanwhile, his pets consumed beast spirit pills and advancement potions, eating more than they could handle daily. The necromancer then asked, "Master, the ingredients for the high-level advancement potion are about to mature. Should we craft them?" Su Luo frowned. Of course we should. Why even ask? He scrutinized the necromancer, who quickly retreated a few steps. "You're thinking of kicking me again?" the necromancer asked cautiously. "No," Su Luo denied. "You definitely want to kick me." "I don't necessarily have to kick," Su Luo said, tapping its head lightly. "From now on, process all mature ingredients into products. Don't you know this basic principle?" "Humph. It's because you're biased," the necromancer muttered. "Biased?" Su Luo's face darkened as he lamented. "If only I had a belt." Unfortunately, he didn't. That night, all the alchemists got busy. One after another, high-level pet advancement potions were freshly produced, and Su Luo immediately had the skeletal servants serve them to the pets. Currently, only the necromancer and the fire phoenix were SS level, while the golden scale fire dragon and three-legged golden crow were S level, and the ghost tiger and black water turtle were A level. The four pets looked at the potions with eager eyes. As spiritual beasts, they also desired to improve their strength, and enhancing their quality was the fastest way to do so. An SS level pet at level 1 was far more valuable than an A-level pet at level 100. The high-level advancement potions had a slightly higher success rate for quality improvement. Half an hour later, the system notification rang. "Congratulations, your pet's quality has been upgraded to S level." The black water turtle had successfully advanced. Su Luo was thrilled, and the black water turtle was equally excited. The black water turtle's attribute panel had changed. Black water turtle, level 68, S-level pet. Attack, 20,000. Defense, 41,000. Spirit, 11,000. Constitution, 118,000. Skills, Ice Dragon Impact, Extreme Cold Descent, Endless Frost. Passive skills, Extreme Cold Domain, Glory Sharing. Extreme Cold Domain. Within a 50-meter radius, all neutral creatures cannot hide. Enemy creatures have their speed reduced by 30 and attack speed reduced by 30. The black water turtle's appearance also transformed. Its previously azure exterior turned dark, with metallic scales filling the gaps between its spikes, making it look even more impressive and powerful. However, the discovered Xuanwu God fragment was a complete piece. The black water turtle would need to reach at least SS level to use it. Just then, a glow emanated from the ghost tiger, and the system notification sounded again. "Congratulations, your pet's quality has been upgraded to S level." The ghost tiger had also successfully advanced. The ghost tiger, a formidable level 71 class pet, exudes an aura of immense power. Its defense stands at an impenetrable 68,000, akin to a fortress of steel, while its mental strength is a vast ocean, measuring 22,000. Its constitution is as unyielding as a towering mountain at 12,000, and with 32,000 in skills, it becomes an unstoppable force. This fierce tiger wields 3 deadly abilities: Blood Claw, Phantom, and Ultimate Kill. When it attacks, its bloodthirsty nature allows it to siphon 30 of its enemy's life force. Blood Claw channels all its power into its claws, delivering a terrifying 600 damage. The Phantom skill is elusive, enabling 5 consecutive teleportations, each spanning 5 meters, making it hard for foes to predict. The Ultimate Kill, although costly at 200 mental points per second, grants a 300 boost in attack and defense, along with a 200 increase in movement speed. Though the Ghost Tiger's skills are not the most aggressive, their amplifying effects are astounding. Once Ultimate Kill is activated, its initial damage of 68,000 triples instantly, and its defense surges likewise. Coupled with a 30 life-stealing capability, this tiger becomes an indestructible force on the battlefield, charging through opponents unchallenged. Su Luo gazed at the rare S-class and SS-class pets with a sense of pride. He had given away all other pets, keeping only these 6 elite ones. In the days that followed, Su Luo embarked on a monotonous yet fulfilling journey of nurturing them. Within the realm of divine elixirs, he mass-produced advanced pet progression potions, administering them to all except the Necromancer and the Fire Phoenix. 2 days later, Long Xiaohui delivered the first batch of spiritual spring elixir ingredients, totaling over 38,000 sets worth approximately 2 billion dragon coins. Additionally, Long Xiaohui handed Su Luo a small wooden plaque labeled Number 1, which was a ticket for the trial in the underground secret realm 2 days hence, indicating Su Luo would be the first to enter. In a hurry, Long Xiaohui left without waiting for payment, merely shouting back, "Don't worry about the money, just make sure to get me that pet." Su Luo was left speechless by this generous heir, pondering how easily he parted with a fortune that ordinary people couldn't earn in a lifetime. With a sly grin, Su Luo decided to put extra effort into capturing the rarest glass fox king for Long Xiaohui. Back at the hotel, he instructed all qualified skeletal alchemists to start crafting the spiritual spring elixir. Meanwhile, the ghost tiger, Xian Shui turtle, three-legged golden crow, and golden-scaled flame dragon continued consuming progression potions. Witnessing their pained expressions, Su Luo mused that if job changers could enhance their powers through potions like pets, who would bother fighting in dungeons? Once the spiritual spring elixirs were ready, Su Luo prioritized the Fire Phoenix, reserving the rest for the other pets. The Fire Phoenix, being the highest quality, would experience exponential combat power growth upon leveling up. At dawn, a system notification jolted Su Luo awake. "Congratulations, your pet's quality has reached SS class." He sprang out of bed and dashed into the realm of divine elixirs, clad in only shorts. Inside, the spiritual spring elixirs formed a small mountain, with several pets feasting ravenously. Near the Xian Shui turtle lay over 10 advanced pet evolution potions, while the other pets focused on the elixirs. The Xian Shui turtle acknowledged Su Luo with a proud call, as if flaunting its advancement. "Impressive. Using evolution potions alongside spiritual spring elixirs, even Long Xiaohui can't match your extravagance," Su Luo remarked, marveling at the turtle's intelligence for using evolution potions proactively, likely due to its impending acquisition of the Xuanwu Divine Core. Not to be outdone, the golden-scaled flame dragon quickly gathered over 10 progression potions with its tail. It, too, had an Azure Dragon Divine Core fragment awaiting use. "Excellent, keep up the good work, and I'll ensure you all get Divine Cores," Su Luo encouraged, thinking to himself, who says pets need nurturing? With ample resources, they're driven to outdo each other. Each spiritual spring elixir granted 10,000 experience points, and with the pets in overdrive, Su Luo's experience bar soared. Overnight, he reached level 57. Despite this, as a job changer, Su Luo required significantly more experience than pets, so his level progression couldn't keep pace with their rapid advancements. Although Su Luo's level was improving slowly, he wasn't falling too far behind. The next day, Zhao Xiaoyuan delivered another batch of medicinal herbs, totaling about 20,000 sets. As they were handed over, Zhao Xiaoyuan wore a slightly apologetic smile. "Brother Luo, please don't mind. My family only gives me a monthly allowance of a little over 1 million. I bought these with your money," he explained. Su Luo waved it off. "No worries, spending money on purchases is only natural. Thanks to you for helping out." Zhao Xiaoyuan leaned in with a conspiratorial grin. "Actually, it's not like I helped for nothing. I just passed by the equipment store and bought a legendary set for my girlfriend. It cost 1.3 billion. From now on, my allowance will go toward paying it off in installments." Before he even finished speaking, Zhao Xiaoyuan shoved a bank card into Su Luo's hand and dashed off. Su Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, how are you going to pay it off with a monthly allowance of 1 million? However, he didn't plan to pursue the matter. After all, the Lung family was quite wealthy, with assets in the tens of billions of dragon coins, so it wouldn't be hard for the Zhao family to repay the debt. Plus, Zhao Xiaoyuan was a decent person, and Su Luo thought he was worth befriending. With a generous spirit, Su Luo pocketed the bank card and continued his work of transporting medicinal herbs to the realm of miraculous medicine. 2 days later, Su Luo donned a black sports tracksuit and walked out of the hotel with a confident stride. In the sunlight, his tall 1.8-meter frame and handsome face immediately caught the attention of the surrounding girls. However, uninterested in female attention, Su Luo got straight into a waiting taxi. "Driver, to the cave's secret realm," Su Luo instructed once he was seated. The taxi driver didn't start the car immediately, but instead eyed Su Luo with suspicion. "Young man, the cave's secret realm just opened for public trials today, and they only accept one person per day?" Su Luo frowned, somewhat puzzled. "I'm aware of that." The driver continued. "I heard that the reservations are booked out for the next 3 months. Did you make a reservation?" Growing impatient, Su Luo pulled a small wooden token labeled Number 1 from his pocket and waved it in front of the driver. The driver's eyes widened in shock. "Number 1? They say Number 1 is for the Su. Are you the President Su of the Alchemist Association? If there's no problem, let's hit the road," Su Luo said calmly. The driver immediately became respectful. "Oh, sure, sure. I know a shortcut. We'll get there in no time, and the ride's on me." With that, he quickly started the car and headed toward the cave's secret realm. At the entrance to the mysterious underground realm, a group of formidable guardians stood tall, their cold, piercing eyes scanning the surroundings. Su Luo approached the entrance with determination, retrieving a small wooden token from his pocket and handing it to the guard. After a meticulous inspection, the guard nodded in approval, allowing Su Luo to become the first challenger of the underground trial. "Remember, you only have 12 hours. Once time's up, the system will automatically transport you out," the guard reminded him. Su Luo nodded solemnly and stepped into the underground. The cold, damp air rushed at him as he took a deep breath and quickly accessed his attribute panel. Name: Su Luo. Profession: Spirit Master. Level: 58. Attack: 15,000. Spirit: 11,000. Defense: 68,000 19,000. Constitution: 82,000. Equipment: Yellow Dragon Helmet, Yellow Dragon Breastplate, Yellow Dragon Gauntlets. Pets: Fire Phoenix, Undead Sorcerer, Xian Shui Turtle. Skills: Spirit Taming, Phoenix Nirvana, Endless Ice Seal, Samadhi True Fire. Looking at these stats, Su Luo felt a surge of confidence. With a health pool of 82,000 and nearly 70,000 defense, he could handle most dangers without direct combat. He swiftly summoned his main pets. Xian Shui Turtle level 72, SS grade. Attack: 32,000, Defense: 49,000, Spirit: 14,000, Constitution: 130,000. Skills: Ice Dragon Impact, Extreme Cold Arrival, Endless Ice Seal. Passive skill: Extreme Cold Domain, Glory Share. Three-Legged Golden Crow level 79, S grade. Divine Persona, Ancestor of Golden Crow not acquired. Attack: 55,000, Defense: 24,000, Spirit: 21,000, Constitution: 40,000. Skills: Soul Devour, Sea of Restraint, Samadhi True Fire. Golden Scale Flame Dragon level 79, S grade. Divine Persona, Azure Dragon not acquired. Attack: 62,000, Defense: 21,000, Spirit: 20,000, Constitution: 38,000. Skills: Flaming Descent, Golden Scale Shuttle, Soul Burn. Ghostly Tiger level 75, S grade. Attack: 68,000, Defense: 22,000, Spirit: 12,000, Constitution: 32,000. Skills: Bloodclaw, Phantom, Extreme Kill. Passive: Bloodthirst absorbs 30 of damage dealt as health. Fire Phoenix level 80, SSS grade. Divine Persona, Vermilion Bird not acquired. Attack: 70,000, Defense: 35,000, Spirit: 30,000, Constitution: 120,000. Passive: Phoenix Nirvana. Skills: Samadhi Divine Fire, Phoenix Assault, Phoenix Flames. Su Luo chose not to summon the level 76 Undead Sorcerer, leaving it to amass skeletal warriors for future needs. The interior of the cave resembled a massive cavern, dark and damp. Su Luo's target was the magma pool at the center, not a full exploration of the cave. Before long, a swarm of crimson spiders appeared ahead. These level 52 creatures were numerous, but trivial to Su Luo. Attack! With a single command, his pets sprang into action. The Golden Scale Flame Dragon initiated with Golden Scale Shuttle, inflicting 12,000 damage repeatedly. Following closely, the Ghostly Tiger moved like a phantom through the spider swarm, each flicker claiming a spider's life. Successfully executed Extreme Kill on Crimson Spider, gained 1,800 experience points. Successfully executed Extreme Kill. The stream of experience notifications was relentless, and within 10 seconds, the entire spider swarm was annihilated. Su Luo leisurely continued on the back of the Xian Shui turtle. Every time a group of monsters appeared, they were instantly obliterated by his pets. Soon, Su Luo reached the magma pool. The gigantic pool resembled a football field, with a winding path on either side. Standing at the fork, Su Luo asked the Fire Phoenix, "Is it in there?" The Fire Phoenix nodded and chirped, transforming into a streak of red light as it entered the magma pool. The searing magma was like an ocean to it, allowing it to swim freely. Suddenly, the magma began to churn violently, boiling over like a cauldron. As the Fire Phoenix continuously unleashed Samadhi True Fire, the magma's temperature soared to a terrifying level. A massive column of red liquid shot skyward, forming a portal. "Master, hurry in!" the Fire Phoenix called from the portal. Su Luo hesitated briefly, then leaped onto the back of the three-legged golden crow. He recalled the other pets into the pet space. The portal started to tremble unstably, prompting Su Luo to command the three-legged golden crow to fly through immediately. As soon as they entered, the portal collapsed. The scene changed abruptly, and Su Luo found himself in a dark forest. There was no sunlight, only endless darkness. This was a vast mountain range, and Su Luo stood at the starting point. A winding path stretched into the distance, likely leading to the endpoint where the Xuanwu divine persona was hidden. Since I'm here, let's get to it, Su Luo said excitedly. Acquiring the Xuanwu divine persona would allow the Xian Shui turtle to evolve into an unimaginably powerful being. At that point, his combat power would surely multiply. The Xian Shui turtle clung closely to Su Luo's side, vigilantly watching the surroundings. It was not only a battle companion, but also Su Luo's personal bodyguard. Other pets patrolled around him, forming a mobile defense circle, escorting him as he slowly advanced. Suddenly, a deep, beastly roar emanated from the forest ahead, shattering the tranquility. Su Luo turned his head and froze in place. The sight before him made his heart race. A massive Gale Wolf King stood proudly, its attributes intimidating level 60 legendary, with 32,000 attack, 14,000 defense, 11,000 spirit, and 50,000 constitution. More terrifying were its skills: domination, wolf walks the world, and soul-devouring fang. Each skill was incredibly powerful, especially the soul-devouring fang, which could harm both body and soul. However, what truly terrified Su Luo were the countless pairs of purple eyes behind the Wolf King. Each pair represented a Gale Wolf, numbering at least in the thousands. Su Luo couldn't help but curse inwardly. If the first wave of monsters was this numerous, what would come next? The closer he got to the divine essence, the stronger the monsters would become. With his spirits sinking, Su Luo hurriedly asked the Fire Phoenix, "What if we can't win? How do we exit this space?" The Fire Phoenix circled above, emitting a low call to communicate with the Gale Wolf King. Moments later, it responded, "Master, there's no way to exit. However, they say they're just passing through and don't want any conflict with us." This answer overturned Su Luo's understanding. He recalled his school lessons where teachers emphasized that beasts always attacked humans, yet reality was proving otherwise. Looking at the average level 50 Gale Wolves, Su Luo had a sudden idea. He pulled out a Beast Spirit pill and tossed it to the Wolf King, conveying through the Fire Phoenix, "I wish to trade the Beast Spirit pill for some of your kin and assure their well-being." After some negotiation, Su Luo successfully exchanged for 50 robust Gale Wolves, each costing 1,000 Beast Spirit pills. With the transaction complete, the wolf pack quickly departed, leaving Su Luo with 50 powerful new additions in his pet space. As he continued on, Su Luo encountered the first real hostile Creaturesa group of 30 Minotaurs. Each Minotaur was a level 60 legend, wielding massive chain hammers and possessing formidable skills like Hammer Strike, Whirlwind Hammer, and Charge. Su Luo attempted to bribe them with Beast Spirit pills, but inadvertently provoked their anger. A fierce battle ensued, and Su Luo's pets, leveraging their level and innate advantages, swiftly defeated most of the Minotaurs. Su Luo managed to tame one and acquired a legendary weapon called the Blazing Greatsword. Just as Su Luo repelled the third wave of blocking monsters, a sound came from behind. To his surprise, the Gale Wolf King reappeared, accompanied by a spotted hyena. This unexpected encounter left Su Luo wondering what twist lay ahead. If it weren't for the fact that the Gale Wolf King was a familiar face, Su Luo would have immediately thrown a skill at it. In the dense forest at midnight, a shadowy figure was stealthily trailing him, accompanied by a spotted hyena. This scene was enough to make anyone wary. "Master, it says the dog wants to make a deal with you too," the Fire Phoenix relayed helplessly. As a beast itself, it was the first time it had encountered such a human-like wild animal, one that knew how to initiate a business deal. A deal? Su Luo paused for a moment, curiously inspecting the hyena's attributes. Hyena King, level 65, SS rank. Attack, 28,000 defense, 16,000 spirit, 8,000 constitution, 48,000. Skills, stealth attack, combined strike, pounce, and bite. Stealth attack. Prefers to ambush enemies from the rear, dealing 300 critical damage if it hits from behind. Combined strike. Within 100 meters, each additional hyena increases attack power by 5. Pounce and bite. After activating this skill, speed increases by 80 and attack power by 200 for 5 seconds. Su Luo assessed silently, not bad attributes. It could be useful to build a hyena knight army for the Medicine God Guild. However, he noticed that the Hyena King had only brought about 20 hyenas, which made him frown. Too few. At that moment, the Hyena King and the Gale Wolf King began growling softly, urging Su Luo to make a decision quickly. The Fire Phoenix dutifully translated, "Master, do you want to make a deal with them?" Su Luo instructed the Fire Phoenix, "Tell them the numbers are too low." The Hyena King seemed to understand. Instantly, the 20 or so hyenas let out a deafening howl. The surrounding forest rustled, and soon, packs of hyenas emerged from all directions, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. There were at least 5,000 to 6,000 of them, each around level 40, robust and powerful. With so many hyenas gathered, not only could they easily hunt, but they could probably gnaw the ground down 3 feet. Su Luo suddenly realized why the Hyena King had actively sought a deal. At this moment, Su Luo still had about 200,000 beast spirit pills, perfect for trading. The negotiation began, with the Hyena King asking for 1,000 pills per hyena, while Su Luo insisted on 20,000 pills for 3,000 hyenas. The Hyena King hesitated for a moment, then smiled almost humanly. It had clearly calculated the deal. A litter of pups could yield several to a dozen offspring, and selling 3,000 for a significant boost in power was a worthwhile trade. The deal was struck, and the Hyena King quickly selected 3,000 hyenas. Su Luo didn't hesitate either, immediately using his Spirit Master skill Spirit Taming. In just 3 minutes, he had tamed all 3,000 hyenas. Tell them I have no more beast spirit pills, Su Luo instructed after handing over 20,000 pills, then continued on with his many pets. The 3,000 hyenas were now stored in his pet space. Sensing the new members in the pet space, the necromancer emerged from the realm of divine medicine, curiously asking, Master, do you really like collecting pets? Collecting pets is another way to strengthen my power, Su Luo responded calmly. He recalled the support he felt during his duel with Long Chongfeng a few days ago, feeling quite moved. He thought to himself that if the Medicine God Guild were stronger, perhaps people like Long Feishue wouldn't cause trouble. Collecting pets was a way to strengthen the guild. Although the necromancer still didn't quite understand how these little minions could strengthen the guild, it quickly exclaimed excitedly, Master, I sense the presence of a divine aura ahead. How far? Su Luo asked. About very far, I guess, the necromancer replied vaguely. How far exactly? 300 meters. No, wait. It could also be 30 miles. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Luo immediately leapt onto the back of the Xian Shui turtle, commanding all his pets to move at full speed. Nearly 2 hours had passed since they entered the underground, and with only 10 hours left, time was of the essence. The muddy, winding path in the forest posed no obstacle to the agile pets. Su Luo felt the night breeze on his face, took a deep breath of the air scented with grass, and felt instantly invigorated. Soon, the second wave of monsters appeared. These creatures were far stronger than any they had encountered before. A skeleton dressed in red appeared before them. Red-clad Lady Banshee, level 80, legendary rank. Attack, 65,000 defense, 35,000 spirit, 21,000 constitution, 150,000? Skills, Death Curse, Haunting Spirit, Energy Invasion. Seeing the Banshee's attribute panel, Su Luo immediately turned his attention to the necromancer. Well, this is quite a fitting match, Su Luo remarked, noticing the unusual reaction of the necromancer. The necromancer shuddered and quickly stepped back a few paces, its voice tinged with panic. Master, why are you looking at me like that? I'm still young, just a little necromancer not long out of the crib. It paused and then added, I caught her to be your consort. Su Luo was momentarily taken aback, then burst out laughing. Seriously? You should have said so earlier. This seemed to touch a nerve with the necromancer, which suddenly appeared greatly agitated and let out a wailing screech before bolting for the exit. What followed was a bizarre battle unfolding before Su Luo's eyes. The necromancer and the female Yasha hurled curses at each other, each steadily losing health, yet stubbornly relying solely on death curses, ignoring all other skills. After roughly 2 minutes, the situation became clear. The necromancer, being of a higher quality level, had the upper hand in skill damage. The red-dressed Yasha, after enduring 6 death curses, could no longer hold on as her health reached critical levels. She let out an unwilling roar, transforming into a red streak of light, attempting to flee the battlefield. Where do you think you're going, my dear? The necromancer pursued persistently, grabbing the female Yasha by her skeletal foot and pulling her back. After the battle ended, it looked longingly at the hand that had caught the Yasha, eyes filled with infatuation. Damn, another foot fetishist, Su Luo thought to himself. Seeing the red-dressed Yasha's health bar nearing 0, he quickly cast a spirit-taming spell. The system notification promptly followed. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the red-dressed Yasha. Wasting no time, Su Luo stored the red-dressed Yasha in the pet space and continued his journey on the Xian Shui turtle. Master, she was my consort. The necromancer hesitated, clearly fond of the Yasha, but after a moment of internal conflict, it chose to concede. As they passed through the dense forest, the road began to widen. However, Su Luo's pace slowed. About 300 meters ahead, a low hill came into view, crowned by a massive 3-legged bronze cauldron. Halfway up the hill, a large, pitch-black gorilla lay leisurely. Master, this should be the place. The fire phoenix chimed in, transforming into the size of a regular bird and gently landing on Su Luo's shoulder. Are we really here already? Su Luo looked up, eyes brimming with excitement as he gazed at the blue glow emanating from the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron and the Xuanwu divine core were his for the taking. Moreover, that gorilla was something he also wanted to bring under his command. The barren mountain was devoid of any vegetation, a desolate landscape. Su Luo's sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of the giant Vajra ape. This colossal creature gave the tiny human a brief glance before losing interest. It rested its massive head back on the rock, closing its eyes comfortably. Various monsters roamed the area, most of them above level 80. A few even reached level 100, but the most threatening of all was undoubtedly the dozing giant Vajra ape. Su Luo quietly brought up the attribute panel of the giant Vajra ape. Giant Vajra ape, level 150, SSS grade. Attack, 280,000. Defense, 160,000. Spirit, 150,000. Constitution, 790,000. Skills, Furious Strike, Rampage, Sky Iron Fist. Description, massive in size with astonishing health. Despite its slow movement speed, it remains an invincible presence. Furious Strike. Swings its right hand with full force to punch the target, dealing 400 damage. Rampage. Lasts for 3 minutes, each attack dealing an additional 200 damage. Sky Iron Fist. Leaps high and smashes down, dealing 300 damage to targets within a 10-meter radius. Seeing these stats, Su Luo felt both excited and worried. A level 150 behemoth. If he could tame it, not only would he secure the Xuanwu divine status, but he could also command respect across the Dragon Nation. Even the nation's protector, the venerable old dragon, might find it challenging to deal with. But if he made a mistake today, he might not live to see another anniversary. Su Luo carefully surveyed the surroundings, noticing around 1,000 alien beasts, representing at least 50 different monster groups. These creatures alone posed a significant challenge, and the presence of the giant Vajra ape made the situation even more precarious. At that moment, the timid voice of the necromancer spoke up. Master, maybe we should retreat. It seems a bit too much for us to handle. No sooner had the words been spoken, the Xian Shui turtle let out a discontented roar. To it, the Xuanwu divine status was irresistibly alluring, and retreating now felt worse than death. Roar! The Xian Shui turtle bellowed, charging toward the hillside. This sudden commotion drew the attention of the wandering beasts, but they merely glanced over warily without attacking. On the hillside, the previously resting giant Vajra ape snapped its blood-red eyes open, looking disdainfully at the charging Xian Shui turtle. It casually grabbed the huge stone it used as a pillow and hurled it at the turtle. The boulder, weighing thousands of pounds, could shatter the turtle's shell if it hit. Roar! The Xian Shui turtle roared again, its speed suddenly increasing. It deftly dodged the incoming boulder, which landed with a thud, creating a deep crater. By then, the turtle had reached the feet of the giant Vajra ape. Extreme cold freeze. The Xian Shui turtle eagerly used its skill, but the giant Vajra ape was so massive, standing over 10 meters tall, that only its lower legs were frozen. 82. A minuscule number floated above the giant Vajra ape's head. With a hint of contempt in its eyes, it raised its massive fist to strike the turtle. Despite the power behind the punch, the Xian Shui turtle easily dodged and launched a new attack. 60. Another insignificant number appeared. Su Luo squinted, observing for a while, and quickly understood the turtle's intent. It was proving its determination while also gauging the ape's strength. Among all the pets, the Xian Shui turtle was the slowest, yet it managed to evade the ape's attacks, indicating that the other pets would have no trouble doing the same. Once the surrounding beasts were dealt with, taking on the giant Vajra ape alone would be just a matter of time. Let's do it, Su Luo coldly uttered, then commanded all his pets to charge at the giant Vajra ape. Capture the leader to break the followers. Whether or not the ape could command the other beasts, taming it first would naturally cause the others to scatter. The phantom tiger eagerly activated its ultimate skill, transforming into a black shadow as it dashed into the fray. Following closely were the fire phoenix, the three-legged golden crow, the golden-scaled flame dragon, and the necromancer. To increase efficiency, Su Luo even summoned the red-clad female ghoul. Both she and the necromancer could cast death curses, and with both skills in effect, the giant Vajra ape was bound to lose a significant amount of health. With only 3 hours left until the trial in the secret realm ended, time was of the essence. Su Luo followed his pets to the foot of the hill, staying vigilant of his surroundings. He knew that any random beast charging at him could be overwhelming, let alone a punch from the giant Vajra ape. To survive, he had to be cautious. As a precaution, Su Luo summoned a swift wind wolf as his mount. With it, he could make a quick escape if things went south. Master, this guy's skin is really tough. The necromancer complained loudly to Su Luo while waving his staff. On the battlefield, the three-legged golden crow, fire phoenix, and golden-scaled flame dragon circled in the void, spewing intense flames that formed a dense network of firepower. On the ground, the black water turtle and ghostly tiger maneuvered nimbly, drawing the attention of the Vajra demon ape, causing it to be overwhelmed. The entire hill had turned into a sea of fire, with roaring flames reaching up to the sky, illuminating the night. The surrounding mythical beasts were restless, their eyes occasionally darting towards the Vajra demon ape, as if awaiting its command. Witnessing this scene, Su Luo was filled with a sense of impending danger. Yet, he was not unprepared. Within the realm of divine medicine, he had stockpiled about 50,000 level 40 skeleton warriors, ready to be summoned for reinforcement at any moment. In the center of the battlefield, the Vajra demon ape was gradually losing health under the relentless assault, with damage numbers continuously appearing. 150, 80, 120. Although each hit wasn't substantial, the relentless barrage was overwhelming. Su Luo quickly calculated that with a total health of 790,000 and a damage rate of approximately 6,400 per minute, it would take about 2.5 hours to bring it down. However, he needed to reserve enough time to retrieve the Xuanwu divine core, wary of any potential traps inside. At that moment, the necromancer suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted to Su Luo, "Master, I've got a great idea. My skeleton warriors can all cast the death curse. If we summon them all, and each one uses the skill on this big guy, it should definitely make a difference." He continued to explain, "The death curse not only drains health but also causes ongoing burn damage, slows down the target, and lowers its defense. 1 or 2 curses might not be much, but what about 10,000? Hearing this, Su Luo didn't hesitate to summon 10,000 skeleton warriors from the realm of divine medicine. In an instant, the once empty mountainside was surrounded by a vast army of skeletons, creating a truly spectacular sight. All the skeletal warriors surged forward, forming a massive circle around the mighty Vajra ape. Countless death curses, like fireflies in the night, flew towards the colossal creature. Even the skeletal warriors from afar scrambled desperately to get closer, fearing they might miss out on this spectacle. 10,000 death curses descended simultaneously, seemingly triggering some mysterious law, and the life force of the Vajra ape visibly drained away. Suddenly, the Vajra ape let out a deafening roar, and its body expanded rapidly, reaching a height of 15 meters in an instant. Its frenzied state seemed to tap into its potential, significantly boosting its speed and strength. Swinging its enormous fists, it tried to smash the surrounding foes, yet always fell just short. Riding on his wind wolf, Su Luo watched the scene unfold, lost in thought. How could this immensely powerful yet sluggish beast have survived to reach level 150? The answer soon came to him: the ape's life bar, as thick as city walls, was its greatest defense. In unknown battles, few creatures could deplete its life force. But now, it faced the most brutal onslaught it had ever encountered. On the battlefield, skeletal warriors clashed with other beasts, plunging the world into endless chaos. Su Luo maneuvered his windwolf along the battle's edge, dodging incoming attacks while closely monitoring the Vajra ape's health. "Master, is it time yet?" The necromancer shouted to Su Luo, urgency in his voice. Su Luo had already ordered that the Vajra ape not be killed but captured alive. Putting all his pets in a difficult position, they had to attack with full force but also control their power. "I'll give it a try." Su Luo urged his wind wolf closer and, once within spell range, cast his taming skill. Taming failed. The system notification sounded. "Not enough. Keep attacking." Su Luo shouted, then darted to the side. The Vajra ape's health quickly dipped below the 50,000 mark. Su Luo began circling around, repeatedly attempting to tame it. Yet, a string of failure notifications furrowed his brow. As its health fell below 3,000, Su Luo's heart was in his throat. At this critical moment, the system finally chimed. "Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the Vajra ape." In that instant, the surrounding clamor seemed to vanish for Su Luo. He realized that with this colossal creature, he could dominate this world. Coupled with his other pets, even the formidable Long Laoi might not stand a chance against him. If Long Laoi was the strongest in Long Country, then Su Luo might have already surpassed him. Su Luo immediately stored the weakened Vajra ape in his pet space, then summoned it again. "Are these beasts your underlings?" Su Luo asked, pointing around. The Vajra ape nodded in acknowledgement. With the answer, Su Luo wasted no time, recalling the remaining skeletal warriors and heading towards the 3-legged bronze cauldron atop the mountain. As he approached, the blue barrier around the cauldron shattered and dissipated. The cauldron gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a one-emerald purple-gold cauldron, shimmering with vibrant colors. The system notification followed. Medicine God Cauldron. Mythical level use restriction, available to divine level alchemists. Increases success rate by 200, yields 13 more product. Inside the cauldron lay a blue hexagonal stone, emitting a gentle glow. Su Luo's eyes sparkled with countless lights as he looked at it. Congratulations on obtaining the Xuanwu Divine Core. The notification announced as the Xuanwu Divine Core slowly floated upward. Su Luo carefully took it and placed it into his backpack, then secured the bronze cauldron. Let's go. The mission is complete. Su Luo signaled to his pets and began descending the mountain. The surrounding beasts eyed the tamed Vajra ape with fear. As for the Vajra ape's underlings, Su Luo had no intention of letting them go. He captured all of the remaining 800 beasts. Once they returned to Yindu, every core member of the Yaoshan gang will be equipped with one. This promise echoed in Su Luo's mind, spurring him to quicken his pace. He swiftly recalled all his pets into their respective spaces and agilely leaped onto the back of the fire phoenix. This majestic creature moved toward the exit with each step exuding power and grace. The portal could only remain open for 3 seconds, but for the fire phoenix, 1 second was more than enough. This thought filled Su Luo with confidence. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "Master, is the mission complete?" Su Luo frowned slightly and replied, "There's one more thing to do." He glanced at the time and noted there were still 8 minutes left before the trial ended. That should be enough to help Long Xiaohui tame the Fox Maiden, he calculated to himself. The fire phoenix soared into the sky, and all the wild creatures before it seemed as fragile as paper, unable to pose any obstacle. Su Luo charged directly into the habitat of the Shadow Fox, where a formidable creature appeared before him, the Shadow Fox King. Shadow Fox King, level 50, Grade S. Attack, 18,000. Defense, 11,000. Spirit, 25,000. Constitution, 65,000. Skills, Illusionary Space, Mind Control, Heart Devour. Illusionary Space. Creates an illusion within a certain radius, trapping targets for 3 seconds and causing a dizziness effect when the illusion shatters. Mind Control. Charms and manipulates the enemy to move 5 meters in any direction. Heart Devour. Charms the enemy, causing them to become bloodthirsty and inflict 300 damage. Reading the Shadow Fox's skill description, Su Luo's face flushed slightly. What's Long Xiaohui going to do with a pet like this? Could his preferences be a bit unusual? He wondered to himself, but quickly dismissed the thought. Entrusted with a task, Su Luo proceeded to help him tame the Shadow Fox King. After completing the task, Su Luo immediately mounted the Fire Phoenix and sped toward the Secret Realm's exit. Although he would be automatically transported out once the time was up, Su Luo was concerned that the fact he possessed a divine persona might be discovered, so he chose to leave on his own accord. Meanwhile, at the exit of the underground Secret Realm, Long Xiaohui and Zhao Xiaoyuan had been waiting for some time. Upon learning that Long Xiaohui had asked Su Luo to capture the Shadow Fox, Zhao Xiaoyuan's eyes turned red with envy. He resolved to pester Long Xiaohui for a pet, even if it meant being shameless. As Zhao Xiaoyuan contemplated his strategy to persistently request a pet, a dazzling red light suddenly illuminated the entrance of the secret realm. Immediately following, a fire phoenix soared into the sky, its appearance mesmerizing everyone present, leaving them breathless and fixated on this awe-inspiring sight. Here it comes. These past few hours felt longer than a year. Zhao Xiaoyuan grumbled, wiping his nose and rubbing his hands together, a mischievous grin on his face as he approached Su Luo. "Brother Su, I heard you're giving Long's pet away. We're all friends here. You can't play favorites," he said, his nose twitching as his eyes reddened, looking as if he might burst into tears any moment. Long Xiaohui looked around helplessly, making sure no one noticed before he refrained from stepping back. If there were more people around, he would have pretended not to know Zhao Xiaoyuan. Su Luo chuckled and patted Zhao Xiaoyuan's shoulder. "There's one for you too, all right?" With that, he summoned the Shadow Fox King. This creature, apart from its fox-like name and head, resembled more of a humanoid monster draped in fox fur. Upon seeing the Shadow Fox King, Zhao Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother Su? No, Godfather. I've never experienced anything like this before. Thank you, Godfather," he exclaimed, moving forward to touch it, only to be pulled back by Long Xiaohui, who looked displeased. "This one's mine. If you want one, ask Su Luo to catch another for you," Long Xiaohui said, giving Su Luo a hurried look as if afraid Zhao Xiaoyuan might snatch it away. Su Luo sighed and summoned another shadow fox from his pet space. "I have another one here. Since you both like them, you can each have one." This one was slightly weaker, around level 40. He originally intended to give these to key disciples of the Yaoshan gang, but it turned out both of them had a penchant for these creatures. "Godfather, you're the best," Zhao Xiaoyuan exclaimed excitedly, hugging Su Luo and attempting to examine the shadow fox, which dodged him in disdain. After handing over the pet contracts, Zhao Xiaoyuan insisted Su Luo come over for dinner. Su Luo had planned to return to the Yaoshan gang but couldn't refuse after being called Godfather so persistently. Before leaving, Su Luo took out a bottle of Light God's Purification Elixir from his backpack and handed it to Long Xiaohui. "Consider this a gift for Old Master Long, wishing him good health to protect our Long nation for another century." Long Xiaohui accepted it solemnly, Thank you, Brother Su. I'll make sure he gets it. The three of them headed to the road next to the underground secret realm, where a spacious Hummer was parked. Zhao Xiaoyuan eagerly hopped into the driver's seat, while Su Luo settled in the back. Godfather, why aren't you sitting in the front? I don't like the front seat, Su Luo replied expressionlessly, his gaze fixed on the passenger seat cushion. It was covered in various marks, as if holding untold stories. Noticing Su Luo's odd expression, Zhao Xiaoyuan blushed and quickly changed the subject, driving towards his home. Despite being from a prominent family in Longdu, Zhao Xiaoyuan's home was relatively modest, just an ordinary small villa. It housed his family of 3 and a few servants. Other family members lived separately, unlike the Long family who stayed together. Zhao Xiaoyuan's parents warmly welcomed Su Luo, preparing a lavish meal. After dinner, Su Luo stayed the night and returned to Yindu via the teleportation array the next day. Meanwhile, in a milk tea shop in Yindu, Zhou Taisheng, Wang Mang, Yi Lingyue, and Zhou Lan were quietly sipping their drinks. Recently, under Su Luo's influence, the Yaoshan gang had grown rapidly, even attracting several smaller groups to dissolve and join them. This astonishing growth drew opposition from the established Tiandi Alliance in Yindu. The Tiandi Alliance boasted over 200,000 members, including many prominent figures from Yindu and surrounding counties. In terms of connections, strength, and background, they far surpassed the Yaoshan gang. In contrast, the Yaoshan gang relied heavily on Su Luo, lacking other influential members. Now, the Yaoshan gang's progress was hindered, with the Tiandi Alliance secretly sabotaging them. The internal chaos left the Yaoshan gang in turmoil. As core members, they gathered to discuss countermeasures, but no one had a viable solution. The bustling milk tea shop was filled with chatter, except for their table, which was eerily quiet. After a long silence, Wang Mang finally spoke. The Tiandi Alliance is going too far. Maybe we should inform Brother Luo. Zhou Taisheng shook his head immediately. Su Luo might be handling something important right now. If we tell him, it might disrupt his plans. He had suspected that Su Luo had significant matters to attend to since their last parting in Longdu. It wasn't worth bothering him over this. If we don't inform him, we can't risk clashing with the Tiandi Alliance, Wang Mang said with a worried expression. The group fell silent again, unsure of what to do. As a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the bubble tea shop, everyone stood up. Su Luo pushed open the glass door, and the cool air inside quickly dispelled the summer heat. Zhou Taisheng greeted him with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. You're back? Huh? Wang Mang, Yi Lingyue, and Zhou Lan all nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. Su Luo glanced around, noticing the hidden worry in their expressions. He raised an eyebrow and asked, has anything happened while I was away? Zhou Tiesheng's smile faded instantly, replaced by a troubled look. He sighed, picked up a piece of paper from the table, and handed it to Su Luo. We've got a big problem. Su Luo took the paper and saw a list of several names written closely together. He frowned and asked, what's going on? Zhou Taisheng gritted his teeth and said, damn it, the Tiandi Alliance has been causing us trouble behind the scenes, targeting our Yaoshan gang members. He pointed to the list, his voice heavy. These are the brothers we've lost. We're trying to figure out how to compensate their families. Su Luo frowned even deeper, seated himself calmly, though his eyes were ablaze with anger. Have you decided on the compensation? Zhou Taisheng briefly explained. We're thinking of around 2 million per family, and the gang can cover it. But the biggest issue is the Tiandi Alliance. If we don't deal with them, the Yaoshan gang will never be united. He then detailed the events that had unfolded and the background of the Tiandi Alliance. Surprisingly, Su Luo remained calm upon learning that no one was addressing the issue, which made Zhou Taisheng even more anxious. Brother Luo, we can't let this slide. Zhou Taisheng urged. It's not about the money, it's about the brothers we've lost. Su Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. Who said we're letting it slide? If the Tiandi Alliance can play dirty, so can we. Zhou Taisheng, Wang Mang, Yi Lingyue, and Zhou Lan exchanged puzzled glances. They couldn't fathom how this young man planned to confront those seasoned adversaries. Su Luo stood up, a fierce glint in his eyes. For every one of us they kill, we'll take down 10 of theirs. He turned to Zhou Taisheng, his tone resolute. Arrange a meeting with the strongest member of the Tiandi Alliance for me. I'll meet them personally tonight at 8. Upon hearing Su Luo's plan to confront the members of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, Zhou Taisheng and the others were momentarily stunned. Zhou Taisheng widened his eyes, full of anticipation, and eagerly asked Su Luo, Brother Luo, are you confident you can beat them? Su Luo smirked, a sharp glint in his eyes, and replied with unyielding confidence, winning isn't the issue. If they dare to really cross me, I'll take them out. At this time, the Medicine God Gang was rife with rumors and anxiety, and as the leader, he needed to assert a strong presence to calm the unrest. Yi Lingyue frowned slightly and softly advised, Su Luo, maybe we should think this through a bit more. Zhou Lan quickly agreed, yeah, don't be too impulsive. After all, The Heaven and Earth Alliance is an established power with deep roots. We can't easily shake their foundation. Wang Mang remained silent, only looking at Su Luo with concern. Su Luo reassured them with unwavering confidence. Don't worry, I never fight battles I'm not sure of winning. Just set up the meeting. With that, he gestured for them to follow him. After leaving the milk tea shop, Su Luo led the group to a deserted area. He took a deep breath and summoned several level 80 and above pets. Instantly, the air around them seemed to freeze, leaving everyone speechless with shock. Especially Zhou Taisheng, who had just returned from Lengdu a few days ago, only aware that Su Luo had tamed a level 80 fire phoenix, which had led to an unending feud with the Long family of Lengdu. But now, there were so many high-level pets right before their eyes. Su Luo generously said, "Pick whichever you like, I have plenty more. Once we're done with current matters, I'll make sure all the core members of the Alchemist Association are equipped." Concerned they might not find one to their liking, Su Luo summoned a few more pets with aesthetic appeal for the women. Feigning regret, Zhou Taisheng said, "Oh, my Ironhide Steelhair pig's been with me for less than 2 months, and now I have to replace it?" Yet his gaze roved among the pets until he settled on a level 80 epic Ironhide Rhino. Apparently fond of Ironhide, Zhou Taisheng returned the Ironhide Steelhair pig to Su Luo and immediately formed a contract with the Ironhide Rhino. Wang Mang chose a level 80 epic Undead Rock. This time, Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan were visibly amazed. They hadn't chosen pets before, but the allure of level 80 pets was irresistible. Ultimately, Yi Lingyue selected an epic level 85 Blazing Skyfire Bird, while Zhou Lan opted for an epic level 82 Phantom Winged Serpent. Yi Lingyue couldn't help but ask, "Su Luo, how do you have so many pets?" She blushed slightly, her tone tinged with embarrassment. Zhou Lan quietly observed the exchange between Su Luo and Yi Lingyue, a complex expression in her eyes. Unaware of the emotional undercurrents, Su Luo explained with a smile, "I gained a powerful pet during my recent expedition to the underground secret realm, which helped me capture a few more." Zhou Tiesheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately exclaimed, "I know. It's that thing with tentacles like an octopus, right? Octopus tentacles? The Nether Mooncatcher flower?" Su Luo chuckled to himself but didn't correct Zhou Tiesheng's guess, instead nodding in agreement, "Yes, that's the one." In reality, the Nether Mooncatcher flower was only his second strongest pet, or plant, rather. His most formidable ally was the King Kong ape, which the Nether Mooncatcher flower's mere minutes of binding couldn't restrain. However, Su Luo had no intention of revealing his trump card just yet. After some brief exchanges, Su Luo urged Zhou Taisheng and Wang Mang to arrange the duel. In this world, many rules were set by powerful transferees. As long as they didn't kill indiscriminately or target civilians, the upper echelon conflicts were largely ignored. This was why the Heaven and Earth Alliance could act so brazenly. Su Luo had already made up his mind. If they truly wanted to oppose him, it would either be a fight or he'd eliminate them. With the Nether Mooncatcher flower and King Kong ape, not even the King of Heaven could stop him from turning them into mush. After leaving the milk tea shop, Su Luo headed straight for his small courtyard. It was late autumn, and the campus was covered in fallen yellow leaves, the chill of the autumn wind in the air, with few people around. As Su Luo passed by the sports field, he attracted a lot of attention, with whispers following in his wake. "That looks like Su Luo. He's really handsome. If it weren't for Yi Lingyue meddling, he would have been my husband by now." Yi Lingyue couldn't get him, and you think you can with your 200-pound frame? Gonna crush him, are you? So what if I'm chubby? Maybe he likes this kind of thing. Amidst the chatter, Su Luo's face turned dark, and he quickened his pace. It wasn't until he reached the Azure Dragon Institute's teleportation array that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Back at his courtyard, everything was spotless, just as it was when he left. The cleaning staff at the Azure Dragon Institute were truly remarkable. Su Luo's gaze fell on a pair of slippers, one facing up and the other down, clearly placed there after cleaning. He couldn't help but sigh. "Even though I don't have OCD, it's perfectly fine to place things neatly on the side." After changing his shoes, Su Luo eagerly stepped into the realm of divine medicine. The air was thick with the scent of potent herbs, and a variety of exotic plants bloomed in his view. Ever since obtaining a fragment of the Xuanwu divine spirit, the Xian Shui turtle had embarked on a frenzied spree of consuming potions. Advanced elixirs were almost entirely consumed, all ending up in its belly. Yet, despite this, the Xian Shui turtle's quality remained stagnant at SS level, showing no signs of a breakthrough. "Master, you're here," a ghostly voice suddenly echoed. Su Luo turned around to see a necromancer appear out of thin air, with a woman in red following behind. The woman, Anuba, had yet to gain sentience and couldn't speak. She merely bowed slightly to Su Luo, placing her hands before her in a gesture of respect. Su Luo gave the peculiar pair a curious glance before getting straight to the point. "Are the herbs ready for harvest soon?" "The fastest batch should be ready in about half an hour," the necromancer replied. What about the alchemists? How many can brew Grandmaster-level advancement potions? About 100, he estimated. Su Luo nodded and continued to issue orders. For the next batch of herbs, plant all the ingredients needed for Grandmaster-level pet advancement potions. Also, keep up the cultivation of the Spirit Spring Pill materials. Understood, responded the necromancer, then slowly retreated with his wife following silently. Su Luo was momentarily stunned. Did this guy not know what understood meant? Was he treating the red-clad Nuba as a palace maid and himself as a eunuch? What exactly was his intention with her? It took Su Luo a full 3 minutes to regain his composure before moving towards the Xian Shui turtle and the golden scale fire dragon. Both pets were busy consuming potions and didn't pause even when they noticed Su Luo approaching. The divine spirit fragments within them seemed to urge them to hasten their advancement. Nearby, a bored fire phoenix was dozing off, but it opened its eyes as Su Luo approached and said, "Master, their quality should be about to improve. You can tell?" Su Luo asked curiously. "As a spiritual beast, I can sense their bloodlines being purified by the potions," the fire phoenix explained. Su Luo nodded in realization. So that's what advancement means? He thoughtfully observed the two pets as they continued to consume potions, eagerly anticipating their impending breakthrough. Since the fire phoenix mentioned it, Su Luo's interest was piqued. He found a stone under the tree to sit on and waited quietly. Seeing this, the fire phoenix added, "It will probably take another day." Upon hearing this, Su Luo frowned and said, "Couldn't you just finish your sentence?" With a dark expression, he got up and headed back towards the sacred soil. The nether moon embracing flower swayed gently in the wind, resembling a fragile, helpless vine. Su Luo looked at the remaining 8 unused patches of sacred soil with a sense of regret. This expedition to the secret realm yielded no other remarkable plants. If he could acquire another plant as extraordinary as the nether moon embracing flower, his combat power would surely double. After exiting the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, contemplating his gains from this trip. About 300,000 beast spirit pills exchanged for 3,000 level 40 spotted hyenas, 50 level 50 swift wolves, and over 800 level 80 or so pets. Additionally, he obtained a precious bronze cauldron for alchemy and a complete Xuanwu divine core. A smile crept onto Su Luo's face. Any of these items would be enough to incite a frenzy among various factions in the outside world, yet he had quietly amassed so many. He thought to himself, "I hope the people from the Heaven Alliance know better, or I won't hold back." Su Luo sighed softly, realizing that he seemed to be invincible in the Dragon Kingdom, though others were unaware of it. In such a situation, those harboring ill intentions towards him would inevitably reveal themselves, which was ideal. Concealing his strength was the real challenge. In the evening, 2 figures entered Su Luo's courtyard. Su Luo was sitting at a stone table, brewing tea, when he noticed Zhou Taisheng bringing a familiar woman along, causing a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Zhao Qiuyu, at your service, Master Su." The woman approached and immediately knelt on one knee, performing a formal guild salute. Su Luo disliked such formalities and quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need for that here. Just be yourself." Zhao Qiuyu nodded in agreement, her eyes showing a hint of pleading. "I heard that you recently made the Light God's purification potion for someone. I beg you to save my mother's life." Her eyes reddened, and a veil of mist clouded her gaze. Su Luo realized that she had joined the Medicine God Guild precisely for this potion. Zhao Qiuyu continued, "If you are willing to help, I am willing to be at your service, to do anything." She blushed slightly, showing a hint of shyness. Zhou Taisheng, sensing the delicate moment, had already turned away, squatting in the corner, engrossed in watching ants carry an insect carcass. Faced with Zhao Qiuyu's straightforward request, Su Luo blushed, quickly shaking his head. "All I ask is that you work earnestly in the Medicine God Guild and don't harbor any ulterior motives." Hearing this, Zhao Qiuyu's eyes lit up with joy. She immediately clasped her hands in a solemn vow. "I, Zhao Qiuyu, pledge loyalty to the Medicine God Guild. If I ever have a change of heart, may lightning strike me down." Su Luo didn't fully trust such oaths but had no other choice. He couldn't very well ask her to keep him company overnight, could he? That was out of the question. After her vow, Su Luo took a vial of the Light God's purification potion, shimmering with iridescent hues, from his backpack and handed it to her. Zhao Qiuyu accepted the potion as if in a dream, pinching her thigh to confirm it wasn't an illusion, and repeatedly thanked Su Luo. "No need for words, go save your mother quickly." Su Luo gestured for her to leave. Once Zhao Qiuyu departed, Zhou Tiesheng's ants had just managed to haul the mantis carcass into their nest. He stood up and reported to Su Luo, "The Heaven Alliance leader is not in Yendu but has received your message and will return in 3 days. 3 days it is. If they make any moves during this time, strike back immediately." Su Luo instructed. "And if we can't handle it, call you?" Zhou Taisheng asked. "Call me," Su Luo affirmed. Zhou Tiexing's face lit up with enthusiasm as he turned and left Azure Dragon Court. The operation of a guild requires effort from both the top and the bottom. Gathering various medicinal herbs or improving strength to lead sponsors in leveling up are crucial guild operations. Since gathering herbs relies on nature's bounty, many factions have begun to occupy and claim territories. Currently, the Medicine God Guild has 3 mountain territories, one of which has been taken by the Heaven Alliance. In the evening, Zhou Taisheng rode his armored rhinoceros, slowly leaving the city toward the mountains, followed by Wang Mang and other members of the Medicine God Guild. Zhou Taisheng was now level 56, while Wang Mang was level 47. Both had level 80 pets to bolster their confidence. Stop. The land ahead belongs to the Heaven Alliance. Outsiders are not allowed. Came a warning from the foot of the mountain. This is nature's bounty, not your territory or mine. Zhou Taisheng retorted, trying to proceed up the mountain, only to be blocked again. Proceed at your own peril. The guards were 2 level 30 swordsmen, relying on the Heaven Alliance's reputation to act arrogantly. They completely ignored the level 80 armored rhinoceros Zhou Taisheng was riding. To hell with your threats. Zhou Taisheng kicked one of them in the jaw, the sound of teeth shattering echoing in the air. You dare strike? The other stammered in disbelief. So what if I did? Zhou Taisheng kicked again, shattering the second guard's teeth. You just wait. We'll get our boss and you'll be sorry. The two clutched their jaws, mumbling threats. Zhou Taisheng paid them no mind and rode his armored rhinoceros up the mountain. Wang Mang, though not having acted, shared Zhou Tiexing's excitement. After being suppressed by the Heaven Alliance for so long, they could finally hold their heads high. Besides the armored rhinoceros, Zhou Tiexing's undead rock was not to be underestimated. With 2 level 80 pets, they could easily take on the Heaven Alliance's third-in-command. Who dares trespass on Heaven Alliance territory? A voice boomed from the mountain. Your grandpa, Zhou Taisheng. Zhou Taisheng retorted without hesitation. Wang Mang sighed inwardly. He wished he could be as bold as Zhou Taisheng, but for some reason, he just couldn't bring himself to say such brazen words. Deep in the forest, tensions ran high as a fierce standoff unfolded. A bald, middle-aged man, leading over 30 members of the Tiandi Alliance, charged down the hillside with a menacing aura, heading straight for the Yaoxing gang. This bald man, a formidable level 65 swordsman, was the one who had previously led the Tiandi Alliance to seize the Yaoxing gang's territory. Upon seeing his familiar adversary, Zhou Tiexing's eyes lit up with excitement. He silently vowed to make the bald man regret his actions. However, aside from Zhou Taisheng and Wang Mang, the rest of the Yaoxing gang members were visibly terrified. Only the two of them knew the source of their confidence in challenging the Tiandi Alliance. The bald man leaped off his horse with a sneer and said to Zhou Taisheng, Zhou, I gave you a chance, but you blew it. And now you dare to come back for more? Don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he lunged at Zhou Taisheng with his sword. Zhou Taisheng quickly signaled to Wang Mang and shouted, Where's the great rock? Take him down. Wang Mang nodded knowingly. In an instant, a massive blue bird appeared in the sky, its wings spanning 3 meters wide. The bald man frowned as he assessed the sudden appearance of the undead rock. Although he couldn't gauge its strength, he decided to unleash his most powerful skill. Don't think a couple of pets will save you. Watch my sky-splitting 9 swords, he shouted, as his long sword emitted 9 beams of light aimed at the undead rock. However, the undead rock, an 80-level mythical beast, was unfazed by the attacks from a swordsman in his 60s. It effortlessly dodged the 9 sword beams and swatted the bald man away with a single claw, sending him crashing into a tree. Witnessing this, Zhou Taisheng yelled in exhilaration, Yes, now it's my turn. He charged forward on his iron-armored rhinoceros, ready to humiliate his opponent thoroughly. Meanwhile, in the Qinglong Academy, Su Luo was spending his free time poring over various books and biographies he had purchased from Black Crow City. Through extensive reading, he uncovered a disturbing pattern. All information about divine essences seemed to have been deliberately erased. This discovery sent chills down his spine, as he realized there might be a powerful, mysterious figure intentionally concealing the existence of divine essences. As Su Luo pondered this, a notification suddenly echoed in his mind, informing him that his pet's quality had been upgraded to SSS level. Su Luo immediately realized that his Xian Shui turtle had finally met the conditions to use the Xuanwu divine essence. He eagerly shut the courtyard door and entered the divine medicine realm. Inside the divine medicine realm, the Xian Shui turtle was enveloped in a white light, resembling a massive glowing egg. Other pets, such as the fire phoenix, undead necromancer, and golden scale flame dragon, gathered around curiously to witness the spectacle. Su Luo waited with bated breath, silently praying that the turtle's endless glory skill would not be lost during the evolution. After an excruciating hour, the light began to fade. The Xian Shui turtle size increased dramatically, reaching a height of 3 meters, with its shell expanding to a diameter of 7 meters. Its back was covered with black, glowing spikes, and its scales became dense and pitch black. The entire body took on a dark hue, with surface cracks that faintly emitted a blue glow. Even its head sprouted two sharp horns that shimmered with a faint, purple light. The attribute panel for the Xian Shui turtle was then displayed. Xianlong turtle, level 73 SSS Divine Essence, Xuanwu when used. Attack, 48,000. Defense, 86,000. Spirit, 36,000. Constitution, 128,000. Skills, Shimming Ice Spike, Extreme Cold, Ice Seal. Passive skills, Absolute Domain, Glory Sharing. Shimming Ice Spike is a mystical skill that harnesses the cold energy of the universe, instantly forming thumb-sized ice spikes. These spikes are unavoidable and can inflict up to 300 damage on enemies. Accompanying this is the power of Extreme Cold, which slows down all enemies within a 300-meter radius who are of a lower level than the caster by 60, with no time limit on this effect. Even more terrifying is the Freezing skill, which can instantly freeze enemies within the same range, dealing 200 damage for a full 5 seconds. However, what truly captivated Su Luo was the Absolute Domain skill. Within a 300-meter radius, it can absorb any damage that the host would otherwise suffer. It's practically godlike. Although he was aware of the benefits of glory sharing, the allure of Absolute Domain was far more enticing to him. At that moment, a childlike voice emerged, as if a little kid was speaking, but it came from the mouth of the Xian Shui turtle. Master, can I use the Xuanwu Divine Core now? Su Luo nodded, eagerly taking out the Xuanwu Divine Core and tossing it towards the Xian Shui turtle. The core transformed into a beam of light, directly entering the turtle's body. Immediately, a blue light enveloped the Xian Shui turtle, forming a massive blue light egg. Meanwhile, in the mountains outside Yindu City, Zhou Taisheng was standing over a bald man, rudely stripping him of his gear. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky, and a torrential downpour began. A bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree, causing Zhou Taisheng to shiver in fright. He quickly took shelter under a large rock, cursing under his breath. Above Yindu, dark clouds gathered ominously. Even at night, the unusual black clouds were clearly visible. Old Wu stood by the office window, perplexed as he watched the incessant lightning in the sky. Raindrops pelted the ground like beans, quickly forming winding streams on the roads. The wind howled, and lightning flashed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The entire city of Yindu fell silent, with everyone taking shelter under eaves, puzzled by the sudden downpour. At that moment, children in a kindergarten pressed their faces against the glass window, both scared and excited, pointing at the clouds in the night sky and shouting, "Look, everyone, the clouds look like a giant turtle." Su Luo stood amidst the world of divine medicine, witnessing the chaos unfolding around him. Lightning flashed, tearing the herb fields apart, while torrential rain poured down, flooding everything in its path. Sheltered under the wings of the fire phoenix, he was filled with confusion. Even the necromancer, who served as the realm's spirit, was at a loss and could only seek refuge alongside Su Luo. "What's going on?" Su soon asked the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix's gaze settled on the Xian Shui turtle, which was enveloped in a glowing barrier, and it spoke with envy in its voice. "This is a tribulation cloud. Every spirit beast experiences this phenomenon when ascending to godhood." Su Luo was taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts. Godhood? Does this mean I have a divine-level pet now? Can it dominate everything? The fire phoenix clarified, after ascending to godhood, it will retain its current level, but each level up will bring immense enhancements. It's like unlocking its full potential. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief, secretly pleased that he could still enjoy the thrill of being a profession changer. However, looking at the devastated herb fields, he felt a pang of sorrow as the advancement materials for the golden scale flame dragon were all destroyed. Half an hour later, the rain subsided. In the streets of Yindu, water attribute mages busily cleared the accumulated water. Meanwhile, in a shabby rental room, two elderly men whispered to each other. Has someone ascended to godhood in the Dragon Nation? Perhaps a divine persona has emerged. Could it be that genius Beast Tamer? Impossible. He doesn't have that capability. Should we report this? Absolutely. Just say a divine persona has appeared, and have the organization send someone to seize it. After concluding their discussion, one of them dissipated into black mist, while the other donned a raincoat and headed out to pick up his grandson. Back in the world of divine medicine, the glowing barrier faded, revealing the Xian Shui turtle's new form, leaving Su Luo in awe. Its head resembled a dragon, adorned with antlers, and its shell was entwined with the patterns of a soaring serpent. Su Luo immediately checked its attribute panel and discovered it had evolved into the divine beast Xuanwu, with all its stats skyrocketing. So this is the power of a divine beast? Su Luo marveled to himself, feeling that the trip to the cavern had been worth it. When he asked Xuanwu about its skills, Xuanwu replied that it had so many skills it didn't know which to mention. This statement left the other pets feeling somewhat exasperated, thinking that Xuanwu was showing off. Suppressing his excitement, Su Luo exited the world of divine medicine. Lying in bed, he smiled, thinking that with Xuanwu, even his sister couldn't succeed in an assassination attempt. He then felt a pang of guilt for having such a thought. Outside, the rain continued to patter softly. Suddenly, a figure approached the yard, knocking urgently on the door. It was Zhou Taisheng, looking flustered as he confessed that he had gotten into trouble by accidentally killing a key member of the Tiandi Alliance. Su Luo responded calmly, "If he's dead, he's dead. If you can't handle them, call me." This left Zhou Taisheng astonished. Su Luo added, "We are strong now. As long as others don't provoke us, the medicine god gang must never bully others." With that, he closed the door. Zhou Taisheng stood outside, pondering Su Luo's words, feeling a surge of excitement. Brother Luo's strength is our strength. With that thought, he and Wang Meng left Yindu, determined to seize other territories while the leader of the Tiandi Alliance was away. In the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo quietly observed the scene before him. A necromancer was directing a group of skeletal servants to replant medicinal herbs, their mechanical and orderly movements appearing particularly eerie in this magical space. Su Luo occasionally glanced at Xuanwu, his divine pet, which, even in its concealed form, emitted a dazzling white glow. He couldn't help but imagine that if Xuanwu revealed its true form, the vibrant colors would certainly make it the most eye-catching presence on the street. Su Luo retrieved the remaining Linghuan pills from his storage space and fed them all to the Xuanwu turtle. He curiously waited to see the astonishing changes that might occur when this already divine-level pet advanced further. Meanwhile, the golden-scaled flame dragon greedily consumed the advancement potion. Currently at SS level, it needed to advance one more time to utilize the divine fragment. Scanning his pets, Su Luo noticed that aside from the golden-scaled flame dragon, the ghost tiger had the lowest quality, only at a level. Moments later, Su Luo opened his attribute panel to carefully review his stats. Name, Su Luo. Profession, Spirit Master. Level, 59. Attack, 16,000. Spirit, 11,000. Defense, 250,000. Constitution, 86,000. Equipment, Yellow Dragon Helmet, Yellow Dragon Armor, Yellow Dragon Gauntlets. Pets, Fire Phoenix, Necromancer, Xuanwu. Skills, Spirit Taming, Phoenix Rebirth, Endless Frost, Samadhi True Fire. At level 59, yet boasting an astonishing 250,000 defense and 86,000 constitution, Su Luo thought that even facing experts from the Heavenly Alliance, he wouldn't be in any real danger. However, the real strength lay in his pets. Whether to let Xuanwu take action or send out the Vajra ape would depend on the strength of the Heavenly Alliance's leader. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Luo visited Old Wu once and met with Fengli. The rest of the time, he supervised the cultivation of medicinal herbs in the courtyard, or the realm of divine medicine. On the 3rd day, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance finally returned. That day, Su Luo received a message from the Heavenly Alliance, with their leader expressing a willingness to negotiate with Su Luo in the grove. In the evening, Su Luo politely declined the company of Zhou Taisheng and Wang Meng, choosing to leave the city alone. He didn't want to bring companions because he had too many trump cards that he preferred to keep hidden. Although Xuanwu could conceal its form, its immense combat power was evident at a glance, making it unsuitable for public exposure. As for the 150-level Vajra ape, its formidable and massive physique was even harder to hide. Su Luo felt that letting them know he was strong was enough. Upon leaving the city of Yindu, Su Luo immediately mounted the ghost tiger, speeding towards the meeting place like a black specter. Upon arrival, he found 3 people waiting. Leading them was Zhao Wuji, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, a level 103 soul devourer swordsman. Behind him were 2 followers, both over level 8 yin agile archer and a heavily armored knight. Zhao Wuji, with long hair tied in a braid and dressed in a vintage robe, stood still on the ground. The 2 behind him were shrouded in black cloaks, their faces obscured. Seeing the young Su Luo, a trace of disdain flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes as he remarked, "I didn't expect the renowned Master Su, President Su, to be such a young lad." Su Luo, still mounted on the ghost tiger, responded with a cold smile, "President Zhao, let's get straight to the point." "What do you mean by straight to the point? Why are you hindering the development of my medicine god guild?" Zhao Wuji retorted. "Do I need a reason to stop you?" Zhao Wuji sneered, and the 2 behind him laughed wantonly, none of them taking Su Luo seriously. Su Luo, expressionless, continued to stroke the ghost tiger's fur without speaking further. Zhao Wuji, seeing this, knew it was time to act and mockingly said, "We won't bully you. Among the 3 of us, pick any opponent to fight. Is it to the death, or just until someone yields?" Su Luo calmly looked at the 3 and replied, "Whatever you want." Zhao Wuji remained indifferent. Seeing this, Su Luo decided not to hold back. He directly pointed at Zhao Wuji and said, "What? You want to fight me? All three of you, come at once." With that, he took out the ghostly moonflower from the realm of divine medicine. This was a trump card already exposed, so there was no need to hide it. With the fire phoenix, Xuanwu, and other pets, he might not even need the Vajra ape to make an appearance. "Kid, I advise you to think it over," Zhao Wuji warned. "No need to think," Su Luo replied decisively. Meanwhile, at the Qinglong Institute of Yindu University, Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang were summoned to Wu Yong's office. At that moment, Wu Yong was burning with rage, his eyes bloodshot and his voice hoarse as he furiously berated the two people in front of him. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and he seemed like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Do you have any idea how powerful the leader of the Tiandi League is? How dare you send Su Luo alone? If I hadn't found out, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Wu Yong's roar echoed through the office, causing the decorations on the walls to tremble. Just then, a drunken old man staggered into the office. Seeing this, Wu Yong barely managed to suppress his anger and stood up, muttering curses under his breath. "You two brats," he glared menacingly at the pair before him. "If Su Luo's okay, then fine. But if anything happens to him, I'll skin you alive." With that, Wu Yong stormed out, snapping his fingers, and a gigantic three-legged golden crow, glowing with a brilliant light, appeared out of thin air. He and the drunken old man leaped onto the crow's back. Feeling that wasn't enough, old Wu called for Feng Li and a group of academy instructors, all at level 70 or 80. In no time, 20 to 30 people were densely packed on the back of the three-legged golden crow, which sliced through the night sky, racing toward the forest. From afar, the battle within the forest was clearly visible. Multicolored energy beams streaked through the trees, reducing them to splinters and uprooting them entirely. The sounds of explosions and clashes were relentless, and even those standing quietly in Yindu City could faintly hear the commotion. As the flaming three-legged golden crow soared toward the forest, the city's residents realized the gravity of the situation. For old Wu to intervene in the dead of night, it was surely no trivial matter. Suddenly, most of those still awake rushed to their balconies or higher vantage points to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Some even ran toward the city gates in their pajamas, hoping to find a better spot to watch the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, in a large conference room within Yindu City, a group was holding an emergency meeting. The room was silent, with everyone's eyes glued to the live broadcast of the battle on a large screen. Their expressions varied. One person whispered, "What if Su Luo wins? Why should our generations of effort be defeated by a mere teenager?" Another gritted their teeth and said, "The Tiandi League will never become a stepping stone for the Yao Xin gang." Someone else anxiously analyzed, "If Su Luo wins, we'll have no choice but to unite all the guild members and resist the Yao Xin gang." The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, with everyone waiting for the outcome of the battle that would determine the future landscape of the martial world. In the forest, fragments of various plants and massive rocks were scattered all around. Su Luo sat quietly on the back of the Xuanwu, controlling the nether moonflower to launch a fierce attack on Zhao Wuji and his two companions. The vine, stretching over 300 meters long, swept across the scene like a giant python, making even the formidable level 103 Zhao Wuji hesitant to confront it heeding. The exaggerated size of the nether moonflower and the legends of its slaying level 80 powerhouses instilled fear in Zhao Wuji and his companions, who dared not underestimate this formidable vine. Su Luo focused intently on maneuvering the nether moonflower, and together with the vine, he managed to hold his own against the three mighty opponents. On the sidelines of the battle, pets like the fire phoenix, three-legged golden crow, golden-scaled flame dragon, and ghost tiger watched silently. Su Luo used this opportunity to test the effectiveness of different combat strategies, and the results were clear, and the nether moonflower alone could contend with three opponents above level 80. "Boss, we can't keep dragging this out. Let's attack that damned vine," suggested the heavily armored knight, frustrated from the beating. Zhao Wuji, hearing this, calmed down from his extreme anger and quickly assessed the attributes of the nether moonflower. "Focus fire on that damned vine," Zhao Wuji ordered. The three of them started a frenzied attack on the nether moonflower, but its formidable 300,000 health points proved difficult to overcome in a short time. Seeing this, Su Luo found the battle had lost its thrill. "Since you're focusing your fire, I'll go all out too." Just as he was about to command all his pets to join the fray, the void was suddenly illuminated by a burst of red light. A giant three-legged golden crow burst through the sky, engulfed in blazing red flames. On its back stood more than 20 people. "Su Luo, are you all right?" Feng Li shouted worriedly. "I'm fine. Doing great," Su Luo replied. The three-legged golden crow landed, and all the academy instructors looked around the scene with puzzled expressions. "Old Wu, you said your disciple was getting beaten up. What's going on here?" It looks like Su Luo is the one doing the beating, someone asked, confused. The crowd buzzed with discussions, surprised at Su Luo's ability to hold his own against the level 103 swordsman Zhao Wuji. Both Su Luo and Zhao Wuji were taken aback, not expecting reinforcements to arrive so late at night. Old Wu waved at Su Luo with a smile. Su Luo, go ahead boldly. Whatever happens, your master will back you up. Seeing the situation, Old Wu felt reassured, yet secretly amazed at Su Luo's rapid growth. He thought to himself that his own strength, even at over level 80, might not be a match for this young man anymore. Su Luo felt touched but was hesitant about revealing his full strength in front of so many people. Zhao Wuji, noticing this, tried to maintain his composure despite his inner turmoil. Su Luo, don't think that just because you have more people, I'm afraid of you. My Tiandi alliance still holds some power in Yin capital, and even throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Dare to touch me and see what happens. Su Luo coldly replied, don't show your face in front of the medicine god gang again, or next time, I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, several pets unleashed powerful attacks, precisely striking in front of Zhao Wuji and his companions, creating a 3-meter deep crater in the ground. Zhao Wuji and his companions broke out in cold sweat, finally realizing Su Luo's terrifying power. Hearing Su Luo's willingness to let them go, Zhao Wuji feigned calm with a cold snort, then hastily fled down the mountain in disarray. Su Luo was not motivated by mercy in sparing Zhao Wuji but rather by the world's unique nature, considering that leaving him alive might prove useful in the future. Watching Zhao Wuji and his group retreat, Old Wu and the instructors from Yin Capital University wore expressions of surprise. Su Luo, you're impressive, kid. You can now hold your own against a level 100 powerhouse, Old Wu praised, feeling proud of his disciple's growth. Feng Li grinned, his eyes openly showing envy towards Su Luo. Turning to Master Wu and the other mentors, he said casually, Master, you didn't really need to come. Su Luo awkwardly touched his nose, his gaze flitting among the group. A middle-aged woman smiled at him teasingly. Your master was worried something might happen to you and rushed here in a hurry. Master Wu glanced at Su Luo expressionlessly and said in a calm voice, all right, since everything's fine, let's head back. With that, he leapt onto the back of the 3-legged golden crow, with the other mentors following suit. Su Luo mounted the ghostly tiger, savoring the solid ground beneath him. He preferred this steady gallop to flying. In the void, the mentors were discussing Su Luo's strength. The move Su Luo just showed. I doubt anyone here could handle it, someone remarked. We definitely can't. Only Dean Wu and Senior Zhao might stand a chance, another agreed. The drunken old man beside Master Wu shook his head at this, indicating that he couldn't handle it either. Master Wu chuckled lightly. This kid has surpassed us. Meanwhile, in a concealed meeting room, Zhao Wuji and his subordinates arrived at the door, breathless. Inside, the room was filled with prominent figures and representatives from Yindu, all looking at him with peculiar expressions. Zhao Wuji casually found a seat and got straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Luo's strength is beyond measure. I'm afraid I can't stop him. If anyone has any solutions, feel free to speak up. Immediately, someone expressed dissatisfaction. Leader Zhao, we funded the establishment of the Heaven and Earth Alliance to bring us profit. Saying you can't handle it isn't quite right, is it? Exactly, another chimed in. Although Su Luo is formidable, he's not reckless. We can surely coexist peacefully. Zhao Wuji firmly disagreed. Impossible. The resources in Yindu can only support one major gang. Either the Medicine God Gang or the Heaven and Earth Alliance will eventually be eliminated. So what do you propose? Someone asked urgently. We can't beat him, and Su Luo's reputation is skyrocketing. In terms of growth, the Medicine God Gang is quickly catching up to us. Suddenly, an attendee stood up, his voice loud and clear. If that's the case, while we're all here, I'll take the lead and say this. I don't want to be enemies with the Medicine God Gang. Anyone who agrees with me, stand up. The meeting room erupted into discussions, with no one noticing the hunched old man outside the door, quietly eavesdropping on the conversation within. The patrons of the Heaven and Earth Alliance had quietly split into 2 factions. One faction insisted on eliminating Su Luo and the Medicine God Gang, while the other chose to avoid conflict and decided to leave the alliance. Unaware of these undercurrents, Su Luo remained oblivious to the brewing storm. The next morning, at the vast open space outside the North City Gate, the entire Medicine God Gang gathered. Key members such as Zhou Taisheng, Wang Meng, Yi Lingyue, and Zhou Lan were present, as an atmosphere of tension and excitement hung in the air. Today, Su Luo was set to undertake a monumental task distributing his collected pets to the members of the gang. This move was poised to elevate the gang's strength to a whole new level. Standing silently at the city gate, Su Luo surveyed the dense crowd. Approximately 200,000 members filled the square, with people even perched on trees and rocks. Bystanders stopped to watch, whispering speculations about the purpose of the gathering. Some even brought stools to get a better view. among them spies sent by the Heaven and Earth Alliance to gather information. Half an hour later, Zhou Taixing squeezed through the crowd to Su Luo, breathless, and reported, "Brother Luo, the count is complete. We have over 67,000 knights, more than 13,000 above level 40, and over 3,000 above level 50. Wang Mang, Yi Lingyue, and Zhou Lan also arrived with the statistics for the swordsmen, mages, and archers they were responsible for. Only 38 are above level 60, and none are at level 70. Su Luo felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. With only 38 out of 200,000 reaching level 60, the growth of the guild seemed sluggish. Brother Luo, what's the plan now? Zhou Taixing asked eagerly. After a brief pause, Su Luo instructed, bring out 3,000 knights above level 50. Zhou Taixing quickly executed the order. Soon, 3,000 of the strongest knights stood out, eagerly awaiting Su Luo's announcement. Although unsure of the specifics, they suspected the leader might distribute pets. Onlookers buzzed with speculation, some guessing that such a crowd was gathering to compete for pets. Amidst this, a group discreetly blended into the crowd, including Yin University mentors Wu Laotu and Feng Li. Having heard that Su Luo was distributing benefits to the Medicine God Gang, they came to witness the event. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Luo spoke. You are the elite knights of the Medicine God Gang. What knight is complete without a mount? Today, I will provide each of you with a mount. I hope you will level up diligently, strengthen the gang, and, when necessary, defend the Dragon Kingdom. As Su Luo finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, pondering the deeper meaning of his words. An elderly mentor, upon hearing Dragon Kingdom, immediately praised. A man born under heaven and earth should stand tall and firm. We are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, and defending it is an undeniable duty. Other mentors echoed this sentiment, offering high praise for Su Luo. Wu Laotu watched with a smile, proud of his student. Su Luo continued, next, I will distribute a pet above level 40 to each of you. I hope that while leveling up, you'll also contribute to the development of the gang. Before he finished speaking, Su Luo summoned 3,000 level 40 striped hyenas from his pet space. These massive creatures stood at 1.5 meters tall and over 2 meters long, exuding a majestic presence. The appearance of the hyenas stunned everyone. The crowd fell silent once more, staring at Su Luo in disbelief. 3,000 level 40 pets were beyond anyone's imagination. Even the mentors from Yin University were at a loss, unable to comprehend how Su Luo had achieved such a feat. They had encountered many geniuses before, but someone as extraordinary as Su Luo was a first. Old Wu rolled his eyes upon hearing this and blushed slightly, his aged face reminiscent of someone who had just had a drink. He retorted stubbornly, I'm not dead yet. In the center of the crowd, Su Luo commanded 3,000 spotted hyenas, arranging them neatly to the right of the knights. Once everything was set, he announced in a deep voice, now, everyone begin the bonding. Though hyenas didn't have the best reputation, these weren't ordinary ones. They were elite, level 40. Upon hearing the command, the knights eagerly initiated bonding requests with the hyenas beside them. Su Luo, with a single action, approved all the pet transfers. After the successful bonding, the knights' reactions varied. Some lovingly stroked the hyenas' heads, while others couldn't wait to mount their new companions. The combination of a knight and a hyena instantly doubled their combat power. Zhou Taixing excitedly jumped onto a chair and loudly declared, from now on, you are the hyena cavalry squad of the Yaoshan Guild. The knights, brimming with enthusiasm, clasped their fists in gratitude towards Su Luo, then stepped aside with their new partners. Following that, Zhou Taixing called out, next, the 50 mages whose names are called, step forward. The mages complied, and Su Luo distributed Swiftgale wolves to them. These wolves not only compensated for the mages' lack of mobility, but also significantly boosted their combat abilities. The onlookers watched with envy, whispering among themselves, wow, I'm really jealous. If I had known, I would have joined the Yaoshan Guild too. Once I'm done leveling up, I'm signing up for the Yaoshan Guild. If they're giving out pets today, who knows what they'll give out in the future. Hey, old Wang, we're both level 70 swordsmen. Do you think if we join the Yaoshan Guild, we might get a pet too? Even the professors from Yindu University looked at Old Wu with amused expressions. One teased, Old Wu, do you think we could do some part-time work? After all, Su Luo is your apprentice, and we shouldn't let the benefits go to outsiders. Just when everyone thought the pet distribution was over, Zhou Taixing shouted once more, all members ranked in the top 50 of the Yaoshan Guild, step forward quickly. Top 50 in strength, step forward. As soon as these words were spoken, the place erupted into chaos. 3,000 spotted hyenas, 50 winged wolves, it wasn't enough. Now they were asking the 50 strongest individuals to step forward. The crowd watching the spectacle was instantly abuzz, eyes wide with anticipation, eager not to miss the grand finale. The Yaoshan Guild, though newly established, was undeniably formidable. Apart from its core members like Su Luo and Zhou Taisheng, the guild's strongest had reached level 68. Even the weakest among the top 50, Zhao Qiuyu, was at level 57. Nervously, she joined the others stepping forward, her eyes filled with gratitude towards Su Luo. The invaluable light god purification elixir was given away just like that, and now he was offering pets. With this thought, a determined glint flashed in Zhao Qiuyu's eyes. She was silently thankful that joining the Yaoshan Guild was the wisest choice she had ever made. Brother Luo, our Yaoshan Guild isn't weak, huh? Zhou Taishan grinned as he approached Su Luo, proud of the 50 formidable class changers. Pathetically weak, Su Luo replied nonchalantly, then began selecting 100 level 80 pets from his pet space. These level 80 and above beasts were worlds apart from ordinary ones. Their size, color, and the phenomena they carried made them stand out even to a child. As these pets made their entrance, everyone was left in awe. 80 levels, and he's giving them away? And 100 of them at that. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Su Luo calmly stated, "You can choose whichever pet you fancy. For the rest, don't be disheartened. Train diligently, and in 3 months, the top 50 will also receive pets of this caliber." His words were like a bombshell, sending the entire guild into a frenzy. Competing for the top 50 among 200,000 people was tough, but it was undoubtedly an excellent motivation to improve. Everyone was thrilled, feeling they had nothing to lose. Even the onlookers couldn't stay calm. Level 80 pets, casually bringing out 100, who knew how many more Su Luo had in reserve. Even the professors from Yindu University were visibly excited. Recently, Old Wu had acquired an 80-level 3-legged golden crow, which left everyone envious. Now, with hope in sight, some professors were even pressuring Old Wu. "Old Wu, just make a decision. Yeah, don't think being the dean makes you untouchable. Once I join Yaoshan Guild and get a pet, let's see what you'll do. Old Wu, we're about the same strength. If you don't agree, I'll steal your wine every day." The professors and veterans pestered Old Wu relentlessly. Overwhelmed by their persistence, Old Wu begrudgingly agreed. Professors joining a student's guild, what a situation. After the 50 people selected their pets, Su Luo promptly completed the transactions. Under the crowd's eager eyes, he returned the remaining 50 pets to his pet space. "Wait, Su Luo, we want to join the Yaoshan Guild too," the professors from Yindu University called out. Old Wu's face darkened as he slipped away. They might want pets, but he certainly didn't. Staying any longer would be too embarrassing. "Professor Wang? Elder Zhao? What brings you here?" Su Luo asked, puzzled by the presence of so many university professors. A middle-aged female professor pointed awkwardly to where the pets had been summoned, hesitating to speak. Su Luo understood. "If the professors are willing to support a student, I am more than grateful. As long as you honor me, everyone can have a pet above level 80. There were about 20 professors, each at least level 60, including Feng Li. They looked eagerly at Su Luo, ready to form pet contracts. "I, Zhang Hao, a Gale Mage, am from today not only a professor at Yindu University but also a member of the Yaoshan Guild. I, a Lunar Mage, am doing the same. I, a Dark Soul Knight, am in too. Count me in." One renowned professor after another declared their membership. The onlookers were completely stunned. Wouldn't this mean that all of Yindu University's faculty and students were joining the Yaoshan Guild? "Guildmaster Su, do you need any freelancers? I'm a level 70 swordsman. Guildmaster Su, my dad's an 80-level knight. Can I call him to check?" In an instant, the scene descended into utter chaos. Several spies sent by the Tindi Alliance stood on the outskirts of the crowd, their faces dark as storm clouds as they observed the scene before them. The sight of Su Luo distributing pets left them utterly shocked. The benefits and treatment here were 100 times better than those of the Tindi Alliance. They couldn't help but think to themselves, if they hadn't already joined the Tindi Alliance, they'd be tempted to defect to the Yaoshan gang immediately. Su Luo's voice rang out among the crowd. "Anyone who shows me respect will receive a pet. They're all at level 80, and there's plenty to go around, so no need to fight over them." This announcement sparked a wave of cheers, and the crowd grew even more excited. Su Luo paused for a moment before slowly making his promise. Meanwhile, he felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he'd managed to subdue all of the underlings of the Vajra demon ape, and now they were proving useful. He quickly calculated. At the current rate, he could recruit at least 100 level 70 or higher job changers today. He still had 600 to 700 level 80+ pets in his pet space, which was more than enough. The news spread like wildfire. The story of Su Luo handing out pets quickly circulated throughout the entire Yindu. On the city streets, cries of "Join the Yaoshan gang" echoed frequently. Many seasoned players, at level 70 or 80, rushed towards the city gates, eager not to miss this rare opportunity. It wasn't until evening that the crowd gradually dispersed. By then, the strength of the Yaoshan gang had significantly increased. They now had 3 members above level 90, 45 elites above level 80, and 98 members above level 70. As for those below level 70, Su Luo did not recruit any. It wasn't that he looked down on lower-level individuals, but rather because the number of pets was limited and reserved for the strong. Others who wanted a pet would have to first join the Yaoxing gang and earn a certain level of contribution before becoming eligible. When Su Luo returned to school, everyone's attitude towards him had completely transformed. Those who once looked down on him now found him much more agreeable. After all, even the mentors had to follow his lead. So who would dare to cross him? As night fell, Su Luo lay in bed, contemplating the future development plans for the Yaoxing gang. Just then, he received an invitation from Zhao Wuji. It turned out that the major forces of the Tindi Alliance had gathered and were inviting Su Luo to join them for dinner at a restaurant to discuss the future development of their two factions. The Hongyun restaurant is the most luxurious and upscale place in Yendu. Standing before its magnificent architecture, Su Luo couldn't help but reflect on the days when even passing by would induce pressure. Now, he was worth enough to buy the entire establishment. Following him were Zhou Taisheng, Wang Meng, Yi Lingyue, and Zhou Lan, the core members of the Medicine God Gang. As they stepped into the restaurant, a well-dressed waiter approached, guiding them straight to the third floor. For this negotiation, the Heaven and Earth Alliance had spared no expense in reserving the entire level. As the elevator doors opened, opulence greeted them. Crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling light, while gilded wall decorations reflected a soft glow. Graceful and attractive young waitresses moved about, adding vibrancy to the luxurious setting. "Welcome, Leader Su," a waiter at the entrance greeted with a sweet smile and a respectful bow. Inside the banquet hall, members of the Heaven and Earth Alliance had been waiting. Zhao Wuji, dressed in a deep blue custom suit, approached with a warm smile. "Leader Su, you truly are remarkable, achieving so much at such a young age." Su Luo, with an expressionless face, replied, "You're too kind, Leader Zhao," and then left the social pleasantries to Zhou Taisheng. He was never keen on such superficial exchanges. Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan sat quietly on either side of Su Luo, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yi Lingyue whispered, "Su Luo, you've really changed a lot lately." Zhou Lan also seemed contemplative, as if trying to understand the increasingly enigmatic man. Su Luo responded calmly, "Not really, just encountered some opportunities." At that moment, a man in military uniform, adorned with a Northern Desert Guard medal, entered with a brisk stride. His presence puzzled everyone. Wasn't this supposed to be a meeting between the Heaven and Earth Alliance and the Medicine God Gang? The uniformed man walked straight to Su Luo, offering a respectful salute before saying, "Elder Shen from Black Crow City sent you a letter." "Thank you," Su Luo said as he took the letter, and the man promptly left, leaving the room filled with surprised glances. Yi Lingyue teased, "I didn't know you were making waves in the war zone. Someone personally delivered a letter and even saluted you." With that, she and Zhou Lan tactfully left to give Su Luo some privacy. Su Luo opened the letter and quickly scanned its contents. An anomaly in the Northern Desert War Zone, with all the beasts in the 36 Iron Cities gaining strength. Black Crow City is under too much pressure and lacks expert support. Come quickly. He put the letter back in his bag, lost in thought. The overall strength increase of the beasts would undoubtedly put immense pressure on the entire Northern Desert War Zone. A bold speculation crossed his mind. Could it be that something like a divine artifact had descended again? As Su Luo pondered, the negotiations in the banquet hall concluded. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Wang Meng approached Su Luo, handing him a paper filled with terms. "Luo, we've negotiated almost everything. It's just waiting for your decision." Su Luo took the document and quickly reviewed its contents. Each point showed concessions from the Heaven and Earth Alliance, with just one condition. The Medicine God Gang must not annex the Heaven and Earth Alliance under any circumstances. "Luo, what do you think?" Wang Meng and Zhou Tiesheng's hesitation was evident. They worried Su Luo might want more. Su Luo simply said, "Let's go with it," and stood to leave. As he encountered more in his journey, he realized there was no need for infighting among themselves. Although the Medicine God Gang had the power to dismantle the Heaven and Earth Alliance now, they might need to join forces against the beasts in the future. Seeing Su Luo agree so readily to the terms, the Heaven and Earth Alliance members were stunned. They hadn't expected such a straightforward concession to lead to reconciliation. "He's agreed? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign the contract." Zhou Taisheng urged impatiently, his eyes fixed on the people from Tindi Alliance, worried they might change their minds. He couldn't help but add, "Do you think our Luo is like you? He's got real vision." Back at the Qinglong courtyard, Su Luo immediately started packing. Before leaving, he bent down to neatly arrange the slippers he usually left lying around, placing them by the bed before gently closing the door. Naturally, before leaving, Su Luo had to say goodbye to Old Wu. He quickly made his way to the old man's place, and before he could speak, the elder had already guessed his intention. "Leaving again?" Old Wu said with a pleased smile. "This kid always makes a point to say goodbye before he leaves. It's thoughtful." Yeah, planning to visit the Mabe war zone, Su Luo explained briefly. Old Wu nodded approvingly. Spending time in the war zones is good. See, it broadens your perspective, he said with a grin, adding, you handled the Tiandi alliance matter well. In the future, Long Country might need their support. Su Luo paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, Long Country and Sakura Island? Old Wu just smiled silently, and Su Luo understood a bit more. Yet, still curious, he posed another seemingly ordinary question. Master, why is there so little information about divine cores on the market? Upon hearing this, Old Wu's expression paused slightly. He understood completely. At his age, if he couldn't see through such questions, he might as well not live. You want to find a divine core for your pet, don't you? Old Wu stated bluntly. There's a specialized institution in Long Country for that. It's said that divine cores are very rare. If you're interested, you could ask Old Long. He has higher authority and knows more. After a brief chat, Su Luo said his goodbyes to Zhou Taixing and the others once more, then hurried to Black Crow City. At the teleportation array, Zhou Taixing watched Su Luo's figure gradually disappear and sighed deeply, lamenting to himself, you're too incredible. I can't keep up with your leveling speed. By the time Su Luo arrived at Black Raven City, the sun had already quietly set. As he stepped out of the teleportation array, he was taken aback by the cacophony of beastly roars echoing from all directions. This city, not particularly large, was completely engulfed by the sounds of these creatures. Young Master Su, Elder Shen has instructed me to direct you to the canopy by the passage where he awaits. The guard stationed by the teleportation array reported promptly, his tone tinged with evident respect. Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement, internally calculating that his accumulated combat points were now sufficient for a promotion to captain. As he made his way towards the passage area, Su Luo keenly observed the changes in Black Raven City. The once bustling streets were now sparsely populated with guards, and those he did encounter were hurrying along. This unusual scene caused Su Luo to furrow his brows slightly, leading him to surmise that the beast disturbances were likely more severe than anticipated. Xingang's reason for summoning him was straightforward, to alleviate the pressure on Black Raven City. Should the surrounding beasts gather in overwhelming numbers, the city walls would inevitably struggle to hold, potentially bursting like an overpressurized vessel. Slaying the beasts was undoubtedly the most direct and effective method to reduce the strain. At the junction of the passageways, a small canopy stood, barely providing shelter. A few camouflage nets drooped down, offering scant protection from the scorching sun. Xingang, clad in black combat gear, was intently studying a map, his brow furrowed with concern. Upon seeing Su Luo approach, his face broke into a relieved smile. You're finally here. Any later, and I would have been completely overwhelmed. Xingang exclaimed, visibly relieved. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Luo got straight to the point. Elder Shen, what are the characteristics of this beast anomaly? With a serious expression, Xingang explained, recently, a group of white skeletal creatures appeared, similar to those you've encountered before. It's likely the death attribute divine fragment has resurfaced. Initially, it just meant more skeletal creatures, but at night, all the beasts suddenly wailed, as if something appeared outside the city. By the time we arrived, a large number of beasts had perished, leaving only a few skeletal remnants. Seeing Su Luo deep in thought, Xingang added, I don't believe this change was caused by humans. To appear outside the city walls at midnight would require at least a level 120 power. In our Dragon Nation, professionals of that level rarely appear in battle zones. However, Su Luo was convinced it was the work of humans. The appearance of the divine fragment surely attracted the attention of organizations tracking such artifacts. Yet, the person who acted that night seemed unsuccessful and was bound to return. In just a few minutes, Su Luo had already mapped out the potential developments in his mind. He subtly shifted the topic. Elder Shun, how long until the shift change at the passage? Let me take over for a while. 13 minutes left. We'll wait here, Xingang sighed, worry evident in his eyes. Tonight, I'll have to join the fight myself. Beasts over level 40 are no easy challenge. Su Luo recognized Xingang's concern but remained unperturbed. Even if these beasts were level 50, he wasn't worried. On the contrary, such high-level beasts were perfect for leveling up. Recent distractions with his pet's quality and minor matters with the Medicine God Guild had delayed his progress, and the medicinal herbs in the divine medicine realm were still maturing, causing his experience points to stagnate. When the shift change came, Su Luo chose passage 15, which was centrally located. Young Master Su, are you ready? The guard on the watchtower signaled to Su Luo, preparing to open the gate. Ready, Su Luo replied calmly, summoning his battle pets. The ghost tiger, three-legged golden crow, fire phoenix, black tortoise, necromancer, and golden-scaled flame dragon. These 6 main pets, properly nurtured, had limitless potential. As the bronze gates slowly opened, the deafening roar of thousands of beasts flooded the passage, echoing off the walls. The moment the gates were fully open, a relentless tide of beasts surged in. Flame Bear, level 50. Forest Sprite, level 65. Reedy Giant, level 54. Most of the beasts were above level 50, with the highest reaching level 68. Such formidable foes posed a significant challenge for ordinary defenders, but Su Luo remained unfazed. His expression remained calm, and his pets stood firm and unyielding, looking down disdainfully at the incoming beast horde. After all, they had previously battled the formidable level 150 Diamond Ape. Taking down these mid-level beasts is as easy as eating or drinking. Attack. With Su Luo's command, his pets shot out like arrows from a bow. The phantom tiger transformed into a shadow and vanished instantly. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared in the midst of the beast horde, its sharp claws striking down on an unsuspecting creature. Bang. 85,000. The system notifications popped up continuously. Instant kill. Congratulations, you've gained 1,500 experience points. Congratulations, you've gained 1,200 experience points. Experience points flooded in like a tide, steadily filling Su Luo's experience bar. Although leveling up required more experience as his level increased, the sheer number of beasts in this area perfectly met this need. This was one reason Su Luo was fond of this place. Congratulations, you've gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you've gained 1,800 experience points. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and Su Luo felt a warm surge throughout his body. Congratulations, you've reached level 60. Feeling the surge in power, Su Luo's eyes sharpened. Those beasts that once seemed intimidating now appeared to him as lively orbs of experience. He made a silent vow to break through to level 70 in Black Crow City this time. In just 3 minutes, the beasts in the passageway were completely cleared. Without hesitation, Su Luo led his pets out through the city gates. From the watchtower, the elderly guard witnessed this scene, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He knew that what followed would be Su Luo's solo performance. Roar. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Su Luo stepped outside the city gates, chaos erupted. Countless beasts swarmed in, quickly piling up like a mountain outside the city wall. The scene was daunting, but for Su Luo, it was the perfect opportunity for a mass attack. The old guard on the watchtower watched with envy, while Su Luo stood steadily on the back of the Xuanwu, surveying the entire battlefield. However, he wasn't interested in the ordinary beasts amassed below. His eyes were scanning the battlefield for a special target, the white-boned skeleton. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, a common sight in the war zone. Su Luo stood on the city wall, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, meticulously scanning the surroundings for any signs of the skeletal creatures. Despite his prolonged vigilance, he found nothing. Could they be scared off, needing a few days before resurfacing? Su Luo pondered, recalling the previous encounters with the skeletal creatures. Though they seemed sluggish, they weren't truly foolish. If they escaped a life-threatening situation, they might either relocate or hide for a while before showing up again. Suddenly, the surrounding beasts began to stir. They gathered, jostling and trampling each other, quickly forming small hills. Golden-scaled fire dragons, fiery phoenixes, three-legged golden crows. All except the ghostly tiger unleashed their area attack skills, initiating a large-scale massacre. System notifications chimed continuously. Congratulations, you have gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 1,800 experience points. Congratulations. With the flood of experience notifications, a white glow enveloped Su Luo. Congratulations, you have reached level 61. In less than an hour, Su Luo had leveled up twice. The guards on the watchtower, witnessing his phenomenal combat prowess, stared in envy. Suddenly, one of the guards shouted at Su Luo, "Get back here." "What's wrong?" Su Luo asked, looking up at the watchtower in confusion. "A horde of white skeleton monsters is coming this way. There are a lot of them." The guard yelled frantically, pointing toward a distant hill. Following the guard's gaze, Su Luo saw a throng of massive skeletons clad in black armor charging toward the city wall. Each wielded a battle axe and shield, standing about 3 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. The sheer number, several thousand strong, was staggering. Su Luo's view was initially obstructed by the hill, but soon the axe-wielding skeletal army crested it, charging straight at him. The sight of the overwhelming skeletal horde made Su Luo's scalp tingle. The system promptly displayed the attributes of these skeletons. Mutant skeleton, level 65. Attack, 42,000. Defense, 69,000. Spirit, 10,000. Vitality, 130,000. Skills, leap slash, damage immunity, death explosion. Leap slash, leaps high into the air and strikes down, dealing 350 damage to enemies. Damage immunity, raises shield to enter a defensive stance, reducing 60 of incoming damage. Death explosion, triggers an explosive effect upon death, dealing 260 damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius, with damage increasing the closer they are. Seeing the mutant skeleton's attributes, Su Luo's eyes lit up with excitement. He thought to himself that if a necromancer could summon such creatures, they would be invaluable as either a main force or cannon fodder. Alive, they could attack. In death, they could explode and cause damage. The mutant skeletons were evidently targeting Su Luo. However, a few high-level pets had already discerned their intentions and quickly formed a defensive line in front of him. Su Luo summoned 2 necromancers to closely observe these mutant skeletons. Master, these skeletons are formidable, one necromancer remarked after a moment. Su Luo replied with a hint of sarcasm. And you think you can get a divine fragment with just that? Look closely for any signs of divine fragments on them. Oh, you mean that? Of course, there is, the necromancer realized. I can tell it's a death attribute divine fragment just by the scent, but the one possessing it hasn't shown up yet. Finally, a more satisfactory answer. Su Luo refocused on the mutant skeletons. These towering, powerful creatures would be troublesome without the level advantage of his pets. Since the skeletal minions had appeared, it was likely that the leader with the divine fragment would soon surface. Su Luo kept a close watch on the battlefield, instructing the necromancers to patrol vigilantly. The moment the death attribute divine fragment appeared, he was determined to seize it, even if it meant revealing all his trump cards. After all, there might be others lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. As time passed, Su Luo's level increased to 62. Yet, the summoner of the mutant skeletons remained unseen. Su Luo waited patiently, showing no signs of impatience. With his increased level, his physical resilience had also grown, allowing him to go without food or drink for days without much impact. To prevent anyone else from getting the jump on him, Su Luo decided to hold his ground at the passage. Even though the beast's levels would significantly increase at night, he could deploy the Vajra ape to hold them off. The cover of darkness was also a perfect opportunity to employ tactics he usually couldn't openly reveal. Soon, it was time for the passage to close. 5 or 6 guards had gathered on the watchtower to witness the spectacle. The guard responsible for closing the gates called out to Su Luo, "Young Master Su, it's about time. Hurry back." Riding the Xian Shui turtle, Su Luo sped toward the city. He only stopped upon reaching the gate. "You can just close the gates. I won't be coming back tonight," Su Luo announced confidently. His words immediately caused the guards on the watchtower to tense up, exchanging anxious glances. One guard couldn't help but shout, "Young Master Su, the beasts become far more dangerous at night. It's too risky. Please, come inside." Su Luo grinned, revealing his white teeth, and replied with assurance, "I've got this, don't worry." With that, he turned and dashed towards the battlefield without hesitation. Memories of Elder Long's stories flashed through his mind, how the Elder once defended a city alone for 7 days without rest, and that was at just level 120. But now, Su Luo not only had several mythical beasts, but also the support of the mighty Vajra ape. The night posed no threat to him. Meanwhile, at the exit of Passage 18, Shun Gang emerged with a rosy complexion, humming a tune. With Su Luo joining the fray, the pressure on the various passages had significantly decreased, putting him in a great mood. However, his good spirits were quickly interrupted by a guard rushing over, exclaiming, "Lord Shin, young Master Su hasn't returned." "What?" Shin Gang's face turned ashen with anger. "Are you kidding me? That's a death sentence." He immediately sprinted towards Passage 15 where Su Luo had been. By the time Shin Gang reached the watchtower at Passage 15, 5 minutes had already passed since the gates should have been closed. All other passages were securely shut, but Passage 15 remained wide open. The sight before him was terrifying. An overwhelming wave of beasts surged towards Su Luo, so dense they resembled a tidal wave. Standing on the watchtower, Shun Gang was gripped by fear as he watched the scene. What terrified him even more was how the beast's power was escalating with the fall of night. A reedied creature, initially at level 50, had leveled up twice in just 10 seconds, and the strength of other beasts was also rapidly increasing. "Su Luo, come back!" Shin Gang shouted desperately, his heart filled with anxiety. Su Luo was the brother of Tsiyue, and if something happened to him in Black Crow City, there would be no explaining it. "Don't worry, Elder Shin. I know what I'm doing." Su Luo waved at him, understanding their concern. "Since you don't believe me, let me give you a little show." With that, he summoned the Vajra ape, ready to demonstrate his prowess. The moment Shin Gang laid eyes on the colossal King Kong demon ape, his eyes widened in shock, reflecting the massive and imposing figure in his pupils. The other guards gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. A level 150 pet unheard of. Shin Gang marveled internally. "I knew he had an ace up his sleeve, but I never imagined it would be this powerful." He immediately decided, in that case, I won't be going back tonight. I'll stay here and keep watch. Turning to his subordinate, he ordered, Xiao Wang, go get us some food. With that, he settled into a chair on the watchtower, his eyes never leaving the King Kong demon ape. A level 150 pet was unprecedented in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The guards gazed at the ape's brawny physique with fervent admiration. Someone couldn't help but whisper, this big guy. One punch from it and not just 70 or 80 level beasts, even a 100 level beast would be smashed to pulp. A guard from Yinjing hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, Elder Shun, should we record this in the log? The others looked over, their eyes filled with both anticipation and concern. Shin Gang's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife as it swept over them. Write the log as usual, he said coldly. He paused, then added, Su Luo is a talented and humble kid, not arrogant. His sister is Lady Stabbing Moon. You small fry have seen it, so keep it to yourselves. The crowd quickly assured him, with one patting his chest, don't worry, City Lord Shun. I'll treat it as a dream. Tomorrow, guarding the passage will be exhilarating. Yeah, tonight we're all dreaming. Just forget it by tomorrow, others chimed in. Seeing this, Shun Gang nodded in agreement for them to stay. As night fully descended, the beasts outside the city gates grew significantly stronger. Almost every beast had increased by at least 20 levels, with some even gaining 40 levels. Outside the city had become a veritable monster playground. Beasts of 70 to 80 levels were everywhere, and those of 90 to 100 levels were as numerous as cattle. The guards on the watchtower shivered at the sight, knowing full well that if they were sent out now, they wouldn't last a minute. Despite the late hour, the darkness didn't hinder the vision of the job changers. They could still clearly see most of what was happening outside the city walls. Su Luo sat calmly on the back of the Xian Shui turtle, as his pets frantically slaughtered the oncoming monsters. System notifications continuously echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you received feedback experience 4,600. Congratulations, you received feedback experience 8,888. Su Luo calculated silently. The income and risk truly are proportional. Although the beast's strength had increased, the experience gained rose significantly as well. Watching his experience bar climb steadily, he felt more balanced. In fact, grinding was just a secondary goal. His main aim was to wait for the appearance of the God Fragment. He felt a bit anxious. If a monster with the God Fragment appeared and someone else snatched it first, it would be a huge loss. Just then, the Xuanwu whispered, Master, I sense the aura of a God Fragment. But it seems there's also a powerful job changer approaching. Su Luo tensed immediately, asking, has the monster with the God Fragment appeared? The Xian Shui turtle replied, not yet. I guess it's hidden underground and is slowly surfacing. It should be soon. With this hint, Su Luo became vigilant, swiftly recalling the King Kong demon ape to his pet space. If someone was secretly eyeing the God Fragment, he couldn't afford to reveal his trump card. To be safe, Su Luo asked, can you sense that person's presence? Xuanwu replied, he's not close yet. I can't pinpoint his exact location. Do you think he sensed the King Kong demon ape's aura? Xuanwu confidently said, I'm skilled in earth pulse techniques to detect it. He's still far away and definitely unaware of the King Kong demon ape's existence. The nearby necromancer couldn't hold back, rolling his eyes. For crying out loud, SS level plus a God Fragment. Having some tricks isn't that impressive. Once I collect the death attribute God Fragment, I'll have such strong perception abilities too. Xuanwu, not to be outdone, stuck out its tongue and made a face, nah, but I'm better than you now. If you're not convinced, let's fight. With the mindset of a 4 or 5-year-old, it immediately retaliated against the necromancer's teasing. Su Luo ignored their bickering, focusing his attention on the battlefront. By now, most of his pets had broken through to level 80, with the Fire Phoenix even reaching level 89. However, facing the vastly empowered monster horde, his pets were gradually falling behind. To await the divine shard, Su Luo immediately rode his Xian Shui turtle and joined the fray. His figure darted rapidly across the chaotic battlefield, with the turtle's heavy shell providing excellent cover. Meanwhile, Su Luo murmured incantations under his breath, summoning a necromancer and his red-clad wife, Envy-Wa. These two formidable summons instantly appeared on the battlefield, diving headlong into the fierce combat. Su Luo calculated silently. He had hundreds of pets above level 80 at his disposal, but it wasn't the time to reveal his full strength. He decided to put on an act and observe the situation. Suddenly, the Xian Shui turtle shuddered slightly and turned its gaze towards a large tree on a nearby hill. Master, they're here. Its deep voice resonated in Su Luo's ear. Understanding the message, Su Luo commanded, don't look in that direction. Keep fighting the creatures. In a hushed tone, the turtle continued to report, Master, that person's not very powerful, weaker than the Vajra demon ape. What level? Su Luo inquired. Level 130, probably an assassin. The turtle responded in its gravelly voice. Despite the distance and the roars of beasts on the battlefield, their conversation couldn't be overheard by the opponent. Su Luo frowned, lost in thought. A level 130 assassin, if determined to flee, would be difficult to capture. He found himself in a dilemma, even hoping that the beast carrying the divine shard wouldn't appear. The challenge wasn't in defeating it, but in contending with the mysterious figure. With such strength, the opponent's methods were likely far superior to those of Cold Chongfeng and similar advanced players. Sensing Su Luo's concern, the Xian Shui turtle spoke again, this time with confidence. Master, I can control him. How? Su Luo asked, puzzled. My absolute domain can freeze any area within 3 kilometers. I can even freeze space itself if I wish, the turtle explained. Freeze space? Su Luo recalled that the Xian Shui turtle's skills seemed to have vanished, yet it possessed even greater abilities. As a being comparable to a deity, the power of the divine beast Xian Wu surpassed human imagination, allowing it to unleash forces akin to skills at will. With this in mind, Su Luo quickly revised his strategy. Follow my lead when the time comes. As the number of skeletal monsters on the battlefield increased, Su Luo felt a surge of excitement. He knew it meant the creature fused with the divine shard was about to make its appearance. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.